Chapter 443 Return to the Northlands. Return to the Northlands. Be careful what you say. A man's word is his bond. A single careless one could easily bind you to an unwanted path, or ruin your reputation. It takes only a single utterance to undo a lifetime's work. Excerpt from Principles of Nobility by Duke Faisablin. Auguslo personally brought a large number of administrative officials to House Norton's camp. He didn't believe Lorist really had magic beast furs worth over 1 million gold fords, and he really hoped he had been teasing him. He was destined to be disappointed. All the appraiser he brought along agreed that the pelts were worth at least 1.67 million. Lorist's asking price was a massive discount. Lorist watched gleefully as the king signed order gloomily. The sun was truly shining brightly. His luck was great. He managed to sell the normal pelts, usually hard to get rid of, for a great price. The house had a large store of them already, so these weren't worth anything to the house themselves. Cotton didn't exist, so silk, linen, and hemp were usually used to make warm clothing and other items like blankets. Grindians, who were indoors for most of the winter, usually used leather and fur to make outdoor clothing, and best among them was magic beast fur. The first years of his reign as the head of the house saw it fighting the magic beast wave every winter. They had accumulated more than enough to supply the domain for decades to come. With the market saturated, though in principle the pelts were very valuable, there wasn't an easy way to turn them into money. The situation was worsened by the fact that untreated fur and leather had a shelf life. Since the materials had to be treated differently depending on their intended use, the house couldn't pre-treat them and store them for later sale, which meant that if they weren't sold relatively quickly, they would become unworthless. The market price for the materials wasn't very good in the Northlands either. Households that needed the material to replace worn items just went out and hunted for it themselves, so he also couldn't wait for an increase in demand and sell the stuff at a higher price then. When Lorist established the domain's naval presence, Peterson Merchant Guild bombed with the information that there wasn't actually much of a market for pelts and leather anywhere on the continent. How could that be possible? He clearly recalled that when he was 20, Charade dragged him to participate in a risky mercenary mission that involved exploring an underground cave. Because of the immense cold, Lorist had no choice but to purchase a singlet made of magic goat pelt to keep warm. As he remembered, the fur his house had stocked up should be a hot product given how he sold furs back when he still hunted magic beasts as a mercenary. President Peterson gave him an explanation that simply baffled him. The lack of a market wasn't because people didn't want or need pelts, it was simply that nobody could afford them. The guild was the largest fur trader on the continent, they held a complete monopoly on the union's market, so their knowledge could not be brushed aside. While magic beast fur was much better at resisting the cold than human-reared livestock, the common folk mainly used the latter given that the former was easily over 3 times as expensive. The guild could only really profit off the small trade because they sold them at hiked prices. Given their position, they would certainly not let his pelts flood the market, it would destroy the delicate balance they had spent years building. President Peterson also warned him that mercenaries were the main users of the fur. The common folk would never spend that kind of money on clothing they were only going to wear inside, for which they were overkill. The guild was also only really interested in dealing in high-value goods. The rich were far more generous with their coin. In total, the guild only bought a few exceptional pelts worth about 500. The more common varieties were wholly undesired. And they were exactly what the house had in bulk. Given how much effort it was to properly treat furs for storage, it was far more useful to just turn them into clothes for his soldiers. The king thought Lorist was very invested in training his force to be elite winter troops, so much so that he was willing to spend ludicrous amounts of money on their material and training, but the reality was that it didn't cost him much. It wasn't that he was obsessed with having a good winter military, but that it was just a more convenient way of using the materials and time he had. It wouldn't cost him much to make the winter clothes, he already had the material by the storehouse, and he had to pay his men their salary anyway, so instead of having them sit in their barracks the whole winter, he might as well have them do something productive. When he led Tiger Sword a hunt in the demonic lands, most of their prey was dire wolves and some herbivorous magic beasts. Similarly, their furs had high value but a non-existent market. He could still remember that he had once considered selling the pelts in bulk at the price of livestock leather and thought the low price would let him forge a market. But the Peterson Merchant Guild turned him down. The supervisor said that if magic beast fur was sold at that price, it would collapse the price of normal fur and decimate the market. When the supply then ran out, there would be no livestock fur industry to replace it. The house hadn't feared the freezing winter when they had moved the refugees the previous winter because every person got a set of magic beast fur clothing for free. The abundance of rest stops and the fast travel facilitated helped as well. If he declared his house used the most magic beast fur on the continent, no one would argue the point. The annual winter training also swelled his stock by over 100,000. His storehouses had never been fuller. The furs he got from the recent hunts weren't much use to the house's materials, and the delicate market made it nigh impossible to sell off. Had this been a time of peace, things might have been different, but, alas, it wasn't. So far he'd only bothered to ship the best pelts, like the skins of gigantic swamp crocodiles, back to the Dominion because they would always sell. He had yet to worry about the rest. He certainly didn't think the king would take such an interest and end up taking them all off his hands. He couldn't be happy about this turn of events. These days, fools are just as hard to find as rich tycoons. He had offered the discount and included a few of the remaining precious pelts to make sure the deal would go through. He also agreed to sell a few catapults at 150 gold each without hesitation. He'd even offered to sell them 2,500 caraballisti he had with him, but the king would have none of it. Auguslo considered House Norton's catapults the world's ultimate weapons. They were far more flexible than the simple lever-style catapults, even in defensive situations. At the very least, they were mobile, not the fixed emplacements that were so easy to target. The house's caraballisti had tempted him. But the advent of shield carts, they had become far less attractive. No one but the greatest fools still deployed armies without proper protection against them. Whether it was offense or defense, shield carts had become a standard in the continent's armies. And they were always improving. He only had 6 million gold left and he had other things to do with his money, so he turned the sale down. He couldn't wait to form his new standing legion. The campaign hadn't ended pyrrhically as he had expected, and he was thankful for that. It made it much easier for him to move on the next one quickly. He needed a strong force in the kingdom as soon as possible to keep the alliance, Duke Faisablin, and his 3 new vassals in check. He planned to rest for 2 or 3 years and rebuild his military strength before taking on the Union. He wasn't afraid of having too much money. Even what he had felt like too little, instead. It would have been preferable to have wiped the rebellious dukes out rather than taking them back under his wing. Kings had to be true to their word. Auguslo could not just withdraw his offer to buy all Lorist's pelts without good reason, a predicament Lorist exploited excellently. He forced the king to buy all the furs, even though it cost him 3 times what he had expected to spend. Auguslo was filled with regret at his previous enthusiasm. What on earth would he do with so many furs? Fortunately, the Duke had mentioned the possibility of reselling the leftovers in the capital, words his one financial advisor didn't miss. The only problem was that it wasn't going to be a quick sale. Just as Lorist could sell off his furs in bulk, so too could the king not sell his stock in bulk. The risk of collapsing the market was too great. He could only hope to make a small profit from the leftovers over several years. Even so, it was still a much-needed consolation. He was far more frugal after blowing 1.2 million on fur. The purchase of several catapults was a welcome surprise, but he didn't want to spend any more money on the man. He had his craftsmen duplicate the designs, but the metal parts were impossible. The steel just couldn't be replicated. Without the steel, the replicated catapults were useless. Lorist wasn't too disappointed at failing to sell his caraballisti since they were going to be useless soon anyway. Both the catapults and the caraballisti would be completely obsolete soon after he returned to the Northlands. Wear and tear was a thing in this world, after all. Tigersword didn't get many kills during the war, but they played an essential role in putting the enemy under pressure. Their preferred tactic was to assault under heavy cover fire from caraballisti and catapults, a tactic that proved very effective. A good catapult in prime condition could fling rocks up to 500 meters. This didn't last long, though. Its effective range dropped with every shot. It didn't take long for the range to drop down to just 320 meters, which was where the catapults used in the campaign were now. The caraballisti were in much worse condition. They were used really frequently to hunt magic beasts in the demonic lands. Most of the beasts died by bolt. But the constant use took a great toll on their steel arms. Their effective range had been decreased from 300 to just 230 meters. Lorist estimated that they would be rendered useless after another 200 or 300 shots. Since Auguslo wanted to buy the catapults, Lorist tried to push the caraballisti as well. It was too bad shield carts were a thing. On the 10th day of the 9th month of year 1783, he made an easy sale and returned to the Northlands with gold Ford notes worth millions. Tigersword and his guard regiments returned with him. Phelim and Shazin accompanied them with their forces as well. While Auguslo had taken 11 provinces, he wasn't the biggest winner. Of the 4 dukes he claimed were traitors, 3 had submitted and 1 escaped. The king had no choice but to accept the conflict was a result of a misunderstanding and could not continue to label them traitors either. Chudway's take on the situation was the worst part. When the truth of the conflict spread, his cruel and harsh personality was made known to the rest of the continent's nobility. The whole campaign did absolutely nothing for his reputation. Instead, it ruined it even further. Some nobles of the province's minor nobles would rather be stripped of their titles and fiefs and continue to serve the dukes than be the king's vassals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444 Dealing with Matters. Dealing with matters. Governance isn't anywhere near as glamorous as the governed think. It may come with great perks, but it keeps the leader so busy that he barely has any time for sleep, never mind enjoying them. Norton Lorist. Now this is life, exclaimed Lorist. He was in his study on the third floor of Ragebear's central castle. The pleasant, warm sunlight of the 11th month danced gently on his body through the window. It stole his energy and made his eyes heavy. Sylvia and his concubines had straddled him the whole night. When they all collapsed, exhausted, on the bed, his beloved son had woken him with his crying. The lack of sleep made the sun all the more pleasant and sleep all the more inviting. However, Charade and Company's arrival forced him out of his bliss. Hey. Your Grace has rested for 6 days already since your return. It's about time you started being productive, complained the man. He hated seeing Lorist so laid back. The mere thought of his liege lazing around, basking in sunlight, while he was swamped with work drove him mad. Lorist rose from his chair with great effort and sighing. When he saw the 3 attendants behind his friend, carrying stacks and stacks of documents, he involuntarily emptied his lungs again. No. Why so many documents? He wailed passionately. Charade had the 3 attendants put the documents on the desk before leaving. Genolio got him a bottle of fruit wine and he had the kitchen staff send some snacks to the study. He would be staying to work for the rest of the day. You call this a lot? Charade snapped, have you seen my office? It's a parchment storehouse. These documents are summaries of the various reports for the last 2 years. I've gone over them roughly. You just have to give them a look and sign them before I archive everything in my office. It was a house rule. Even though Charade could deal with matters in Lorist's stead, the documents couldn't be archived without the Lord's personal signature. All matters dealt with had to be given a once-over by the Lord so he had a general idea of what was going on. Lorist was quite quick in dealing with the documents. He gave them rough scans before signing. As the house's chief knight and vassal, Charade had dealt with the matters appropriately and he approved of the Baron's methods. He picked some of the more interesting documents and placed them aside for later reading and discussion. It didn't take long for him to deal with one of the huge stacks, but there were 3 other ones remaining on the desk. Oh, Your Grace, has Howard not returned yet? Asked Charade as he saw Lorist pausing to stretch as he enjoyed his wine. Reedy went to fetch him. He'll be back tomorrow or the day after. The 2 years of seclusion training had long passed. However, Howard seemed to have gained some insight during his training process and was polishing his swordsmanship. Lorist had to send Reedy to call for him when he returned. Are you going to let Howard take over the guard brigade? Yes, Lorist nodded, but the most important thing now is for him to get married. Before I returned, Duke Phelim complained that his daughter's turning into an old maid. I promised I'd have Howard and Katrina's wedding planned when he brings his daughter over at the end of the year. Did Duke Phelim bring up the dowry? Charade asked curiously. He's a duke now, so I expect it'll be grand, but... Lorist smiled as he shook his head. It's not like you're unaware of House Phelim's situation. The whole of Southern is now their dominion and Phelim's so desperate he might split a gold Ford coin and treat the halves as 2. Southern is completely desolate and it'll be really hard to develop it with his budget. So, his daughter's dowry won't be huge. Though he is planning to have the whole area around Boblage made into a county as the dowry. We will have to help out with its development. Wow, how generous. That's almost 1/10 of his entire domain. That brat sure is lucky, he gets a county even without a title. Lorist nodded. Can't be helped. When Auguslo was sending us off, he dragged the 2 of us together and said that while the alliance is tight-knit, it might be inappropriate for me to station troops on Southern's border with Eastwild since it was House Phelim's dominion. He's trying to get me to withdraw Firm Rock. It's none of his fucking business. Gossip is a fearful thing, Lorist said. Southern has already become House Phelim's. Our stationing of Firm Rock on the border is so we can defend against Fizablin and help Phelim in the process. Others unaware of this fact will think we're suppressing Phelim instead. I'm prepared to leave the front to Phelim. His dowry also solves this problem. If we station Tigersore there, we can respond at a moment's notice, while still being outside his domain, thus avoiding any gossip. Charade burst into a short bout of unreserved laughter. If we withdraw Firm Rock, Duke Phelim will be the first one to feel threatened. There's no way he'd be confident enough to think his troops can resist Duke Fizablin. It can't be helped. Right now, Auguslo is staying in Hans and working on the 11 provinces. He'll be counting on Faizablin to suppress us. The reason he's getting us to withdraw from Southern is so its borders will be unprotected. At the same time, Phelim wouldn't wish for his dominion to serve as the pathway between the king and his pet duke. He made the county the dowry so we can keep watch over his lands. Do you think Duke Faizablin will attack Southern? Asked Charade. He won't. That old fox understands the current situation. He'll sit tight and focus on strengthening his hand. Conflict is the last thing he wants right now. Iblia has faded into history, so there's no way he can take control of the northeastern area. On the one hand, there's the Alliance, and on the other Auguslo. If he still harbors any foolish ambitions, he'll throw the whole of his house into the abyss. I suppose we're in for a few years of peace. I hope so. We just have to keep an eye on Auguslo. I don't want him messing around again. Lorist suddenly remembered something. He flipped through the pile of documents he'd put aside to go over again later. The compact crossbows are completed and have been distributed to Jaeger. How do they look? They're great. Your Grace might not be aware of this, but Grandmaster Sid's new design is a masterpiece. It can fire accurate shots up to 120 meters. Most importantly, it can easily be strung on horseback. I hear he used the lever mechanism you suggested. Josk's in love with it. He's been driving the men into the ground with training. He's even developed a new tactic for using the crossbow from horseback. He says Jaeger will be the most effective offensive legion on the continent once they're done with training. I see. It seems I have to go take a look, Lorist said as he changed the document in his hand. Does the year-end celebration really have to be so expensive? Don't forget that the house hasn't had a celebration in 2 years. This year, Duchess Sylvia had a son and you returned from campaign. How can the celebration be anything but grand? Everyone above commander rank will attend. Dukes Kenmays, Phelim, and Shazine, as well as all your vassals, have announced their attendance as well. We expect at least 1,000 people. If we lower the budget at all, we won't be able to throw a proper banquet and we'll embarrass ourselves. Fine. Makes sense. Lorist casually tossed the budget aside. It's just that it's a little too much, spending 70,000 gold fords on a 7-day celebration. Muttered he. That was Lorist's personality for you. While he was extremely loose-handed when it came to spending on armies and developing the Dominion, he hated spending money on almost anything else. This is not something we can do half-heartedly. For our subjects as well, the more money we spend on the celebration, the merrier the festivities will be. The commoners will come to think of nobles as powerful and mighty. It makes it easier to rule over them. Lorist nodded. He picked another document. What's up with Supervisor Hansk? How is the project so far over budget? I've already had someone look into it. The main problem is that much of the work has to be redone. The laborers have been very rebellious and have caused frequent delays. The project isn't just over the budget by half of the budget itself, but the work has been held back by 3 years. How is Hansk dealing with this? Isn't he punishing the workers? Actually. Charade hesitated. He took a deep breath and steeled himself for what was to come. The supervisor is the cause of all the problems. He wanted to speed everything up, so he made their shifts longer and took away a lot of their benefits. His disciplinary methods have also been very unproductive. He is very harsh on even the smallest mistake or disobedience. These 3 things together pushed the workers over the edge, and they've been revolted almost weekly since. Firmrocks kept things from getting out of hand, but they haven't gotten anything done since. Why don't I know about this? I'm not in a good position to interfere, Your Grace. Hansk is the chief supervisor. He was the one who tried to hide things. I didn't notice until he requested a budget increase. I sent someone over to investigate what was going on and found out the truth. Tarkal had left for Moranti already and I couldn't just step in. You were going to return soon, so I thought it better to wait for you so you could deal with this yourself. Lorist nodded. Charade wasn't wrong. Tarkal's reports confirmed his observations about Hansk's situation. Tarkal was busy investigating the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations, however, so the news pipeline had slowed down. Lorist pulled on the bell, calling Genolio. Head to Furybear and bring me the scrolls concerning the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations as well as the reports on Hansk. Understood, Your Grace. Is there anyone that can replace Hansk? Charade thought about it for a moment before he answered. I think the biggest problem is the barbarians. They've always been a rebellious bunch, they'll only be obedient if you treat them well. Supervisor Kedden has the best personality to deal with them. I'll think about it. There's another thing you should handle as soon as possible, Your Grace, continued Charade as he stood up and picked up a blue folder. This is the list of people that are to be promoted or entitled during the year-end celebration. Take a look. I should prepare the certificates and their title deeds as soon as possible. Lorist checked the list. When he got to the bottom, he added one name, Reedy. Reedy isn't a gold-ranked knight yet, Your Grace. Lorist grinned at his old friend mischievously. He can't advance in the ranks anymore, but he's already equal to a rank 1 blade master. Charade slapped his forehead. He couldn't believe he'd forgotten Reedy was his liege's eldest disciple. The kid trained in a different discipline, his strength couldn't be measured using the traditional rank system. Ah, I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445 Trouble and Busywork, 1. Trouble and Busywork, 1. Beware the Lord scorned. They, if joined by others, may become the greatest threat a noble may ever face. Excerpt from Principles of Nobility by Duke Faisablin. The clattering of the horses' hooves beat constantly. The beaten dust shrouded the figures on horseback as they rode out of it domineeringly. The only difference between the spear cavalry formation of Tigersaur and this one was that it wasn't that concentrated. 2 meters separated each rider from those around him as they charged. A sharp sound pierced the air. A wave of bolts flew away from the ranks. The riders reloaded and let bolts fly again. The figures at the front suddenly split in two, the rest following. The bolts they fired spread outward again and again. This is the training routine I've designed, Your Grace. If an enemy gets assaulted this way on the march, they'll be completely annihilated if we can keep the fire up long enough. Of course, it's not as effective if they're in formation on an open field, explained Joss gleefully. As the compact crossbow had to be kept secret so outside forces wouldn't find out about it, Lorist rushed to the secret training grounds to observe a training session. How did you come up with it? Asked he. It's nothing extraordinary. The most elite light cavalry soldiers are mostly scouts. They are in charge of discovering and tracking enemy movements. The way they usually fight is to dismount and use ranged weapons before getting back on horseback to fight in a melee. There are only a few talented ones that can use ranged weapons from horseback, and most only know how to use short-ranged ones like throwing knives or javelins. Most of the time, a longbow would be needed to attack an enemy at range. Even House Faisablin's famed frontier legions, considered the most elite light in the Empire, don't behave much different. Jaeger was defeated because the forces were only ever harassed from a distance and drawn out of cover range of our heavier pieces. The legion was then overrun by sheer numbers. If we'd had these crossbows, we would have ripped them to shreds instead. The riders don't even have to dismount during a pursuit. Even if we're surrounded, we don't have to dismount to fight back. There are no enemies that can resist us, especially when we charge at them when they're marching. The full potential of the mobility and agility of light cavalry can be exploited to the fullest this way. Josk rambled on about many useless things, but Lorist got the gist. The main goal of light cavalry was to scout and harass the enemy. Given the relative lack of ways to attack from a distance, the best ranged maneuver available were to dismount and cause chaos from up close. However, dismounting meant losing mobility and the threat the men posed would be greatly decreased. Having light cavalry charge against an enemy was even more out of the question. Their melee fighting and defense capabilities were far inferior to fully equipped, heavy armored infantry unless their enemy was trying to retreat. But with the compact crossbows, not only were their offensive capabilities greatly improved, their agility and mobility could now be retained. Even if the enemy got into a tight formation, the light cavalry could still use their mobility to circle to the more weakly defended rear or split up and attack from multiple sides. They would rain bolts down from a distance and avoid clashing head-on. In that regard, even light cavalry could hold their own in a field battle. Lorist took a compact crossbow and inspected it carefully. Strictly speaking, it was more of a bow gun. It was unlike the many crossbow-like weapons on the continent. It appeared Grandmaster Sid had borrowed inspiration from the firearm Lorist had him design. The crossbow had a gunstock and a handle grip that not only allowed easier aiming, but also allowed easier and quicker reloading. The design was finalized with the help of the 100 light cavalry I sent to the Grandmaster after a year and a half of testing. So far, this feels like the perfect ranged weapon. We'll kick up a storm when we finally use it, said Josk proudly. Does the compact crossbow have no weakness? Asked Lorist as he waved it around. Well, there is one. Battle force can't be infused into it, and the force comes mainly from the crossbow's arm. When a longbowman's battle force reached the silver rank, they could infuse it into their arrows to make it fly further and be more accurate. A small blade glow could even be formed at the tip to pierce through shields and armor. A gold-ranked divine marksman like Josk could give even a blademaster a run for his money with the green-colored bone bow in hand. But marksmen talented enough to use a longbow on horseback were almost non-existent. There was no way Lorist could find enough to form a legion. The compact crossbow was the only choice for a light cavalry ranged weapon. Not being able to use battle force was a small issue. "Are you ready?" "I'm going to start," asked Lorist. Howard nodded and took up his stance. "Come at me, Your Grace." Lorist's longsword moved like lightning, closing the gap in an instant with the sound of piercing wind. Howard held his ground and used his longsword like a snare. He kept a perfect defense. The master-disciple pair engrossed themselves in the fight. Beside them stood Reedy and Genolio, the latter wearing an expression of envy. Reedy laughed, learning the sword is filled with hardship. "I gave Howard a harsh lesson when he started." Genolio nodded respectfully. "I can take it, senior brother. No matter how tough, I will give it everything I have." Reedy smirked. "Very well. I'll find some time to talk to His Grace. However, our school of swordsmanship requires us to establish a foundation with dynamic vision. If His Grace agrees, Howard and I will develop this ability in you." "Really?" Genolio exclaimed happily, "Thank you." "Don't worry. You're my junior after all," smiled Reedy evilly. "Who should he bring along to watch the show? He might even start a betting ring. How long would the kid last on the chair?" Clang! Lorist's sword accurately struck Howard's and sent it flying. "Not bad. I didn't think you could take more than 20 strikes," praised he, somewhat surprised. "As expected of Potterfang's son. His defense was just as tight when he dueled me all those years ago. I didn't think Howard would be even better than his father. He's Potterfang's kid all right." Though he'd held back, his strength was beyond that of a rank 3 blademaster. It was nothing short of shocking for Howard to take more than 20 strikes and still be standing. "No wonder Reedy said he could only defeat you after 100 strikes when he went to pick you up," Lorist said as he handed his own sword to Howard to put it away. "Your style is different from Reedy's. He was graced with superhuman strength and prefers domineering force and quick and unyielding attacks. You're much more like your father. Hell, had he not been alive I'd have thought he'd reincarnated." Reedy's style meant he had to travel around and experience life and death to hone his style, but you don't have to. You should go to the guards and have them attack you all at once instead. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Lorist stroked Howard's head. "I have to settle your marriage first. Your father-in-law won't stop bothering me otherwise." "I'm incredibly disappointed, Hansk," said Lorist. He was really discontent with the supervisor's performance, so much so he didn't invite the man to sit. "I can't be blamed, Your Grace. It's those barbarians. They refused to follow orders," argued Hansk. The way he saw it, he had been toiling away for the house's sake in the wilderness and brainstorming ways to speed up the project. He had tried his best, but the stubborn savages wouldn't cave even after being killed. How could he be satisfied being blamed? "Hansk, it seems you're still unaware of your mistakes. As the person in charge of the project, your role is to supervise the facilities. You're supposed to make sure everything runs smoothly and stays on schedule. That's why I let you manage the budget and workflow. All you had to do was make sure the plan was implemented as I'd written it. This being your duty, pray tell, why did you change their work hours and meddle with their benefits? Please don't forget the barbarians are the enemy. Your father and countless others have died in their invasions. You shouldn't consider them equal to our subjects. They do not deserve meat and wine," countered Hansk with a raised voice. "Oh ha, ha, ha 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 ha." Lorist's fury dragged laughter out of him. "So, that's why you took away their privileges and gave them nothing but 2 pieces of moldy fist-sized biscuits? You had them work day and night because of that too? Do you think that shows your loyalty? Are you avenging my father and everyone else? How foolish." Lorist slammed his hand on the desk. The bam made Hansk jump. Even Howard, outside the study, pushed the door open slightly to peek. To link Goldridge and Moonspring together and build a road through the forests, at least 7,000 of 30,000 barbarian laborers were killed. All that for the sake of a bloody path filled with death. We even staked the heads of the barbarians that tried to escape on the sides of the road. After killing so many, we finally found the way to make them work obediently, provide them with meat and wine. That is their reward for toiling for 12 hours a day, and that's also why they're willing to serve us. They consider the wine and meat as their pay. And then you go and treat them like begrudged enemies, like murders and scamps, and go and take away their meat and wine and have them work 4 hours more. You're really something, huh? Do you think you can subdue them like this? You even had Belnik kill 10,000 when they revolted? Do you think killing them will make them submit? What about the work? It stopped completely. I should never have trusted you with something so crucial for our future. You have disappointed me. More than that, you've let me down. You tell me the barbarians are our sworn enemies. You're not wrong, but that doesn't mean we have to kill them all. The 70,000 we have are all youths. Do you know how much wealth they can make us if they're appeased? Do you know how badly we lack unpaid labor? Do you have any idea how much we'll have to fork out to get them calm again? Lorist shook his head. I'm really disappointed, Hansk. You've contributed much in the past, so I was willing to overlook your past mistakes. You know of what I speak. Some things are not for you to comment on. I will forgive you this once, and only this once. Go back to your barony and think about what you've done wrong. Hansk paled, his lips shuddered. He slowly turned around and left, dumbfounded. This was exile in all but name. He had been stripped of his power and his influence. He had lost any right he might have had to influence what happened in and with the house. He'd only been spared losing his title because he had a long history of contributions before his recent failures. He stopped at the entrance for a moment. He scraped together his courage and charged back to his liege. I will leave and never get involved with the house's matter again, but just this once, this one last time, listen to my advice. Speak. Your grace has to decide on an heir. Your subjects and vassals cannot rest easy until you have. Tell me, who should I choose? Asked Lorist teasingly. It must naturally be young Master Lyscott. He's already 13. He'll come of age soon and he's your firstborn. Lyscott was Lorist and Irina's first child. He had a cruel personality, mainly because he was spoiled badly and had turned into a lawless brat. In the end, he was sent to Malek's family so his wife could re-educate him and had just started his studies at Nico Academy. Do you think I'll be short-lived? Asked Lorist intentionally. There's no harm in being careful. That's what your late father believed as well. He forced himself to go stop the barbarian invasion even though he was sick and rambled Hansk. Get out of my sight. Lorist flung a folder at the man angrily. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446 Trouble and Busywork, 2. Trouble and Busywork, 2. Those who control the education of our youth, control our nation's future. Nico Telesti. Supervisor Hansk hasn't returned to his barony, reported Howard. Lorist had given the boy the position of deputy department head of Furybear's investigative division instead of making him the vice commander of the guard brigade. The division's investigative capabilities had decreased significantly with Tarkel's departure for the Union, which dissatisfied Lorist a lot. He hoped the kid could get everything back on track. Oh, where's he gone? Asked Lorist, his expression shifting. He's gone to Maplewoods. Madame Irina had someone pick him up. She said she wanted him to tutor young Master Koboshik in the basics. Koboshik was Lorist and Irina's second son. Lyscott had been sent to Malek's home for his re-education, but his younger brother had not been moved. Lorist was almost always out in the field doing one thing or another, so he rarely saw or heard from or about the kid. He had heard that he was very similar to his mother. He was small and resembled a ball. Lorist had recently started to think about finding him a proper teacher since his 8th birthday was around the corner, but it seemed Irina had gotten the jump on him and had hired the exiled supervisor. Lorist shook his head after a moment of silence. Whatever. What the heavens will shall come to pass. Let them do whatever they want. Why is your grace tolerating Supervisor Hansk's impudence and letting him off scot-free? He hasn't just disobeyed your orders, he's even accepted Madame Irina's invitation. He is acting as if your grace doesn't exist. He doesn't deserve his title, inquired Howard. Some things aren't as simple as they appear. He's done everything on purpose, he wants me to take his title. He needs a reputation far more than a title. Exchanging his title for a reputation as a loyal subject would be very profitable for him. If Lyscott inherits my titles, Hansk will get back everything he's given up and then some. Your grace always sees the worst in others, don't you? Charade chirped in. Hansk is truly loyal to the house. His loyalty is just misplaced in terms of the individuals within the house. Lorist snorted. Did Tarkel say when he'll return? I got an Eagle message just earlier today about that. Sir Tarkel is on board a ship bound for Silowas as we speak. He should be back in the Northlands in about 15 days. We also received a dossier on young Master Lyscott's behavior recently. It wasn't labeled as urgent, so the agents didn't give it special attention. I only noticed the report when I checked. Lorist took the folder, shaking his head, a bitter smile on his face. You see, he said, looking at Charade, Furybear became a mess the moment Tarkle left. The aides don't know what's important at all. Charade cringed. The blame shouldn't be on Tarkle's aides. This happened because Supervisor Spiel had the agents focus on gathering information for his annual financial report. The division can only do so much, so they had to loosen their grip on other matters. Lorist nodded slightly. He opened the file and started going through it. It didn't take long for his face to contort and his eyes to start burning. Bam, dot. He slammed the report down on the table and shot up, shooting the chair behind him into the wall. Ridiculous. Howard, bring Reedy. Also, send Ginolio to bring my horsewhip. What's wrong, Your Grace? Charade couldn't help but be curious after seeing Lorist's sudden explosion. It's a tragedy. Just look, Lorist handed the document to his friend. He retook his seat and finished off the fruit wine in the bottle in 2 large gulps. I'm a failure of a father. Lyscott had entered Nico Academy late the previous year to learn some basic knowledge and noble etiquette. House Norton's descendants had always been taught in Maplewoods. They only had to be somewhat literate and have a rough grasp of proper etiquette. The main focus of their training had always been martial arts. After all, martial power had always been the most secure way to ensure the house's survival. Lorist had changed this because wanted to fix the house's problem with lacking heirs, especially those left by his deceased elder brothers. He made it compulsory to attend Nico Academy and be schooled in basic culture and etiquette when they turned 12. They would only begin martial training at the age of 15. He needed the next generation to have a broader view of the world. Nico Academy was a boarding school. It aimed at developing independent people who could function on their own. It also wanted to build circles of common interest and identification beyond the family or town, to build a sense of unity between people from all across the Norton lands. Lyscott, after enrolling at the academy, broke free of Madame Malek's discipline. He returned to his old ways almost immediately after getting used to the academy. In the couple of months he'd been at the academy he'd gotten into numerous fights and was now the academy's worst terror. Even the young female instructor in charge of him couldn't control him. She'd punished him a few times in the beginning, but he quickly started cursing at her and using his position as the Duke's son to threaten her. He'd threatened to torture her until she died once he grew up. It eventually escalated beyond anyone's control. The instructed ran to the headmistress, crying. Telesti had since sought the young master out numerous times to try and reason with him, but he acted very differently in front of her. He was always humble, polite, and willing to accept criticism, but returned to his cruel ways the moment she left. With those above him unable to keep him under control, he'd become the academy's little boss. He thought he was free to do what he wanted, that he was out of his father's gaze. He did not know that Lorist had sent people to keep an eye on him. Furybear's informants noted his performance and recorded and passed on everything to their lord. Lorist became more and more dissatisfied with his eldest as he read through the dossier. Telesti had refused Lorist's proposal and given up her claim to a position in his family. Her daughter, thus, didn't have his family name, but their mother's instead. Lorist was very unhappy with this state of affairs, but he couldn't do anything about it. He at least had to respect his lover's decision. His eldest daughter, Nicoologus, was 11 years old, and her younger sister, Nicofratia, 7. Both were wonderful cute little girls. They had grown into 2 little princesses loved by many under their mother's intensive care and tutoring. Lorist didn't visit them at the academy often, but sent gifts frequently. He also had them come visit him wherever he was from time to time and would always spoil them when they did. Telesti hadn't let the girls visit him since his marriage, however. The last entry in the dossier recorded an incident which had happened 20 days earlier. The 2 girls had been playing in the garden in the rear of the academy. They ran into Lyscott, who'd been skipping class. The little tyrant didn't know the 2 fairies were his half-sisters. Seeing their beauty, he started harassing them. The informants watching over him couldn't stand by idly, knowing the identity of the 2 girls. They were just about to take action when someone else stepped in. Lorist's nephew, the son of his eldest brother, Helios, 15 years old, stepped in to put a stop to what was happening. He was about to transfer to Dawn Academy the following year for his martial training. He was considered one of Nico Academy's honor students, and had graduated only a short while before the incident. Lyscott left fuming. He returned to his room and took out his short sword. He hid it under his clothes and confronted Helios during lunch. He suddenly started stabbing and slashing the boy during their confrontation. Caught off guard, Helios couldn't react in time and was severely injured before the nearby instructors managed to subdue his attacker. Telesti was completely shocked by the incident and had Lyscott imprisoned. Whilst being taken away, the kid threatened to kill anyone who crossed him when he became Duke. It was a horrible scandal. Fortunately, Helios survived. Worried that the news would affect the house's reputation, Telesti silenced everyone who witnessed or knew of what happened. "Why wasn't I informed immediately?" shouted Lorist furiously. "Maybe Miss Telesti is still fretting over how to punish your son. I don't think, considering his identity, she knows what to do. She's no doubt very afraid that others will think she has some personal vendetta since she also has your children. That's her academy. What does she have to worry about? If she can't even deal with something like this, how can she run the academy? Lyscott should have been disciplined when he left Madame Malek's care. I'd like to know why, starting assuming he was my heir de jure after going to the academy. Who put that idea in his head? He's always talking about what he'll do once he takes over. He didn't even think that he might not let him inherit my title." Lorist paced around impatiently. "Maybe I should revoke his position as heir apparent." Charade choked a few times. "You can do anything but that, Your Grace." "Why not? You have to think about Anderbale's welfare. Anderbale was Lorist's youngest son, and his firstborn with Sylvia. What does this have to do with little Andy? If you revoke Lyscott's title as heir apparent, it'll look like you're preparing things so Anderbale can take his position. If this is done before everyone learns what Lyscott did to merit this, people will think that you're favoring Anderbale and going against your oath. It won't just hurt your vassal's loyalty, it'll damage the house's reputation. And if an outsider decides to interfere, things will only get worse. It's fine to punish Lyscott, but don't take away his title, at least not until we can be sure others will understand why and support your decision." Lorist nodded slowly. "You're right. I was a little too quick to decide what to do. I can come back to this when the children are older." The study's door opened at this moment and Lorist's 3 disciples entered. "What are your orders, Your Grace?" asked Reedy. Lorist took the elegant gold-laced horsewhip from Genolio and waved it around a few times. The whip clapped loudly each time it whiplashed through the air. He handed it back to Reedy. "Take this to Nico Academy and tie Lyscott up. Give him 30 lashes in front of all the students. I want each lash to draw blood. Don't stop no matter who tries to stop you. If they want to know why you're doing this, tell them I told you to do this myself. If they don't listen, kill them on the spot. Understood, Your Grace." Reedy accepted the whip and turned to leave. "Reedy, hold on a moment. Send him to Maplewoods afterwards and tell Irina he doesn't have to attend the academy anymore. By your command." When the 3 had left, Charade smiled bitterly. "This is the same as revoking his title in all but name. What will he learn in Maplewoods? You know exactly what he'll become without proper training and several more years of Irina spoiling him." "It's what they deserve," Lorist said, his eyes abyssal. "I remembered a report I saw soon after Lyscott went to Malek's family. They had frequent visitors. At the time I thought they were just household friends visiting the couple, but I now realize they were there to influence Lyscott. No wonder he didn't change at all despite them teaching him properly for several years." Charade creased. "Isn't this a conspiratorial, Your Grace? I visited Baron Malek's household several times as well." "Ha ha ha. You only visit once or twice. The people I'm talking about sometimes went there even several times a week. I thought Madame Malek was just very popular, but that clearly wasn't the case. We should know soon as Howard goes through Furybear's records. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 447 Knight Lunmord. Knight Lunmord. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Lunmord, husband of 7, father of 17. Please note that the last chapter of the week will be released tomorrow to make up for our missed release a few days ago. I've returned, Your Grace. Tarkle appeared before Lorist 15 days later. He had had no choice in his travel to Moranti. He'd been sent to the city in the 8th month of the previous year. Knight Lunmord, we had previously served on the front lines as a medic, had gone missing along with his secret bodyguard after being ambushed by a unit of mid-southern forces. When word of it got out, the 4 wives in Moranti at the time set out to look for him, causing the flow of information to stop. Tarkle had to check on the situation personally. "Did you find him?" asked Lorist. Lunmord was a legendary figure in the house. He used to be an honor student in Dawn Academy's herbalism faculty, but he was suppressed because he differed from his professor on a key research topic. Coincidentally, Charade was rallying a force for their move to the north. Feeling he had lost his future at the academy, Lunmord was swayed and became one of the 36 students to join the convoy. He didn't make any outstanding contributions during the journey. But he was really responsible with the herbalist team of which he was in charge. His capable leadership had won Lorist's trust by the time they reached the Northlands. After finally finishing the journey, he became a household knight. He refused the appointment to head of the herbalist teams and instead joined the newly formed female knight unit as an instructor. He said he wanted to teach them some herbal remedies useful on the battlefield. He shocked everyone soon after doing just that. Barely 3 months after joining the group, he'd already knocked up 7 of the trainees. What was even more shocking was that they all wanted to marry him. Their insistence drove Pesha irate. She dragged him in front of Lorist and demanded he do something about the man. In the end, Lorist decided his punishment was to marry all the women he'd knocked up. His life collapsed nearly immediately. On top of his suffering, he became infamous thanks to the records he set. His first was that he had the most wives of all the household knights, 7 in total. Fierce Tiger Lowe's had many lovers, but only one wife, Pesha. His second was being the most surveilled man in the duchy. His 7 tiger-like wives always had him under eyes. The third was being the most virile knight in the duchy. He had 17 children among his 7 wives. He had no choice but to work every waking moment of his life to keep them all fed and looked after. No matter how far into the night or how bad the weather, he could always be seen scurrying down the street carrying his medical kit to answer some call for treatment. He naturally became known as the most dedicated herbalist in the duchy. Given his talent and his age, many had ongoing bets regarding how many offspring he'd sire before he turned 50. His fourth was being the poorest knight of all. His entire income went to his wives. They only gave him 1 small silver a month with which to feed himself. It was more accurate to say he got an allowance from his wives than a salary from his lord. And he had no say in the matter. The family was huge and the costs of running it immense, and he was the sole breadwinner. All Norton knights had rather decent benefits alongside their salary. Even if they didn't make much progress in their training, a silver-ranked knight's yearly salary was around 10 gold fords. To the knights of other houses, that was enough to live luxuriously and free from worry. But Lunmord would be satisfied if it kept his family fed. His punishment meant he couldn't take up other posts either, so he had lost the opportunity to earn a higher income and get better benefits. It forced him to wander around as a freelance herbalist for extra income. It did result in him becoming quite well known and well loved in the duchy, though, especially because he was willing to treat illnesses for food, fur, or just some fruit. His fifth record was that he was the most abused knight in the house's service. While others only had to deal with 1 or 2 wives, he had to deal with 7. All of whom were talented warriors with extensive training. While his wives took care of his children, he had to toil day and night to earn a living. His house was always merry. Once one of the wives got some new clothes, the others would want some too. When one broke through in her training, the others were quick to catch up. Lunmord could only resign himself to his position. When the last of his wives broke through to the silver rank, he was still stuck at the rank's first star. He had not advanced at all since his academy days. He was also only an average swordsman, so his wives had no trouble overpowering if they got into a fight or if he tried to fight back against their abuse. The greatest blow to his hope of ever being free of his 7 demons came when they broke through to the silver rank. Pesha offered them another chance at becoming part of the all-female knight unit, but they turned it down. His wives were, though horrible wives, at least responsible mothers. The biggest issue was that there were way too many of them as far as Lunmord was concerned, 7 too many. It was very common to see all 7 walking around green-eyed. In fact, they hadn't turned down Pesha's invitation because they had no interest in becoming great or famous warriors, but because they were afraid that if anyone didn't join, they would use the opportunity to bamboozle the others out of their share of the house's finances. Besides, they already had a husband to give them the money they needed, so why take the risk? At one alumni gathering, Lunmord had recounted his typical day to his fellow students. They were so depressed on his behalf they all cried together. He didn't have a chance to really enjoy a good chat with his old friends, though, because one of his wives showed up and dragged him away. When she burst into the tavern, she shouted at him. He jumped back and hopped over like a frightened hare. That was the moment that everyone understood why his marrying the 7 women was a punishment. When Bullhorn Bay was finished and the trade route to Moranti established, he was sent to the city to gather information. Lorist had originally relied on the Peterson Guild and Red Grace Inn for information, but that dried up quickly. Lorist soured his relationship with the Big 7 on his last visit, so he couldn't trust that the Guild, being one of the Big 7, would give him crucial information that might not be very beneficial to the Union. And, considering his soured relationship with the Union's leaders, he didn't want to drag old Char into the mess. The two had a good relationship. The old man was Elsa's uncle and rather close to Reedy. Lorist, however, was a noble from a hostile kingdom and had a sour relationship with the Union, so it was likely that the old man and his inn would get into trouble if it was discovered it was being used as a gathering point for Lorist's informants. To avoid involving Charlando and his family in any trouble related to the house, Lorist set up another gathering spot for his informants. The man he sent to set it up and run it? Lunmord, of course. He was the most suited for the job, after all. Firstly, he was a herbalist who had some semblance of a reputation in the city. It was also only known that he'd left the city, not that he had pledged himself to House Norton. Most people just assumed he had left because of his falling out with his professor. It was only natural that he would eventually return and settle down in his home city. Given his profession, he could also set up his own apothecary in the city's commoners sector, and his wives could be his assistants and guardians. They were even stronger than him, so there would be no need to send others along. He thus set out for the city with 4 of his wives. The other 3 stayed behind to raise the children. The 3 weren't very happy about not being able to go to the city, so it was decided that they would rotate annually. Every year one of the 4 in Moranti and one of the 3 back home would switch places. Lunmord's was really efficient. All sorts of information started to flood onto Lorist's deck soon after the man left. At the same time, his apothecary became quite popular. It was a huge change for Lunmord. The commoners in Moranti were far richer than those in the Northlands, and all the profit was his to keep. Given his extra income, Lunmord himself slowly became rich. He initially used the Peterson Guild to ferry his reports to the Northlands, but as the situation between Andanak and the Union worsened, they could eventually not be trusted with such sensitive information. Lorist gave him an eagle with which to send his messages out of the city, but that was his downfall. The cover story was that a relative of his who lived far away from the city had sent him the eagle to help them keep in touch. It unfortunately caught the eye of one of the Union's new nobles, who forced him to sell it to him. The eagle, luckily, remembered its training and flew back to the Dominion the first time the Lord took it out on a hunt. Incensed, the noble ransacked his house to make sure it hadn't returned to its former owner. He found nothing and had to let the incident go. The noble, however, had every intention of getting back at Lunmord for this perceived wrong. When the war between the Union and its neighbors started, he made sure the herbalist was forcefully conscripted and sent to the front lines. His departure cut the flow of information. Luckily 2 of his wives knew of his mission and were scheduled to return home soon. They informed Tarkal of the situation and he sent 2 agents to replace him. The younger of the 2 was sent to Lunmord's side as a relative to keep him safe, while the other took over his position in the apothecary. The latter, unfortunately, did not have Lunmord's more sensitive, well-placed, and important connections, so the information he could get was mostly of only passing interest. The last year's 8th month saw the war rapidly deteriorate. One of the enemy's armies assaulted a Union logistics center. It was just a skirmish as far as the war was concerned, something the history books would easily overlook, but Lunmord and his young guard were involved. When the Union sent reinforcements to clean up the mess, they found Lunmord and his guard missing. The moment his wives found out what had happened, they packed up and left to look for their husband. Not even Lunmord's replacement in the apothecary could stop them. He could just send a report back home with all expediency. Tarkal had mobilized several experienced units and had headed off immediately to clean up the mess. We've located Lunmord. He's been captured by the army that attacked the camp. We can't bring them back, however. The Unions declared him a traitor, said Tarkal with a bitter smile. What? Lorist felt faint. The Union managed to capture a few of the Jacano kingdom's men, among them was the kingdom's eldest prince and heir apparent. He was severely injured and the Union didn't know of his identity. Lunmord insisted on treating him and managed to save him. The prince's other subordinates attacked soon after, rescued the prince and took Lunmord and his guard with them. The traces they left behind guided his 4 wives to them, but the Union scouts saw the reunion. When he reported what he saw to his superiors, the Union ruled that Lunmord must have been a sleeper agent and declared him a traitor. They blamed him for camp's loss as well, so they didn't have to worry about taking responsibility for their failures. Lorist didn't know how to react. So there really is no way Lunmord can go back to the Union now. We'll have to bring him back sooner or later. Of course, Your Grace. It's just that we haven't found a reliable way to do that yet. We'll have to wait for the war to end. Learn anything else on your trip? Tarkal hesitated for a few moments before he answered. I suspect this whole war is a big conspiracy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448 Conspiracy. Conspiracy. Conspiracy, the fear of the masses and the truth of the elite. Unknown. Within the wide, illuminated meeting room hung map after map of the mid-southern nations. There weren't many people present, only Lorist, Tarkle, Charade, and Kedden, who had replaced Hansk. Reedy, Howard, and Genolio remained seated to the side. Tarkle was arranging some documents. He stood in front of one of the maps with a wooden pointer. The Union has swallowed 9 nations, including Taribo, since the War of Glass. Not including Lormo and Mobia, which gave up their sovereignty voluntarily. It has become one of the largest nations on the continent. Most of the other nations have weakened since the start of its rise. Trade routes have been cut and borders sealed. Everyone around the Union is wary of its domineering attitude. 4 years ago, the Big Seven guilds organized an effort to increase their sphere of influence by enacting regulations to restore order to trade and resolving some of its internal conflicts. They then turned their attention to their neighbors. They had hoped to smooth over their relationship and get the borders reopened and be able to start trading again. The neighboring nations did not trust them enough to give them a chance, however. The Union has become the greatest threat to peace, so no one will give them a chance to get stronger. Tarkle tapped the map in front of him. The middle part of the continent has formed its own loose coalition of kingdoms over the last 300 years. While there are frequent conflicts between the 34 member kingdoms, they always stand together when someone outside the coalition threatens them. The most recent such threats were the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, and the Coistan Khanate. The 2 kingdoms that usually faced the last 2 were Kalia and Jigda. Jigda is separated from their opponent, the Roman Empire, by the Aramalaf Mountains and the impregnable Madras Pass. They haven't actually fought much as a result. Kalia is the kingdom that's done most of the actual defending. Before this, the Windstorm Sword Saint used to represent Kalia. The kingdom was adept at balancing relations between the 2 superpowers and were supported by 7 neighboring nations. Until recently, they'd been keeping the peace very effectively. It's been 30 years since the last conflict. Neither of Kalia's opponents were willing to sit by and watch their enemy take over the kingdom. Its fall to the enemy meant the enemy had the opportunity to raid the other kingdoms to the north. Neither side could afford to give the other a chance to gain so much and tip the balance in their favor. However, it wasn't the legendary Windstorm Sword Saint that caused Roman and Coistan to refrain from invading. The 2 superpowers each had 1 Sword Saint after all. There were also rumors that the Windstorm Sword Saint had a really bad relationship with the royal family. Someone involved revealed that the Union had been working on him for 7 years before finally getting him to switch sides. That is the truth of Kalia's demise. Roman and Coistan cooperatively divided Kalia's territory among them evenly before going into all-out war with each other. The war has been going for 3 years now and neither side has much stamina left. Roman currently has the advantage. However, according to intelligence reports from Roman, most of the nobles are asking the king to end the war. Jigda became the coalition's front line. Though the 34 stand together, they're actually divided into 5 factions. The Union leads the northernmost faction. The nations on their side are mostly those that fought alongside the Union against the Christian Empire. In the south is the faction led by Kalia. The other factions are sandwiched in between them. It's almost impossible to figure out what geographical area each of the 3 controls because it's one big orgy of marriage alliances and chaotic borders. They send supplies, money, and the occasional expedition to whichever border nation is currently facing invasion from outside the coalition, but are nearly wholly occupied with their own squabbles and feuds. The old empire fought them and the Union on the Phallic Plains for over a century. The only reason the Union didn't collapse was that the coalition kept on helping them out. The empire collapsed instead. With the threat to the north eliminated, the force that kept the alliance between the Union and the coalition going disappeared. The War of Glass severed what goodwill still existed between the Union and its former allies, especially after its absorption of 9 of the coalition's members. The Union has become another nation filled with ambitions for the coalition's territory, another enemy to fight. Tarkle took a folder from his aide. It was a report by the Marathi Daily from 3 years ago with the headline "Coalition's Army Invades. 300 Union soldiers make heroic sacrifice." Tarkle waved the newspaper around as he spoke. This is how the conflict started. As the newspaper reports, it was the coalition's army that attacked one of the Union's camps first. We didn't think much about it at the time. And nothing came of it. A year later, however, the Union suddenly marched on the border and stood off against the coalition, 140,000 men on the Union side, and at least 200,000 on the coalition side. When I visited Moranti, people in the loop obtained some fresh information. Some say this was because the coalition's army didn't prepare for war to break out at all. They had stationed their troops there only in defense. To the various nations, the Union was a force so huge they didn't dare offend it. Gathering 200,000 men was only a show of force to have a better position in negotiations. Why would members of the coalition attack if they were too afraid of provoking the Union? I discovered that the unit that attacked the Union first was sent by Jigda. After the war broke out, it used the excuse of the backlash from the other nobles for their drawing first blood to return to their nation. There are a few crucial things worth mentioning. The Windstorm Sword Saints' departure to the Union as well as the smooth division of Kalia's territory is highly suspect. Then, there's also the immediate outbreak of war between the two empires. It was as if they wanted to duke it out first before going for the richer coalition. Additionally, with Kalia eliminated, Jigda had to defend against the two, making them the most important and influential nation in the coalition. It's strange that the kingdom isn't worried about the two empires on their border. They were the biggest contributor of forces to the border with the Union before the war started. While it's one of the strongest proponents of the anti-Union sentiment, they're all bark and no bite. Apart from sending out the first unit to kick off the war, they haven't provided any substantial aid. Even when the Union's armies completely dominate the coalition, all Jigda does is complain about how incompetent the commanders are. Duke Fustat was appointed commander-in-chief and took an army of 200,000 to face the Union. I think the damage Jigda has done to its neighbors is much worse than what the Union has managed. Duke Fustat has also been very passive as of late. He hasn't just completely ignored Chictor's territory, he's also refused to send troops to reinforce his allies before they agree that he is in charge. Chictor is exposed. It's too far from the Union for it to support the guild. It's also only a kingdom and a duchy away from Jigda. Duke Fustat could easily occupy the territory, but he's not doing anything. And every time someone tries to bring it up, he either tells them his forces aren't organized yet or says he can't move out until this with Roman and Cowiston calms down. Then there's the very convenient coincidence that the Union and Jigda appear to be moving in concert. The Union occupied the kingdoms and duchies bordering them and immediately shifted the bulk of their forces to Chictor's territory. It looks like they want to crush Duke Fustat's army. But now there appears to be a dance going on. The Union invades, takes over some territory, but just as it seems they're about to break through and completely ravage the coalition, Duke Fustat intervenes and pushes them back to Chictor's borders. People have missed something key, though. Every time Fustat takes action against the Union, he also annexed land from the kingdoms and duchies around him. He's already taken over 5 kingdoms. The Union magically knows where to attack to capture the kingdom's heirs or rulers. They always vanish or die in the fighting. Fustat then takes over their lands to ensure stability. I have no doubt the kingdoms will be incorporated when the war ends. The Union's armies have suffered rather heavily in these engagements, that's why Duke Fustat hasn't garnered any suspicion yet. However, when I was in Moranti, I discovered that the Union troops sacrificed weren't the Big Seven's forces. They were all always from second or third-rate guilds and mercenary bands. The Big Seven's forces will take a territory, then turn it over to the smaller forces to hold. The enemy will attack right after the Big Seven withdraw. Tarkal used pointed at the map with the distribution of territorial control between the Union and the coalition. Because of these 6 points, we suspect the whole war is a farce, a show put on by Jigda and the Union so they can swallow the other kingdoms and duchies. Jigda might become another superpower like the Union by the end of the war, but that was the conspiracy Tarkal suspected. Everyone in the conference looked at each other, flabbergasted. It sounded a little far-fetched. If it really was so, then the continent was going to change drastically in the coming years. The formation of new superpowers would usher the continent into a new age of struggles. The Warring States era would come to an end. Are the kings and dukes that blind? Don't they suspect it anything at all? Asked Spiel. Maybe they do, but I can't be sure. This is all happening quite far away. Fury Bear can't stretch its claws that far yet. We can't get any concrete information. However, given the chaotic situation they are in, the kings and dukes are probably trying to rake in benefits. Maybe they haven't even considered that they would be the targets of others. Then again, it's not like there aren't any clear-headed people in the coalition at all. I visited the front lines. I got to know the Prince of Jacano through Knight Lunmord. The prince is quite bright and he also suspects Jigda of colluding with the Union. He was in the midst of his investigation into the matter when his unit was attacked. Fortunately, Lunmord saved him. The prince had prepared to form an alliance with the surrounding nations to defend themselves against Jigda. They wish to break off from the coalition Fustat controls and form their own coalition to defend against both. Maybe they will be forced by circumstances to unite into another large kingdom. The only shame is that we don't have access to their trade routes. They really need military equipment and daily necessities, things we can offer in abundance, said Tarkal. Lorist stood up. Let's adjourn the meeting for today. We've gained a basic understanding of the situation. The war is a little too far from the Northlands, so even if the conspiracy is real, it won't affect us in the near future. I am confident that, as long as we stay strong, we have no need to fear becoming embroiled in any storms. Yes, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449 Helplessness. Helplessness. A lord's worst enemies are not his rivals, they are his in-laws. Excerpt from Principles of Nobility by Duke Faisablin. Be more wary of your in-laws than your mortal enemy. You at least know what your enemy has in mind, you have no such certainty with your in-laws. Excerpt from Treatises on War by Norton Lorist. Howard stood with Tarkle before Lorist and said, "Me lord, the results of the investigation are in." Lorist handed a signed document to Charade, his face stone cold. "Tell me who had a part in this." Howard opened the blue folder and took out a piece of paper. Knight Zywak's wife, Lady Moya, Supervisor Yuka's wife Seshla, Miss Crotto and Knight Lambert's wife, Lady Darley. They are the ones who visited the Malek household the most. As Milord said, they visit at least 3 times a week with the express aim of getting on Madame Malek's good side. They all used to be Irina's maidservants from Maplewoods. Even Supervisor Yuka's was a bastard servant. What's going on with Zywak and Lamord? Why have they taken Irina's maidservants as wives? Lorist snapped his quill in fury and dropped it. He recalled that the knights used to be refugees. They had joined the northbound convoy. They served as guards and were eventually taken in as household knights when they broke through to the silver rank and made captains of Firmrock regiments. Lamord was even going to be promoted to major for his contributions. Zywak and Lamord were guards when they got to know their wives. They had asked Irina for the hands of her maidservants in marriage, but were refused. 4 years ago, when young Master Lyscott was sent to Baron Malek's manor, Madame Irina agreed to the proposals. Their wives asked them to move to Redriver, which is near Baron Malek's manor. I recall Zywak had boasted in a tavern that his new wife was really attentive. Firmrock was stationed in Redriver at the time, so the move wasn't an issue. He said his wife sold her house in Felicitas to move to Redriver because she wasn't willing to stay far away from him. So, moving would make it more convenient to visit her when he was off duty. After Madame Malek was acquainted with the two, and Supervisor Yuka's wife, the visits became more frequent and they would often have tea and snacks together. The informants in charge of recording young Master Lyscott's daily life didn't notice anything untoward. Since they were wives of household knights, they also tried not to pry too deep and avoided them. As a result, they didn't keep a close eye on their interactions with the young lord. When I went to investigate, the two informants only recalled that the ladies seemed to have a good relationship with him. Tarkles became quieter as he spoke. It was a huge blunder. Lorist had strictly ordered that Irina not be allowed to interfere with Lyscott's growth and education, yet a small detour was enough to continue with her meddling without anyone noticing. Had it not been for his suspicions, no one would have known. This was a slight on Tarkle, who was put in charge of the house's intelligence network. Who is this Supervisor Yuka's? Howard checked the folder. Yuka's used to be Maplewood's servant, he was a favorite of Supervisor Hansk. His first wife was also a bastard servant. She died in childbirth. Yuka's is a responsible and reliable fellow who does what he is told properly. After young Master Lyscott was brought to Baron Malek's household, Supervisor Hansk suggested Madame Irina let the kitchen's chief maid, Seshla, marry Yuka's as his second wife. At the same time, they made him the chief supervisor of the servants working across 8 different manors and used it as an excuse to acquaint him with Madame Malek. Given his wife's culinary talent, Madame Malek invited her over frequently. Lamord and Zywak's wives were also introduced to Madame Malek through Seshla. That's enough. Lorist roared as he slammed his table. Documents, a few ink bottles, and some utensils fell to the ground. Very impressive. They managed to weave such a huge net without anyone noticing. It's no wonder Lyscott didn't change at all. He even learned how to put up a front. Lorist paced around in the study. Charade, Tarkle, and Howard remained silent. They knew the flames of wrath burned in Lorist and they didn't know when they would explode. Chief Supervisor Charade, how do you think we should deal with this? Your Grace, is there a need to go so far? You've already all but disinherited young Master Lyscott. As for Lamord and Zywak, they are entirely unaware of this. Even Supervisor Yuka's is just a loyal and honest servant. This is a conspiracy of their wives under instructions by Irina. No one in the house will accept the punishment of innocent bystanders. Even if it is by your order. If you punish their wives, Charade paused, Your Grace, they are not wrong to worry about young Master Lyscott. There is no good excuse to punish them. Instead, this would affect your reputation and become a scandal. Charade was right. This was not something that could be brought up publicly. No matter who it was, they would believe Irina was only looking out for her son, which was only to be expected. Lorist continued his pacing, dissatisfied. Charade, transfer Zywek, Lamord, and Yukis to Hanna Yabarta for 10 years starting next year's 5th month. For the second time in his life, and the second time in as many weeks, Lorist was exiling people under him in all but name. Hanna Yabarta was far from the continent, at least a month removed by sea. Charade shook his head exasperatedly. He did not protest, however, he knew there was no further compromise to be made. By your command, your grace. How shall we treat them? Like everyone else, Lorist replied, before he turned to Tarkal, the house will likely not deploy any forces for the next 2 years. We need to let our forces rest and recuperate. It's okay to relax foreign intelligence a little. I need you to help Howard set up an internal security department. First, we have to deal with the various relations within our dominion. Give me a list of everyone who has close relations and frequent contact with the Bastide. I'm sure Hanna Yabarta will appreciate a few more helping hands. Understood, Your Grace, replied Howard and Tarkal together. Your Grace shouldn't cause such a ruckus over this, Charade advised when the two had left the study. Lorist sat down and clutched his head. Sigh, you don't understand. I already knew something was off when so many people opposed my marriage to Sylvia. The net was woven right under my nose without my noticing. I am shocked. I never expected the little birdie to grow into such an ambitious and scheming wench. Charade kept his mouth shut, pretending he hadn't heard anything. After all, this was one of those family matters Lorist was so touchy on. He considered it wholly inappropriate and unacceptable for anyone else to have an opinion. Lorist looked at Charade's feigned ignorance and laughed. That's why I want to cut off all her tentacles. She really doesn't understand what's at stake. She dared to use her maidservants to rope in my household nights. Since she likes it so much, I'll let her weave her net in Hanna Yabarta. You don't have to pretend you can't hear me. I need you to keep an eye on them. Have Howard and Tarkal first investigate the staff in Cherry Blossom Ridge. I don't want anyone with any connections, even if they're 2 degrees separated through family or friends, with the Bastide or anyone in the Bastide. Same goes for anyone brought up the ranks by Hansk. Move them somewhere else. I want nothing that can endanger Anderbale or Sylvia anywhere near them. Understood, Your Grace, Charade nodded. Lorist finally sat back down. New Year's is in a few days, our celebration will start soon. I bet Phelim, Kenmays, and Hennard will arrive tomorrow. Is everything ready? Don't worry, Your Grace. We're more than prepared. They might not stay in the mansion, though. Their private manors were recently completed in the special noble sector. Naturally, Duke Kenmays' is the grandest in the city. Rumor has it he plans to host non-stop banquets all through the winter after our New Year's celebration ends. He's always like that. He loves enjoying himself and making merry. He could maintain another legion with the money he splurges on banquets and feasts. Lorist sometimes envied Kenmays' hedonistic life. He didn't have any worries at all. Apart from running the Salt Merchant Committee, he didn't have to deal with anything as Lorist took care of everything else. There was nothing Kenmays had to fear. Year 1784 soon arrived. The house held a grand celebration which lasted for 7 days straight. It was the first celebration in 2 years, so there was quite a bit of ceremony to get out of the way. The duchy had 14 new landed barons and 7 honorary barons to enfeoff and entitle. There were also 100 foreign honorary nobles who'd converted their titles in the last 2 years. The house hosted a second banquet after the first ended. Howard and Katrina were the guests of honor this time. Everyone was celebrating their marriage. Phelim had declared in front of everyone in attendance that he was giving a new viscounty around Boblage to his daughter. He enraged Duke Faisablin and made all the other nobles envious. Luckily the old man kept himself under control and didn't cause a ruckus. Lorist had not expected the Duke to head to the Northlands to attend the celebration, but it wasn't an unpleasant surprise. It wasn't like he could stop him anyway. Even Sylvia couldn't keep him from coming, he was playing the role of Xanthi's chaperone. The girl had no desire to see the old man, but she had little choice but to exchange pleasantries with him. She was still very close to her adoptive mother, but the woman's tense relationship with her husband troubled her. The whole thing was awkward for Lorist. He had to be polite during the war for the sake of appearances and to keep military cooperation going smoothly. That, and he couldn't be seen to be disobeying his king's orders to get along with his rival. They had helped each other out a few times, but he still considered House Faisablin his greatest threat. What made things even more awkward was that the old man had switched gears completely with Anderbale's birth. He no longer acted like the rival proper as he should, he was now a Patu's grandfather-in-law. The sudden and extreme change completely unnerved Lorist. The only thing he could do to ease his discomfort was to mock the old man for his thick skin. He couldn't believe his rival was now suddenly acting like his senior. Even so, it wasn't like he could chase him away. He gave in and welcomed them with a smile and hospitality. His visit wasn't just awkwardness, though, he brought with him a 2 million gold Ford order. He couldn't be bamboozled as he had been last time, however. He absolutely refused to purchase anything at the fivefold increase in price he had to with their last transaction. He demanded market price and wouldn't accept a copper more. If Lorist couldn't satisfy him, he would make the deal with Auguslo instead. The king had just reclaimed 11 provinces. Territories like Handra, Forint, and Farkle had pretty developed handcraft industries where daily necessities could be produced. Though Lorist had swept Farkle's craftsmen clean, if Faisablin really gave the order to him, it would spur the economy on and the king would benefit a lot. He's a real fox, that bastard, thought Lorist. House Faisablin's submission and return to the kingdom had completely ruined his plans. He knew that Duke Faisablin had offered the order as a gesture of friendship. Ken Mays was chomping at the bit to close the deal. They wouldn't make as much out of it as they had last time, but it was still 400,000 clean profit. This wasn't the only hit the Duke would get in on him, though. They had barely finished talking about the first order when the Duke hit with his second offer. He offered to allow the Salt Merchant Committee to send an annual convoy to the Eastern Plains to trade directly with the barbarians. He would obviously handle the convoy's security, but other than that he would have minimal involvement. Ken Mays almost wanted to bite off Lorist's leg so he could run around hugging it all day. His eyes bled the blood-wine mixture in his veins. Do you have any idea how much money we'll get from this? Lorist kicked the leech away. Fine, you win. I agree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450. A Peaceful Year. A peaceful year. Andinak's nobility had very contradictory views on peace. On the one extreme sat the then Duke Norton Lorist, his famous quote, "The only justification for war is a desire for peace," and on the other extreme was the then King Andinak Auguslo, who was known to say peace is only a preparation for war. In time, these two opposing views would be tested thoroughly. Excerpt from On Peace and War by Nico Algius in Thracia. 1784 was a rare year where Lorist got to spend his time in comfort and peace. The house was moving towards prosperity and there were no longer enemies in the region. He had toiled without rest to protect it in the past, from building up his military, to preparing for battle, to developing the Dominion non-stop, to leading the troops to defeat one noble house after another. Finally, he could spend some time in the Dominion, quietly. Most matters were on track and didn't need his oversight. The once desolate and rural Northlands had turned into a symbol of prosperity. Developed residential areas, busy city squares, newly opened shops and workshops, and endless fields of golden crops painted a mural of hope and peace. In contrast, his enemies and rivals were ridden with famine and chaos. He was certain the rest of the year would be quite peaceful. Auguslo was busy managing his new gains. Naturally, he cared more about expanding his armies than appeasing the populace. All his resources were spent on his forces. It slowed the return of civilian life to normal and the province's repair. The king even had to buy 400,000 gold Ford's daily necessities from House Norton. According to Furybear's informants, there were only 350,000 people left in the 11 provinces. The king was relying on the 7 still in decent shape to form 7 field legions and 2 garrison legions, nearly 350,000 men in total. He was obsessed with military expansion. He had changed some of his tactics, though. Instead of keeping the soldiers in barracks all the time, he allowed them to farm part-time. They had to till the soil along with their normal military training. He had learned at least part of the lesson. He intended to create a well-trained force this time rather than the ragtag militia he had used in the past. Their upkeep, however, drove his entire domain, from peer to peasant, into extreme poverty. Charade reminded Lorist that he shouldn't be careless in light of the king's expansion. He might change his mind and turn on them. Lorist just laughed. He told Charade that their king wouldn't be that irrational. Besides, even if Auguslo wished to go against the Northlands, what threat could he pose with just 300,000 average troops? The Northlands wasn't directly connected to the king's domain. Even if he wanted to launch an attack, he would have to occupy southern. This would immediately warn them of his intentions and not do any direct harm. House Faisablin's changes shocked Lorist the most. The Duke returned to Eastwild after spending the winter in the Northlands. Upon his return, he started a complete reorganization of his armies. He disbanded the 3 frontier legions and the garrison legion in Crouch Tiger Castle, and formed 2 garrison legions, each around 28,000 strong, as well as 2 cavalry legions around 45,000 strong. He stationed 1 garrison legion and 1 cavalry legion in Eastwild and Gold Creek respectively. In some sense, Duke Faisalblin's reorganization could be taken as downsizing of his forces. He had 20,000 men less in his forces after the reorganization. However, it served to decrease his neighbors' hostility and wariness. The frontier legions were known for their surprise attacks, after all. Kenmay's Salt Merchant Committee sent a large convoy to the east in the 6th month. They continued to trade for 4 months. The convoy returned triumphantly in the 10th month with more than 2 million gold fords in profit. Kenmay's had barely set foot back in his domain and he was already gathering up the goods for the following year's convoy. Lorist wasn't that surprised. Given how large the great northeastern plains were, the number of grassland barbarians living there was surely hard to count. House Faisalblin was considered the plains' hegemon, but it only occupied the southeastern part of the plains, a third of its entirety at best. They controlled the trade routes tightly and without their permission, no convoy could enter the plains. The house had, in the past, bought large quantities of goods from the Salt Merchant Committee and resold it to the barbarians at 2 or 3 times the buying price. That was also one of the reasons Lorist had attacked them. He wanted control of those routes instead. On the one hand, he wanted to suppress the house's expansion, and, on the other, he wanted a bite of the cake. Before Kenmay set out with the convoy, Lorist reminded him to check the records of their sales to House Faisalblin in the past. He shouldn't bring what he thought the barbarians needed over there and should avoid selling the same things House Faisalblin had bought in the past. These things had already been sold to the barbarians and wouldn't fetch as good a price. It was best to take things they didn't have. Kenmay listened carefully to his friend's advice and closely analyzed the list. His analysis revealed 2 golden opportunities. The first was that the products House Faisalblin had purchased from them were durable, they could withstand lots of punishment and still work. Such things usually sold for very little. The second was that House Faisalblin only bought 3 types of consumables: salt, tea bricks, and linen. Kenmay came to a simple conclusion: there were different social classes even among the barbarians. He should cater his sales to each of the different classes. He thus focused his loadout on luxury goods and strong liquor. As expected, they were incredibly popular and the fierce demand raised the prices manifold. He grinned so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. Unlike Kenmay's, who only wanted to focus on forming convoys and doing business, Lorist turned his attention to wild husbandry. The province neighbored the Northlands and the bridge House Kenmay's had built connected the provinces on either side of the river. This was another way out of the proverbial island of the north. So far, Houses Norton and Faisalblin's borders in wild husbandry was the Soxius River. House Norton occupied 2/3 of the province, House Faisalblin the rest. Their reorganization, however, saw them withdraw all but a few small garrisons from the entire region. Lorist had wanted wild husbandry solely for trade with the barbarians. If the province was completely under his control, he could build a huge window in the market in Eastwild. It wasn't on the same scale as the annual trade session House Faisalblin allowed the salt merchant to commit. Instead, it would be a year-long open market. The potential profit was immense. However, before he could confirm the province belonged to him, he couldn't realize his dream. The province was supposed to be under House Faisalblin's rule in name. This was neither Auguslo's order nor Second Prince Iblia's decree. It was instead the honor bequeathed by Christian VII after Duke Faisalblin expanded the empire's territory into Eastwild. Christian VII made Eastwild House Faisalblin hereditary fief and gave them jurisdiction over wild husbandry as well. This meant that the reason House Faisalblin had 3 provinces under its control had nothing to do with Auguslo. Wild husbandry and Eastwild were given to them by Christian VII, and Gold Creek was new territory they had conquered on their own. There would be no problem for them to rule those territories for the foreseeable future. That was the problem. If he wanted to take wild husbandry, even if Duke Faisalblin was happy to give it away, Auguslo wouldn't allow it. He would never allow House Norton to take yet another province as long as he had even a peep of say in the matter. If Faisalblin relinquished his claim on the territory, Auguslo would claim it for himself. It's all that old fox's fault. It'd be great if he were still enemies with the alliance. At the very least, he could have waited until I conquered the whole province before going into talks. If he had conquered the whole of wild husbandry, he could have forced House Faisalblin to cede land during the ceasefire talks, and Auguslo wouldn't have been able to do anything about it since it was awarded as a spoil of war between noble houses in conflict. There would have been no way he could have meddled. It was good that the Duke had made a gesture of amity to the alliance and had even decreased the size of his forces. It was good news to the alliance as they no longer had to worry about him as an enemy, especially since he was Lorist's grandfather-in-law and his wife's grandfather. There was a saying in his previous life, something along the lines of, "It's hard to work against someone closely related." Lorist believed this was the perfect example. Having no way to deal with the Duke, Lorist could only turn his attention to teaching and guiding his 3 disciples. After getting his permission, Reedy happily strapped Genolio onto the rotary device and began the spinning. 3 months later, Genolio managed to develop man-made dynamic vision. The sight of Geniolo on the ground, snot leaking out of every hole that had it, was so terrifying it made Freyr give up on the idea of getting his 16-year-old twin sons to become Lorist's disciples. He decided to keep his sons by his side and teach them himself instead. Though taking Lorist as teacher was something of which to be proud, Reedy told Freyr that all of his disciples had to suffer the hell he had just witnessed. The twins shrunk after seeing the incessantly vomiting Genolio, much to Reedy's disappointment. Lorist trained a lot and accompanied Sylvia and his 4 concubines these days. He also played with his infant son Anderbale, who loved to crawl around, and taught his 3 disciples. The days passed quickly and the year's end soon came round. Charade was preparing to organize another grand New Year's celebration. Lorist felt the year wasn't really all that productive. The only thing worth mentioning was that he had impregnated Ariadne during her visits. When she realized she was pregnant after returning to her family barony, she penned a letter and launched into a long stream of curses before declaring. She ended the letter with the declaration that the child would have her name, Dina, not his, and demanded that he leave a barony to the child, be it boy or girl. To the house's many officials and knights, however, 1784 wasn't a peaceful year at all. They suffered through a massive purge. Every household knight and official with ties to Maplewoods was reassigned to either Hanayabarda or some rural corner far away from Ragebear. Those with key positions in the house were also given only peripheral positions at their new postings. Lorist brought his wife, concubines, and sons to pay respects to his ancestors during the 8th month. While staying at the Bastide to visit White Deer Mound, he taught Irina and her 2 sons a quick lesson before ignoring them completely. He left with his entourage for Nico Academy as soon as the ceremony was over. His visit to Bastide and what he did to his ex-concubine and her offspring also informed everyone why he had conducted his purge. The Bastide was quickly isolated from the rest of the house, avoided by the officials, and feared by the peasantry. Kenmays brought a guest with him when he came for the annual celebration, Duke Forrand of Youngchandler Province. The Duke had come to participate on the surface, but the real reason was to ask Lorist for a loan. He only realized how impoverished his new fief was when he arrived. He tried to forage some minerals to begin developing it and tried to develop part of Egret Swamp into farmland. Unfortunately, he only had a little under 1 million gold fords, far from enough to keep his fief afloat. He had come to ask for a loan of 3 million gold fords. Kenmays was fine with lending him money as long as Lorist agreed, but he could only give him half of what he needed. Since House Norton was currently pretty well off, Forrand could ask them for the rest. Kenmays was certain, given Lorist's obsession for development, he would be willing to chip in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451 Joint Development. Joint Development. A true leader is not a perfect man, for no such man exists, but one with the awareness to recognize his shortcomings and faults, the humility to admit them to himself, and the wisdom to surround himself with people who can make up for them. Duke Forrand. It was Duke Forrand's first visit to the Northlands. He was shocked when he traveled through Delamock. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the various fiefs' clearly defined borders, the wide expansive streets, and the farmland beside the road where crisscrossing irrigation routes could be spotted. It all completely upended his previous impressions regarding the province. Wasn't the highway supposed to be the Empire's worst? The most costly, the longest, and the most indirect? I heard that in order to not infringe on the various nobles' lands, its construction was changed multiple times. It snakes across the land like a drunk reptile. I heard it was so expensive that all the nobles involved were rich by the end. What's with this flat and wide highway? Did Duke Madras build it? He hadn't passed through Southern, Winston, or Delamock on his way to Youngchandler. He'd instead gone through Egret Swamp. It was a harder road to travel, but twice as fast as the alternative. The other dukes had also passed through the swamp. Kenmays had told him that everything he saw was thanks to Duke Lorist's efforts. After conquering Madras, the Duke had relocated all the nobles to Winston and invested nearly 2 million gold fords and 100,000 captive soldiers in the new highway's construction. It had taken 2.5 years to finish. He also built irrigation channels. Once they were finished, he redrew the various domains' borders before sending over the fief's new lord. Why would House Norton invest so much money in developing a territory only under their jurisdiction? Duke Forrand was completely speechless. Had House Norton really splurged 2 million gold fords on a province they only governed, but did not own? Who knew how many years it would take to recoup their expenses? While they controlled the territory, it belonged to their vassals. All they got from the land was a tenth of its agricultural and resource yields in tax. Usually, highway projects of such magnitude were undertaken by kingdoms. House Norton could rightly demand financial aid from their king. However, when he thought of the king's personality, he knew it would never happen. House Norton really is rich. Ken Mays laughed. You think this is a huge investment? You might not know this, but House Norton invested nearly 20 million in the Northlands and another 20 on their military. How do you think their elite troops were born? Pure money. Ken Mays believed Lorist spent too much on his forces. In the same vein, Lorist believed he spent too much on leisure. He had heard Lorist mention before that half the house's annual income was spent on its military. Lorist had to be paranoid. He spent so much money on his military that it exceeded even the kingdom's military strength. No wonder the king was jealous. He could easily estimate House Norton's income. This was how he came to the conclusion that they spent at least 3 million on their military every year. Then again, the shade was always the best under a big tree. The stronger House Norton was, the more assurance he could get from hugging Lorist's leg. He could rely on the great tree to earn his money in peace without worry of anyone else setting their sights on House Ken Mays. Duke Forand was completely dumbstruck. So much gold. How did they get so much money? They took it. Ken Mays understood Lorist's background well. He had heard many stories about the northbound journey several times while drinking with Charade, Lowe's, and a number of others, and knew they had raided the whole way to the Northlands. You're joking, right? How could they possibly take so much money? Duke Forand shook his head. When that fellow was still studying in Moranti, he formed a convoy to return to the Northlands to inherit his title. On the way, the nobles wanted to take advantage of him, so he slaughtered his way through their fiefs. In the entire journey, he never lost a single battle. He raided everything he could along the way. His convoy grew powerful enough to clean out all of Andanak at His Majesty's request when they came to the kingdom's borders. He was the one that helped His Majesty ascend to the throne. You can only imagine how much he must have taken. He cleaned out nearly 100 nobles. They continued raiding through Madras and the Duke of the Northland's door. They took everything, from gold to men and women, to even the young and old. They even raided Windbury. The biggest incident was when he completely annihilated the slave kingdom Hanayobarda. That alone should have netted them at least 30 million gold fords. Duke Forand's jaw dangled on his feet. Really? What would I get by lying to you? Even Lorist and his goons talk about everything in broad daylight. Just look at their expressions when they mention raiding. You'll never understand how terrifyingly efficient Lorist's men are at raiding. The places they've raided are cleaner than fresh parchment when they're done. Ken Mays spoke of House Norton's raiding with a tone of mocking and envy. He licked his lips. That fella even robbed me of my 100,000 gold fords. Lorist had just returned to the Northlands at the time, without his convoy. The first house he dealt with was House Ken Mays. Not only did he set fire to their Viscounty, Redriver Valley, he even swept it clean of everything and anything valuable. Not even Ken Mays's 100,000 gold ford stash in his secret room was spared. Though he now ran the Salt Merchant Committee and dealt with millions of gold fords and spent more than 100,000 gold fords on his luxurious life every year, the thought of his lost stash still drove knives into his heart. It was money he had siphoned from the house's guild over a decade. Even his father didn't know of it. That he had never benefited from all his hard work pained him eternally. The thought of him living so frugally after joining the guild to put each and every coin into his stash after wiping it clean only for it all to end up in Lorist's hands enraged him. He couldn't wait to fight Lorist at the time even if it meant losing his life. Regardless of the casualties his house suffered, he insisted on reclaiming Fernrock Castle. His stubborn insistence nearly led to a revolt. However, his greatest trait his ability to keep a clear mind when dealing with official matters. After he understood he couldn't match Lorist, he heeded his father's advice and changed his tune completely, turning from Lorist's enemy to his friend. He even hurriedly submitted to him and ended up getting his current impressive position, allowing House Ken Mays to get the whole of Siglar. Duke Forand had properly stepped into the Northlands when he put foot to ground on the north back of Metropolis. Along the way to Ragebear, he finally got to see the changes brought by the tens of millions of gold fords investment. Is this really the rural and desolate Northlands? It's all endless stretches of livestock, farmland, highway, and tightly packed villages. He felt the same awe now as he did when he first visited the great Analu Plains where the imperial capital was. Actually, the awe from that visit couldn't compare to the awe he felt now. The closer he got to Ragebear, the busier it got. It was already winter and large feather-sized snowflakes drifted down from the white heavens, but the streets were bustling and merry. Kenmaze told him gleefully that the southern part of the Northlands wasn't the most prosperous in the region. The truly rich areas are the older Norton lands like Felicitas and North Sea. The former was one of the first areas to be developed and the latter was part city. Apart from having a mansion in Ragebear, the largest mansion in the Eastern Special Noble District, Kenmaze also boasted the largest building in North Sea. House Norton is incredibly rich. Forand was quite assured he could borrow some money. However, after hearing Kenmaze's introduction of the Northlands, an idea suddenly popped into his head. He had to ask the Duke if he could survey his domain to see for himself what results House Norton's investments had wrought. The annual celebration was the largest House Norton had ever hosted, both in terms of budget and attendance. More than 1,500 nobles and their families were attending. Lorist felt Ragebear's inner city was a little too cramped. It seemed an expansion was in order, he might even need to replace his castle with a palace. The budget was much larger this time to accommodate the many high nobles attending. There were the 4 dukes from the Alliance and Duke Faisablin and his lover, Blademaster Xanthi. They were in a great mood. He also seemed to have the intention to build a manor in the noble sector to be close to his granddaughter and great-grandson, though he hadn't made the choice yet. Tradition dictated that Lorist should be the one offering him a manor near his descendants. It had to be at least as grand, if not grander, than Kenmaze's. Duke Forand was also participating in the celebration. Though they used to be enemies, he had submitted to Auguslo and they were now all fellow vassals of the king. Lorist couldn't just turn him away at the door. Quite the contrary, it was proper etiquette to hold a grand reception to celebrate a former enemy now friend's first visit. They had been fighting the day before, but now they had to welcome each other with smiles and open arms. This was all too common in the world of nobility. As for Duke Forand's request which Kenmaze brought up, Lorist agreed to it without a second thought. Naturally, that money wasn't going to be lent out without compensation. Money lending among nobles was not so different from high-interest loans. There would also be a different interest rate if the loan was paid back within the stipulated date. For nobles on good terms, the rate was usually 9/11. In other words, one would have to pay back 11,000 gold fords for a loan of 10,000, of which only 9,000 was paid out. Stingier nobles would charge it at a 7/13 rate. Only 7,000 gold fords would be given out for a loan of 10,000. And 13,000 had to be returned in the end, almost double the amount lent in the first place. However, the rate Lorist charged Duke Forand was 9/12 for a period of 3 years, much to the latter's delight. After that, the Duke brought up his intent to survey the Northlands after winter before signing the deal of the loan. Lorist agreed to that without much consideration at all and even tasked Reedy with the Duke's safety. The Duke began his tour with the rainy season's end. Reedy escorted him with a squad of guards. The trip lasted around 2 months. Upon his return to the capital city, he asked to meet Lorist again and requested new terms. He hoped the house could give him manpower and skilled laborers in addition to a loan. He was willing to greatly increase the interest on the loan to compensate for the additional labor. The deal had changed drastically. It was no longer a simple loan. The Duke was now asking House Norton to send experts to survey his domain and propose a detailed plan for its development. He was basically asking the house to develop his lands on his behalf. This was the first time such a request had been made in the entire history of the continent. His request caused quite the uproar in the house's management. Approval and disapproval echoed in the halls with equal fervor and volume. The biggest doubt was whether the Duke was capable of repaying the loan at his proposed interest rate. He was practically bankrupt and his lands weren't worth much at all at the moment, hence his request for a loan to have it developed. Despite the risk, however, if the loan was allowed to sit for long enough, and the development was successful, they could repay it, though it would take several decades. Lorist's impression of the Duke was rather good. The Duke hadn't burnt his stores of resources when he abandoned his dominion. He was so beloved by his people that 100,000 volunteered to follow him when he announced he would be leaving the duchy permanently. Lorist was even more impressed that he was willing to incur such a debt so he could develop his lands. Though he had every mind to provide the Duke with what he needed, he could not make such a heavy decision without first seeing what he had to work with for himself. He and the Duke agreed that he would first survey his land before making his final decision. On the 3rd day of the 7th month, year 1785, the Duke of the Northlands mobilized his experienced men to do a complete survey of Youngchandler and initiated the first joint noble dominion development venture in the continent's history. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452 Contract Singing. Contract singing. Money is not something with intrinsic value. It's not worth anything sitting still in a warehouse. Its sole value lies in its ability to allow value to be transferred from one item to the next. As such, it is only worth something as long as you're doing something with it. Norton Lorist. To the north of Jungschandler are Lydden Mountains and Junst Hills on the coast. There isn't much arable land. South of that is Egrid Lake, surrounded by a swamp. The only arable land is the long strip between the two. Not many people live there. Records indicate it should be around 580,000 people if we include the new arrivals, among them 145,381 youths fit for work. We've discovered 3 iron ore deposits around Lydden and Junst, 2 of which are medium to high in quality. There's also a moderate gold deposit. All in all, it should give Duke 500,000 gold fords a year. We've also come across 7 low-capacity copper deposits. Besides ores, there are 20 other resources that the area can offer, the most plentiful of which is white clay. It could be used to start up a crockery industry. If we build a large dam in Egrid Lake, we can turn Jungschandler's swamps into millions of acres of good farmland. In that sense, Jungschandler can not just become the biggest agricultural province this side of the Union, but also have a strong fisheries industry. Ideally, we'd want to plant flax so the province can get started on linen and textiles as well. It'll take about 5 years if we use 400,000 laborers, a few years longer if we only use 300,000. Either way, it'll likely cost around 7 million. Besides jump-starting industries, we'll also have to revamp their infrastructure. On the 16th day of the 12th month, year 1785, Baron Schadekampf, the one Lorist had put in charge of surveying Jungschandler, returned with the province's duke and made his report. Schadekampf had been Lorist's personal attendant from his childhood, but had since risen to become quite the figure in the house. He'd stepped away from his lord's side and now spent most of his time out in the field managing a portion of the countless projects the house always had running. He'd been given an honorary peerage as a baron a year earlier. He'd risen from humble servant to honorary noble thanks both to his own efforts and his lord's recognition. He'd gone to Jungschandler with an entourage nearly 100 strong and scoured the province for 4 months. It would have taken much longer, but he'd been willing to sacrifice a few pounds of his flesh to make things go faster. His stalwart attitude had also earned him Duke Foran's admiration. The Duke couldn't possibly be unawed at the sheer mass of talented and dedicated people House Norton had. All that said, 7 million fords was not a small price even for House Norton. Spiel objected to vehemently they had to wash the floor when he left. He was adamant that the house could only spare 3 million. That 3 was the house's emergency reserve. It wouldn't grow by just laying in the treasury, so in principle lending the Duke the spare change was only beneficial. But 7 million was more than double what they had to offer up front, and more than half of the house's entire static wealth. It was too big a risk. The house had a total static wealth of just 13 million, and that included the money they would be spending to build the new palace in the capital. Grandmaster Syroba was already designing it. His estimate of the project's cost thus far was 3 million. Spiel didn't dare to let the house have only 3 million in reserve given his lord's penchant for impulsive spending. Not to mention the possibility of some natural disaster requiring emergency spending. Normally, 3 million gold fords was enough to last a noble household a lifetime, but House Norton was not a normal noble household by any metric. It had over 2 million subjects, a lord who bled money and did so on rainy and sunny days alike, a massive military, and 3 allies that frequently needed money. He had to fight for every penny, not so the house could be rich, but so it could stay afloat. His life was a constant battle against the forces of evil, the foremost of which was the man known as Duke Norton Lorist. "Your Grace, why are you building a palace so suddenly?" "Thank the gods we're finally at peace, but you can't spend money like it grows on trees," asked Charade, unable to suppress his doubts anymore. Lorist smiled bitterly. This was one of the fundamental limitations of the times. Charade was already an astonishing achievement in the continent's circles of nobility. Even Auguslo pined for a supervisor or knight as capable as him. Unfortunately, as great as the man was at wartime economics, he was terrible at the same in peacetime. Even in the midst of the wars Lorist had fought over the last couple of years, the various development projects continued full steam. Their latest influx of new subjects had solved their manpower shortages so they could develop as quickly as their managers and supervisors could keep up. This development created great demands that private industries fulfilled and lived on. The current generation of projects was slowly coming to an end, however, and with their end, the market would collapse. "Have you read Spiel's report and Baron Bach's analysis?" asked he. Old Man Balk had stepped up to fill the spot Hansk had previously occupied. Lorist had also made him a baron. He was the penultimate servant of the house, the idol to which all others should strive. He started as a common peasant, but, through his service to his lord, he had become a massive figure in the house and a noble. "I have. The house's income is decent and our reserves have grown another 2 million. This is the first time we've been this well off. I've also read Baron Bach's report, and the number of workshops and factories in the Dominion has gone up by more than 1,300, with most set up by honorary nobles and merchants. The investments almost doubled our profits in the industrial sector. Its growth is also really consistent. It's expected to reach new heights this year as well. Charade's memory was good as always. He could clearly remember even the minutest, obscurest details. Lorist shook his head and took out another folder. "Read this," he said, handing the folder to Charade. "I had Howard send someone to investigate this for me." Charade saw it was a thorough report compiled by Furybear on the industries in the house with a focus on their stocks. 40%, 38%, 32%, 41%. "Your Grace, this is..." His eyes suddenly light up as he realized something. Lorist lifted the bottle of fruit wine on his desk and poured some for himself before he gestured for Charade to help himself to some as well. "These past 2 years our ferocious economic development has been predicated on Duke Fizablin's large orders and his permission to trade with the grassland barbarians. The value of these goods last year was about $1 million, the same was $2 million the year before. Our house's internal demand has also been a major dependency. The 400,000 refugees we moved over have settled down and gathered some savings, so they will purchase some daily necessities. There's also Supervisor Kedden's traffic revamp. The amount of meat and wheat ale consumed by the mountain barbarians working on it isn't minuscule. The private sector's expansion has been built on these demands. Our industries cater to these demands." Lorist downed the whole cup. "Do you remember what I said earlier? Most merchants are short-sighted profit-mongering idiots. Many of the honorary nobles are actually merchants who wish to take advantage of the peace here and our large demand to make profit. While having lots of local investment is good, it can't be good when it all relies on just 2 huge business deals. If you read this report, you'll discover that the businesses the merchants set up are mostly what we already had. If there are too many people producing the same thing, the prices will collapse when demand lowers. The business will bankrupt themselves and the entire industry will collapse. The merchants will leave and we'll be left to clean up the mess. Has something gone wrong with Duke Fizablin's order?" Lorist nodded. "The orders have been a show of goodwill. I told you they don't really need so much. They resell most of what they buy to the grassland barbarians. The last 2 rounds of direct trade have confirmed my suspicion in this regard. Everything has its limit. Just like House Fizablin's orders, there is a limit to the trade with the barbarians. They are quite numerous, but most live in extreme poverty. Whether it be the goods resold by Duke Fizablin or the products the committee brings over, there is a limit to how much they can consume. They can't consume more. A few days ago, Duke Fizablin made it clear that their orders won't be over $1 million in the future. Duke Kenmays also confirmed future trade with the barbarians will at most be worth just over $1 million a year. That's why I had Howard investigate the businesses that keep on borrowing money. They'll realize too late that they've made more than our economy can absorb. And their collapse will affect the entire domain severely. One look at this map will show you our products can only be sold to our neighboring provinces, other places can't afford our products or don't have a stable market for them. I believe I understand now, Your Grace. The palace's construction is actually a way to keep the demand up and the economy stable, Lot. No, that's only a small aspect, Lorist said with a smile. I will announce House Fizablin's order in the first month of next year. I believe the news will cause many businesses in our dominion to panic about the possibility that they won't be able to sell their produce. Your job will be to rectify and support them. By rectify, I mean we only have to maintain 2 to 3 units. Split the order among those retained businesses so they will compete against each other to ensure quality. By support, I'm referring to the financial support of any new and unestablished industries. Encourage them to grow as large as possible. Currently, the house isn't in any tight predicaments, nor do we have any enemies. This is an incredibly hard-sought time. We have to give up on redundant production and encourage the growth of new businesses. For example, the palace's construction will need high-quality materials. Given that we are no longer at war, the peaceful lives the peasants lead will raise their standard of living. So, we need new production units for some more luxury goods. It will allow us to maintain our grasp on the market initiative and earn us lots of money. Other than that, the reason I agreed to develop Duke Foreign's dominion is so we can turn it into a market for our goods. Think about it, 5 years from now when Youngchandler's development is complete, we will have another market to dump our surplus produce into. Money must flow through the market for it to be useful. It shouldn't be kept in the treasury for emergency use like Supervisor Spiel thinks. On the 4th day of the 2nd month, year 1786, House Norton and House Foreign signed an agreement to jointly develop Youngchandler. House Norton will provide 7 million gold fords over the course of 5 years as funds for development and send Baron Shadekamp to be the chief advisor to aid House Forend in their dominion development. 5 years later, House Forend will start to repay House Norton at a rate of 2 million gold fords a year for 5 years, paying back 10 million gold fords in total. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453 Hostage. Hostage. There can be no negotiating with idiots. Norton Lorist. Good news, Your Grace. Blade Master Shuss is back, said Genolio with ragged breath as he rushed into the study with a white silk cloth. It was an eagle message from Siloas. Let me see it, said Lorist, shooting to his feet. Shuss, who was guarding Siloas, went to the island's mountains 4 years earlier to break through. He left a letter saying he wouldn't return if he couldn't become a rank 2 Blade Master. While Lorist was worried, the recent war broke out soon after he left. He didn't have any time to visit the island since his return. He forgot about the old man. He couldn't be happier to hear Shuss was returning. The letter was penned by Baron Hector and Pajik. It said the fire crystal foraging team on its way to the volcano angered the white-headed sea condors. They were surrounded and attacked when Shuss showed up and killed their 7 attackers. The report said he broke through to the second rank 2 years earlier but had stayed in the mountains to stabilize himself. He bumped into the team and helped them. He would join Lorist in a few days. Apart from Lorist, the house also had Angelic and Shuss, both Blade Masters. Reedy was also now equal to a rank 1 Blade Master. Lorist didn't include Angelic in his force count, however, the old man was a coward and wouldn't ever be of any real use. He wasn't just living in retirement at his home, not contributing to the house at all, he pushed every ounce of responsibility he could onto others. Besides, he had grown so weak even Reedy could defeat him now. In contrast, Shuss used to be a dueling slave in Haniobarda. He spent years struggling to survive, living in slaughter. His bloodthirst and killing intent were among the strongest Lorist had ever encountered. Even as a rank 1 Blade Master back then, he was on equal standing with a rank 2 Blade Master. His breakthrough added substantially to House Norton's might. He was the best sparring partner for Reedy, at the very least. Tarkle entered the study with a large stack of documents. Your Grace, something big's happened in the war in the south, said he the moment he was inside. What's wrong? The war was in its 5th year, yet nothing had changed in the last 2. The nations to the south of the war zone, those being led by Jigda, were completely disorganized. The Union swallowed up 3 and turtled. Everything was peaceful on the border, like there wasn't a war. Roman and Coistan signed an armistice not too long ago. The fighting there has ended. Coistan suffered slightly more and gave up a part of Kalia's land. Their new border is the Kezarubi River. Back with the Union's war, Jigda swallowed 7 nations stormed by Union forces. Their territory has doubled. They now rival Roman in size. Some of the remaining 13 countries finally woke to the scheme. Jigda and the countries suspicious of its intentions are now at war. The coalition army disbanded as a result. The Union signed a peace treaty with Jigda and recognized their sovereignty over all the land they now control. All the trade routes are now restored, and they signed a mutual defense agreement. Other than that, the Union gave Jugda a 15 million gold forward loan, without interest. Our informants have yet to infiltrate their internal councils, so we don't know too much. The 13 remaining independent countries are split into 2 factions. The 5 neighboring the Union have formed a union of their own, called the Marunzic Union of Kingdoms. They're preparing to negotiate peace with the Union. Maybe they think they can't keep fighting the Union and are trying to protect themselves? Either way, they want to end the war. The 8 countries nearest Jigda will continue to fight. They made Chicano's first prince, Yorksam, their new commander-in-chief and are launching a new campaign against Jigda. Duke Fustad is in command on the other side and is leading 100,000 men against the former's 140,000. They're expected to clash in what used to be the Kingdom of Adma. We expect it will be another stalemate. Lunmord is still in Chicano with that prince. Also, the Union have yet to reinforce Jigda per their treaty. They've sent out envoys to negotiate peace instead. Lorist choked on his tongue and laughed. What a joke! Who would have imagined this? It was flabbergasting. The initial 24 countries that formed the coalition had united against the Union. But now Jigda had betrayed them and eaten up at least a third of the coalition. Rather than unite to pool what strength they had left, they turned on each other. The coalition was now 2 broken factions. To top it all off, the Union was now playing the nice guy? How laughable. Nobody could make this prediction when the war started. Hell, nobody could predict this 3 months ago. They might as well just have skipped the fighting altogether. Just sit around a table and negotiate a few concessions. Lorist walked over to the map of the continent hung on one of his study's walls. He updated it with a pencil to match the information Tarkal had just given him. Jigda's current size took Lorist aback. This was the most complex and impactful plot he'd ever seen. "What is it, Your Grace?" asked Tarkal. Lorist shook his head. "See this? You were right. This whole war was just a farce. It's finally been exposed, but it's too late. Jigda is one of Grindia's superpowers. The guy who came up with this must be a genius." "But, Your Grace," Tarkal said with some dissatisfaction, "don't you think this was a little rash, absorbing 7 countries? Everyone now knows what Jugda is up to. They can't do this again. It feels a little too bumbling to have been carefully planned out. They should instead have simmered their prey and taken them in slowly. They wouldn't be facing any backlash that way." "You're wrong. Your suggestion will only work if Roman and Kowistan kept fighting. Unfortunately, the 2 countries are at peace. They'll go after Jigda the moment they recover. Jigda can't keep fighting in the north. They must focus on stabilizing their gains and building their military strength back up. If not, there's no way they can stand up against the 2 empires when they invade. They forcefully absorbed the last 7 countries so they can prepare for the inevitable invasions as soon as possible. The relationship between them and the Union is also very obvious now, so it's best that the Union sends no reinforcements. If they did, the remaining countries in the coalition will fight even harder to spite them and the war will just drag on. This is the only reason the Union is sending negotiators. It's the best move they can make. This will save Jigda's strength so they can better resist Roman and Kowistan. If negotiation go well, the coalition will also form a deep grudge against Jigda, so they won't make as much trouble for the Union. The Union at least fought them openly and honestly. Jigda is a snake, a traitor deserving of all the contempt in the world. This will also make sure that Jigda won't have any energy to spare to have plans for the Union. Despite Jigda becoming a superpower and gaining a lot of land, they didn't really get much. They now have a lot of territory with people that hate them. They are the sole opposition to 2 empires, and have at least 8 countries in their backyard that hate them and can't wait to get in a good jab. The Union, they are the real beneficiaries of this whole debacle. They got 3 countries' territory, forced the trade routes to open again, and got a strong buffer between them and Roman and Kowistan. The coalition are the real losers. They lost half their countries and are now split in 2 weaker factions and have another superpower on their borders. Lorist scared audibly. "They're all burning the midnight oil, huh? None are idiots. Tarkal, increase our surveillance on the Union and Jigda. Try to find the mastermind behind this." "Understood, Your Grace." Genolio entered the room with a gold-gilded invitation card. "Your Grace, Duke Kenmei sent an invitation to the summer party. It'll be on the 15th day of the 8th month at Platinum Beach. Lorist suddenly remembered Kenmei's wanted to build a grand palace there. He wanted to make the beach a tourist destination. So he had finished the palace and was now holding the opening ceremony. "I must attend. There are 2 months before the party. I have nothing better to do. Might as well go and relax. Oh, I should bring Sylvia, the girls, and the kids as well." "All right. Tell him I'll bring the family along," answered he. "Yes, Your Grace." "Will you travel by ship?" Lorist shook his head. "I'll go by land. I'd like to visit the Dina barony along the way." Ariadne had given birth to a son named Dina Terik almost exactly a year ago. She wrote Lorist saying the kid would be turned into the most impressive knight in the history of her house, and Lorist had no say in the matter. He could only pray the kid would survive his mother's demonic claws. "Understood. When will Your Grace leave?" Hasty footsteps stopped Lorist's reply. A moment later Howard burst into the room. "Count Lower's whole family's been captured." "Count Lower? Who's that?" wondered Lorist. Howard caught his breath and explained. Count Lower wasn't a member of the house. He was a noble from the capital. He'd bought his title of count from Auguslo several years ago. The count moved to the Northlands when he realized he couldn't do business in the capital and had even bought a commiserate title from the house. Lower had decent instincts. He had quickly realized House Norton's shade was a lot better than the king's. He moved to the Northlands 5 years ago and bought a plot of land in the 2nd Special Noble District. He also partnered up with a few people and built several factories and even started a merchant guild. It specialized in leather, wine, and other foodstuffs. His factories were already well established when Duke Faisablin made his massive order 2 years ago and got the biggest slice of the pie. He had trouble finding places to store all his gold. His business expanded rapidly and his partnership soon had 10 more factories. Unfortunately for him and his partners, Lorist announced that the volume to be traded with House Feiseblin would be cut in half overall. Daily necessities was the section hardest hit. The coming years would be hard for the Count. While the factories could be closed and skilled workers fired, their money lay in warehouses as products that could now not be sold. This story rang true for most merchants all across the duchy. They either had to sell at trash prices, or hope to sell things off over several decades. Charade's revamp project was also now in full swing. He closed many duplicate production units and arranged new jobs for the fired workers. His efforts were showing signs of stabilizing the duchy's economy. Their swift action limited the damage to the merchants. Lower had made the choice to keep his produce. He hired a mercenary band to keep watch on his warehouses, but most of them were killed off during an excursion to hunt iron-spine crocodiles. They demanded he compensate them for their losses, but he had no money. A fight broke out and the band had taken the entire family hostage. Baron Ovidus and the local garrison have surrounded the manor and Sir Charade will be on site shortly. The mercenaries insist that they won't let anyone go until their ransom is paid. They even demanded we leave. Apparently this has nothing to do with the house, reported Howard. Lorist quietly took his sword. Let's go look, said he. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454 Rescue. Rescue. A fool he is who dies without knowing his death was coming. The Northlands proverb. The special noble district wasn't far from Ragebear. From the city center to the first manor was just 15 minutes by horse. One arrived at the district's central lake immediately after crossing the moat outside the east gate. Stretches of green grass and fragrant orchards covered both sides of the road. There was such a high demand for noble housing that the house was building 8 special districts instead of 4. These districts had the continent's most expensivia land. They were also the house's most profitable. Its sale alone had netted Lorist 6 million gold fords thus far. Charade and Spiel also nagged Lorist to build yet another 2 districts. All that was left was to build the final districts around the gourd-shaped lake. 2 of the 8 districts were for nobles, 2 for high-class commoners, 1 for luxury commerce, and the final for a variety of services. The 4 noble districts were completely sold. Half of the 4th district's manors were still being constructed, but the other 3 districts stood completed. Many of their windows already stood lit in the evenings. Only public facilities and final decoration work still needed to be done. The high-class residential area was also already completed. 5-floor apartment buildings filled the district. Each unit had 3 bedrooms and 2 general-purpose rooms. Merchant guild supervisors and high-ranking accountants or factory managers made up the bulk of the residents. A few nobles yet to get land in the noble districts also lived there. Most attractive of all the districts was the luxury commerce. The house owned all the shops, nothing was for sale, only rent. Clothes, jewelry, accessories, ingredients, spices, and rare herbs lined the roads. If you couldn't find something there, you would not find it anywhere else on the continent, save maybe Moranti itself. Of the 200 guilds licensed to do business in the Dominion, 100 rented buildings in this district. The things sold there were the highest quality possible, but also twice as expensive as anywhere else. The general district was much larger. The various facilities and sports arenas took up a lot of space. Northing was finished because they took longer to build. Though estimates said the district would be done by either the 7th or 8th month of the following year. Charade and Spiel didn't know if they should turn the high-class residential district into a noble district or not. It would save the house a lot of money. They had to finance and build the apartment blocks, but nobles built their manors themselves. It wasn't that simple, however. They could fit many more people into the district through apartments, the overall sales income would be higher, and the businesses serving the district would do much better. They could make more money from renting shops. Lorist took Howard and Genolio with him to the 2nd noble district where Count Lower's mansion stood. Nightingale Manor, as the Count called it, was surrounded by many busybodies whom chattered in quiet hushes. Lorist discovered the roofs of the surrounding manors were filled with people enjoying either a cup of Max or tea. Do they think this is a show? Lorist dismounted located Charade. He was being crushed by the crowd and the angry Ovidus. Shut up! What's going on? Shouted Lorist. Everyone saluted and shut up. Ovidus wants to force his way in, Your Grace, answered Charade. Why? Where's the hostage? The mercenary is impolite. He insulted the house. I want to teach him a lesson, explained Ovidus. Do you have a clear picture of the situation? They have 7 hostages, Count Lower, his wife and children, and 2 servants. 2 other servants are dead and the rest escaped. Their captors are 13 strong, explained Charade. Lorist was pissed. How did 13 armed idiots get into the noble district in broad daylight? Explain this, Ovidus. Ovidus was in command of the city's guards. This was entirely his fault. They passed our patrols on Count Lower's carriages. The guards believed they were acting on the Count's orders. They noticed nothing untoward. This is on me. How did Count Lower and the mercenaries become acquaintances? What demands did they make? Charade answered this time. They belong to a band called Crimson Flame. It's about 100 strong. They registered with the house 7 years ago. Usually, they operate around Twinmount Town. They only recently showed up in North Sea. We learned they often take on missions in the magical Dragon Mountains and Blackmud Marsh, and occasional escort missions. Their commander is leading the group in the manor. He's a 3-star silver rank swordsman. Everyone considers them one of the top bands in the duchy. Crimson Flame was similar to a band his trusted subordinate, Knight Jim, used to be in. Such bands were average in Moranti, but since there weren't many mercenaries in the Northlands, they were near the top here. The leader is called Lind, Charade continued. He used to work near the imperial capital and is an old acquaintance of the Count. The Count ran into him when he came to the Northlands to set up several businesses and hired him and his band. West, the Count's merchant guild, deals with furs and leathers, and run a shop in the luxury district. They need a lot of high-grade fur. The two worked together for 5 years and trust each other a lot. The band even invested most of their savings in the Count's ventures. Count Lower accepted an order for horse armor and needed iron spine crocodile leather. He hired Crimson Flame to get it. The band was wiped out while on this mission. They brought back the leather, but only a few survived. They learned of the Count's financial losses when they returned and panicked. Worried that their investments were all gone, they kidnapped the Count to force him to pay everything back. Unfortunately for both them and the Count, he does not have their money. It's all been invested in the products sitting in his warehouses. We understand he told them he couldn't pay them back now, but that his business hasn't failed yet, he needs more time. When they heard it would take them 30 years to get their money back, they lost it. He couldn't even pay the fee for their latest mission. The Count believed his long history with the band and his close relationship with their leader would make them trust him and be patient, but that didn't happen. The group kidnapped him and brought him here, hence our current predicament. How much money do they want? Have you sent anyone to negotiate? Asked Lorist. I did. The Count owes them 4,000 gold fords. His partners have agreed to pay the ransom and the mercenaries have calmed down somewhat, but they've become cocky. How so? They're demanding 10,000 now instead. They say it's interest. When the Count's partners agreed to mortgage his shop to pay the 10,000 gold fords, they increased their demands to 20,000 and told us to scram. Apparently this is a matter strictly between them, the Count and his partners, and we have no place butting in. The captain even threatened to make trouble in the Dominion if we don't leave them alone. This is an affront to the house. I can't let this stand, muttered Ovidus. Where are the hostages now? Ovidus pointed at the manor. We knew they're in the guest hall on the 2nd floor. It's the room with the balcony. The mercenaries have 2 men keeping watch. When Sir Charade went to negotiate, they brought the hostages to the balcony with blades pressed against their necks. The manor is encircled. Most are on the 2nd floor, in the back. A few are guarding the sides though. They'll see us no matter which side we attack. Our best shot is to sneak in during the night, Charade interjected. Lorist shot Charade a glance. If you understand the situation, why are you trying to go in? Ovidus lowered his head. I couldn't stand that the bastards insulted us. They recently violated the 2 maidservants in the guest hall by the windows so everyone could see. They forced us to listen to the 2 women scream in pain and them laughing like devils. Lorist stiffened. He patted Ovidus on the shoulder. I understand. I'll go have a chat with them. Stay here, don't follow me. A path ran on the other side of the back gates. It was wide enough for 3 carriages and connected to a semicircular plot of empty land. 3 carriages stood parked on it, the grey-white mansion behind them. Its entrance protruded from the wall, the space above it forming a balcony large enough for 2 tables. 2 mercenaries sat on the balcony. They shouted at a man clad in a black cloak approaching the door beneath, bows partially drawn and arrows pointing at him. I am Norton Lorist, Duke of the Northlands. Bring your leader out, the figure said. Its voice wasn't loud, but echoed throughout the manor. 6 people stepped out onto the balcony. A tall, lanky man stepped forward. When he recognized the face beneath the cloak, he shivered. It's really Duke Norton. Why, your grace, don't come here. Lorist's footsteps didn't stop. The man's eyes widened and his pupils dilated. Hostage. The hostages. Bring them out now. Count Lower, his wife and children finally made their appearance. Two naked, weeping women were dragged out behind them, clutching scraps of cloth to try to cover up as best they could. The tall man grabbed the count and pressed his sword against his throat. Why you? Stand still. If you don't, I'll kill him. Lorist stopped 5 meters from the entrance and stared up at the group, sighing. You're Lind, right? I used to be a mercenary as well. I understand how you must feel. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong way to solve your issues. You even got innocent people involved. You have 2 options. Either surrender, in which case I guarantee you a fair trial, or continue resisting, in which case your friends and family won't even have a corpse to bury. I choose neither. Why you can't fool me? Lind shook Count Lower around emotionally. The bruised man moaned in pain. A thin line of blood oozed out of his freshly cut skin. This bastard took the money we put our lives on the line for. We want our money back. Why you can't threaten us? You might kill me, but I'll make sure they all die with us. They'll only survive if you swear on your ancestors you'll let us leave your lands with our money safely. If you don't, they'll all die and House Norton will be a laughingstock. Are you willing to gamble with your house's honor? Cried Lind. Lorist smiled. Yes. Lorist was less than 7 meters from his prey. They were well within slaughter domain's range. I am the god of the space around me. It is my world. A crimson veil covered his eyes. What did you? The mercenary's words were cut short. A wave of energy surged from below. It covered the balcony and everyone on it. The sky turned red. Lind's body only heard a single heartbeat in his ears before his body deflated like a sack of water poked with dozens of holes. He collapsed and life left him. They weren't lying. The Duke really is a sword saint. He hadn't believed a word of it at the time, but now, in his final moments, the truth was revealed to him. He died believing every word he'd heard. Lorist sheathed his sword and smiled at Count Lower. The man stared blankly at his rescuer. Lorist waved at the crowd across the street and Howard come rushing over. Go. Don't spare anyone. The family burst into tears. They cried like they'd just woken from a terrible nightmare. By your command, said Howard as he drew his sword and rushed into the manor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455 Sword Saint's Domain. Sword Saint's Domain. What they don't know can kill them easier. Blade Master Shuss. Tell me what you know, said Lorist, staring out of the window. There were 3 people in the study. Charade sat on the sofa, Baron Kristen sat in front of the desk. Kristen had been a security chief on Siloas when he joined Lorist and took charge of the duchy's security forces. He was made an honorary baron 2 years ago for his contributions in this capacity. The third person was Supervisor Daboff, the man in charge of the eastern part of the Northlands. He used to be the mayor of Twin Mount Town, but, given his contribution to the house in discovering barbarian gold mines, had been raised to a high-ranking official in the house. Lorist's interference resolved the hostage incident. His men slew the mercenaries on the spot. He'd served in a mercenary band in Moranti, so he understood their feelings. Anybody would be enraged if someone lusted after their hard-earned wealth. However, they picked the worst possible method to take revenge. Though they only wanted to take back their money, they forced House Norton to kill them by challenging their honor. Lorist had given them a chance to receive mercy. As long as they surrendered, they would be tried fairly. Crimes must be punished. They might have survived at least. Unfortunately, they had refused his magnanimity, so he had to kill them. He could not let the house be ridiculed, its reputation must be upheld. Yes, your grace, Daboff answered, most mercenaries gather in Twin Mount Town. Many form parties and settle in the duchy. Most choose the life because they lust for adventure and abhor servitude. Some are retired soldiers, many of whom serve the house. They are more skilled with the sword than the sickle, so they become mercenaries. They dream of finding a great treasure and becoming rich overnight. Foreign mercenaries have to register for licenses to enter the wilds and sell their catches. Some go to hunt, some to gather, some to peddle wares to the barbarians. Charade looked at the thick stack of documents. We have registered 3,763 and more than 60 parties to date. The small ones tend to be around 10 strong and the largest around 100. Crimson Flame is considered one of the strongest 8. 2/3 of the mercenaries are foreigners. Some of our retired soldiers occasionally tag along without a permit. Chief Kristen, Lorist called, "Are these mercenaries doing anything illegal? How frequent are conflicts between them and my subjects, and how are they settled?" "Conflict is infrequent," Kristen explained. "Normally, the settlements are not in favor of the mercenaries. The towns and villages' garrisons do not like them. They keep a really close eye on them when they're in town. Our garrisons are mostly well-trained and seasoned veterans from the army. The house is also famous for its strict handling of any offenses, so the mercenaries are very careful not to step out of line. Such conflicts are usually dealt with as civil security issues. Even when the garrisons step in on occasion, they generally hand things over to the local officers. It's rare for cases to be concluded in the mercenaries' favor. They never break the law with their rulings, but they definitely favor your subjects." Lorist nodded. "We may have solved the current predicament, but it's clear there is a greater threat. We have failed to oversee and regulate the mercenaries. You 3 will come up with a solution. Find an effective way to manage the mercenaries." "Will you start an organization similar to the Mercenary Guild, Your Grace?" asked Charade, shocked. Lorist chortled. "Yes and no. You and I have had some dealings with the Mercenary Guild in Moranti. Though it acts as an intermediary that provides services to mercenaries, it is more like a business that tries to make money off them. The organization I envision will harness their strengths and fight for their rights. We both used to be mercenaries, we understand their pains, let's offer help wherever we can. For example, in the future, conflicts between mercenaries and our subjects will be dealt with by this organization. Take, for instance, this incident involving Crimson Flame. Instead of taking matters into their own hands, they should be able to lodge a complaint with the organization and have their case resolved through them instead. Publish a notice that only those who register with the organization may work as a mercenary. It is illegal to work without registering. Non-compliers will be sentenced to 3 months unpaid labor. Also, any request made by guilds or individuals have to be handled via the organization. House Norton will not be involved in resolving any disputes. I couldn't care less if mercenaries are killed because they took matters into their own hands rather than work through the organization. Figure out how this organization has to work. After you create it, appoint Supervisor Daboff as its manager under Charade. Kristen, you will also handle its judicial elements. You have to be fair and unbiased. Don't let either party's relation to us, or lack thereof, influence your judgment. I must stress that they work as an extension of the house. All mercenaries must answer any calls we put out in emergencies. Understood, Your Grace." 10 days later, the mercenary organization's formation was announced. It was to be called the Assembly of Free Mercenaries, colloquially known as the Assembly. Its headquarters stood in Northsea, with a branch in Twinmount Town. Daboff acted as its chairman, with Kristen its chief enforcer. Blademaster Schuss arrived on the same day. Lorist couldn't be bothered with a banquet, instead, he dragged him to the training hall for a duel as soon as he set foot in the castle. The two fought for who knew how long. The fight finally ended when Schuss could go no further. A rank 2, Blademaster, like me, is a child. Compared to Your Grace. I couldn't attack, at all. The Blademaster gasped. Your swordsmanship improved a lot, Lorist consoled. You relied on courage and savagery before you broke through. But now your killing intent is hidden and makes you even harder to deal with. I fought Duke Faisablin, but even he was not as imposing as you. A fight between you two will be a draw at worst. Schuss calmed his breathing. Can you deploy your slaughter domain, Your Grace? I wish to experience it for myself. Word of your domain has spread throughout your dominion after the hostage incident. Count Lower keeps telling everyone you're a sword saint. He said you enveloped them in a blood-red world. He blinked, and everything was back to normal, save all the mercenaries being dead. Lorist's lips curled into a troubled smile. He had used his slaughter domain to rescue Count Lower and his family. He couldn't help but enveloping them with it when he acted. It appeared the Count had blabbed about it to his friends. Lorist could have explained it as a hallucination if the Count were the only one who'd experienced it, but his wife and children, and the 2 servants, had as well. Sharp ears heard the rumors and sharp minds guessed at his true strength. Tarkle had rushed over to ask him about the blood world. Why do you ask? He'd replied. I'm going to publicize it, of course, the man had answered. The more impressive Your Grace's reputation, the more stable the house. The nobles who sided with us will also feel safer and our subjects will be even more loyal. Lorist didn't think Schuss would want to experience it as well. All right, he surrendered. Schuss took up a defensive stance. Ready, Your Grace. A gust of wind slapped Shuss across the face. He closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened again, the world around him was crimson. It almost felt like he was standing in the middle of an old, arcane temple. He had done his best to prepare, but he was still overwhelmed and unnerved. His mind didn't dull, but his body was heavy and unresponsive. The world vanished just as he prepared to try to move. His gaze returned to where his lord had been standing before it all started, only to feel a cold line across his throat. His lord's sword was pressed against his throat. He dropped his sword, his expression somewhere between depression and despair. Is this the domain? It's too weird. It ended before I could react. Lorist returned his sword to its scabbard. I don't know if it's a domain or not. I can keep it up for a few minutes at best. My body can't handle anymore. I don't know if a sword saint's domain is supposed to be like this. It's not like there are sword saints lying around I can ask. I named it my slaughter domain because it's the most accurate way I can describe it, but this is definitely a domain, Shuss said as he plopped his rear on the ground. I've heard a few slave instructors talk about sword saint domains. One had personally experienced one. He said Jigda's Firesour sword saint demonstrated it once. He said it was like his body was dumped in an oven and the entire world was burning. He was so frightened he pissed himself. So the Firesour sword saint's domain has the fire element, right? Don't tell me my slaughter domain is thanks to my Battleforce blood attribute. Yes. His Battleforce attribute is fire, Shuss affirmed as stumbled to his feet. I didn't think your grace had become a sword saint at such a young age. Grindia has never seen such a young sword saint. This is definitely an occasion worth celebrating. Lorist waved Shuss's comments away. It's nothing worth bragging about. Keep it a secret for me. I don't want unnecessary chaos. Everyone is just guessing right now. All hell will break loose if you give them certainty. Keep this to yourself. I don't want lines of people begging me on their knees to be my disciples. Shuss nodded. I understand. But please share some pointers with me from time to time, Your Grace. Of course. You're one of my people. I'm confident you'll become a sword saint too, in good time. On the 10th of the 7th, Lorist brought Sylvia, his concubines, and his children to Delamoc for a survey and accepted Ken Maze's invitation to the party in Sigilor. After touring Delamoc, he stayed at the Dina Barony for 10 days. He suffered greatly at the hands of his wife and his lover, both rapt with jealousy. He snapped when his attempts at appeasing them failed and rammed them into the bed for a whole evening. They arrived at Platinum Beath on the 12th of the 8th. Ken Maze organized a grand banquet. There were many familiar faces in attendance. Dukes Handra, Shabbage, and Fizablin were just a few of the names. Everyone, Ken Maze toasted, let's eat and drink and make merry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456 Platinum Beach. Platinum Beach. The beach, like the balcony, has become such a cliché in modern writing. It is so ubiquitous it is easy to forget it all began with the scandalous Duke Ken Maze and his love of partially unveiled female figures. Excerpt from a lecture by Nico Kendra on modern literary trends at the Nico Academy. Sunlight danced on the azure waters. Fine white sand glimmered golden on the beach. Platinum Beach lived up to its reputation. The near 100 nobles and their families present were having fun on the beach and playing along in the water. This was a fresh experience for Duke Fizablin and the 3 dukes from the plains. It was a fresh experience. They had never played on a beach before. They'd seen the sea, sure, but this was their first time soaking in its water. The bravest among them even tasted its salty riches before spitting it out to a chorus of laughter. Many clean silks cast patches of shade across the beach. Washrooms and changing rooms dotted the gentle curve of the bay every 100 meters or so. At the peak of the arch, several pavilion-like canopies hosted nobles resting out of the sun. Lorist lay sprawled over a footless rattan rocking chair under one such canopy. He dabbled in various delicacies, fruits, nuts, juices and wines. As he lazed, a king of the world, he saw the cool, moist breeze obediently wafting in over the waves. Servants danced around him like fairies, refilling the plates and trays silently. He was joined by Ken Maze, filling his stomach with a bottle of fruit wine. The Duke clasped a palmful of sand, which he let flow between his fingers. People used to think the sand is gold, he said. I can imagine, Lorist replied, his gaze still lazily wandering over the figures dancing in the waves. They tried to refine gold, to no avail. Complete idiots, don't you think? Depends. True, they weren't wrong. Platinum Beach is a gold mine, they just had no idea how to mine it. This spot, right here, is the most enchanting sight in the entire Cursed Coast. It's not a mine you empty of its riches, it's a mine you let others come and fill for you. I've invested nearly 2 million gold fords to get it to where it is now. Any suggestion on how I could improve it further? Lorist leaned back in his rocker until his headrest pressed against the sand beneath and closed his eyes. There is nothing to improve with the accommodations. The castles, palaces, and mansions are perfect. The food has great quality too, but it lacks character. This is the same food you can get in the capital, or with some effort and money, even in the Northlands. Your food should be as unique as this beach. A fish dish that can be made only with what grows and lives here naturally will add to the experience and, if it is good enough, might become a draw in its own right. It's also a hassle to get to the beach. Make it easier for nobles to get from their accommodations down to the sea. A mode of transport that will also allow them to enjoy the sights along the way. Replace your dingy carriage with open ones. If you have to, give them a silk cloth canopy. Covered walkways that lead to the beach will also be good. Maybe decorated with grapevine canopies? Souvenir shops would be good as well. Let people take something from here with them to keep reminding them of it and make them want to come back. You also only cater to the lords. Most, like me, bring their families along, do something to entertain them as well. On top of that, the lords have fiefs to govern, they don't have a lot of time on their hands, but their families do. Take me as an example. I hardly even have the time to see my family, much less disappear with them for a month or two. Sylvia, however. They can come here for several months every year. Lorist pointed at his large household as he spoke. They were dancing on the edge of the water and playing in the sand. Even his 3-year-old son, Anderbale, was joining in. Diliana watched on as her 7-year-old Waldbeck lead his half-brother around to catch crabs and play with things they spot along the way. Her gaze lingered on the pair for a few moments before it turned to Lorist's other concubines piningly. You don't have anything here to make things entertaining and enjoyable for them. Build playgrounds for the children, or slides and other rides in the beach's shallow areas. I heard from some of the locals that certain sea creatures like dolphins are numerous a little further out to sea and often play with fishermen and swimmers. You could organize trips out to go see them or even raise a few here. You should also build a jetty and a hand railing into the deeper waters. Why would I build that? Are you stupid? Did you not notice many of the people here play in the shallows but never go into the sea? Most of them come from inland, many haven't seen the ocean like this before. The open blue awes them and scares them at the same time. Many can't swim but don't want to learn. If you make a jetty, they can experience the feeling of the open sea around them without being in the water. And the hand railing will give people the confidence to go deeper into the sea without needing to swim, they can just hold on to the railing. Ken Maze's face reddened. He had thought he'd thought of everything, but Lorist easily pointed out a dozen things he'd missed. I'll work on it immediately. Anything else? Lorist motioned at the maidservants with his eyes. Isn't their clothing a little odd? Huh? I don't think so. It's standard servant clothing. Is it not sexy enough? Oh. Are you interested? You don't have to hold back. I can have curtains put up quickly. Screw you. Lorist grabbed a strawberry and flung it at Ken Maze's head. I'm not a dog in heat like you. This is serious business talk. Yes, they're wearing standard uniforms, but it's inappropriate for the setting. The guests wear only shorts or undergarments. Some of the kids are even naked. The whole atmosphere is one of relaxation and unrestrained play and enjoyment. The servants destroy that atmosphere with their formal clothes. You're right, Ken Maze agreed, wiping the strawberry juice off his nose. We're not hosting a formal occasion like a ball. We can have them walk around naked. I'm sure it'll draw even more people. Fool. Are you trying to start another paradise gathering? I literally just told you to stop catering to the men only. Just let them dress more casually so they help create the relaxing, playful atmosphere you're going for here. They could even be a part of the attraction. But how can I make the maidservants into attractions? Ken Maze said in deep thought, maybe let them wear clothes made of only thin veils? I remember the servant at Princess Carrie's paradise gathering used to dress like that. Give me a beast skin and a pencil. Lorist barked, his patience running thin with his perverse companion. He sketched a few simple designs, one-pieces, bikinis, half-and-halves, and so on. Ken Maze's eyes lit up as he saw the designs take shape. Wonderful. I never thought covering up could be more sexy than revealing. I never knew you had a talent for clothing design. You learn something new every day. I'll have the tailors rush these out as quickly as possible. Lorist didn't know how to react. Make a few with the same kind of cloth for the maidservants. As for the nobles' wives, they are more conservative, so just use silk to make the last one-piece design that only exposes their calves and arms so it'll be easier to play in the water. Best make the embroidery and patterns different too. Ken Mays snatched the beastskin and rushed off. He stumbled to a halt halfway out of the pavilion. What should I call these? He asked, looking over his shoulder. Ken Mays bathing suits. I'll let him take credit for this. I don't have the energy to deal with the commotion this'll cause. He already has a reputation as a scandal and a flirt, it makes sense he'd come up with something like this. Grindia's first bikinis made their appearance the next morning. It caused quite the commotion among the nobles. The lords couldn't help but stare lustfully at the bashful, semi-covered maidservants. If not for their family's presence, they'd have turned the entire beach into a paradise gathering. Lorist struggled to hold his laughter as he watched the scene unfold. He didn't fail to enjoy the alluring figures now unveiled on the beach either. This, he concluded, was the way to spend a summer. He had several duels with his laughter on the way back to his castle when he saw a number of lords walking around awkwardly, bruised and beaten. He had hidden his admiration well so he didn't suffer at his wife's hands as much as those nobles. He did not come away unscathed, however. Sylvia stuck to him like wet clothing, she didn't even let the maidservants serve him. His lovers finally mustered their courage on the second day to wear the new suits. They weren't bold enough for the bikinis, though, they settled for one-pieces. They were not the only ones. Most of the other nobles' wives were also wearing the bathing suits. The most daring chose suits that revealed arms and even, almost scandalously, thighs. That's what a beach should look like. Lorist shouted silently. His wife and concubines had tortured him the previous night. His vitality was non-existent today, so the scene he currently witnessed was a welcome recharge. Your Grace, Your Grace. Wake up! What's wrong? His Majesty is about to arrive. Duke Ken Mays wishes you join him for the reception. Ha? I thought His Majesty said he didn't have time for such frivolity? Lorist crawled up and rubbed his face. He secretly gazed amorously at the ill-covered servant. Her face, which she did her best to hide, was as red as strawberries. Lead the way. The two dukes awaited the king's arrival in the palace garden. Dukes Faizablin, Shazin, Phelim, Forand, Handra, and Shabbaj accompanied them along with 24 marquises and counts. Lorist hadn't dressed formally like the rest. The weather was just too hot, he had no intention of sweating on his vacation. He just threw on some dry shorts, wrapped a towel around his shoulders, and stood with 2 sandals on his feet. His attire drew countless awkward stares. His grandfather-in-law, who stood next to him, couldn't stop gaping at him secretly. What are you looking at? Lorist asked. Don't you think this is a little too impolite? He's our king. You have to show him at least some respect. It's not like I asked him to come. I came here to enjoy myself, not to stand in the sun and wait for him. Don't come here if you want to talk about the kingdom's affairs. Sheesh, can't you guys let me enjoy my vacation in peace? The old man couldn't help but laugh. For once, you make sense. I cannot argue. The Duke was still trying to recover his composure when the trotting of horses echoed into the garden. Auguslo strode in atop his horse accompanied by Ken Mays and his guards. He stopped his approach halfway and stared at Lorist. Locke, what's going on? We're here to enjoy our vacation, Your Majesty. What else would you wear on the beach? We will return to the beach after receiving you anyway, so we might as well spare our clothes. This. Auguslo's words faded into laughter as he tried to reply. He dismounted and gave Lorist a hug. He tossed his cloak aside and stripped to his underpants. What are you doing, Your Majesty? Everyone shouted, their jaws paving the ground. Locke's right. It's only natural to wear less when you are on vacation. Duke Ken Mays, bring me some slippers and a towel, jerked Auguslo. Immediately, Your Majesty. The other nobles didn't hold back either. Soon clothes littered the garden and things started looking like a paradise gathering after all. Come, Brother Locke, show me around. I haven't had a chance to visit yet despite this place's fame, but... Auguslo acted really familiar with Lorist, like they were real brothers. The other lords gazed at the pair enviously. What was that saying again? When someone is being polite, they have a favor to ask. I wonder what in the world Auguslo is planning this time, Lorist sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457 Refusal. Refusal. Throw war to the dogs, I'll none of it. Norton Lorist. Whoa. The bikini-wearing maidservants shocked even the usually steady Auguslo. His gaze wandered to Lorist. I finally understand why you didn't want to wear those gaudy robes. Stripping is very troublesome, yes? Lorist did not expect the king to say that. This is Platinum Beach, they are House Kenmay's maidservants. Are you okay doing the deed in front of so many even if the servants are willing? Auguslo shrugged. You can find a way. The tents around the beach must be your lodging, correct? They are most alluring in their current garb. They match the scenery perfectly. Auguslo was a few centimeters taller than Lorist. The two had the same fit figure. However, compared to the scar-ridden duke, the king's handsomeness and fair unmarred skin caught the maidservants' attention far more effectively. When they learned of his identity, they stepped forward to serve him with fire in their eyes. They flirted with everything they did, whether it was walking, replacing a tray, or filling a glance. It was quite likely that, if not for the many guests, they would have dragged him to a nearby tent themselves. Auguslo didn't try to resist or object either. Lorist just sat, giggle swallowed, watching the play. Since Auguslo had said they were here to have fun, they did as they pleased. Only Lorist stayed to accompany him. No noble worth his wit would step in and interrupt the two most powerful men in the kingdom. Perhaps they were discussing something paramount. Lorist dismissed the servants when they were done. Locke, do you really like to see me make a fool of myself? I don't. You are the king. The servants don't meet someone of your stature often. Their enthusiasm is understandable. Besides, it didn't look like you were objecting much. I can't match your fair skin, anyway. My hard life has left me scar-ridden, so it's only natural that they have more enthusiasm for you than me. Ah, you like to joke, don't you? Auguslo laughed dryly a couple of times. Oh, I heard House Norton lent Duke Foran 7 million gold fords to develop young Chandler. The term is 10 years and 10 million gold fords will have to be repaid? Yes. I must apologize in advance if your majesty would like to borrow money as well. This loan took up most of our funds. We will not have any money to lend until this current loan is repaid. Lorist wasn't the least surprised Auguslo got wind of this deal. That can't be. 7 million is enough to dry up your treasury? I could have offered to double your loan in 10 years. Don't make these kinds of jokes, your majesty. I'm sure you understand I'd never lend you money, even if you are the king. Why not? Duke Foran borrowed money to develop the economy of his dominion and improve the lives of his subjects. In 10 years, our products will have a market in a developed province. If I lend money to you, you'd use it for war. It's a massive risk. You might break even if you win, but I lose everything if you don't. Duke Kenmays did tell me we could double our loan in 3 years if you win, but the risk is just too great. Business, too, is war. While there are many that can imagine its profits, most either can't or won't think about the risk of failing. Take the merchants and nobles who invested blindly into the factories in my dominion. Many suffered heavy losses and 3 even committed suicide because of their debts. That's why Duke Kenmays only resells materials. Sometimes, when there are too many products, they will cause economic disaster. That is why I am willing to spend 10 years to build up a market. We want another outlet to sell our products. The money we loan will go towards this goal. It is a safe investment. We're not even giving them much of the money immediately. They're getting it in steady installments over several years. Fine. Please don't lecture economics now. I was just bringing it up casually. I won't really borrow any money. I know you won't give me any face, I won't bother to ask. You are the man that brings me the most sleepless nights, but I cannot help but admire your single-minded dedication to developing your fiefs. I must admit not even a king can match you in that regard. You praise me too highly, your majesty. But, do you really think so badly of my efforts? You know what I'm talking about. Be frank. Lorist shook his head. The Union is now very powerful, they're a match even for the Empire during its heyday. The difference between the kingdom and the Union of today is no different from the Union as it was compared to the Empire a century ago. We cannot match them, your majesty. You have received up-to-date reports from the Union, yes? Auguslo. Even you must be surprised by their war with the coalition's outcome. The 4-year war didn't just not bring them to their knees, they came out victorious. They almost doubled their strength and have a new ally of about equal strength. The most important thing, however, is they forced the trade routes open again. Their economy is back on track and their coffers filling up once more. They have the Windstorm Sword Saint and nearly 100 Blade Masters now. Andanak had less than 20 Blade Masters by comparison and no Sword Saints. Each of the 7 main guilds shaved their own armies and they've been trained into elites in this war. The smaller guilds are weaker, but together they still contribute 300,000 men. All in all, the Union has at least 500,000 soldiers. Even with years of preparation, you've only gathered 300,000, and they're nowhere near as well trained as their Union counterparts. If you threw in every garrison under your command in the kingdom, you'll only match them. If myself and the other dukes join in, you have 800,000. But they can't match the Union's experienced troops. At best, we'll be on par. But it's more likely that, even with a 300,000 lead, we'll be fighting uphill. On top of that, you have to remember that the Union has vast stretches of developed land with a strong economy. Our lands, save the Northlands, have been ravaged by war and can't support a prolonged war. You need at least a decade of focused development to fix that. Auguslo's resolve wavered, though only momentarily. No, Locke, you're wrong. Now is the best time to strike. I cannot miss this. We might catch up to where the Union is now in 10 years of development, but they will have continued to strengthen as well. The gap will only get wider. I must use this chance to take back our provinces and restore the empire. Oh? Best time? The Union will continue to view us as an enemy, a threat, even if we make no moves to take back our land. Auguslo's words were true. The empire had shattered into 3 kingdoms and numerous duchies and had no official heir, but the Union always held more suspicion and caution for Andenac than the other splinters. Trade embargoes were everywhere. Auguslo was also incredibly hostile towards the Union. You know the situation in that part of the continent. The fighting has stopped, but a true end to the war is still not certain. Until negotiations finish, the majority of the Union's forces will be in Chichester lands, thousands of kilometers away from the Union proper. 3 of the Union's 4 main legions will return and strengthen their borders with us. It's simple. When Andenac wiped out the 4 central duchies, Madras and Iblia, the Union's trade routes there were cut off. They will try to force us to open the trade routes. You know my temperament, do you think I will yield? This is not a war we can avoid, and now is the best time to strike. Even if I were willing to open the trade routes, it would have to be to a fair deal, and we both know they would never give us that. Certainly not now that they think they are so powerful. Lorist had to admit that Auguslo spoke sense. It seemed the king was not as blind as he had first thought. The question was why House Norton should participate in this war. Sacrificing his subjects for the king's ambition was foolish. The king could offer him nothing to make it worth his while. There was no rank above duke that was not king, so there could be no promotions. And praise was far from enough. I'll admit you have good reasoning behind your decision, but I will have no part in this war. My ambitions do not stretch beyond my borders as yours do. My oath is to ensure a good and peaceful life for my subjects. I have lived by this oath from the moment I set my first foot on the road back home from Moranti, and I will not break it now. I will live in peace with my wife and watch my children grow up. Even if you manage to convince my allies to take up arms, mine will stay in the armory. I remain convinced this war holds no benefits for the kingdom. Of course, if we are attacked, I will defend the kingdom, but I will not march beyond its borders. It is unwise to start a fight we cannot win. The king was severely displeased. Luckily, no one had heard this refusal, so his reputation was not harmed. He had prepared himself for this as well. He knew the duke was not easily persuaded. A smile returned to his face naturally. We came here to have fun, so let us not spoil the mood with serious talk. Come, let us drink some more. I heard you swim pretty well. Care to teach me? I'm glad to be of service. Auguslo was really busy in the following days tending the other nobles. This was supposed to be a vacation, but Lorist felt the atmosphere slowly stale. Even the nobles' families slowly lost their relaxed moods. A few nobles packed and returned home. Their grim expression betrayed the thoughts on everyone's minds. War was on the horizon. Lorist was quite curious. The 9th month was on them. Rallying the army would take at least 2 months. It would be well into winter before they could do anything. Don't tell me Auguslo is planning to start the war in midwinter? Surely not. Even if he purchased all the beast skins from me to make winter clothing, he can only make 30,000 sets at best. Going against the Union with just that is suicide. Kennays, Phelim, and Shazin came to visit him. He could tell they'd come to an agreement with Auguslo. I will not discuss the war. I already refused the king directly. I will not listen to news of the war either. I will not take part, and that's final. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458 Lorist's Considerations. Lorist's Considerations. There is a point at which determination becomes foolhardiness, where the stubborn become the stupid and the determined the reckless. I'm not too sure on which side Auguslo sits. Norton Lorist. Though it was late, Lorist couldn't fall asleep. He lay on the inclined chairs under the grapevine and let the silvery moonlight shine through the leaves and dance on his skin. Why am I not willing to deploy troops? Lorist thought, because I am thinking about the house's future. I admit Auguslo is talented and has a good eye. He can see things clearly and grasp opportunities as they come. But Auguslo was determined to take the provinces while the Union's army was held up in Chictor's territory before the war formally ended and they returned. The Union couldn't turn their forces and march them north while the accords were still unsigned in the south. The only thing preventing open war from breaking out again was their presence in the region. If that went away, the remaining coalition members would lash out. Under these circumstances, the Union had no choice but to negotiate with the king. While Auguslo sounded audacious, he wasn't prepared to take back the provinces that had joined the Union of their own accord, such as Lormo. He couldn't go too far since he was relying on the Union's willingness to negotiate. If he insulted them too much, and they decided to duke it out, he would lose. As Lorist had said, the Union wasn't the small merchant state it had been during its war with the Empire. It was now a superpower that stood near the peak on the continent. It had rich and developed land while Andenac was barely anything more than a barren wasteland. The kingdom inherited the Empire's legacy, but not its power. This moment when the Union was distracted was a great opportunity. It was a moment that would vanish the instant the Union signed the accords with Jigdet and the coalition. He would instead enjoy the Union's full attention and lose his last hope of re-establishing the Empire. The Empire First Prince broke the Empire when he rebelled. His entire kingdom, spanning Canbona, Baudulger, and Anderwath, was now under Union occupation. Baudulger, which boasted a huge mining industry, was now Wessia's territory. The lands bordering Andenac in the north of the kingdom had also been turned into the puppet duchy Zeitram. Coupled with the 2 provinces in Lormo that joined the Union, the state occupied 5 of the Empire's old provinces. The king's ambitions would never be fulfilled until they were retaken. While Lormo was a difficult goal, the 3 provinces occupied by the Union weren't, so he had to, at the very least, get them. He planned to take the 2 provinces by force, then fortify the border with Lormo and annex the duchy in the peace negotiations. If he could do this, he would have restored the empire. He could then reform the empire proper, make his family the imperial family again, and write his name in the history books as the second founder of the empire. His plan sounded sound, but nothing was certain. Things could easily go just bad as they could good. Lorist admitted the plan would catch the Union off guard and the minimum goals of taking the 3 provinces would likely be achieved, but the negotiations thereafter were likely to either fall apart completely or end with far fewer benefits than the king hoped for. Even if Auguslo agreed to reopen the trade routes, the Union would not agree to give up Lormo. He might not even manage to get them to the negotiation table. The Union knew they were far more capable of fighting a drawn-out war than Andenac, even better if it was a war fought with stairs and standing armies rather than battles. Their economy could soak up the losses, Andenac's couldn't. He had advised the king against this several times. The best scenario was that they negotiated and came to a compromise that led to peace but disappointed Auguslo. The bad outcome was that the Union simply sat across from the border and waited for Andenac to collapse under the costs of maintaining such a massive army. But the worst case was that they retaliated with force. There was no way they wouldn't deploy their Sword Saint if they did, and Andenac had nothing to counter. Auguslo was convinced the Sword Saint wouldn't go to the front, especially not to target him. He was protected by thousands of veteran soldiers. He believed that, even if he did come out, he would just die eventually. The king had convinced Ken Mace to deploy his troops by promising to make the Salt Merchant Committee the Empire's sole business partner. They would be the only guild officially endorsed and supported by the Empire and the imperial family. They would get first pick of any business or contract the Empire had to offer. The king promised Phelan migrants, financial aid, and tax rebates and exemptions to get him to agree to join the campaign. It helped that Phelan was a knight at heart, not a lord. He lived for war and pillaging, not management and careful governing. Shazin also used to be a knight. Though he was a duke, he governed a piece of land the size of a county. He was still one for a proper duchy. Auguslo gave him written oath that, should he provide his forces, and Auguslo succeed in establishing the empire again, he would get Cribia, the province he had wanted all along. The king's oath and letter of guarantee, the poor fool was roped in yet again. Auguslo might have thought the 3 houses would convince Lorist to join, but he would not even listen to their appeals. There was nothing he needed from the king, nor anything the king could offer. The only way he could go from where he was independence, but Auguslo would never agree. He would march every 2-legged man in the kingdom on the duchy before he would accept a declaration of independence. Lorist wasn't afraid of fighting him if it came to it, he would win without a doubt, he just had no interest in being called a traitor. Duke Forend had visited him earlier. He told him he had agreed to deploy his men. The king had promised to return his original duchy to him once the empire was reformed. The land there contained 200 years of his family's roots. They had built the summer palace, even his family mausoleum stood there. He would do anything to get it back. This threw their previous agreement down the drain. The duke wouldn't hold on to Jungchandler as well as his old territory, he would be trading it in. Auguslo would get the province back, and he would not abide by the agreement between the two dukes. The investments made thus far were worthless to the house now. There was no reason to keep throwing money down the drain. The duke didn't want everything to be cancelled, however. He didn't know if the war would end well for the kingdom, and, in that case, he wished to resume the program. Lorist assured him he was willing to only put the program on hold and not cancel it outright. The duke was incredibly grateful. He told Lorist that the same offer had been made to Madras, who agreed immediately. Among the four dukes, houses Forend, Handra, and Farkle were the first nobles entitled by the founding emperor, Chris and I. Their houses made countless contributions, gradually raising their titles to that of duke despite being only low nobles at first. It was easy to see why they were so sentimental about their territories. Auguslo's move made them willing to serve him despite their animosity. Lorist was surprised, impressed, and slightly concerned. It was never a good thing to have a competent rival. As for Shabbage, his house was moved to their former lands by Chris and Six and weren't as attached to it. Additionally, it was obvious how badly Jigsaw was treated by the Alliance and Fizablin. They didn't feel like going back to clean up the mess. Auguslo instead offered them Badulger. As he shared the same fate as Duke Handra, the Duke made peace with Auguslo and agreed to mobilize his forces. Currently, apart from Duke Fizablin, whose conditions were still unknown, only Lorist had not jumped on the bandwagon. He counted 6 dukes with 280,000 men and Auguslo's own 500,000 made 800,000 already. If Fizablin joined them, Auguslo might have up to 1,000,000 men. No wonder the king was so confident. It wasn't impossible that the Union would be wary of a war against 1,000,000 men and be willing to negotiate. It was far from certain, or even likely, though. And if they decided to continue the war, the 1,000,000-strong army would bleed the kingdom dry in 2 years at most. Even if they did agree to negotiate, if the negotiations weren't completed within 2 years, Auguslo would still run dry and have to agree to whatever was on the table at the time. Auguslo's decision shocked everyone who heard about it. Luckily, there wasn't the added shock of Lorist participating. The primary reason for his decision to stay out of the war wasn't that he thought it would likely end badly, though he did think that, it was that he knew he would be next. Auguslo would never settle for having a duke that could rival him in his kingdom. He would turn on Lorist the moment the war ended and not stop either outright conflict or sabotage and subterfuge until he felt the duke was sufficiently suppressed and obedient. Lorist actually hoped the campaign was a massive failure. A successful conclusion to the war would signal the start of a protracted Cold War, possibly even a hot one, between him and the king. But, regardless of his disdain for the reckless man, he had to respect his blind determination to his ambitions. Where there's a will, there's a way. The beast that lies in waiting will eventually catch its prey. The heavens won't disappoint hard workers, even a desperate rat can swallow a cat. Lorist's grandfather from his previous life used to quote these often. Always study hard, always aim high. Auguslo must have been one of his cousins from his previous life. He epitomized his grandfather's teachings. He stood up from one failure after another unwaveringly and always continued to walk on the path he drew for himself. There was a certain point, however, at which determination became foolishness. Lorist wasn't sure on which side of that point the king stood. Having a rival like Auguslo is troublesome. As his liege, he had learned from his lessons. He had a good grasp of his vassal's temperament and stopped at the right point whenever things were getting uncomfortable. They appeared amiable, even close, on the surface, but they both knew how guarded each was against the other. Take the king's move on Duke Forend. He appeared to not mind Lorist refusing to join the war, but went and vaporized Lorist's agreement with the duke. It was clearly a show of force. The king could have used any number of conditions to get the duke to participate, but he just happened to choose the one that screwed Lorist over. Lorist would not participate no matter what the king offered because the latter could offer nothing short of independence that was worth anything. But he knew how stubborn the man was. He would not let Lorist sit by idly. The only reason he hadn't made his move yet was because he was still trying to find out how he could rope him in. Lorist got up and went for a walk, feeling the onset of a headache. Half an hour and a light breeze blew by and Lorist stopped dead in his tracks. "Who's there? Come out." Genolio, who stood beside him, drew his sword and stepped in front of his lord. A figure appeared from the man-made hill further ahead. "It's me," Duke Fizablin's voice echoed down the hill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459 Secret Plot. Secret Plot. Conspiracies are the lifeblood of nobility and the fairy tales of peasantry. Unknown. Duke Faisablin revealed himself to the pair. He stood clad in a nightgown and slippers. Had no weapon. It looked like he too had just gotten out of bed to take a stroll. Lorist patted Ginolio's shoulder. "Why are you here?" he asked. I couldn't sleep. I decided to come out for a walk. The moon is beautiful tonight." "I wandered over without realizing," the Duke answered sincerely. Lorist pouted slightly and glared at the Duke oddly. "Who are you kidding, old man? Your villa is 3 buildings away. You're telling me you wandered by 3 buildings to my particular garden by happenstance, without noticing? And did so whilst avoiding my guards? Is this your idea of a casual walk? It's blindingly obvious you want to talk to me in secret. Let's head to the study." Ginolio looked like a brute, but actually had quite sharp senses and a strong wit. He entered the study first and lit the candles before closing the curtains. "Does your grace need anything else? Bring us food, and a few bottles of wine from the cellar. You may rest thereafter, it's getting late," said Lorist. Ginolio acknowledged and left. Duke Faisablin looked around awe-filled. "Duke Kenmaze is more respectful to you than he is to his majesty. Apart from giving you the best villa, he even hid all the fine wine in the cellar. He made his majesty stay in an inferior residence instead." Auguslo arrived unannounced a few days earlier. Normally, the most lavish residence should be offered to him. But because he came without informing anyone, Lorist had already occupied the best villa. Kenmaze didn't bring it up and instead gave his personal villa to the king. Everyone was expecting a commotion but was left speechless. Nobody dared to get Lorist to move out for Auguslo, nor did the latter mind it. He told the other nobles that since he came late as a passing guest, there was nothing he could complain about since Kenmaze had moved out of his own villa on his behalf. Everyone knew Lorist wouldn't refuse to move out of his villa if asked, but would leave for the Northlands when he did. Auguslo could not let him do this, since his plot would not have time to be put into motion if that happened. "Do you know how many bottles of wine Kenmaze drank and pilfered from my place? It can't compare to how many you took, but it was at least half as much." He offered the Duke a seat, which the latter accepted. He'd interacted with the Duke a few times now and knew that, despite being a rank 3 blade master, he was a lustful alcoholic. He didn't know how he became a blade master. He was just like Kenmaze. He couldn't go into Lorist's study to drink there, but had his own ways. He would disappear sometime during the final night of the New Year's celebrations and be found near the cellar. Lorist hadn't bought his collection. They were spoils of war. Most were from his conquest of Hanayobarda. He'd brought back 10,000 bottles. He had wanted to split it with his men, but Charade wouldn't let him. Even the cheapest wine was several gold fords per bottle, the most expensive could go for upwards of 3,000. In the years since, between the celebrations and Lorist's normal consumption, there weren't many left. And the last couple of years Faisablin had stolen a good portion of what there still was. He would steal at least 3 bottles every day while he was present. 300 bottles went missing every time he visited. Spiel, who was responsible for keeping an inventory of the cellar, cursed the bastard to hell and back every time. "Why are you here in the middle of the night?" asked Lorist as he pulled up a chair. "Nothing, I was really just taking a walk. Do you think I'm gullible?" Faisablin slumped into the couch. "I had nothing serious in mind. I just wanted to ask why you won't take part in the war." "Do you even have to ask that? Why would I send my men to die for the king? He gave you guys great deals, sure, but what has he offered me? He can't offer me riches, he's poorer than me. He can't offer me a promotion, I'm just one step below him. And he will never offer me more land, not even in his testament. I will not accept talk of restoring the empire and building honor through contributions. I will not send my men to their deaths in a war that does not concern them." "I see. You make sense," agreed the Duke. This was the keystone of any and every noble decision: benefits. Relations were only sour when there were conflicts of interest. Even if an exchange promised benefit, they would carefully weigh everything up, even if the other guy was their brother or father or son. People who honestly believed in loyalty and generosity were known as fools. "What did His Majesty offer you?" "I haven't agreed to mobilize," replied Faisablin. "What? Why not?" Faisablin, whom Lorist thought would be the first to answer Auguslo's call, actually hadn't agreed to mobilize. Lorist's curiosity was piqued. I told His Majesty that if you don't deploy, neither can I. We've always considered each other great rivals. How can I leave my home unguarded if all your forces are sitting on our border? You? Pops, I am being roasted already. And now you're using me as a frying pan? The Duke hadn't refused because he honestly believed he couldn't leave his domain open to Lorist. He obviously didn't like the conditions, and Lorist's refusal was just a good excuse. Well played. Then again, do you think His Majesty will believe you? I don't know. I know I do. Lorist gave the old man a thumbs up. Old man, you're far too shameless. You've been coming to the New Year's celebration and stealing my wine. Do you think His Majesty doesn't know? What kind of fool do you think he is? So what? Don't forget, I'm Sylvia's grandfather. What's wrong with visiting my granddaughter? Besides, the king doesn't care about me drinking my granddaughter's wine. He's worried that we're working together now. I've already admitted to him that the alliance forces me to buy lots of daily necessities and refuses to sell me military equipment. He's asked me to endure and avoid conflict, to consider the bigger picture. Lorist was speechless. As expected from the old fox. He managed to cut our relation clear with just a few words. He even spun it so he is only attending our New Year's celebration out of obligation. He made it sound like we're working together to suppress him. And of course the dim-witted fool believes him. Lorist sighed. You really are frivolous. You were the mastermind behind the second prince's founding of Iblia, and yet the king believes you more than he does my loyal house. How ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Faisablin wanted to say something, but a knock-on silenced him. Genolio entered with a few bottles of wine. A couple of servants trailed behind him with some snacks. Lorist dismissed them when they were done. Lorist poured himself and the Duke each a cup. Tell me, what unacceptable offer did the king make? He promised another 200,000 civilians. Lorist snickered. I figured it would be something like that. He can't come up with anything better than that. Don't forget that if House Norton never falls, House Faisablin will be the next biggest thing on His Majesty's mind. That's why I used you as an excuse. If the sky falls, you'll be there to bear it for me. He actually thought he could get me to slave away for just 200,000 people. He dreams big. Then tell me, what do you want? I want a province in the Inner Kingdom. Ugh. Lorist started so bad he almost flung his cup at his grandfather-in-law. Is that even possible? Dream on, old man. It's about time you went to wash up and sleep. You're drunk. Of course it's possible. The king will agree if you'll cooperate. I haven't even drunk a bottle yet. How could I be drunk? That's so? You sure sound like you're drunk. Think about it, you're just like me. We each have one hereditary title and 2 territories we only govern. Aren't we big enough already in his eyes? Mocked Lorist. That's why this is the perfect opportunity. We both know what he plans. It's entirely possible no huge conflict will break out. He's trying to pressure them to the negotiation table with his million-strong army. The plan has a decent chance of succeeding, so the risk isn't too great. The problem is we need benefits he isn't really willing to offer. He will, however, have no chance but to give in if we work together, but I will not take part in this war, and that's final. So you're not interested in wild husbandry? Ha, and what of it if I am? His Majesty won't give it to me. What are you planning? Don't forget wild husbandry is technically yours. Something that will benefit us both. The king will come to negotiate with you again soon. Just tell him you want wild husbandry. You make it sound simple. How will I justify this? Foolish kid. Just tell him you want it as a buffer between us. If you have it, no one can attack directly at your core territories. It's entirely in line with your wants. As long as you insist, the king will eventually have to give in. Lorist smiled. And you'll ask for an inner province as compensation for giving up wild husbandry. There's still one thing I don't get. You're developing the Northeast very well. Why do you want an inner province? Splitting your house might make you an easy target, but you'll understand the real troubles of a family head when House Norton's branch families get stronger. If the house were in an inner province, I would have sent the branch families to the plains. But we aren't, so I can't. My house has 1,000 members at least. Naturally, there are both good and bad apples. And everyone is constantly fighting for a better footing. Even as the rightful lord and title holder, I can only do so much without the family's permission. I want to kick the bad apples to the inner province. Sending them there will make it look like we're strengthening our bloodline by spreading out, but it's actually a purge. Duke Faisablin downed the last of the wine and stood up, holding 2 more bottles in his hand. Well, now you're informed, it's time I left. Just remember to insist on wild husbandry. The king will come to me and I'll deal with the rest. I won't give him a choice, he'll have to agree to my conditions as well. He has no confidence in this war without us. Faisablin left as unnoticed as he came. Lorist's study was illuminated until daybreak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460. Deal sealed. Deal sealed. Silence, too, is an answer. Why go to such lengths so we will do something we have no desire to do? Even without House Norton, you still have a 1,000,000-strong army. You should have no trouble achieving your strategic objectives, advised Lorist with a troubled smile. Locke, my friend, are you really going to sit back and watch the war? You'll let House Norton be nothing but a spectator? What if your descendants ask about this? Would you tell them you did nothing but watch the show? Lorist rubbed the sides of his arms, he could feel the goosebumps. Stop. Doesn't that sound gross to you? It's making my hair stand on end. When did your majesty become a traveling poet? I will tell my descendants I was watching a bunch of fools tumbling around fighting each other, and it was quite a show. You. Auguslo blared angrily, not that the latter minded. He pretended to not notice anything. House Norton must deploy their forces. As Duke of the Northlands, you have to contribute to the kingdom. All right. As Duke of the Northlands, I am willing to serve the kingdom. How about this, I'll go to the front lines myself and charge the enemy myself. You may order me around as your vassal, but you have no right to order the needless sacrifice of my men. By the same token that you may order my person around, I may refuse any unreasonable orders where my subjects and domain is concerned. Ugh. Auguslo tried his best to release his anger. Lorist's argument was airtight. He couldn't do anything to him. What's this about going to the front lines yourself? It sounds impressive, but it's just an excuse to avoid deploying your troops. You think waving your sword and killing a soldier or 2 means you fulfilled your obligations? You think you can just go back and watch the rest of the fight? How's that different from not doing anything at all? Fine, Brother Locke, tell me what you want. As long as it's something reasonably, I will agree. Auguslo seemed to have surrendered. All would be well as long as Lorist agreed to deploy. The conditions could be discussed later. In the worst-case scenario, he could just delay the fulfillment of his promise the best he could. I want a sense of security. Sense of security? Auguslo's eyes widened. The hell is that? I haven't heard of anyone asking for this before. If you agree to give me wild husbandry, I can send my men to war. Wild husbandry? Impossible. Then there is nothing more to be said. Genolio, please see His Majesty OU. Wait. Brother Locke, we can talk about this. What the hell? You can't send people off without giving them a chance to respond. Nobody negotiates like this. I return to the Northlands tomorrow. I wish you success in your campaign. Godspeed, said Lorist as he shook his head. No, Brother Locke, please tell me what you meant by safety. What does this have to do with you wanting wild husbandry? The king wouldn't leave until he understood what was going on. Lorist glared at the man like he was an utter idiot. Locke, what's the meaning of this? If you don't understand, please turn back and take a look at the map, Lorist sighed deeply. Map? Auguslo turned around and saw a map of House Norton's dominion on the wall. Different territories were rendered in different colors. What did they mean? Auguslo got up and walked over. The Northlands is green, the ocean blue, Delamock and Winston light green, and Southern and Sigler light yellow. The provinces around the capital and the 11 central provinces are golden yellow. Only House Faisablin's Eastwild and Gold Creek are dark red. Wild husbandry is light red. Magical Dragon Mountains and the Wildlands are gray-black. What is this? Auguslo soon noticed the color legend on the bottom of the map. Green was for the safest areas under the Lorist's direct inheritary rule, mostly the duchy. Light green was for safe areas only under Lorist's jurisdiction. Blue was the ocean. Yellow marked the safe territories of allies, golden yellow territories under the royal family. Dark red areas were danger zones, and light red areas those to be monitored closely. Grayish-black zones were unexplored frontiers, the threat level of which was unknown. The map's clarity was immediately apparent. He soon felt a little uncomfortable. Why are the areas under my control not marked as safe areas or those of allies? You tell me, Your Majesty. These categorizations aren't decided on arbitrarily, nor did I or any or my people have a hand in deciding what went where. This map was drawn based on feedback from hundreds, if not thousands, of merchants. This is how they evaluate the different areas based on their security and stability. Auguslo couldn't find a retort. He understood that due to his efforts to rally his forces, he had focused most of his attention on the military. He hadn't paid attention to the civil side of his rule. It was good enough that his subjects stayed alive so they could join his army. Crimes like robbery and murder had gone unchecked and grown rampant. No wonder his lands were mediocrely rated at best. One could only feel relatively safe if one carried a weapon on one's person at all times. Merchants could not operate without escorts and had to travel in large convoys. He finally understood what Lorist meant by sense of security and how it related to his desire for wild husbandry. The Northlands had 4 routes connecting it to the outside world. The maritime route started in North Sea. The 3 others were overland. One went through Winston and one through Delamock. The final went through wild husbandry. Both Winston and Delamock were under Lorist's control. He had worked hard to stabilize the situation, so they were now rated as safe. Only wild husbandry was light red, an area of low safety that had to be carefully monitored. The recent war between House Norton and House Faisablin had plunged the province into poverty and lawlessness, and without control of the area, Lorist could not feel safe about the crime possibly spilling over into his lands. It was also a route House Faisablin could use to attack him, a place where he had no buffer. Ha ha. I didn't think Lorist would really treat Faisablin as his most dangerous enemy even though they've signed a ceasefire. It seems Faisablin's claims about the alliance forcing them to buy daily necessities and open up trade routes were true. They're trying to squeeze all the gold Faisablin gets from Gold Creek. Not bad. The more conflicts between them, the deeper their grudges will be. I might get a chance to exploit this if I play my cards right. Auguslo paced back and forth in front of the map. He only snapped out of his reverie after several minutes. Brother Locke, didn't Faisablin sign an armistice with you? I also heard trade is doing really well. You are both Andenac nobility, you've even married the Duke's granddaughter. I don't understand why you still see Faisablin as your enemy. Don't you think this is inappropriate? It was quite unnecessary for Lorist to want wild husbandry. He just has to cut the suspension bridge. With the bridge gone, Faisablin can't attack him without either spending several months building another bridge, or detouring through a lot of Nortonland. Faisablin has long withdrawn his forces from the province as well. It's basically yours already. Why do you want to force me to recognize your control formally? Can't we just shut one eye and have a tacit agreement? Even if we ignore the fact that Faisablin has full legal rights to the land, there is no precedent for this has never been done before. No noble has ever had more than 2 territories besides their hereditary fiefs. But you want 3? You're just making trouble for me. Wild husbandry isn't a great province either. It might be a lot of land, but hardly anyone lives there, and the few that do are raided by barbarians frequently. My forefathers used to exile people there, but you actually want it? Do you have so much free time you feel like trying to govern that shithole? Lorist smirked. If not for my alliance forcing Faisablin into a corner, do you think they would be so easy to handle, they would have submitted to you? Have you already forgotten it was Faisablin that drove the founding of Iblia? Do you think you can trust his loyalty just because you married one of his offspring? House Norton never forgets its enemies. Ceasefire or armistice or not. We remember well they were the ones who sent the barbarians our way, who killed tens of thousands of my people. Faisablin bled my men for wild husbandry, now I want to see his face as I tear it from his hands without losing a single drop of blood. I will build a monument to my men there, where he can stare at it across the border as it mocks him from sunrise to sunset and throughout the night. I've already contributed greatly to your cause. My endurance of these losses, my making peace with that man, that is my contribution to your war, and it is a far greater contribution than any of my armies can get you on the battlefield. My men will sit patiently at their posts, waiting for our opportunity. Whether you agree to let me take that or not doesn't matter. One day Faisablin will turn his back on you, and we will march over the river and pry wild husbandry from his cold, dead hands. Auguslo was overcome with joy. He finally caught a glimpse of the true hatred Lorist felt for the Duke and finally understood he really wanted the province to placate his conscience and wipe away the shame of his loss there. Ha ha ha. It seems I have nothing to worry about. There's no way he will ever work with Faisablin. This kind of hatred can't be faked. Letting Lorist take wild husbandry forcefully will shame Faisablin as well. They'll hate each other to the bone and look for every chance to slit a few throats. Trading a useless barren expanse for House Norton's participation in the war and adding trouble to House Faisablin at the same time was ideal. As for the limitation of each house having only one fief and 2 jurisdictions, Auguslo could circumvent it. The province wasn't technically his, after all. It would not be him, as the king, giving Lorist jurisdiction, he would only be acknowledging the exchange. It would not adversely affect his reputation, and he paid no other price for it either. It wasn't that simple, however. Since the land was not his, he could not just give it away. He had to convince the rightful jurisprudent to hand it over. Luckily, he felt confident in his ability to convince the Duke. He had all the leverage in that relationship. Faisablin was being suppressed by the alliance and could only stand by the king's support. He could just threaten to withdraw it. He knew the Duke would demand compensation, however. How would he compensate the man? I can't have Lorist deploy and Faisablin stay. Lorist won't stand for it, even if he has wild husbandry. He'll either withdraw from the offer, or only deploy a token force. I need his men to achieve my objectives. I can agree to let you administer wild husbandry, but the land isn't mine to give. It belongs to Faisablin. I cannot forcefully give you the land either, even as king I do not have the authority or the right to. I'll have to convince Faisablin to do it voluntarily, but I promise I'll get him to agree. Just give me 3 days before you leave, okay? Lorist bowed deeply. I shall do as your majesty pleads. If you can get Faisablin to hand over wild husbandry, I will move my men to the front and join your offensive. Auguslo left in a hurry. Lorist cracked a smile. Perhaps wild husbandry was just a barren wasteland in the eyes of others. But to Lorist it was precious trade territory. His most profitable partners were the grassland barbarians. He didn't just want to trade with them, though. He wanted to make them pledge themselves to him and become his subjects. He would nurture them into yet another foreign market for his goods. The villa complex near Platinum Beach was quite rowdy for the following 3 days. The nobles learned by gossip of Lorist's conditions. Ken Mays, Phelim, and Shazine each paid him a visit, but he kept silent. Silence, too, however, was an answer. On the first day, Auguslo went to negotiate with the Duke. Rumor had it the old man was so pissed he yanked his sword out of its scabbard and tried to march right over to Lorist's villa. Wild husbandry is my land. I won't give it to anyone else even if I have to kill them or die for it. That brat is going too far. Let me go kill him, he was said to have said. Luckily, he barked loudly but only nibbled. He would not really challenge Lorist. Auguslo only had to put in a sliver of effort to stop the Duke. He refused to listen to Auguslo's advice, however, and locked himself in his room for the rest of the day. The king visited him again the next day. The old man had cooled down somewhat. He listened to the kind silently. He didn't say a single word for the whole visit. The king made his third and final visit on the 3rd day. This time, the old man was far more relaxed. He was willing to give wild husbandry and join the campaign if he was in theft a province in the center of the kingdom. Auguslo agreed after pondering for a few minutes. He didn't promise a territory he currently controlled, however, but one that he would if the war ended well. He promised that, if the first phase of the war was successful, Anderwolf, one of the reclaimed provinces, would be given to Faisablin. Faisablin wasn't the least bit surprised. Promising to give something in the hands of the enemy was a habit of Auguslo's. He agreed, nonetheless, but had him sign a letter of oath. The Duke went to Lorist's villa and handed over control of the province formally after he got the king's signed oath. Auguslo also signed the document to officiate it. After the procedure, Faisablin flung the quill he used to sign the agreement and left angrily. On the 32nd day of the 8th month, year 1786, Duke Faisablin, under the eyes of Andenek's king, Auguslo I and the nobles present, transferred the writ of wild husbandry to Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist, allowing House Norton to be the only landed noble house to have 1 direct dominion and 3 other jurisdictions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461 Prepare for War. Prepare for war. I never understood why people blame the soldiers and the generals for war. Is it not the nobles that start it all? Should it not be the kings and dukes that are hated for their arrogance, selfishness, and ambition? Most soldiers fight only to protect their homes, they join armies only to feed their wives and children. Nobles have no such problems. They stuff themselves with meat and wine and empty themselves with poor wenches. The soldier wishes only to return home safely to his loving wife, with enough coin to tide them over until the next harvest. The noble, however, lusts for power and fame. If only we could get the nobles to fight their wars themselves. When a commoner has an argument, he solves it with his own fists. When a noble has a disagreement, he sends others to die on his behalf. Sod noble dignity, to hell with aristocratic honor. I will respect it the day the nobles are willing to shed their own blood for it. Until then, I stand by my words, the basest of all life is not the peasant, nor even the slave, it is the noble. Excerpt from On Honor by Nico Telesti. 15th day of the 9th month, year 1786. Lorist, just returned from Platinum Beach, called a war council. His Majesty will split the army in two. Our alliance will be in one of them together. We'll attack Anderwaff and Badalger from Magic. His Majesty will meet up with Dukes Faisablin, Forand, Handra, and Shabbaj and the minor nobles and head for the two southeastern provinces. He intends to clean up the northeastern area first and eliminate Zeitram before striking Canbona in a three-pronged assault. Lormo's provinces, Mullivaya and Yamanya, will be won through negotiation. The war will be over once we hold those provinces, and the empire will be whole once again. Lorist tapped on the large map with his wooden pointer. The king is convinced this war will be no more than a year. More accurately, he cannot let it last more than a year. This is where we come in. For this to work, the attack has to happen when the enemy least expects it, and when it can least respond, winter. We are the only ones on the continent who can fight effectively this time of year. The rest are too soft. Everyone sneered. The king at least has this much wit. He knows Blizzard Blitz, the poor imitation of our forces he trained, cannot match us. We could have told him this even before he tried though. Another round of sneers. It's likely we'll have to fight most of this war on our own. I doubt he'll take Canbona before we're done. We might well have to press into Canbona and then sweep back north to help him out in Zeitram. It's nice that he knows we're so much better than him, Charade jeered, but he's given us the bone and chosen the meat. Don't you think a single province is a little meager for everything we're expected to do? Charade wasn't wrong. House Norton had to take two provinces, one of them Badalger, the current dominion of Wesia, the guild well known for being the Union's principal weapon supplier. Their army would definitely be well kit and fully armored. They had also only deployed a small portion of their army to join the Union's war in the southeast. Most of their army still sat in barracks in the cities in on the border. House Norton's forces had the mobility to attack in the dead of winter, but their mobility was largely useless against an enemy that only had to hold the towns in which they sat and didn't have to move out into the frozen winter wilderness. The officers and commanders chattered amongst themselves in hushed tones. No one liked the deal. Lorist tapped on the table and the voices quieted. If they were allowed to continue, they might even veto his decision to join the war. Loyalty to their king didn't factor into this concern. As far as they were concerned, their only sovereign was Lorist. Stop complaining. There is nothing more the king is willing to give in return. The man only agreed thanks to Faisablin's machinations. And what is done, anyway. Alright, listen up. Here are your assignments. I want everyone to do their best. We cannot have delays in our development projects because of the war, and we cannot be seen to be doing a half-arsed job of our part in the campaign either. Lorist swept his gaze over his subordinates and vassals. Firmrock and Tigersaur will deploy together. You will take Anderwaff as quickly as possible. Spare no one who resists. I want only obedient subjects and corpses left for Faisablin when you move on. Once Anderwaff is taken, Tigersaur will clean it up and hand it over to Faisablin. Firmrock will roll straight ahead into Badalger and take Frederica. Once the forces in Frederica are wiped out, Wesia will only have dispersed garrisons and small patrol forces left. They stand no chance at retaking the city, so you'll wait for Tigersaur inside. The scattered remains of their forces pose no threat to us, so we can take care of them after you regroup. I must object, Your Grace, Josk interjected, why aren't we deploying Jaeger? We already have control of wild husbandry, but the province is a complete mess. Jaeger is to clean it up. Wipe out the gangs and the barbarians roaming and raiding the countryside. A clean province ready for development to grate me when I return from the front lines. However, don't just kill every barbarian you see. If they're willing to submit and become my subjects, then leave them be. Ideally, they'll become no different from our current stock of sedentary subjects. Teach them husbandry, build small towns and settlements for them. Kedden, I'm making you the province's administrator. Make this happen. Lorist ordered as he glanced at the aging man. I am not holding Jaeger back because I doubt its abilities in a fight. There is just too much to do, and the weather isn't fitting for Jaeger. It's a light cavalry legion. Horses do not do well on snow, and Tigersaur and Firmrock are much better on foot. Neither of them, on the other hand, can fight the barbarians anywhere near as well as Jaeger can on wild husbandry's plains and rolling hills. But fighting the barbarians is no fun at all, Josk complained. Crestfallen, I want to fight on a proper front line again for once. Fine, if you can clean everything up in wild husbandry before year's end, I'll let you join us on the front with a few of your guard. The man had spent several years training Jaeger by now, so it was only fair he be given a taste of proper action again. Thank you, Your Grace, Josk said as he pulled Els along by his collar. Come on. Let's go finish this quickly. Sit down. Sheesh. You have more than enough time. A few hours spent in a meeting won't make you miss the deadline, snapped Charade. Your Grace, how many men is Faisablin sending out? The Duke is deploying as many as last time, 1 Frontier Legion and 1 Barbarian Reserve Legion. He's holding 2 Garrison Legions and the 2nd Frontier Legion back. They won't be full strength, though. Faisablin told me he plans to pull men from the 3 to make a 30,000-strong Garrison Legion which he'll station in Anderwath once it's handed over. Will this not affect our supply line? Charade inquired. Lorist shook his head. No. Faisablin has agreed to only move the Legion over after the rainy season. They shouldn't arrive before the 6th month next year. They'll be escorting House Faisablin's branch families over. He plans to create 1 marquisate, 3 counties, 7 viscounties, and more than 40 baronies in the province, all of which will be given to members of the branch families. The new Legion will also be split between them. They'll pose no threat to us. This is also why Faisablin wants us to clean the province up before they arrive. I understand. I can't help but get the disturbing feeling the Duke is actually sincere in his desire to keep a good relationship with us. Well, for the duration of this campaign, at least. But are we really going to help the old fox for nothing in return? Of course there will be benefits. Anderwath has 600,000 inhabitants. I promised the Duke we won't ravage the place. We'll only take the noble's wealth and 1/6 of its population. Don't the 4 houses in the alliance tread the same path? Do we have to split this between the 4 of us? They get nothing. We are all 3 fighting this war together, true, but they have nothing to do with this conquest or this deal. They will only join in after the rainy season. Since we will take the provinces alone, we get all the benefits. They're only responsible for showing up and using their numbers to pressure the Union during the negotiations. The same actually goes for all the other nobles involved. We and the king are the only ones expected to do any actual fighting. I'm still convinced we got the short end of the stick. No wonder the king kept pestering you to join the war. We're fighting almost the entire campaign. We might as well just march in and take everything for ourselves for all the work we do. That blasted king no doubt wants to be able to push all the blame on us if this fails. We don't have to pick this bone with him. The enemy can't gather up a force capable of fighting us as equals. Actually, the bulk of our benefits will be here. Lorist tapped on Baudolger with his pointer. Frederica is Wessia's headquarters. Everything they own will be ours if we take it. Wealth is only a small part of the benefits we will gain. Talent is the biggest thing I'm aiming for. The province's population has exploded to 800,000 people since they took over. They've moved in thousands of artisans and other skilled labor. Almost the entire guild now lives in and around the city. We tried to start trade with the Union about 8 years ago, but Wessia crushed our plans. They deal primarily in weaponry and other military equipment, so of course they wouldn't let us encroach on their market. They are both our public and private enemy. Why not wipe this pest off the map while we have the chance? Even just the chance to rid ourselves of this nuisance is enough of a reward to deploy. A snake's head should be cut off when you fight it. With the guild having concentrated itself around this one city, we can not just cut off its head in one strike, but toss it into the fire pit entirely. Even if the Union wins the war in the end, Wessia will be done for. The Big 7 will be the Big 6 when this is over, no matter how it ends, but how has the king told us to deal with Baudolger and Wessia? The king was too preoccupied with getting Faisablin to agree to the deal to think about that. I suspect he doesn't think we can take Frederica quickly. It does have a 48,000-strong military presence after all. This is nothing like when he took the city. It was only guarded by about 1/5 the forces then. Besides, he's already promised the province to Shabbage. Whether the province is in ruins when we let it go or not doesn't affect him at all. Maybe he also thinks we won't dare offend the Union too much and so will restrain our urges. Unfortunately for him, and luckily for us, he knows nothing of our grudge with Wessia. After a few laughs, a stern expression returned to his face. Firmrock will stay in Frederica and oversee our extraction of Wessia's people. The province also has about 800,000 inhabitants. Strip it down to 300,000. I entrust this to you, Potterphone, Malek. Understood. The 2 generals stood up and saluted. Understood, Your Grace. He returned to pointing his stick at the map. Today is the 15th of the 9th. We still have 3 months before we launch our attack. The road is long though. We have to cross Winston, Southern, Rimad, Messon, Jigsai, Freewood, Pirolina, Westwood, and Daramac to get to Magic. If not for our ability at traveling on snow and ice, it would have been impossible to be ready in time. Komora, you are in charge of our move to the front lines. Shadekampf will be your aide. Set up a reliable supply line from here to there in these 3 months. I want at least one supply depot in each province. You don't have to worry about interference, I've already cleared this with the king. You have full authority to set up camps as and where you see fit. Freyar, I'm putting you in charge of security. I picked 2 divisions from the forces in Delamock and 2 from those in Winston. Form them into a temporary guard legion and keep the supply line safe. Put around a brigade at each depot. The rest will patrol the route and escort our convoys back and forth. I've also freed 2 divisions from the south of the Northlands. They'll fill in for Tigersor and Fernrock and hold Anderwolf until Feiseblin can take over. Also, Terman, your knights will move to Venades just in case. Wait there for further orders. I may need you on the front lines if things don't go as planned. Charade, as per the usual, you will be in charge of the household while we're off on campaign. Supervisor Spiel, help him with the migrants. Everyone understand their responsibilities? All the household officials and knights stood up and saluted. We understand, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462. Start the war. Start the war. That king's petty schemes were only ever enough to keep the boredom away, not enough to be amusing. Norton Lorist. We've just received a message from Baron Komora. Genolio yelped as he rushed into the room, handing Lorist the white silk cloth he brought with him. Charade, discussing trade with Lorist, saw his expression change as he quickly scanned the message. What happened? Asked he. Someone's itching to do something. We should teach them a lesson, Lorist said, handing the cloth to Charade. Take a look. Baron Komora's supply stations in Jigsai, Freewood, Westwood, and Daramac were attacked. The local nobles didn't just refuse to cooperate with our investigation, they even blamed us for attracting bandits. They're demanding compensation. HRMPH. Darn thieves are calling blame first. How could our stations be attacked by bandits without the nobles' cooperation? I wouldn't be surprised if the bandits were the nobles themselves. I didn't think the cowards would become this daring the moment the king left. To think they want to prey on us. Do they think we're that easy to bully? As the main force would be split 2 ways, Auguslo had mobilized his army to the southwest in 9th month. He even left White Lion at the borders of Magic. That way, they could reach Lormode border as the rainy season ended. However, with Auguslo and his army gone, the relatively peaceful empire quickly became rowdy. The nobles, previously pressured into good behavior by the king's massive army, could breathe freely enough to start exploiting everyone else. At least a dozen small wars were fought already in just 2 months. Some of the less scrupulous nobles even went straight to banditry. Lorist had never imagined, however, that they would actually have the balls to target his men. Either the provinces had been sucked bone dry by the king, or he truly killed off everyone with any brain cells at all. He had set up a dozen supply camps along the route and stocked them to collapse with resources in preparation for the war and subsequent migration. He had not been expecting this level of debasement among the nobles, so he had not manned the route with a lot of men. Even the biggest depots only had a brigade of guards. They were the perfect targets for unscrupulous nobles. Charade read the letter in detail. Komora didn't mention casualties, so it shouldn't be too serious. The same can't be said for our schedule. We're badly behind now. Freyer's forces are just too thinly spread. Lorist nodded. The route is too long. We didn't think of the nobles being this stupid when we came up with our plans. We have to increase the guard. I want to teach the idiots a good lesson too though. It's only been a few years, but they've already forgotten how deadly we can be. Genolio. Your Grace. Take this with you. Send an emergency missive to the king. Tell him we're about to deal with the nobles along the supply line. We cannot send our men into combat if we cannot ensure our supply line's integrity. Understood, Your Grace. I'll get to it immediately, said Genolio as he bowed and left the study. The war is just around the corner, we just have to ensure the line's integrity. Why get ourselves involved with those insects? Asked Charade. Lorist tapped his fingers on the desk. No. If this were a simple matter of keeping the line safe, it would be no trouble. But I'm worried the nobles will be angered by our retaliation and attack us foolishly even if it won't benefit them. They might be forced into a desperate corner. If things get really bad, we might even have to deal with spiteful sabotage. For the nobles it'll only be a venting of their anger, but for us it might cost us the war and hundreds of thousands of lives. We have to clean the route entirely of all the polyps growing on it. We have to uproot whoever attacks us, no matter who they are. Will the king allow it though? He will. Anyone who interferes in his plans are his enemy. As long as we launch our surprise attack according to plan, he will even close an eye to us wiping out every noble along the road. Lorist suddenly started. Fuck. We've been had. Huh? How so? Lorist paced about in the study. This might be exactly what the king wants. He plans to use us to clean up the aristocratic mess in his land. Charade's expression soured as well. Any proof? It's simple. He's given us the rights to set up these camps. Everyone should know how serious he is about this. So why would they interfere and risk having their entire family exterminated? He must have not told them about this. Ha ha ha. Lorist's laughter turned cold. It's not just a gut feeling either. Think about it. This is the most important one he'll fight in his entire life. Do you really think he'll let himself make such a mistake when it concerns such an important element of his plan? Of course not. If he'd warned the nobles beforehand, no one would dare attack the depots. They would be challenging the king himself. There was no such announcement, however, so all they see is ripe fruit ready to be picked. At worst they expect this to just be a scuffle between minor nobility. So it's the same old trick he used last time? Charade commented, he first causes trouble, then gets us to clean his mess for him, and then even uses that as a leash to keep us under his thumb. He will ignore it now because he needs us in the war, but make no mistake, he'll bring it up the first opportunity he gets afterwards. So he gets a leash, cleans up a mess, and sours our relationship with the three dukes all in one shot? He must be really proud of his plan. If he can sour our relationship with the dukes, the alliance will be cut off from most possible friends in the empire and they'll be more likely to side with him against us. It would be a great power balancer. That is the kind of bastard he is. We are at least as strong as a full-fledged kingdom. Only my loathing to be called a traitor is keeping us under his wings. He will never trust us. Lorist continued, but is there a point? All he achieves is being looked down on even more. As long as we don't lose the strength we have now, even as an emperor at the head of an empire he will be defenseless and fawnless against us. Short of declaring open war on us there will be nothing he can do to try to tame us. I doubt he'll really go that far, Charade offered. He might have an army of 500,000, but he knows they're not our match. Our biggest issue is how we're going to deal with this. Tigersaur and Firmrock are on their way to magic. Should we divert them for them to the trouble areas? No need. The two must rush to prepare for the attack. The 10th month is closing, we don't have much time for rest. Don't waste their time for a few bandits. Mobilize a division from Jaeger. Josk can lead them. They'll help Freyar keep the line safe and patrol the area. Call Els and Reedy back as well. Send them over with 1,000 men. They can deal with the nobles interfering in house business. What will Jaeger do without either of its commanders? Don't worry. There's still Yuri and Waxima. They are more than enough. It's time for Josk to see some proper action again, and Els is only a fill-in for Yuri, who can now take over again. It's time Els got a decent position anyway. I'll put him in command of a legion after the war. On the 31st 10th, year 1786, Lorist sent the general of Jaeger, Josk, with a division to the supply lines to combat the threat of the unidentified forces of the bandits and nobles. At the same time, he had Reedy and Els lead 1,000 guards to investigate and obliterate the noble forces and bandits that played a part in the raiding of the supply stations. All the way until the 30th of the 11th, House Norton cooked up a bloodstorm along that supply line. Near 100 bandit bands were wiped out by the sudden attack of Els and Reedy's guard brigade as well as the ferocious pursuit of the Jaeger troops. More than 50 landed nobles were wiped out for involving themselves with the bandits. Their dominions were also raided clean. Back then, Auguslo infeft less than 100 noble houses in the central provinces, yet House Norton wiped out half in such a short time. All of a sudden, House Norton's savage reputation spread like wildfire across the provinces. Apart from a few doomed fools, nobody dared to approach the supply line. Even if they had to cross it, they'd rather take the long way around. No one dared to get close to the depots. On 20th of the 11th, Lorist led 1,000 guards to magic, accompanied by rank 2 Blademaster Shuss. Sylvia, the 4 concubines, Lorist's 2 sons and a few officials were there to send him off. After bidding them all farewell, Lorist told Belnick, general of the 1st Local Defense Legion, "I leave the Northlands in your care." Belnick made a knight's salute. "Please rest assured, Your Grace. I won't let you down." Lorist nodded. "Depart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 463 Baron Abbot. Baron Abbot. Winter is your worst enemy. This is true enough under normal circumstances, but when the Nortons are involved it becomes gospel. Duke Faisablin. The clouds filled the skies. Cold winds blew. Ice feathers fell from the sky, covering the plains and mountains in a white sheet. Winter descended on the world again. "I guess I'm getting old," thought Baron Abbot. No matter how brightly the flame burned in the fireplace, he still shivered in his chair under his thick blanket. His hands clasped it to him and he sipped fruit wine from his golden cup shakily as he stared at the pale world outside his window. His thoughts went back to the day he would gather his mercenary friends at a local tavern and make merry. Ah, what good days! But they were not to be anymore. The band no longer existed. Pale Eagle was no more. He still remembered how their leader used to announce he would make the band one of the best in the Union in his many drunken stupors. Everyone, none less drunk than him, would loudly swear their aid in realizing this ambition. The one-eye owner of the tavern, Moat, would always smile at them kindly if somewhat helplessly. Everyone would cheer with them. No one mocked the young men's dreams. Everyone wished to turn their band into Moronti's greatest back when Moronti still was the continent's home for mercenaries. It was the highest honor a band could get. It took them 2 decades of walking on the edge between life and death, but, with great effort they made it into the 20s. They were just a few ranks from their goal, but that would be their end. Everything changed when the Union became a feudal society. The War of Glass came nearly immediately after. Pale Eagle's leader moved the band to Taribo. He wanted to carve out a small title for himself. To win a place he and his comrades could call home. Everyone was in high spirits when they departed. They were no longer a small-time band. They were 21st on the rankings. All 3 leaders were gold ranks and everyone in the band were silver ranks. About 100 of them stood behind the leaders. Things went great for them initially as well. They successfully raided 3 noble manors and got a lot of spoils. Everyone was convinced this was the right decision. Abbot had even gotten to bed several of the noble ladies he could in the past only admire lustfully from a distance. Their glory was fleeting, however. 10 days into their expedition, their leader caught wind of a massive bounty on a blade master. He left their camp with 40 men. Only 3 returned. Pale Eagle was crushed in an instant. Rifts formed between the remaining members as everyone fought for control of what was left. Abbot and the band's third-in-command fought each other tooth and nail. He suffered a severe wound to his arm whilst the other had an arm and a leg broken. Abbot won in the end, but his opponent, unwilling to accept his loss, left with his followers. Abbot had skills, but lacked the charisma needed to hold everyone together. His men slowly slipped away one by one. With the band on its last legs, he called in a favor from one of Twin Dragon's deputy supervisors. He'd gotten acquainted with the man by a lucky twist of fate a while back. Through his connections with the guild, he used the band's funds to buy a small barony and its associated title. The heavy wooden door to the room suddenly swung open and the cold wind burst in from outside. Abbot snapped out of his reverie and clutched his blanket even tighter. He gazed at the door through squinted eyes and saw 2 familiar figures. A huge man stood in front, his chief knight, Adrian. He was an old friend and comrade from the Abbot's mercenary days. Behind him stood a slender middle-aged fellow, Krieger, Pale Eagle's former logistics officer, and now his chief treasurer. "We have returned from our patrol, me lord. The snow is piling up, it's almost to my knee. The livestocks are still fine, though, we've only had 1 death so far. The slave in charge of it will be punished accordingly," reported Adrian. "You didn't have him beaten to death, did you?" asked Abbot. "I have not, me lord. Don't worry. I know how to punish. Those pathetics won't be obedient unless they're punished anyway. They're tough so they'll survive the winter regardless." The Baron nodded silently. "You did well. Appropriate punishment is necessary. They'll slack off otherwise. We spend money on them, so don't kill them. Every death is money down the river. The war is over now, so it won't be cheap to replace lost slaves anymore either. Slaves will become more expensive now again." "I understand, me lord." The Union had caught hundreds of thousands of soldiers during the war. It could not afford to keep and feed them, so the Big Seven sold them off as slaves. Well, they weren't technically slaves. The Union always made a big ruckus of individual freedom and condemned slavery. The slaves weren't sold as property, instead the captives' labor rights were what was sold. A civilian served a 3-year prison sentence and a soldier 5. What was bought was the right to use them as labor for the time they were prisoners. They technically had to be released when their term was up. Few people expected this to happen though. This was one of the Union's most profitable and successful policies to date. It got rid of the housing and feeding burden, sated the nobles' demands for labor, and made a lot of money in the process. Anderwolf had 80 new nobles, one of which was Baron Abbot. Unfortunately, it had been cleaned by Andernach's king just a few years earlier. It was barren of wealth and desolate of people. When Abbot came over 7 years ago, there were less than 1,000 people in his entire fief. And most of these were only there because they didn't have a skill they could sell elsewhere. He had managed to cobble together a few thousand people through recruitment efforts and wars with his neighbors. His barony had just over 10,000 subjects now. His was the strongest territory in the region at the moment. The only problem was that the majority of his subjects were elderly and could not do much hard labor. To alleviate this problem, he'd bought 300 youths from the Union. "Everything is good in the manor as well, my lord," reported Krieger. "You two did well as well. Come, let's have a drink and warm ourselves up. There's a small cow leg over there, Adrian. Bring it over and we'll roast some." Abbot didn't put up any airs in front of his companions in private. He may be a noble by title now, but he was still just a common mercenary at heart. It made him beloved by his old friends and kept his old subordinates loyal, but left him isolated from noble circles. The other wannabe nobles from his region didn't like that he wasn't upholding their new, pretentious customs. The three sat around the fire enjoying the warmth and food together. "Now this is life," Abbot groaned. "We should build a proper stone castle next year." But he wasn't troubled by the other nobles' mockery, but his lack of a stone castle irked him. This was his 7th year as a noble, but he had yet to put a single stone on top of another. Proper nobles had proper castles, but he lived in nothing more than a hut. It wouldn't even be considered a wooden castle, it needed a palisade to be a wooden castle, and it lacked even that. "We need not defend the borders anymore, so we'll have the manpower soon enough." "But what will we do about the materials and costs?" asked Adrian. "Auguslo I attacked their neighboring duchies 4 years earlier. Word only reached them via an envoy from Duke Andra asking for help when they were all but overrun already." The nobles were utterly bewildered. Some immediately marched for the duchy to help defend it, whilst others packed up and prepared to run to Moranti. Just as everyone was about to scatter their own way, Wessia's vice president toured the region and calmed everyone down. They were all Union nobles, a superpower on the continent. Yes, most of their forces were caught up in the war to the south, but they were far from defenseless. At the very least they had a sword saint. The king would not anger them even if he only had half a brain. His words calmed everyone and time proved him right. After the duke submitted, Andernach ended the war and withdrew. They left White Lion behind, but they only took up defensive positions and stared at Anderwolf across the border. Things weren't completely golden, however. The many minor nobles banded together and formed a 10,000-strong standing army just in case. Several years had passed now, however, and Andernach had showed no movement that indicated any intent to invade. People were beginning to ask whether the army should perhaps not be disbanded. The army cost the nobles most of their budgets, ones that were already strapped thin because of their land's desolation. They couldn't just leave the border undefended, however. What would they do if Andernach did decide to invade? Their solution was to put everyone on a rotation of sorts. They would draw lots every 3 years and the losers had to man the border until the next round. To keep this from disproportionately affecting smaller, less populated fiefs, it was decided that each lord only had to contribute 1/20th of his population to this duty. This system only counted for the men, however. Everyone would contribute the resources needed to feed, clothe, and house the forces. Abbot, the lucky man, had drawn a losing lot. He could not refuse, so he sent out 500 youths and Adrian. His term would be up this winter and his men would finally return. Their absence were why he had to buy the 300 slaves. Abbot smiled. "You might not be aware, but Auguslo is rallying his forces. He's preparing to invade the Union. We're lucky, though. His forces are gathering in the southwest, so we won't have to fight this time. He must be wanting to push straight for Moranti, and there is much closer. No wonder White Lion left the border. Their side of the border now only matches ours. I suspect they might even be greenhorns. That said, they haven't slacked. I saw no gaps in their defenses before I left. We couldn't sneak any scouts through," Adrian commented. "At least we have nothing to worry about. We can watch other fight from the sidelines. We should focus on our own business when the war starts next year. Viscount Wamuz must be the one who rigged the draw. He made me waste 3 years. We'll use the fountain as an excuse to start a war with him. He only knows how to talk, he can't fight. He only has 200 men and only 3 of them are silver ranks. We can steamroll him easily. It's just too bad we aren't allowed to kill other nobles. We'll just strip his land and castle clean. The worst the Union can do is send someone over to keep an eye on us for a while. They might not even bother if the war gets serious enough. We'll take what we don't have from our neighbors. Ha ha. We didn't waste the 3 years we spent on the border. I should thank you, Adrian. You've trained our men into a strong force. Krieger looked incredibly elated. It's about time we dealt with that prick. He openly mocked us last time we met. So what if we were mercenaries? They were just merchants. Abbot laughed heartily but cut it short mid-laugh. I hear something outside. Soft rustling broke through the wind's lonely wails. Adrian stood up. Let me check. A couple of people dressed in white capes and pelts rushed into the room through the door. Their eyes, swords, and spears glinted viciously in the flickering firelight. Don't move, one yelled, keep your arms where I can see them. Drop your weapons and kneel. Surrender and you'll be spared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464 Surprise Attack Ongoing. Surprise attack ongoing. Fate is fickle and wretched. It robs a man of his friends and swamps him with enemies. Some, it even turns from friend to foe. And the worst part of it all is that man makes his own fate. Norton Lorist. The wooden houses in the distance burned brightly. Crimson streaks stained the white ground. Pained cries echoed out of agonized mouths and mixed with the wailing winter wind. The last 3 days' heavy snow had stopped just in time to fail to cover this horrid scene. A few streaks crisscrossed the thick clouds, giving glances of the blue sky. Needles of sunlight mocked the world below. Lorist's expression gloomed at the hut in front of him. 173 Tigersaur soldiers' bodies lay in neat rows on the ground in front of them. Many were missing limbs and several had severe wounds on their torso. Their crimson-stained bodies were tragic against the pure snow. What happened here? How could a ruddy manor cause so many casualties among my men? Pale words seeped out through the gaps between Lorist's teeth. Who knew what kind of fire burned in his heart? It's my fault, Your Grace, Dulles said as he stepped forward. We didn't expect this old manor to be Baron Abbot's dominion, the one Sir Tarkle warned in his list we should be extra careful about. He used to be the Union's 21st ranked mercenary band's vice-captain. He was a gold-ranked No as Gold Eagle. One of the troops from a scout company discovered this rundown manor. None of us associated it with Baron Abbot. They rushed in to force its occupants to surrender, but found the Baron and his knight inside. The entire company was wiped out. Baron Abbot prepared to attack us, but we caught up too quickly. We lost 421 people in total, 173 of them lie here, dead. The Baron only lost 70. Everyone's been beheaded. House Norton's military units were divided into squads of 10, their leader a sergeant. 10 squads made a company, their leader a lieutenant. Per the house's winter protocols, the scout company would watch a spotted target from afar undiscovered while it waited for the main force to attack. Furybear finished their investigation of Anderwolf's nobility more than a year earlier. Their informants donned various disguises and roles and scoured every corner of the region. They recorded everything, from the number of the noble's men, to the daily routines of their servants. Tigersaur only needed to look through Tarkle's list and act accordingly and the region could be taken in a few weeks. The only mistake they'd made so far was the one currently being confronted. The Baron was marked as a target of concern requiring caution because of his retinue's size, but 3 days of incessant snowfall made it almost impossible to match map to land. So, despite his mansion being marked on the map, no one realized the unassuming hut was his residence. Most people assumed all decent nobles lived in stone castles, so no one thought the little wooden Mott and Bailey castle would belong to Baron Abbot. At best they thought it belonged to an inconsequential, broke minor noble. It might possibly even just be used as whilst the noble hid out the winter in the nearest large town. Given their disposition, the officer launched an attack without proper preparation or consideration. When the soldiers rushed in, the Baron and his knight fought back ferociously. The 2-star gold-ranked Baron, his 3-star silver-ranked knight, and his 1-star iron-ranked treasurer massacred their attackers. The group realized their mistake too late and were slaughtered to a man. The 3 broke out of the hut, immediately rallied their men and attacked the rest of the company. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived at almost the same time. They arrived as the Baron was killing the last of the scouts. He had yet to find out who was attacking. Seeing their comrades' corpses, they returned the favor with furious gusto. The first squad to arrive couldn't match their opponents and lost quite a few men initially. The situation quickly stabilized as more reinforcements arrived and soon the tables turned. The 3 men were finally overpowered when about 100 more had arrived. Lieutenant Dullus's arrival was the final straw. A gold rank himself, Dullus ignored the Baron's attempts to surrender and beheaded him on the spot. The knight attempted to escape but was skewered by the just-arrived ballistae. Out of all the men, only the treasurer was taken captive, barely alive. Gold Eagle Abbot. Lorist stared at the corpse. He recognizes the face in spite of its state. The old man could be considered an old acquaintance. Lorist's first paycheck was related to him, in fact. He, Charade, and a few friends had gathered some capital to have some modern rucksacks made and sold at the mercenary guild. Some rowdy mercenaries wanted to buy them at an extremely low price. Gold Eagle Abbot had stepped in and helped them. He paid a huge price to buy all their remaining rucksacks and also made an order for another batch. Lorist was out of contact with the house at the time and had to work as a lowly bronze-ranked mercenary for his semester fees and living costs. The rucksacks were one of the means he'd used. If not for Abbot's intervention, he might have been beaten alongside Charade. 2 decades later, because of a twist of fate, Lorist's benefactor had become an enemy and was now dead, killed at the hands of his beneficiary's men. A long sigh escaped Lorist's mouth, but he remained silent. He made sure Dullus gave the man a proper burial before leaving. On the 27th of the 12th, year 1786, Lorist's Tigersaur used the strong snowfall to occupy the whole of Anderwath without Wessia's knowledge. Frederica was in a festive mood in preparation for the New Year's celebration. Given the surprising number of casualties in the operation, mainly from the Abbot incident, Lorist decided to slow down and take the necessary precautions going forward. He reached Frederica only on the 21st of the 1st. "We've arrived, Your Grace," Potterfang and Malek shouted as they rushed over. They were gathered in a large snow-made dome. It was indistinguishable from the terrain at a glance. Many of these mounds dotted the hillside, connected by ditches and tunnels dug into the white blanket covering the land. Men could move without anyone on top knowing any better. They would only be discovered if someone quite literally stumbled over or into one of their constructions. A large tent filled the inside. 8 braziers filled its corners, fueled by smoldering coal. "How are things coming along?" Lorist removed his furs, handing them to Ginolio, before motioning for the rest to take their seats. Potterfang brought out a map of the capital and lay it on the wooden table. "This will be a tough battle," he commented, his expression solemn. "How so?" asked Lorist. "Wessia completely reworked the city's defenses. Most of the layouts we have are completely useless now. We've investigated as best we can. The city is split into 5 districts. The center is the inner city district, where the palace is. It's now surrounded by a high wall. The eastern district houses the high-class residences, the southern district holds most of the city's industry and commerce, the western district contains most of the military, and the low classes live in the slum of the northern district. The city used to have 200,000 inhabitants, but after the king's attack several years ago, that dropped to 100,000. Most now live in the slums and serve their union overlords. Wessia clearly considers Frederica crucial. They use it to store most of their wealth, especially that taken from the region. They've split up the region between 37 new nobles. We don't have to worry about their forces in the city as long as we take them by surprise, but that's the issue. The castle has several good lookout points that can keep an eye on most of the city and all the approaches to the castle. Wessia has taken Frederica's previous fall very serious and have made adjustments to make sure it can't happen again. We've noticed all their properties light torches every 10 days. It must be a way to check whether a place has fallen to an enemy. We've waited for your arrival rather than attack on our own when we can't finish everything in one go. The city itself has a 45,000-strong garrison. The nearby fortifications can reinforce the city with a further 18,000 within a few hours though. We've confirmed Sir Tarkel's report, they do indeed have 4 blade masters, though only 1, maybe 2, are in the city. One is stationed in the city specifically, the second protects the guild president, so his presence or absence depends on whether the president is in the city or not. Of the other 2, one is guarding the guild's properties in Moranti and the other is with the forces they've deployed to Jigda. The ones guarding the guild's properties are new recruits. We noticed most of the city's inhabitants are still active. Their clothes aren't as good as ours, but it's enough to let them move and work outside despite the cold. The city wall's defenses are also tighter than the castle's. The walls are patrolled every 2 hours, and each tower is manned. We don't have a good chance of slipping in undetected. We set up camp so far from the city so we won't be discovered. If not for their tight defenses we would have done so much closer. We've sent out 3 divisions to set up positions all around the city. When we're joined by Tigersaur, we will be strong enough to attack. We don't have any elegant solutions to taking the city. Brute force is the only real option. I'm concerned even now Wesia might realize something's amiss and rally their 50,000 miners. If they do, we won't be able to take the city without a protracted siege. Is the secret path His Majesty used still an option? Can attack through there? Lorist inquired. Potterfong shook his head. I've already taken a look. Lady Glacia gave us an accurate map, but Wesia found the tunnel and sealed it. It's not an option. Let's leave things at that for now. We'll discuss our plan of action after Tigersaur catches up. They should be here in 2 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465 Siege. Siege. A wall is not as strong as the stone from which it is built, but the metal of the men that man it. Unknown. The city of Frederica used to be a glorious settlement in the southwest of the Christian Empire. To its north was Cloud Snap Mountains and to its south Sunset Mountains. It sat in the great valley between these 2 mountain ranges. It was a rare location with rich farmland and plentiful resources. The city was in Baudalger, one of the most economically prosperous and important provinces in the empire. It was approximately 5 kilometers across, its walls 9 meters tall in places, just half a meter shy of the imperial capital's. Towers dotted the wall at 100-meter intervals. It was considered one of the empire's most well-fortified cities. That reputation was shattered 2 years earlier. Auguslo crossed Cloudsnap in the middle of winter and stormed the city. One of the empire's jewels fell in a single night. Everyone realized, walls are not as strong as the stones of which they are built, but the metal of the men manning them. There weren't any secret passages leading into the city, neither were there any insiders who had contact with the outside. The garrison was on constant alert and the walls incessantly patrolled regardless of weather. Each tower stood 4 floors above the walls, each fitted with 3 ballistae. In effect, each 100-meter segment of wall could be targeted by up to 24 ballistae at any given moment. The soldiers on the walls could be dealt with relatively easily, but the ballistae were another story. A protracted siege. This was the only viable option Lorist, Potterfong, and Malek had. Even in this bone-white winter the walls were defended tightly. They could not assault the walls, only a fool would do that. But Lorist didn't want to spend the months, possible years here necessary to topple the city. Even just the few weeks it would take to pound the walls into collapse was too much. It was already the 25th of the 1st. The snow would have begun to melt by the time they had the siege engines in place. It was meaningless to pound the walls during this time. Even if they collapsed immediately, attacking over open, muddy fields was suicide. He had to take the city before the snow melts. They would attack at dawn. That was the moment the guard all across the city changed and the rising sun blinded half of the city's wall. Even better would be a strong snowstorm or blizzard. It would almost entirely mitigate the biggest danger of this plan, the approach to the walls. Lorist was entirely confident that the battle would be won if he could get his men onto the walls before they were noticed. Lorist had the almost entirely unique propensity to lead his men from the front, right where the fighting would be the thickest. This time would be no different. He brushed aside his entire council's counsel. He was determined to be the first Norton over the walls. He was the best man for the job of getting on the walls and slaughtering his way to the gate. If he let others do it, they might be discovered or killed. If this happened it would become a drawn-out battle they could not afford, neither in terms of time or casualties. His council eventually gave up. Apart from Blademaster Shuss and Reedy, who could match Lorist for a few dozen exchanges, no one could even come close to being in his realm. It was a night's shame to have their lord charge at the front of the formation, but they had no choice. They could not do this task for their liege. Lorist, Shuss, Reedy, and Els would lead the charge. The first 2 would take the 2 towers next to the northern gate while Reedy and Els would hold the enemy off the gate itself while they waited for the rest of the force to charge through. Els would take charge once the main force arrived and push into the city while Josk held the walls. Reedy would take a detachment and charge along the walls to take the other 3 gates. Fernrock would then charge through them and join the fight in the city proper. Tigersaur's Los would have the honor of being the first to set foot in the city. He was beaming about it. The first gate to be opened into the military district, so Els and Tigersaur would be charging right into the district to wipe the defenders out. Once the fighting moved from the walls into the city proper, Malek would occupy the walls with one of Fernrock's divisions to make sure no one escaped. Potterfong drew the short straw this time. He would stay outside the city and lead Firmrock's 3 other divisions from there. He could only enter the city once Malak occupied the walls. The inner district would only be assaulted once the rest of the city was secure. His hope was that its defenders would surrender before it had to be assaulted because, unlike the rest of the city, it would be on full alert long before the first Norton soldier even got close to the inner walls. The snow was light and the skies dark on this, the 30th of the 1st. The cold winds howled over Frederica's walls and around the corners of the city's building and down its narrow streets and dark alleyways. The army rested for the attack that would start at dawn. Genolio woke Lorist at 3. He had something to eat and donned his armor. Shus, Reedy, and Els joined him soon afterwards, all clad in light gray fur. Black veils covered their eyes and white masks their faces. White capes dangled behind their backs. The skies were gray-black outside. The snow danced in a rowdy wind that howled down the mountainside into the valley and out onto the plains beyond. Every breath froze the lungs and men tough as tigers shivered like rattlesnakes in the cold. Lorist stomped on the ground and took in a few deep breaths. Looking at the figures moving about in the camp, he asked, "You ready?" His 3 companions nodded. "Then let's go." The 4 specters slid through the white wasteland, heading for a pale gray horizon broken up every so often by pale gray protrusions that reached into the sky. They covered in half an hour what mortal men could only in a day and a half. The only upside to a winter siege here was that the moat was frozen solid and covered by snow. 2 months from now it would be an insurmountable obstacle to any besieger, but now it did not exist at all. It vanished beneath the snow and beneath the 4 specters' skis and was behind them in a moment. The horizon had vanished now, replaced by a solid mass of gray stone that stretched into the heavens. Lorist listened for any movement, but could hear only his own breathing and heartbeat, and the lonely howl of the wind. The 4 removed their skis. Each took 2 short black daggers from their backpacks and prepared to scale the wall. A thin layer of ice covered the walls. However, the daggers infused with dark stage force dug into the walls like they were leather. A slight push was all it took to dig the blade into the stone. When they were about to reach the top, footsteps sunk into snow above. The patrol. Luckily no one was willing to expose his face to the cold in order to check the walls below, so the 4 remained undetected. They didn't even talk. They had just passed where the 4 were climbing when Lorist vaulted over the top and landed right behind them. He matched their march and followed onwards. The rearmost guard noticed the extra set of footsteps and turned to look, only to feel a coldness puncture his chest halfway through. His body turned limp and he collapsed soundless. Lorist followed the patrol all the way to the tower, unnoticed. As the leader of the 30-strong patrol reached the door, Lorist dashed forward, felling a man with each step he took, to come up behind the man and his torchbearer as he opened the door. The floor was split in 2. The one in which Lorist was now, was a passage that continued on to the other side while the other spiraled into a staircase. It should have been guarded by 2 men, but the gold had bested them and they were off somewhere warm, napping. The pair thought nothing of the sentry's absence. They charged at the nearest brazier to warm themselves. "You guys should warm up, too. We'll continue short." The last word stuck in the man's throat. He saw none of his men behind him, only a tall, black shadow like death itself in the doorway. "You!" Swords flashed brightly as the captain and his compatriot rushed at the shadow. It stepped forward and hoisted the 2 bodies into the air before gently lowering them into a corner, careful not to disturb the others nearby. Reedy and Els showed up at the doorway as it did that. "Where's Shus?" asked Lorist. Reedy pointed to the tower on the opposite end of the gate. Lorist nodded. "Let's continue with the plan." Both nodded. Reedy picked up the torch and followed Els out of the tower, twirling it twice. The gray abyss beyond the wall squirmed like a pit of worms. One shadow after another stepped out of the void and hugged the wall. Els dropped a rope down the wall and the shadows began to ascend the wall one by one. The first shadow to reach the top of the wall was Josk, followed by 2 guards carrying 2 more ropes. Soon, 3 ropes hung down the walls and the number of shadows escaping the abyss grew. Lorist descended the stairs and exited the tower onto the walls, blood running down the stairs behind him. The 12 soldiers on the 3 upper floors had been snoring like dogs, the arrow slits boarded up. It would not be surprising if even lightning could not wake them. No lookouts mounted the roof either. The walls themselves were completely deserted, their supposed occupants clustered around the islands of warmth that dotted the edge of the world. The 50 Lorist had come across thus far, all went to Singwa's welcome embrace quietly and peacefully. Reedy prepared to move on to the next tower and start his trek along the walls, Els was descending the tower to clear the gate. "Hold on. Let me take the gate. Els, go with Reedy. Pretend to be a patrol so you can get in without issue." Reedy's eyes flashed, and he quickly gathered 40 guards and lined them into 2 rows. Torch in hand, he marched with Els to the next tower. Around 30 men remained with Lorist, whom he had taken up positions in the tower. More continued to pour out of the darkness. None made a sound as they climbed into the wall. Silently, they continued into the tower. A shadow emerged from the tower at the other end of the barbican, twirling a torch twice. Lorist let out a relieved sigh. 30 of you, cross the barbican and take up position in the other tower. Also, ask Blade Master Shuss whether he'll attack the next tower. If he will, we'll send someone over to back him up, instructed Lorist. The 30 guards dashed across soundlessly. The guards were getting onto the walls too slowly. Joe, stand guard here. I'll take the gate now. Send the men down on my signal. Though his personal guards were far more capable than Tigersaur or Firmrock's men, Lorist worried that bringing them down the walls would alert the enemy. He planned to take the gate himself. He descended the spiral staircase within the tower. It emerged right behind the gate. He poked his head out carefully, but realized there were no guards, only a large bonfire. It was already dead, only a thin trail of smoke disappeared into the gray sky from the ashes. Hey, you, what are you doing, looking around as you get down from the walls, rebuked a voice from the gatehouse. Ah, nothing much, Lorist said as he headed for the gate. The captain told me to get him something to eat. Oh, go check if there's anything by the bonfire. Maybe some sweet potatoes haven't been eaten yet, said the voice. Oh, and bring me some as well. Lorist made his way to the bonfire next to the gatehouse and peeked inside. Inside were 20 slumbering sentries. The one closest the door must be the one who'd just seen him. He leaned against the wall lazily, clutching a blanket to him shiveringly. A pretty decent idea. The garrison could sleep in the gatehouse warmed by the fire outside it while still technically manning their posts. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He slowly unsheathed his sword. The moment the tip left the scabbard, a horn sounded from the walls. The horn only blew for a moment before it was abruptly silenced. The soldier leaning against the wall started. The alarm! Get up, you idiots, roared he. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466 From Attack to Defense. From Attack to Defense. A great commander is not defined by his plans. He is not defined by how well he can come up with strategies. What defines a great commander are the moments when his plan doesn't work. When things do not go the way he wants. When he has his back against the wall, sometimes literally. And he has to think on his feet. A great commander as well as his legacy is forged in moments such as these. Unknown. Lorist drew his sword and dashed forward. A flash of his blade glow saw the garrison soldier silenced. The corpse slowly collapsed in 2 halves. Lorist's cut straight through him. The others, still only half awake, saw the flash and their compatriots collapse and froze. They couldn't cry no matter how hard they tried. The abyss soon greeted them as it did their comrade. Lorist stepped out of the barbican covered in blood. He lifted his gaze to the top of the wall to call his men, but a cry behind him interrupted. Enemy attack! Alarum! Alarum! Ugh! Lorist finished his jerk only to see the last moments of the figure whence the cry had arose collapse. An arrow stood proudly, rooted in his neck, its tip replacing his tongue. Moments later the buildings across the street's windows lit up, shadows dashed back and forth across them, and confused cries burst from inside. One door after another opened and soldiers poured out like hornets from a disturbed nest. Josk first continuously, but could not keep up. His shots were soon ineffective as shielded combatants charged out in front. They spotted the bloody Lorist and dashed at him as fast as they could. His guards descended as fast as they could to join their lord, but would not arrive in time. Josk continued to fire. Lorist yelled at the gate. Once he saw the archer nod and direct the men emerging from the barbican to the gate, he turned to meet his attackers. The city woke lazily to the alarms that spread across it. Dawn broke in bell chorus. Murder, death, and struggles for life chased away the darkness. Die! Lorist charged into the enemy's ranks like a dying tiger, slashing out ferociously like his death was certain and the only thing left to determine was how many would go with him. He didn't use his slaughter domain. He wasn't taxed even though he was using only his reflexes. Heads divorced their bodies wherever his sword passed. They fell wordlessly, only the clinking and rustle of their armor audible as they flattened on the ground. Though could not keep track of their reaper's movements. It could only be glimpsed in the last moment of life when death was already drawing the soul from the body. One continuous strike felled the men like they were nothing, like stalks before the scythe. Those not yet on the other side froze like their departed brethren. A moment later, Lorist drew his sword from flesh and looked around. Everyone was gone before he'd even gotten to enjoy himself. How unfair. The new arrivals stood at a distance, staring at him. Behind him the reaped field stood empty. 100 stalks had been felled. The furrow was littered with head divorced of bodies. Red oozed out of the point of divorce, and a crimson odor hung sickly between the buildings. 20 unfelled stalks stood ahead, shivering in the wind. None had dreamt their harvest would come so soon. The wind, as if privy to the scene, quieted, and only the chattering of teeth remained, an eerie silence otherwise. Clang! A giant metal leaf fell to the ground. The shock rippled through the unfelled stalks. A moment later a second, then a third, soon twigs joined the leaves. The repeated din of the falling parts uprooted the stalks and they dashed away with the wind. Demon! Demon, they serenaded as they drifted away. The masses withdrew like autumn leaves blew by the wind. Their reaper was left speechless, standing alone in the empty field, rubbing his nose embarrassedly. Was I that terrifying? They actually called me a demon. Lorist couldn't bring himself to chase his victims. His priority was to open the gate and let the troops waiting outside in. Just as he returned to the walls, however, one of his men reported bad news. The gate is frozen shut, Your Grace. We can't open it. Also, the gate is entire wrapped in iron, so we can't set fire to it either. Lorist stared wide-eyed at the 2 3-meter-tall doors that made the gate. Usual gates were made out of wood and covered in iron or copper on the outside. Is Wesia boasting their riches? They actually used black iron to make the gates, not to mention the latches that were 30 centimeters long and 8 centimeters thick. Must be from the cold. Everything is frozen into a single solid mass. Putting aside pushing, even ramming wouldn't open them. Is Wesia insane? Did they intend to lock themselves in every winter? He suddenly realized the northern gates didn't have to be opened in winter. If there were any emergencies, they could leave through any of the other gates. He was just unlucky to have chosen the northern gate for his assault. The gates could technically be opened, but they didn't have the time needed. They'd have to fire the gate up first, then pour oil into the latches before working to open it. They couldn't afford to spend time on this. The men on the other side had to rush in immediately. Can't you cut the latches? No, Your Grace. The man pointed at the middle latch. The scratches on it showed they'd already tried. The deepest cut only struck through a few millimeters. Cutting would be no faster than the other option. Can't we just bash a hole in it? Lorist persisted. Since he couldn't deal with the latches, he would just bust through the gate itself. We can't, we've tried already. The iron on the gates is just as hard as the latches, and the wood beneath very hard, replied the guard as he pointed at a few scratches on the gates. Just like with the latches, the deepest barely made a dent. Lorist stared through the crack between the 2 doors. They were at least 20 centimeters thick, if not more. Beyond he could see Lowe's charging the final few meters to the other side. He turned his attention to the latches again. He could probably cut through it, but it would still take him at least an hour. He would need at least 5 all-exhaustive strikes, and at least 10 minutes of rest between each to recover his strength. Everyone inside the walls would be dead long before he finished. And if the city's 1 or possibly 2 blademasters showed up, he would have no strength to fight them. The horns of alarm bellowed every further away into the city. The enemy was deploying. Lorist's expression grimmed. Your Grace, the gates to the military district are open. At least a regiment's worth of men are coming this way. We only have a few minutes. Lorist laughed bitterly. Everything was fucked up the moment that single soldier managed to call out. Nobody expected Wesia to change the 2 gates. He checked his surroundings. He had less than 200 men with him when the mission began. Of that, only 6 had not left with Els and Schuss. And, though more were constantly pouring over the walls, they could not match the rate at which the enemy could march men through open gates. He slapped himself and sprang into action. He had Josk send word to Malek, Dulles, and Lowe's to find a way to scale the walls. He had the men on the walls prioritize turning the ballistae on the city. He also recalled Els and Schuss's detachments to the nearest towers along the wall. The plan was foobar, and he now had to do what he hated most: improvise. There would be no quick conquest of the city now, but at least they had established a foothold on the wall without any casualties, so the greatest hurdle had already been overcome. Victory was still far from uncertain, it would just take longer and be harder earned than was ideal. Warridge, take a few men and clean up the buildings nearby. Collect everything burnable you can find and pile it up by the gates. We'll melt the bastards if we have to, ordered he. Warridge was Viscount Ides' eldest son. He was currently a peak 3-star silver rank. Lorist predicted he would break through to the gold rank in 2 or 3 years. He joined Lorist's personal guards with his brother Sikos and performed really well. He climbed the ranks from a corporal to a lieutenant major. His brother Sikos was transferred to Jaeger and now a full major. Understood, Your Grace. Warridge took 100 men and started scouring the nearby buildings. Lorist had the remaining men build makeshift barricades with whatever they could find. They acted quickly and several barricades quickly blocked the streets. Some had even taken the initiative to pour water on the roads in front of the barricades. The water immediately froze and made it all but impossible to stay upright. The roles were reversed, the attacker was now the defender. An hour had passed since the attack started, and the first rays of sunlight were hitting the tallest towers of the castle that watched over the city from the hill in its middle. The enemy's reaction was far faster than he had anticipated. He could only admire their discipline. The battle ahead was going to be even more bloody than he had first feared. The soldiers weren't the only ones woken by the commotion. The peasants were also roused from their fitful slumber. The slum dwellers gathered at the ends of the blocks. Their weapons glinted, reflecting the lightning sky. Figures pushed them aside and reformed in front. The front row hid behind shields, but pikes stabbed through the gaps between them and an additional row jabbed over the first shoulders. Pikemen. Doubt flashed across Lorist's eyes. Looks like Wessia sent their elites. Warridge returned with his men at that moment. They piled their plunder against the gate. The oil was poured out of their containers and lamps were smashed onto the pile. Several torches immediately followed and everything went up in smoke-choked flames. Warridge. Form everyone up behind the barricades. Keep the enemy away from the gate at all costs. Don't follow or send anyone after me. Understand? I understand, me lord. Lorist vaulted over the barricades. He slid across the ice on the road and dashed on. His steps halted 50 or so meters beyond. His scabbard emptied, and he faced the oncoming black mass. The mass became regular slowly as it approached, its footsteps regular in uniform, unrushed. It eventually stopped 40 meters away from Lorist. Silence pervaded. A cry, and the battle was raging. That's one damn small gate for a city supposed to be as big as Frederica is. Plus, it's damn poor gate design. It's standard for gates to have at least 2 layers of obstruction in a barbican with a killing pit between. Each double layer usually has an iron gate drop down from the barbican above, and either a single or double door several dozen centimeter thick behind it. The doors are not always there, but the drop-down steel gate is ubiquitous. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467 Danger. Danger. Who are you? Why are you attacking the city? Do you want a war with the Union? Yelled a high-pitched voice. Lorist laughed heartily. Who says this is the Union's territory? I only know this as Frederica, the capital of the Christian Empire's Badalger province. House Norton has come to reclaim this land for the Empire. The entire city is surrounded, there is no escape, you foul dogs. If you want to save your dog lives, you will drop your weapons and surrender now. Everyone immediately felt something was off. What gave a single man the courage to yell such obscenities when facing an entire regiment of heavily armored men alone, in the middle of their lands at their headquarters, no less? A small commotion broke out in the enemy formation, but it quickly subsided when what must be their commander shouted furiously. Who, then, are you? The same high-pitched voice inquired. I am the Duke of the Northlands, the head of House Norton, Norton Lorist. Another commotion. He must be insane. Is he going against the entire city on his own? One voice murmured. Even blade masters have to run against such odds, another chimed in. Does he think his title is enough to scare us? A third asked. Howling bastards. Attack. First company to the wall. Second company, sweep the neighborhood. Third and fourth company, reinforce first and second. Fifth company, forward, the commander's orders came. Bastard, did you think I wouldn't notice those men on the wall? You've shown your hand. They aren't enough to be from a full-scale assault. This must be a lead party to open the gates for the main assault. The fact that you're standing here, alone, means your men must still be trying to open the gate and you're here to buy them time. I'll take back the walls first, then slaughter you from above. Thought he. The men acted immediately. The formation split into 3 neat groups. One headed for the wall, the other vanished between the buildings. The third formed a thick wall of spear and shield and advanced on Lorist slowly, each step shaking the ground. Let nothing stop your advance. Wipe them from our city, the same shrill voice yelled. As they closed the last couple of meters between them and Lorist, the clash on the wall began. Luckily for Lorist's men, they met the enemy as they came to the wall up the stairs, so they didn't have to face their set formation. Instead, they fought them in a loose conglomerate of a line. Even so, this was not a fight his men could win easily. The enemy had the better armor, and the greater numbers. The armor, however, was both a blessing and a curse in this instance. Fighting on the steps was not easy when one's helmet and breastplate kept one from seeing the steps at one's feet. A single misstep sent the hunks of metal hurtling to the ground several meters below, or opened them to a fatal strike from their more nimble enemies. It was Wessia's mistake to send only close-quarters units to retake the walls. Archers could have massacred the Nortons as they fought on the steps. Lorist would have had no way to counter them. His men had neither shield nor bow. Josk was the only one who could strike back. Since he was not occupied with enemy archers, his strikes also rained down on the turtles ascending the stairs. The enemy was already wavering, and, at this moment, their own ballistae in the towers fired on them. Their morale could not take it. They shivered like children in cold wind. Their steps slowed and their footing failed them, but they did not retreat. The steps were wide enough for two men to walk side by side. Two of the bulky spearmen could not fit side by side, but one could hold the front and a second strike around him. They abandoned this tactic when the ballista started firing, opting to hug the wall single file instead. The towers were never meant to fire on the city itself. They were positioned to fire outwards, away from the city, and to cover the tops of the walls. They could only barely catch the outer edges of the stairs. They also had to avoid hitting their own troops, so they were only a threat to the men walking recklessly close to the edge of the stairs. The ballista at the very top of the towers, however, could fire into the city. The buildings made it difficult to see the enemy, though, and they could only catch them in a few spots. The enemy responded by pulling the doors off the buildings and using them to block up the spots so the enemy could not see them easily. Even if the ballista simply shot through the gaps, most of the bolt's energy was sapped and it didn't pose much of a threat to the men on the other side. "Attack!" shouted the commander as he thrust his pike at Lorist, a lazy smile on his face. Like a peacock flaunting its plumage, near 100 pikes struck at Lorist. There was only one way to move, backwards. He took 2 steps back at the last moment, leaving the spears to eat the air millimeters from him. "Damn it, if only mine was a little longer," thought all men. Their miss did not discourage them though. They withdrew their pikes, stepped forward, and repeated. So what if their opponents withdrew? They could just keep going until they were cornered. Neither this insane duke nor his pitiful barricades could stop them. Their eyes swelled in terror and their pupils shrunk. Lorist moved forward with the pikes as they retracted. He held onto a spear tip and let it pull him forward like he were a feather stuck to it. They reacted too late. Lorist was slaughtering his way through their ranks the moment after they noticed him. They cried like a chorus, wailing in despair at their fate. Their pikes, so powerful at range, were useless once he was in their ranks. They could do nothing but watch him fell them like ripe wheat. Those not yet dead when they noticed what was happening dropped everything and ran. Some peeked over their shoulders to find the devil walking towards them on a road of corpses. The men at the rear glared at their fleeing comrades, then charged forward, through their compatriots. They had only one thought on their minds. Kill him. The front infantry snapped out of it. They died of shame and their furious corpses charged back into the fray. "To hell with you," shouted the first to reach Lorist and was promptly beheaded. Countless others charged forward to replace him. Lorist withdrew another 2 steps to avoid the mass of spears, only to find another mass ready to meet him. This disorganized mass was actually more challenging than an organized, orderly formation. He could deal with it using his slaughter domain, but he wished to reserve it for the Blademaster. Battle burst out behind him. Warridge and his men had finally met the enemy that had moved through the houses. Lorist flung corpses at his pursuers as he retreated and slaughtered his way through the enemy behind him. Josk joined again with 3 arrows, clearing a portion of the steps. The steps were littered with arrowed corpses, as were the streets. He'd fired hundreds of arrows since the fight began. His shoulders were beginning to ache and his shots waver. He had maybe another 100 decent shots in him, after that he would be of no use. Had the enemy been wearing any lighter armor, he could just hand things down to his men, but that was not the case. The enemy's armor may even be comparable to House Norton's. Even his infused arrows could only do real damage if he hit thin or exposed areas. 2 of his silver-ranked men were already worn out. Only his arrows posed a threat to the enemies now. His greatest worry was that their new tactics on the steps left the Norton men dying quite frequently. They could not hold on for long at this rate. Wessia's heavy forces were mainly mercenaries. They were quite adept at single combat. Lorist's men were a match for their opponents man-to-man, but they were severely outnumbered. Even if they killed 2 for every one of their own they lost, their enemy would still have men to spare. Josk was the primary inflictor of losses, so the enemy wanted to get to him and kill him as quickly as possible. The streets were paved in corpses, friend and foe alike. Lorist's bloody figure could be seen on the walls as he fought his way up the stairs. The men on the ground had been pushed back to the last few barricades in front of the wall, their numbers dwindling. Things weren't deteriorating quite as quickly as they appeared, however. Every moment the Nortons held out, 1 or 2 men joined them on the wall from outside. About 600 Tigersaur reinforcements had joined them by now. This angered Josk, rather than pleasing him, however. Tigersaur's cavalry troops had no business in such a static fight. Firmrock's men were what they needed. Rather than forces that could turn the tide, or at least stem it until the gates opened, they were just more bodies for the roads. Josk cursed incessantly as he shouted down the wall for Tigersaur to let Firmrock go first. The heavy armored soldiers on the left stone step roared loudly as tens of them gathered into a frantic, united charge. The guards were overwhelmed and their casualties soared once more. A good number of them were sent tumbling down by suicidal enemy soldiers that hugged them tight as they pushed. Fortunately, the guards on the walls rushed in to reinforce them. The 2 sides clashed on the 4th level of the steps that was nearest to the walls. Josk could no longer spare any attention to the steps on the right side. The green longbow thrummed 10 times in succession, sending the 7 charging heavy pike infantrymen off the stone steps, successfully stabilizing the situation. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sword flashed brightly like lightning at the 4th level of the stone steps all of a sudden. The 7 guards fighting desperately at the stone steps fell from it. Terror struck Josk. A blade master. Wessia didn't mobilize their blade master against Lorist and instead had him take the walls back. It was no wonder those tens of heavy armored soldiers charged. It was so that they could protect the blade master while he made his way up. The blade master that made his way up the walls was a sinister-looking middle-aged man clad in the same black armor as the heavy pike infantrymen. He wore no helmet and his face was still covered with a streak of blood of the guards he killed, making him look all the more savage. The moment he got on the walls, a flash from his sword saw tens of guards falling. Josk's way was blocked by the guards and by the time they fell, the blade master was within 5 meters of Josk. It's over. Josk's limbs were stone cold. The blade master was too close, his arrows were no threat now. They were also on the walls and Josk couldn't escape on horseback as he would on land. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468 Resolution. Resolution. The spear's arm broke off with a woody snap. The cavalryman climbing the wall returned to the frozen ground the short way. 47-7, counted Dulles, shaking his head. They had planned the whole thing properly. Well, the whole thing except the gate. They had failed to take the effect of the cold on the iron into account. Instead of overwhelming the enemy before they could respond, their lord and his elite guard became fish in a barrel. No one was prepared to climb the walls. The plan was to go through the gate, so no one had brought anything with which to assail the stones now blocking their way. Even now the entire army only had 3 ropes by which to get into the city and save their lord. Of the 2,000 guards that went with the king, only half had ascended, and the rest were unwilling to make way for the other units. The Duke was their responsibility and they would be damned if they let anyone else take their charge. It took nearly 2 hours for more ropes to be readied. The men outside returned to their camp and brought any loose rope they could find, mainly from the sledges, and fashioned half-decent climbing ropes. Los was chosen to lead Tigersaur's men onto the wall to relieve their lord. They flung spears with the ropes attached into the merlins. The spears were not made to hold fully armored soldiers, however, and 47 had snapped so far. Of the 600 who had made the climb so far, 40 returned to the ground outside. Most frustrating was that even as Tigersaur continued to ascend valiantly, they were ordered to stand down and let Firmrock take the lead. Furious, Luz and his men disobeyed and continued to climb. How many of our ballistae were brought up? Asked Dulles. 37 have been moved to the wall. More are on their way, reported a scribe, his eyes still glued to the parchment on which he scribbled notes. Then why haven't they started firing? I don't care that our standard comportment isn't set up yet, help out our lord. We've only sent the ballistae up, sir. Their bolts are still down here. The ballistae have nothing to shoot. Fuck. This was not looking good. They could send up 20 soldier at a time now, but it was still far from being enough, they were still slowly losing ground. Get the bolts up to the ballistae as quickly as possible. I don't want a single ballistae unable to fire. Keep them shooting until they fall apart. Send the 12th Brigade out to get us wood to build ladders. We need to get more men. His orders were interrupted by the 48th spear snapping. Fuck me. Hold on. Set up a few of the ballistae down here. Shot the bolts into the wall so the men can climb up using them. Dulles yelled at a passing soldier. Malek jogged up to Dulles. Most of the ropes in the camp aren't usable. They're either too thin or completely frozen in place. Heating up enough and making more ropes will take at least 2 more hours. Sir, why don't we pile up the snow and make a ramp? We have so many men just standing around, we might as well put them to work, suggested the scribe. You might actually be onto something. Malek yelped, we can be on the wall in less than an hour. A sharp cry broke the conversation. Everyone's eyes darted to the walls just in time to see a Norton soldier flung off the wall Trophocrenal, a red rope trailing behind him. They're on the walls already? I have to go up and help, yelled Malek as he dashed to the wall. Dulles, start building the ramp. It's over. Josk murmured. He barely held out by blocking with his bow. A strike or 2 more would end him, however. He could not match a Blademaster's battle force. The Blademaster rapidly closed the remaining distance. If this archer fell, he pretty much already had the walls. A golden sheen spear suddenly flew at him. He had to choose, kill the archer, and be injured, or protect himself, and let the archer get away. He chose the latter. He withdrew his sword and cut the incoming spear in half. Josk retreated 10 meters and drew his bow again. Just as he was about to unleash his shot, Los stepped in his way and clashed with the Blademaster. Los could not win the fight either, but he could hold the old man back for a few moments. The addition of an archer that could strike at any moment, those few moments could be extended a little further. No one disputed Los's place at the top of the house's 16 gold-ranked knights. Even Potterfong, who was the best of them all at defense, could only fight Los to a draw. Lorist was also convinced he would be the first of them to become a Blademaster, probably sometime in the next 3 years. He had the experience and the technique, he just lacked the inspiration necessary to make the final breakthrough. The enemy Blademaster must be one of the 2 that had only recently broken though. While his technique was fierce, it lacked proper control. Los suffered 2 light cuts in the first couple of exchanges, but quickly caught on to his opponent's style and now fought on equal footing. With Josk drawing some of the Blademaster's attention, the man was actually fighting an uphill battle. The stairs were lost. The enemy mercenaries bubbled onto the wall non-stop and were pushing the Nortons back further and further with every passing minute. Tigersore's men were constantly pouring onto the walls, though, and helped to keep the enemy back relatively well. The corpses lay so thick on the wall that with each new death an older corpse was pushed off the wall. The corpses were beginning to form a small ramp to the wall's city side. The elite trio's fight took place near the gate. The Blademaster was frustrated by his current predicament. He'd come to kill the pesky archer, not to fight 2-on-1. This was supposed to be a quick clearing of the walls. Now, however, though he was confident of his eventual victory, he didn't know how long it would take to tire his opponents out and finally kill them. Several dozen soldiers rushed over to help, only to be cut down by Josk. This volley pushed him to his limit, however, he was temporarily out of the fight while he caught his breath. Lorist was in a similar state down by the gate. Though he was uninjured at present, he leaned against the wall and heaved as his men fought around him. Of the 200 who had started this mission with him, only 50 were left. Warridge himself, while still alive, was badly hurt. Of Wessia's 4 10,000-strong divisions and its 5,000-strong logistics division, 1 had been sent to clear the enemy out of the city. The other 3 were probably each at another gate. Reedy and Schuss had once again started pushing along the walls to relieve some of the pressure on Lorist and his unit, so the guild couldn't mobilize their other divisions yet. Damn this metal gate! Lorist cursed silently. How could he let such a brilliant plan collapse so miserably? He'd killed thousands already, but thousands were still standing in line for their turn at trying to kill him. His saving grace was that the slum streets didn't let the enemy make use of their numbers. Otherwise, he'd have been a frozen corpse for an hour by now. Another horn blasted through the sounds of fighting echoing back and forth between the city walls. Another 300-man formation was attacking. His side was down to just 50 by comparison, and they were only a quarter of the way to opening the gate. Of the 4 hinges, only 1 was loose. They could not survive this next fight without serious reinforcement, and there was no sign of them getting it anytime soon. Lorist could still fight his way to the top of the wall and make it out safely, sure, but he would be leading his dearest, most able men to die. As much as Lorist could let himself die, or worse, be captured, he couldn't bring himself to abandon his men either. The last attack's defeat had confirmed his Blademaster abilities to the enemy, and they were now using appropriate tactics. His exhaustion aside, this fight was going to far harder than any he had fought so far. Malak made it to the top of the wall. After surveying the situation briefly, he charged to his men. His addition boosted their morale and their slow retreat stopped. He fought there for a few minutes to stabilize the situation before heading for Loz and Josk. The Blade Master panicked when he saw yet another gold rank coming to join the fray. If he didn't leave immediately, he would be done for. He could still win against 2 gold ranks by simply outlasting them, but his cultivation had yet to stabilize enough to fight 3. He swung his blade at Loz with all his strength. Loz was flung off balance and exposed his chest. 3 golden-tipped arrows charged in at that moment, however, and forced the Blade Master to retreat. Despite that, however, the Blade Master sighed relievedly. All 3 arrows the archer had in his hands had been fired, so he had a moment in which he need only worry about 2 opponents. He could now escape without Poochie. He suddenly felt something cold thrust into his chest. He looked down and saw the shaft of an arrow dancing back and forth in the air, the tip vanishing through his clothing into his torso. How? There were 4. Damn it, Joe. You stole my kill, cried Loz. Josk collapsed onto the cold stone of the wall, slumping against the crenellations. His arms had no strength left in them. Even his jaw and tongue refused to obey his will. Malak's sword fell, and, with it, fell the Blade Master's head. Quick, bring the steel ballistae, he yelled down the length of the wall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469 Triumph. So I have no choice but to use my slaughter domain, thought Lorist as watched the 3 100-man formations approach. The 2 towers on the walls could support him no longer. Not only were their ballistae firing slower and slower, the bolts were flying all over the place. They could risk hitting their own men, so they were forced to stop. The last volley was when the formations were about 60 meters from him, but only a single bolt hit someone. One of the other bolts hit a building next to the street, the other flew over at least 8/10 of the entire formation. Someone cried soon after, though whether this was from shock or pain, no one knew. The third, and final, bolt punctured the ground in front of his feet, blasting away a bodiless head. The shots were becoming too unreliable and unpredictable. They were as much a threat to Lorist now as they were to the enemy. A good time to stop. Warridge. Withdraw with the injured when I make my move. The battle was souring quickly. Of the 2 possible escape routes, only one was still reasonably open. The tower to the right of the wall was swarming with enemies, still fighting his men somewhere inside. The tower to the left was relatively quiet. The enemy had taken it, but at severe cost. They would be easy to kill off with the 50 men currently by the gate. What was going on atop the walls was unknown to Lorist, nor did he particularly care right now. His first priority was getting his men down below up top. Whatever waited for them there could not be worse than being cut off from any possible escape down below. He would use his slaughter domain to keep the enemy at bay and buy time for Warridge and the others to make it to the wall. We can't just leave your grace behind. It is our sworn duty to protect you, not the other way around. Warridge protested. Now is not the time. Go! The enemy closed with every breath they wasted. The marching coffins approached at a constant, rhythmic pace, each step ringing like a funeral drum. Lorist could not hope for them to make the same mistake the first group had. They would not let him get into their formation again. He clasped his sword, the veins on his hands and arms bulging. He had to get in close to his enemies. As powerful as his domain was, it only stretched 5 meters away from him, his enemy. His enemy could strike at him from 3 meters away, no more. At least a few men in their first 2 lines had to enter his domain. Fire, he yelled. 3 shaft flew overhead and slammed into the enemy formation at random. While they could not strike the enemy accurately anymore, the ballista could at least still hit someone somewhere in a formation of this size at this distance. The formation broke up momentarily. Lorist closed his eyes. He could hear wordage cheers behind. 3 more shafts whizzed by, the drums struck 3 times, and the choir began their lamentations. Ballistae deserved their reputation as the deadliest weapons on the continent. Each, in peak condition, could fire 10 times a minute, strike accurately, and hit further than anything else. They weren't omnipotent on the battlefield, but in tight, urban corners like this, and facing an unprepared enemy, they were the bringers of death. Sometimes just knowing the enemy had ballistae would make men and commanders alike think twice. The enemy's counterattack was doomed the moment the ballistae on the walls were set up. The fight might truly have been lost had Malak not forced his way onto the wall with his ballistae. Few, if any, of Lorist's personal guard would have made it out alive, much less in a state still able to fight. Fierce Tiger Lowe's was the best offensive gold-ranked knight in the household, Potterfong an unmovable mountain. He'd even been named after his legion, Fernrock Potterfong. Malek could not hold a candle to them in a fight, but give him a legion and an objective, and none could compare. Where the first two were born fighters, Malek was a born leader. None could notice or make use of opportunities like him. He had a background in the military and many called him Old Iron Face. It took a lot to solicit an expression from him. If he frowned, the legion was likely about to be wiped out. He'd even ordered the slaughter of several thousand civilians during the Edelweiss revolts in Sigler without batting an eye. That particular incident changed his nickname to Iron Face Bloodhands. Lorist had done his best to silence the name, though it was still whispered in unsavory tavern corners and dark alleyways. Malek's first actions once he assailed the walls were to push the enemy back and stabilize his position on the wall. He then helped Lowe's and Josk finish off the Blademaster before finally finishing the ballistae setup. These ballistae were from House Norton, the ones usually mounted on chariots. This meant that they were light enough to be hauled up the wall, but also meant they couldn't readily be set up. Since they were designed to use the chariots as stabilizing platforms, they weren't stable when standing on their own on the stone walkway. The men fist had to fashion makeshift platforms to which to attach them. This, however, would take too long. Malek's solution was to have men lay beneath the ballistae, hugging them, to act as makeshift platforms. While the ballistae weren't as stable, and thus as accurate, as one might want, it was good enough. The human platform suffered moderate bruising, a few cracked a rib or two, but nothing too bad. These new weapons quickly cleared up the walls and then turned their attention to the streets below. Lowe's led a group to retake the left tower and the steps within, while Josk joined the defense of the right tower. Everyone else was put to work getting more ballistae on the walls and hauling up more ammunition. Dozens of ballistae soon lined the walls and rained death down on the streets below. Lorist opened his eyes to find himself standing on the edge of a forest. Bloody roots strangled the paved ground and thin, metal stems grew from them to about shoulder height, where they bloomed into metal leaves. The wind howled mournfully around the building and through the forest, carrying with it the dying echoes of moans and whines. Those on the other side of the forest quickly surrendered when the Blademaster's head was hung on the gate to cook over the fire. They were disarmed and quickly put to work cleaning the area of the dead and dying. Soon the forest turned into a mountain range. "I apologize for being late, Your Grace," Malek whispered as he and Lowe's saluted. Lorist waved his hand dismissively. "Worry about apologies later, the city is yet ours. First is this gate," he said, glaring at the stubborn mass of iron. "Oh, also, how's Reedy, Els, and Shuss doing? Reinforce them as soon as you can. The final snow bricks were laid in place the same moment the last hinge gave way." "You're kidding me!" Dulles screamed as he collapsed into the ramp, his mouth almost foaming. The outer wall, and with it the northern district, fell. Elsewhere in the city, however, the horns continued to blare. Barricades were quickly taking shape on the outer wall near the edge of the sectors and in front of the gates between the sectors. The citizens were also chased out of key buildings, which were then turned into makeshift forts. The first responders got word out of the situation and some particulars of their enemies before their defeat, so the entire city knew what and who it was up against. The next wave set out prepared. Dulles and Lowe's pushed further into the district twice before the second wave arrived. After some fighting, their position stabilized about 2 streets in. They couldn't press any further because the entire district was set alight as the enemy withdrew. "We'll hold for now. Evacuate the civilians first, move them outside the city and build them some temporary housing. Wessia burns them without a thought because they don't consider them Union citizens. We cannot show them the same disdain, they are imperial subjects even if only former." Lorist ordered. Reedy, Els, and Shuss returned soon after. Lorist's 2 disciples had taken the entire outer wall up to the northern district's edge. They couldn't push any further since the enemy was prepared and halted them where the inner walls that separate the district meet the outer wall. The alert Lorist had heard earlier was thanks to a soldier stepping out onto the wall to take a leak on the other side of the tower. He returned to find his comrades dead and sounded the alarm before he could be killed. Shuss did not manage to push all the way to the dividing wall to the east. He didn't make progress as quickly as the 2 disciples, and was exposed by the alarm. After that, he clashed with the garrison soldiers of Wessia single-handedly to defend the tower. He made it to within the last 2 towers, but was halted by 2 gold-ranked knights. When he tried to push through the other side of the tower once the 2 were dead, he realized it had been sealed from the other side. The enemy tried several tactics to force him out, but he held until he received the order to withdraw. Reedy and Els had quite a few stories to tell. Reedy killed a rank 1 blade master. The poor fool underestimated the youth thanks to his blade glow and was bisected after a few bouts. When he stepped out of the tower on the other end, however, he was showered with arrows. He avoided most, but his shoulder and right buttock each caught one. On the 31st day of the first month, year 1787, House Norton launched a surprise attack on Frederica and conquered the northern quarter of the city's walls. The local nobility, from the Union's Wesia merchant guild, suffered heavy casualties, among them 2 rank 1 blade masters and a number of gold-ranked knights. The heavy troops they sent in to clear out the enemy were all but decimated. In a desperate, last-ditch effort to hold the invaders back until they could properly prepare, they set fire to the entire district. It burned for 3 days and smoldered for at least a dozen more. No one knows exactly how many died, but, whatever the exact figure, it was enough to make the guild and anyone associated with it devils in the eyes of the survivors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470 Fall of the City. Fall of the City. We have to stop the attack, Your Grace. Our casualties are too great, pleaded Malek. The northern district had burned for 3 days before it finally subsided. Even now, though, it still lay smoldering. With the ruins all around them still steaming, it was very hot, even difficult to fight properly, but they could wait no longer, so the men deployed. They moved the men in the city through the district and started attacking the district walls. At the same time, they marched the forces still waiting outside the city on the western and eastern gates. Wesia put up a determined fight, however. They buried the streets in barricades and manned much of it with miners and other militia. The Norton attackers couldn't walk a single block without fighting several battles. Frederica was a large city. It used to be one of the empire's biggest city and a crucial hub in itself. Its size and importance meant it already had serious defenses, plus its continuous growth and renovation meant no map was ever up to date. This was confounded even further when Wesia took over. They renovated 3/4 of the city, everything except the northern district, and upgraded its defenses yet again. The city's western district housed all its military facilities. It also had entertainment for the soldiers, brothels, baths, medical facilities, and taverns, amongst other things. Wesia had indeed won its soldiers' hearts. The men fought loyally, they would not retreat or surrender unless ordered to do so by their bosses. The eastern district housed the miners and other skilled artisans. It was to be expected that the Union's military supplier would own many skilled and related arts. These, too, were treated well. The guild was not much different from the Japanese companies Lorist knew quite well. The various trades were passed down in the family, and each new generation worked for the same company as the last. Such people were incredibly loyal to their employers. They, too, would not let House Norton take their city as long as they breathed. Lorist's greatest fears had come true. There was no way he could poach these skilled laborers, they would die before serving him, and were doing so alongside his enemy's army as one of them. The fight in the west was particularly intense and unforgiving. The district had been turned into a citadel, an insurmountable fortress. The eastern district wasn't too far behind. It was littered with barricades and obstacles, in some places even the houses along the road were demolished, torn down and collapsed over the street to block it off. Corpses paved the streets and blocked the doorways. If only a single battle could be called one of attrition, this was it. The ballistae, so crucial in holding their foothold on the northern wall just a few days ago, was no useless. The streets curved and turned almost incessantly, and the few stretches of straight road was barricaded with furniture and rubble or blocked by a collapsed building. They were also prime targets and suffered frequent attacks out of nearby building or from nearby rooftops. A few days of this had forced Malek to pull the weapons back. A few more days brought everything to a halt. They stood at a stalemate. We cannot continue like this, Your Grace. Even if we take the city eventually, we'll be too weakened to push on to our other objectives. Tigersore is down 4,600 men in Firmrock, about half that. All of this for barely any inroads. We haven't even taken half of the districts. Our best progress is in the eastern district, and that only because it's mostly rubble. We can do almost nothing with it and might as well not have taken anything at all. Our camp outside the city was attacked last night as well. We're still trying to figure out how bad the damage is. We're fighting blind and coughing while our enemy can see and breath clearly. Reported Malek. A large portion of Wesia's forces were mercenaries. They excelled at guerrilla tactics, and the ruined city was the perfect terrain as well. House Norton had no match. That the locals had taken up arms against them did them no favors either. They would usually take a city in a day or less, entirely intact. And the civilians would either be happy to have the Nortons as their new overlords, or be at worst indifferent. They had never faced a hostile populace before. Even the women, elderly, and children joined in the fighting. For the first time, House Norton was being treated as vile invaders, as the villains. The men's morale were not doing good. Lorist stared at the simple city map on the table. It had been drawn based on descriptions provided by the men and Scout surveys. The southern district was almost featureless, only the inner, outer, and dividing walls, and a few landmark buildings like a church steeple were filled in. The eastern and western districts were far more detailed, but they might as well not be. The landscape inside changed almost by the hour. The map was out of date even before it was drawn. In total, only a third of the outer city had been conquered, none of the inner city, and half of that was still being contested. He had 3 Tigersword divisions and 1 Firm Rock division in and around the city at the moment. By his side was also 2,000 of his personal guard. His forces totaled 60,000. If the men were packed in like sardines, he could only fit 40,000 in the area of the city he currently controlled. Wesia, conversely, had suffered heavy losses to their heavy pikemen, but still had 30,000 soldiers. If the civilians who'd also taken up arms, many of whom spontaneously, they had 80,000 fighting bodies. The guild's extensive weapon stores were also still in their hands, so all 80,000 were decently armed. It turned out the guild had 3 of their 4 blade masters in the city. So far they had lost their 2 rookies, but their rank 2 blade master, which was accompanying the guild's president, was also present. No one knew how many gold-ranked knights they had left. The guild had double the Norton's fieldable forces and a stubbornness they had not encountered. Malak was right. They could not let this continue. At this rate they would have lost the fight even if they took the city. A Pyrrhic victory in this battle was a defeat in the war. The guild clearly knew this and were trying to cost him as many lives as they could. Every enemy they killed was a small victory for them. The city itself was a minefield Lorist could not take easily, and the guild stuffed the towers and walls it controlled to the breaking point with archers and ammo, so taking the walls go around the bogs that were the districts was not an option either. He'd planned to clear out the 3 districts in which he now sat mired before marching along the walls. Once everything there was under control, he would clear the southern district and force the guild to surrender. Once he could see the walls to the inner city properly, however, he gave up on the idea. Wesia had made the inner city a city separate from the outer city. Surrounding the inner city by taking all of the outer city brought him no closer to victory than surrounding the entire city without assaulting it at all. The inner walls were several meters taller than all the others, and could not be assailed from the others. They also had numerous massive ballistae that could cover almost a quarter of the way to the outer walls. No street within that range facing the inner wall was safe. Lorist's only consolation was that they were slow to fire and had to be refitted with new rope springs after only a few shots. Why not give them their wish, your grace? Since they wish to die in their city, let us burn it all, offered Lowe's. He was furious at Wesia for resisting his conquering fist. Who were they to want to not be crushed under his Norton heel? What right did they have to kill his men? Didn't they know the proper thing to do was to sit still and wait quietly to be executed? Lorist shook his head. Wesia could burn the northern district because it was made of flammable materials. But the rest of the city was built out of stone and ceramics, there was no burning it down. It was hard to even set something on fire there, much less have it spread naturally. At best they'd only be burning the houses at the edge of the ballistae's range. They'd actually be doing Wesia a favor by creating open space so they could see the Nortons coming. We have 3 Firm Rock divisions still being held in reserve, why not deploy them to the city? They will be much better at fighting in this environment than Tigersauer, suggested Josk. Not happening. Wesia still controls all the other city gates. If we move them out they can either escape, or worse, encircle us instead. The latter is obviously unacceptable, but we can't let them escape either. We have to uproot them completely. This stalemate is thanks to the machinations of the guild's leaders. If we can push into the city and kill the leaders, the enemy will fall into disarray and be easy pickings. Even better, if we can take them hostage, we can force the men to surrender. It won't be too late to execute them later, in fact, I would prefer it that way. I cannot sanction assaulting the inner city, your grace. We'll expose our sides and rear to the enemy. If they use the opportunity wisely, which experience says they will, they could force us out of the city entirely, or, even worse, wipe out everything we have in the city, Malak protested. We won't make our push through the 2 contested districts. Have the men halt their advance? We'll push through the northern district which we control completely. Potterfawn will arrive with Thunderbolt Brigade in about a week. We can just smash the northern district's inner wall and barge in. As long as we capture the president and the rest of their high command, the city is ours. So it was done. For the next 2 days the Nortons made no pushes. The only fighting happened when Wesia sent forces out to try and retake some of the city or walls they lost. On the second day Wesia became very suspicious. This was not how Norton Lorist was known to operate. He was docile, but when he made his move, he finished it in one go. He'd never given up and accepted a stalemate. The president sent an envoy to figure out what was going on. The envoy was a well-spoken senior officer in the guild. He confirmed Lorist's suspicions. The guild would fight him to the last man. The city would only be his once he'd killed every single inhabitant. He even claimed that Norton would not take the city. Wessia outnumbered him. Even if they had to sacrifice 1.5 men for every Norton they killed, there would still be more of their men standing when the last Norton fell. The second month was coming to an end. In 30 days the first rains of the rainy season would fall. Neither side could fight. The side with the most supplies would win if the fighting lasted until then. If that happened, House Norton would lose without a doubt. Wessia was fighting on their home turf, in their capital, no less. They had supplies to hold out for months, even years. The Norton forces, on the other hand, were out in the field, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest friendly territory. They could not bring in any more supplies, and whatever they had with them would not last them until they could. The guild hoped that Lorist would accept his inevitable defeat and retreat. The guild would hold out until the rainy season ended one way or another, and would call for Union reinforcement the moment the rains abated. Lorist had no way to stand against the millions that would come marching down his throat if he still stood on Union soil. He might not even be able to hold out on home ground. If he was still in the city when the time came, he would not leave alive even if he tried. The man was not all threat, though. He offered Lorist an olive branch. He said the guild understood that he'd acted only because he could not stand up to his king and it would not hold him directly responsible if he withdrew without further futile fighting. Lorist curled into a ball which shook in laughter for several minutes. The envoy stood, staring at him awkward until he recovered. I thought you were an envoy, not a joker. We have only just gotten started with you. Do you think you'll still exist when this is over? Where do you get your confidence from? No, this can't be called confidence, it's nothing but arrogance. But, since you've made this offer, I'll return the favor. If you surrender immediately, I might consider sparing you. I don't care who you think you are, but to us you're nothing but another snake to step on. We've never fought a snake that could bite us, and you are no different. The envoy didn't retaliate furiously. Lorist had to give him that much, he was worth his salt as a diplomat. The man seamlessly switched tactics when his first attempt failed. As long as you retreat and return the land you stole from us, we will pay you 2 million gold fords as ransom. Another bout of laughter. Why do we need to give you the Empire's land for money we'll own soon enough anyway? You should surrender and save your lives. Blame yourself for crossing the Empire by occupying its rightful land. Learn your lesson well. You're free to go after whatever you want, but anything that belongs to the Empire is off limits. If you surrender immediately, I guarantee you can leave the city safely. The envoy finally snapped. This is our city, our land, our people. The guild and its people will go to hell before we give you what is rightfully ours, and we'll pull you down kicking and screaming along with us. We've already prepared everything. If you break into the inner city, we'll burn everything down. You will get nothing but ashes even if you survive. Lorist slammed the desk, which nearly collapsed, and jumped to his feet, furious. If you set fire to even a single warehouse, I swear that not a single man, woman, or child of your guild will walk out of this city alive. I will hunt down every last living being with even a single drop of Wessia blood in their veins and slaughter them at the top of your castle. In no more than 10 years not a single Wessian will walk this earth and you will only be remembered in the curses of your subjects. The envoy turned around and stormed out, not even bothering adhere to etiquette and say goodbye properly. Potterfong set Fernlock's Thunderbolt Brigade up in the northern district on the 7th of the 2nd. On the 9th, the bombardment began. The inner wall in the northern district, and the portions of the western and eastern districts still under Wessian control were all assaulted. The defenders could do nothing to halt the bombardment and slowly withdrew to the inner city. Lorist led his guards into the inner city in the afternoon. Wessia sent out its one remaining blademaster to face him. The man died quickly. In response, the guild's leadership tried to retreat through the southern district, setting fire to everything behind them. The fire raged for 2 days and almost nothing of the city was left untouched when the fire was finally put out. A third of the storehouse's contents were salvageable, however. On the 12th of the 2nd, the miners in the eastern district surrendered. Nearly 10,000 Wessian soldiers withdrew to the citadel, however, and swore they'd fight to the last man. Wessian leadership made it to the wall on the 13th but were all captured when they left through the gate. The men inside the citadel refused several offers of surrender and were crushed on the 14th. All were killed. Lorist then executed all the Wessian captives, men, women, and children. On the 14th day of the second month on year 1787, Andon ex-Duke of the Northlands Norton Lorist's forces successfully took over Frederica and killed off 30,000 of the guild's officials and men, as well as their families. Soon after, the continent's second skeleton pyramid was built. Wesia ceased to exist as a member of the Union's Big Seven on that day. When word finally spread to the Union after the rainy season ended, it was tumbled into chaos for several days. When things calmed down, the remaining guilds called a crusade on Norton Lorist. They declared him and anyone and everyone even remotely associated with him their mortal enemy and swore they would not rest until his torn corpse was rotting over Morant's city gates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, The Coming of the Rainy Season. The Coming of the Rainy Season. Your Grace, here's the record. Everything we got is in it, said Malek as he put a beast skin on the desk. The pair was in the mayor's residence in the middle of the city. It was now Lorist's base of operations. Wesia's chairman and some other officials had ordered everything's burning when they left, and half of the building was now ash. Only a third was saved. Lorist stared out of the window at the rubble outside. A few holes punctured the ground outside as the men dug for any buried treasure. He sighed gloomily. Today's the 33rd of the 2nd. The rainy season will start in the next day or two. Is everything ready? It'll be hard to stay in this ruin through it. Everything's ready, Your Grace. We've gathered the captives in the Western District and have them under tight watch. Potterfine is there, too. Josk is watching over our defenses. And the refugees are being housed in the Eastern District. They're calm and willing to serve us. Dulles is inventorying our supplies. And our men? Are they settled in? They are, Your Grace. Lowe's is stationing Tigersaur in the Southern District and Firmrock in the Northern one. The temporary camps are ready. The rainy season won't be a problem. Well done. You've been very thorough. Lorist walked to the desk. He picked up a beast skin and scanned it. We only got 4 million gold fords? Yes, Your Grace. We found everything in the main treasury. The captured treasurers say it's Wesia's reserves. It was supposed to pay the soldiers' salaries. The leftovers were in case of emergencies. In total, we have about 10 million in spoils. Most of the food couldn't be salvaged, though. Most of the spoils are metals. It's all worthless to us right now. It was to be expected. Wesia was a military contractor. Most of their wealth lay in the materials they used to make weapons and the weapons themselves. Such things were useless to House Norton right now. And most of the value would be lost in transportation costs. In physical value they were worth something, but shipping back home would cost about as much as they were worth. As for the weapons, the house could make far better weapons, so they were only worth as much as the materials that could be salvaged from them. The best option would be to sell them immediately, but the territory to the south was enemy territory. Besides the fact that he would not sell it to them, they wouldn't buy it even if he gave them an offer. And his allies were either not nearby, or didn't have the wealth to make the purchase. Auguslo might seem like a good choice, but he would never pay what the weapons were worth. Most likely he'd make an empty promise of payment and Lorist would never see the money. I've checked all the documents over the last 3 weeks. I've found nothing about the alloys production. They must have been destroyed in the fire. Have Reedy and Els found any Weshan material engineers? Our best spoil would be the knowledge of making the alloys they used for the gates. I am not privy to such knowledge, my lord. I know nothing of their possible progress, Malek answered, his stoic expression still intact. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't have asked you. Forget it. Too many unexpected things have happened recently. There is no chance we can catch up to our original schedule. At least we still achieved our most important objectives. I leave the logistics for this coming season in your hands. Lorist said, patting Malek's shoulder. Don't worry, Your Grace. I will not disappoint you. In that regard, though, our biggest issue is food. We'd banked on using the spoils to tide us over, but, as you know, that didn't work out. I've had someone run the numbers. While we can last through the rainy season itself, we'll be running on empty and won't last a week or two afterwards if we're not resupplied the moment the rain stops. Lasting the rainy season is enough. We'll be resupplied as soon as the rain stops, and the winter harvests will solve all our problems. We can sweep the surrounding lands once the rain clears if we need a few more weeks for supplies to arrive. Potterfong will head out to Canbona with Firmrock once the rain clears. It should also have some good stashes. Jaeger will arrive with the supply train so we can begin moving the refugees back home then as well. It should lower consumption so our supplies should stretch even further. Lorist couldn't be more furious that Wesia would spite him so much. All he'd been planning to do was wipe them out. It was no reason to spoil his plans this badly. The fight would have been over a few days earlier if not for the fires. He had to give up catching the leaders quickly so he could fight the fire and try to save as much as he could. But, in spite of his quick reaction and efforts, they only saved a third of the resources. It would be really tight to get everyone through the rainy season. Reedy and Els entered as Malek left. When Wessia's newly formed minor forces surrendered, Lorist left the two in charge of finding talented people. Their current confident gazes told him they had found a good few. Here's the list, you Grace. We found 178 people. Most are technicians but a few are technical supervisors. None of their family died in the fight so they don't have a death grudge against us, Els reported. We found the master refiner who made the material used to construct the gates. He's called Modira, 47 years old and single. His acquaintances all describe him as completely obsessed with his work, Reedy added. Oh? How'd you find him, Dot? Actually, he found us, Reedy laughed awkwardly. We were busy asking around when he suddenly grabbed a guard and refused to let go. He kept muttering incoherently. We initially thought he was attacking and almost killed him. Luckily we noticed he was staring at the guard's armor. He didn't pay any attention. He just stared at the armor as he muttered to himself. When we asked around, we learned who he was and about his obsession with metalwork and metal alchemy. Do you want to meet him, Your Grace? What's he doing now? He refused to let go of the armor, so we put him in a tent with a set of steel gloves. He's busy looking at the gloves. He hasn't even bothered to eat or drink anything. He just keeps asking for more beast skins and writing material. Leave him be for now, then. We'll send him to the factories when he goes back. Put him to work under Grandmaster Sid. Yes, Your Grace. The path up the mountain was a bloody one. Corpses were constantly rolling down the mountainside. We cannot press the attack, Your Majesty. It's too slippery. We can barely keep our footing even without the constant hail of arrows. We've lost 300 men already and we haven't even reached the castle. Ripley had reported. He was the king's most trusted knight and the colonel in command of Blizzard Blitz. His shame at being unable to accomplish his mission was unbearable. How could he not conquer a castle despite surprise and triple their numbers? His king's expression was equally grim. He'd launched his attack at the very end of the previous year and everything had gone smoothly. He wiped out Zytram's entire army and pushed deep into enemy territory, wiping out 30 Union noble houses only to be halted by this tiny fortress. He wanted to torture and eventually kill Duke Zytram, the traitor that had rallied 10,000 men against him and was the person behind his ambush last time he was here. He was made a duke when he joined the Union as a result. The bastard didn't stand his ground when Auguslo had Lorist invade last time. Instead he withdrew to a safe place and weathered the storm. He continued to rule over the lands he had left thereafter and never gave Auguslo an excuse to take action against him. He had yet to catch the bastard though. The Duke kept evading him at every turn. Auguslo underestimated how effective Zytram's defenses and alarms were. He was discovered almost immediately, and the Duke was ready for him when he got to his castle. He couldn't make a quick breach and had to wait for the catapults to catch up and batter down the walls. When he made it inside the castle, however, he realized the Duke had already escaped. He couldn't go after him quickly, however, because the late winter melt and rainy season slowed him to a crawl. Zytram made it to his nearby cliffside fortress with his remaining men. The approach to the fortress was almost suicidal. The constant rain made the road muddy and landslides were frequent. He could only send small groups up at a time lest their weight cause the soaked cliffside to collapse and make further attack impossible. These small groups, however, were easy pickings for the defenders' archers. If only the men would hurry up with the catapults. We'll pound that thing into rubble and send it down the cliff. Ripley had grumbled. The roads are muddy and hard to travel, the king countered. The rainy season is on us. We can't get the catapults up here quickly, if at all. Don't worry. The bastard isn't going anywhere. Withdraw for now and set up camp at the bottom of the mountain. It won't be too late to finish him off after the rainy season. Understood, Your Majesty. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472 Regroup. Regroup. On the 25th day of the 4th month, year 1787, Frederica was occupied by House Norton, whose Tigersore Legion immediately moved against Bodalger. Firmrock moved on Canbona at the end of the month. Canbona was a strategic location in the empire, being a transportation hub that neighbored Bodalger, the two southwestern provinces, the northwestern area, and the province of Malivaya. The western edge of Cloudsnap Mountain Range and Morrison River made it a crucial location easy to defend and hard to attack. Whoever controlled Canbona, controlled all the surrounding provinces. Before first Prince Redley saw his kingdom destroyed, Auguslo forced him to sign away the 2 southwestern provinces. The prince immediately started his preparations despite the treaty, including a 5-year non-aggression pact. He built numerous forts all over the province, manned by over 70,000 men. Canbona was turned into a solid wall just as impassable and even more dangerous than the mountain range it bordered. Auguslo slammed an army of 300,000 against it but couldn't break through. The only strategy he could come up with would cost him 2/3 of his army, and he wasn't willing to break his back that way. His enemies would immediately bring up their reinforcements and drive him back to his capital. He might even lose everything. The prince had made sure the men would never dare surrender by putting all their families in Frederica. If they failed to defend the province, their families would be next in line for the pillage. He'd played his cards well, but nothing unfolded like he wanted. Rather than fight through Canbona and Baudalger, Auguslo had pushed through Egret Swamp in exchange for offering up 20,000 bodies, crossed Cloudsnap Mountains and Great Snow Mountain for another 10,000, and attacked Frederica directly. The first prince vanished on that day and no one had heard from him since. Fortunately for the military families, Canbona surrendered without a fight. In the end, the fortifications didn't see a single day's fighting. With the prince vanished, his kingdom crumbled and was quickly forgotten. Auguslo let his victory go to his head and got himself wiped out as well. He, too, vanished without a trace, though he did eventually make his appearance again. The 70,000 men in Canbona's army had been put into the new army sent to Anderwath, which left Canbona's defenses unmanned. Most of the local settlements didn't have the men to man the forts properly. At best they could put a few old men in them. Wesia took the province easily and cut Auguslo off from his kingdom. And were the ones to wipe his army off the map in the end. Auguslo escaped the city with a few thousand guards and moved to a secluded castle in the depths of Cloudsnap. There he ran into the first prince and his son. The two died in the ensuing battle, but wiped most of Auguslo's remaining forces out in the process. Unable to take back his now stolen throne, the ex-king was forced to turn to House Norton for aid, who put him back on the throne for a price. Wesia was enfeft Canbona, Baudalger, and Anderwath. Queen Carrie also ceded most of Hanstmost in the peace treaty, which was given to Lormo. The 2 southwestern provinces were turned into the Union's puppet state, the allied duchies of Brit. Together, Lormo and Brit became good buffers between the Union and Andenac. Wesia thought they would never hear anything from Auguslo again. They were quite surprised to hear of him retaking his throne with House Norton's help, given the two's notorious cold feud. They even wiped out the allied duchies of Brit and retook the 2 southwestern provinces before turning their forces towards Lormo. Duke Zytram didn't dare to take them on head-on, so he retreated to the northwestern area, allowing House Norton to take it back for the king easily. Auguslo reinstated himself as king and conquered the 2 southwestern province and Hanstmost. It was horrible news for Wesia. It meant the peace treaty they signed with Queen Carrie was now void. Truthfully, though, the two nations never stopped considering each other enemies. To prevent Auguslo from entering Canbona and cut Baudalger off from the Union, Wesia provided immense support to the Union's nobles in the province. As expected of one of the big 7 guilds of the Union, they not only gained the Union nobles' support, but also constructed a rather cohesive defensive force. They also made good use of the forts the king left behind. Auguslo, to the opposite, was all bark and no bite. While he appeared rather audacious, with his claims of restoring the empire, he forbade White Lion from approaching the border or making any ruckus near it. They couldn't even patrol near it. The king knew he was just a paper tiger after his ascension. While he looked impressive, he didn't have any power. Fortunately, his enemies were completely terrified by House Norton. The house had a long list of impressive exploits. They destroyed Madras, swept the whole of the kingdom, leveled the allied duchies of Brit, and even defeated one of the old empire's war gods and the 4 duchies. Together with their alliance, they had become the only pillar keeping the Union from simply stomping Auguslo into the ground and wiping out the last remnants of the empire for good. The fox basks in the shadow of the tiger. How Auguslo loathed this saying. Wesia knew nothing of the true relationship between him and the alliance. They didn't know he was the smallest fox in the shadow of the biggest tiger. He needed to reorganize, so it suited him to keep his relationship with Lorist obscure. He could have attacked when the Union moved on the coalition, but he knew Wesia would expect just that, so he sat tight. He made his move only a year into the conflict, and not against the Union, but against the duchies. The move convinced Wesia that he didn't dare to attack the Union and lowered their guard. The Union had replaced the Christian Empire as the continent's superpower, after all. It appeared Auguslo had accepted this reversal and had, begrudgingly as it might be, accepted that he would not get back any land taken by the Union. Andenac played up this presumption by not moving on Anderwath when he could have after taking over the duchies. He made every effort possible to avoid upsetting the Union. His decision to give Handra and Shabbaj the lands bordering Wesia was also to assuage the Union's suspicions by not having any bordering land directly under his control. The Union's occupation on the other side of their territory also helped to hasten their forgetfulness. They were quick to accept that Auguslo had no more ambition because it was what they wanted to believe. That they now had a sword saint certainly made it a lot easier to think that Auguslo no longer had the guts to go against them. Unfortunately, they all underestimated how determined or stupid Auguslo could be and fell for his ploy completely. As a result, the Union lost one of its strongest guilds and almost a sixth of its territory. And this was only the beginning. Not everything was down purely to surprise, however. Auguslo had to admit that Lorist's forces were even more formidable than he had imagined. They took Anderwolf in a matter of days and had Frederica within a month. Wesia was completely wiped out with the city's fall, and they had already taken Canbona and Badalger as well. When the Union learned of this, they, as well as everyone else on the continent, collapsed in shock. This wasn't just a few slaps to the Union's face, this was stamping their face into dog's height. They had just surpassed even the Christian Empire at its peak, and now they were already a sixth smaller? Even what was left of the coalition began to drag on the negotiations. They were clearly trying their luck and hoping the Union would be forced to divert their attention and forces away from them, or, even better, lose the war. Auguslo had to give it to the Union, however, they were nothing if not decisive. They immediately recalled all their armies out in the field, and called up every free man, soldier, and mercenary in their lands. Within a few weeks 100,000 men were barreling towards the new front. Within a month they crossed the border into Canbona. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Tiger Sore. Rumor was that Loz, one of Lorist's subordinates, was so happy he couldn't shut up for days. Apparently he didn't see the 100,000 men as a threat at all. It was better to describe them as juicy pieces of meat just waiting to be roasted. The two armies clashed in a single, massive battle, which Tiger Sore won, obviously. Auguslo knew of at least 20,000 dead and 60,000 captured. No more than 8,000 had escaped. Tiger Sore immediately moved into Malivaya and it fell within a fortnight, shocking the Union a second time in as many months. Lorist left Frederica for Canbona on the 23rd of the 6th to join Auguslo, the dukes, and the various other minor nobles accompanying the king on his campaign. He couldn't take any of them seriously. Potterfong had informed him on the way that, even as he swept through a sixth of the Union, the dukes were still dallying in their lands, they had yet to take a single step over the border. Auguslo at least tried to do something. He pushed into Zytrum with Blizzard Blitz and caught the duke off guard. He failed to capture him, however, and had yet to make any other gains. He lost a lot of men to take the duke's castle, only to watch him escape and hold up in the next one over. He had finally, at least, cornered the duke and was about to attack him now that the rainy season had ended, but lost the duke again. The old man fashioned a number of simple boats from the wood in the castle and rowed across the river, running along one side of the castle one night. When Auguslo breached the castle gate, he found the inside completely deserted. On the 11th day of the 7th month of year 1787, Auguslo I of the Andinak kingdom conquered the province of Canbona with an army 1,000,000 strong. From the fringes of the Union's province, Armenia, to Malivaya, his camps could be seen from the fringes of Armenia to Malivaya, their flags finally flapping over land lost to the empire for nearly 50 years. The Union panicked as the continent was thrown back a century to when the Christian Empire invaded Falic Plains. Only, this time, they did not have any of the allies they had the last time. Strong as they may be now, they now had to face an enemy which, thanks to House Norton, was likely even stronger than the one they faced all those years ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473 Banquet. Banquet. One must not count the magical beasts before they're slain. A popular Norton saying from the early days of Norton Lorist's reign. Are we really going to sit here and do nothing, Your Grace? Complained Loz. What's wrong? Can't sit still, joked Lorist as he flipped through the documents on his desk. They sat currently in House Norton's main camp. They'd successfully joined up with Auguslo and the rest of the nobles. The entire army, 1,000,000 strong, was now encamped near Armenia's border, in the part of Malivaya Lorist had conquered. The encampment was imposing, but nothing really happened. Auguslo even strictly forbade anyone from crossing into Union-held territory. It made for a weird atmosphere. They had not even been here for half a month, and Loz was already here to complain. He still thought the king's plan to pressure the Union into ceding Armenia and Malivaya was just ridiculous. It would be much better to just take it themselves and then sue for status quo. The Union was at its most vulnerable, but it wouldn't last for long. If they didn't jump at this opportunity, it would be lost to them forever. Once the Union moved its armies into place, at best they could hope to keep what they currently had. Los did not believe they could gain anything through negotiation. Los, you know this was the plan from the beginning. It's not that the king doesn't know we have to conquer Phallic Plains, eventually. He wants us to pressure the Union into negotiations, and they won't agree to it if they feel we're being too aggressive. The kingdom is in no better a position than the Union either. Any combat we can avoid is a win. We need time to rest and rebuild. If it bothers you that much, just think of this as a vacation instead. Even if it's just for show, we shouldn't prevent our forces and scouts from launching attacks at the fringes. It would put more pressure on them. A 1 million strong army not daring to do anything when there is no force in the area even remotely capable of opposing it is just farcical, complained Los. That is being done for a reason. The king wants to send a message to the Union. He's trying to tell them we don't intend to start an all-out war. We have a specific goal, and have no interest beyond that goal. They should send envoys soon. But enough of such tiresome talk. You don't fool me, anyway. I know you just want to make more money raiding. Ha 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 ha. Los laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I was only thinking of the house, me lord. Potterfong swept all of Canbona but didn't get much. The 100,000 youths only barely make us break even. I'm really disappointed with Canbona's nobles. Malivaya is different though. When we were chasing a few fleeing fools into the province, we took over a few castles. They're really rich. We took 38 castles in total and got about as much as half of Wessia's treasury from them. Los hadn't acted according to a particular plan when he took out the nobles in the province. It was just a habit he'd picked up from the previous campaigns. He did not expect these small fry to be this rich. Baudalger's nobles were brand new, given land and titles by Wessia for their contributions to the guild. While they had some wealth, they could not compare to noble families who'd occupied their fiefs for generations. Both, however, were rich compared to Canbona's nobles. Their combined wealth was barely a fifth of the nobles in Baudalger. A Canbona baron was rich as he had 5,000 gold fords in his treasury. But Malivian barons had nearer 100,000 gold fords in their treasuries. This was probably because the Malivian nobles came from rich merchants. The Union only got Lormo involved when they ran out of land to infef, so the poorer bastards were the one that got that land later on. Enough. Stay put obediently for now. You've already caused me enough trouble by pushing into Malivaya in the first place. The king nearly collapsed when he heard about it. He almost made me whip you as an apology to the Union. He may be acting belligerent towards the Union, but the king is walking a fine tightrope. He really doesn't want to go to war with the Union. He just wants to raid the nobles and make more money. The problem wasn't really with Auguslo's ban on sending troops into Armenia or Malivaya. Lorist was more concerned for Loz's safety. Taribo VII offered exorbitant bounties during the War of Glass, and many high-ranking mercenaries died, both for being the target of a bounty, and for blindly chasing bounties. Greed killed, even more so in war. Lorist had no interest in repeating those mistakes. Especially not with Loz. He was a good general and a promising candidate for becoming a blade master. All the money in Malivaya was not worth a single Loz. Sigh. Los wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the curtains covering the entrance parting to reveal Genolio. Sigh. Lorist echoed. The army had sat still for just over 10 days while Auguslo kept hosting banquets like the war was already won. The feasts weren't extravagant, but their number made it quite expensive. Auguslo's harvest must have been quite decent. On the surface they were parties to celebrate their successes thus far in the campaign. In truth they were opportunities for Auguslo to talk about the policies he wanted to implement after the war. Chances for him to get everyone behind him and his plans. The brat's old habits are surfacing again. This was exactly what Auguslo had done after conquering Frederica. His ego went from being a hill to being a mountain and he started bragging about what he'd do once the empire was unified again. His ego didn't work well with his illness. He made ridiculous decisions and gave out ludicrous orders, which led to his downfall. Now he was doing the same. He was certain the Union would cave in the negotiations. His behavior was again becoming arrogant. At least he had not turned his arrogance towards Lorist. He continued to act friendly towards him, though the traces of wariness were not completely gone from his eyes. Lorist was under no illusions, however. He knew this was all because of how much he had contributed to their current success. His military exploits had shocked the world yet again. It wasn't a stretch to say that his reputation was the real winner in this war. If he'd not made so many spectacular gains, he would have been relegated to the sidelines. Everyone else, even the king, appeared to be there just to cheer him on. The minor nobles, at the very least, were at best a waste of food. The three dukes couldn't be expected to do much. They had been wounded in their war with the kingdom and had had neither the time nor the resources and land to recover. Given their precarious positions, they were also not willing to take any risks. Most surprising, to outsiders at least, was the lackluster performance of Lorist's close allies. Without his forces acting as their backbone, and without him there to strategize and lead them, they were a sail ship without wind for its sails. If Lorist made the greatest contribution, and the king himself standing second, then Duke Faisablin was third. He had a decent relationship with the king, and still had a bit to prove, so he made some efforts. He deployed 2 legions, 2nd Frontier, and one of his reserves. That the queen was from the house also spurred him on to do a few things. It had originally been suggested that he take on Canbona, but he was quick to rebuke them. Who on earth was dumb enough to use cavalry to siege castles? No one really wanted to take on the thorny province, so they just kept kicking the ball at one another. It eventually fell to Lorist to do the actual work if he wanted to keep his rear secure. It had, at one point, been suggested that the minor nobles deal with the province, but they would have none of it either. No one minor noble had a force large enough to take out a castle, and none of them were willing to put their whole force on the line and possibly lose their chance to make any further contribution to the campaign. Potterfong had initially thought he would meet up with whoever was attacking Canbona somewhere in the province. He was completely speechless when he had to march through all of the province, and back across the border into the kingdom to meet a single friendly soldier. Auguslo's plan was to attack the province from 3 sides, but it failed for several reasons. One was that he overestimated his own force's capabilities. Another that he didn't take his opponent in his theater seriously. Duke Zytram was far more capable than he gave the Duke credit for. While he did eventually gain control of his theater, the combat part of the campaign was basically over already and he had no chance to contribute anything else. Lorist didn't let the opportunity to mock everyone else pass him by. Nor did he refrain from sneering at the king for his ineptitude. They were all pretty thick-skinned, though, and didn't really take his mockery to heart. They only cared about the end result, not how it was achieved. In fact, they were quite happy to have achieved their initial goals without having to do much. Lorist abstained from most of the celebration, however. He was too busy to waste time on merrymaking. He had to organize the transport of hundreds of thousands of captives and refugees back to his dominion. It was more challenging than the actual war as far as he was concerned. As much as Auguslo bled to see so much taken out of his hands, they were Lorist's rightful spoils and plunder and he could do nothing, even as the king. "I will not attend tonight's banquet," informed the king, Genolio. "I have too much to do." Genolio left, but returned soon after. His Majesty asks if you want to meet the captured count he chose to be the messenger to the Union. He'll leave after tonight's banquet to send our demands to the Union. Lorist waved him out, annoyed. No. His Majesty is free to do what he wants. What's so important about this count anyway? He's just a messenger. His Majesty's just looking to use my name to terrify the man. I have no interest in being his tool. As you wish, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474 Reply. Reply. Alcohol is the world's greatest thief. It can steal a priest's celibacy, a king's dignity, a soldier's discipline, and a warrior's skill. Genolio. On the 13th day of the 8th month, Lorist finally caught a breather after 5 days of work. The last batch of forced immigrants left for the Northlands. He could finally relax, so he rode out of the camp with Potterfong to check on the Union Army's encampment. The Big Six guilds mobilized their main force to the front lines in the last 20 days and set up camp 15 kilometers from Andanax. The main force should be firmly entrenched by now. Similarly, the various smaller guilds, associations, and so on, also gathered. About 500,000 men in all. Most surprising was that Jigda had apparently sent a contingent of 50,000 to stand by the Union. Lorist didn't initially care about the Union's army. He was too occupied with moving his new subjects home. Unfortunately, it was not winter, otherwise they would have been far more obedient since death would be the only other option. But, it not being that, many tried to escape, more willing to take their chances in the wilds than submit to this invader lord. It took far more effort and men to keep the move going relatively smoothly. Their numbers were also much greater than Lorist had anticipated. He was only aiming for 400,000 people from Bodalger, but Potterfong swept Canbona and Los took tens of thousands prisoner after his battles with the Union. His subordinates had also cleaned out the part of Malivia they'd conquered, adding another 100,000 to their burden. 800,000 people, double what he prepared for, had to be moved. The Northlands would have a 3 million strong population by the end of this, even if they didn't move a single person in the rest of the war. This duke now had more subjects than many kings. With this increase came more work, though, way more than Lorist could handle, even with all the protocols already in place. He only had enough energy to care about the war again after everything was done and dusted. He immediately noticed something off about the Union's deployment when he turned his attention to it. Auguslo, in his usual overconfidence, hadn't paid proper attention and had missed it. It had already been over a month since he'd sent his message via the Count. A reply was well overdue. He just kept on celebrating, however, and had yet to become sensibly suspicious. The Union's main force had been in place for 20 days already, yet Auguslo didn't make any appropriate adjustments to his own force's disposition. He did nothing as more and more Union forces kept arriving. While there were no skirmishes being exchanged, Union were patrolling the area incessantly. Odd. Is the Union really planning to fight us properly, mused Lorist, the enemy camp staring at him through his telescope. How can you tell, Your Grace? Potterfang asked. Lorist handed him the telescope. Take a look. Notice anything odd? Potterfang stared at the camp through the telescope, slowly shaking his head. The camp is built lightly. It doesn't have any of the features or styles you'd expect if they expected it to be a long-term setup. Specifically, they have no ditches, no palisades, no watchtowers. The fence is just a few poles and stakes fastened loosely with some string. They just came out of a long war. Do you really think they'd either be this lax, or make such a simple mistake? Either they're going to march on us soon, or they aren't afraid of us marching on them. Potterfang's face grinned. You're right. This is as much a temporary camp as I've ever seen. They're either going to withdraw soon, or attack. Either way, they don't plan to stay there for long. The setup is designed to deploy the troops as quickly and efficiently as possible, but as such has no defenses. Maybe they are willing to negotiate and the soldiers are just there to put up a front. Hence their laxness. Genolio interjected. Lorist stroked his head. He had no issue with such interruptions, quite to the contrary, he enjoyed it when others voiced their opinions. That might be. But I wonder. Does the Union really want to negotiate with the king? There would be no need for so many men if they did. It isn't cheap to deploy 500,000 men, 100,000 should be enough for negotiations. It's also been a month since we sent the message, and yet we've not heard back. Whatever. I should pay His Majesty a visit. Lowe's just left with the last of the immigrants. We only have Firmrock and my personal guard right now. Pog head to the rear and set up a stronghold on advantageous terrain. A good general is prepared for any outcome. As you wish, Your Grace, replied Potterfang. Lorist headed for Auguslo, accompanied by Genolio. It stood 10 kilometers from he reached it in the afternoon. As expected, the camp's security was all but non-existent, the gates were wide open and soldiers were free to enter and leave as they wished. The sentries in the watchtowers were nowhere to be seen, probably sleeping inside, and the guards along the wall strolled lazily. The sentries jumped when Lorist walked past. They and the 10 or so dangling around saluted hurriedly. Fear was writ large on their faces, everyone know Lorist, and everyone know he was the kingdom's most powerful and feared man. Where is His Majesty? Asked Lorist. His Majesty is in the tent in the middle of the camp with the dukes and lords. Does Your Grace need us to announce your arrival? Asked one eagerly. Lorist waved his horsewhip. No need. Genolio, tip them. Genolio took out a pouch and tossed it to who appeared to be the group's leader. His Grace just bought you guys some drinks. Thank you. Thank you, me lord. The men bowed, the men on the periphery of this exchange looking on enviously. Duke Norton of the Northlands was known as a generous man. Whilst no one knew how much was in the black pouch, it was definitely not a small amount. It was probably at least a 1/12 of their annual pay. The camp was erected around a small hill, on which stood the king's tent. The hill itself contained a subsection of the camp completely cut off from it, separated by a thick palisade. The nobles couldn't mingle with the commoners after all. Especially not the nobles' families, who had come to accompany them. The inner sanctum also contained many captured noble females of the younger variety. The king's harem, in plain terms. Normally noble families were not involved in wars, it was shameful to involve the innocent, after all. If the family could not pay their captured loved one's ransom, however. Suffice to say that never happened, even if the family themselves became the ransom. Most of the Union nobles were in a bad position. They had nothing with which to pay ransom, not only were their lands and wealth seized, even their families were taken as well, it all became part of what had to be ransomed, and nothing could be used to ransom for it. The few that had land and properties in parts of the Union yet unconquered could offer that, but many had sold their properties to purchase what they had now lost. The banquets Auguslo threw so lavishly was as much a show of his newfound riches and a celebration of his success as a slap in his enemies' faces. It was all the more sweet because most had to watch their wives, sisters, mothers, and daughters bear themselves for, and be ravished by, their enemy. Such vulgarity repulsed Lorist, however. It was just another reason why he didn't attend. His house had its own protocols for dealing with captured nobles. If they were cruel, they died in the gallows along with their whole family. He would rather kill innocents than let possible threats escape. If they were kind and upright, they were free to serve the house if they so chose to earn their freedom. Nobles were educated from birth, they were valuable resources. When they finally got their freedom, they had to choose whether to continue to serve the house, or leave and try to make a new life for themselves. Most chose the former. Lorist refused the guards of the inner sanctum's offer to announce his arrival and moved in without his guards. Kenmes emerged from the tent just as he was about to step in, a noble lady in his arms, her clothes disorderly. Kenmes shoved the girl aside when he saw Lorist. "Ha ha, Locke. What brings you here today?" he asked, open arms. "Don't come any closer. Go about your own business. I'm here to see His Majesty. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Why come see His Majesty?" "Nothing worth neglecting your lover over. I suspect the Union is preparing to attack us. I am here to hear the king's opinion." Kenmes sighed. "You're too on edge, Locke. Come blow off some steam. There won't be a battle, they won't attack. We just got the Union's reply. They will send negotiators in 3 days. His Majesty is celebrating. Come, join us for a few drinks. The king was about to send you an invitation, anyway." Lorist was already inside. The tent was large, it could accommodate 100 people easily. A number of nobles lay passed out on the floor, others were hanging around tables with wenches, making merry. Some were even making merries in the furthest corners. Duke Faisablin, his face flushed, sat like a baboon on a bench near the king, his hands plundering a half-naked wench. "Have some self-respect, you old coot." Auguslo looked no better though. He downed a vase of alcohol sloppily, letting half of it soak his clothes rather than fill his stomach. "Lo Locke. Why you're he. Come. See home. Cheers." Lorist turned and left immediately. "Let's go. We're heading back." He murmured to Ginolio as he passed him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 475 Envoy Krelos. Envoy Krelos. 3 days passed quickly. Early in the morning of the 17th of the 8th, Auguslo sent a messenger to bring Lorist to his tent. Lorist took a simple bath and washed himself. After donning some fancy noble military robes, left with Reedy and Ginolio and 1,000 guards. Auguslo most likely wanted to impress the envoys with military might. 2 rows of soldiers lined the road for 5 kilometers out of the camp. Their equipment shone like spitshine cutlery. The people wearing the equipment, however, were less pruned. Lorist had no right to comment, however, feasting was a tradition and even a custom. The sludge Calder road had been pressed and covered with sawdust and fine river sand. Lorist had no idea where on earth Auguslo got the supplies and materials necessary on such short notice. Or had he prepared it months earlier? The white dragon curled through the landscape. According to Lorist's education on noble customs, this was the highest courtesy possible. Its use was only recorded 7 times in all of history. The treaties signed in conjunction with its use were never less than 20 years long and often lasted much longer. Looks like Auguslo really wants to have peace. He's pressuring them with his one hand, and offering a path to peace with the other. If this were anyone else, they might be touched, but our opponents aren't nobles in anything other than name. I don't think this means anything to them. The entrance of the path of peace was guarded with soldiers who blocked the way with wooden barricades. Lorist brought his horse to a halt. A sergeant ran over and explained everything. Lorist nodded and took the detour. He couldn't complain since the path could only be used by the envoys. He knew that if he insisted on crossing the path with 1,000 men, not only would everything be wasted, it might even make a haughty impression on the guests. He arrived 20 minutes later. Lorist knew the main gates were off limits too, so he headed to the other entrance. As expected, there was a smaller gateway not far away with people traveling in and out constantly. He finally noticed how prettied up the fence was when he got closer. Not only were the damaged parts filled up and repaired, even the uneven parts of the upper fence were trimmed to uniform level. Auguslo truly put lots of effort into this project. He had wanted to make sure the camp was in perfect condition before the envoys arrived. As for the outside of the military camp, it was clean. Hygiene was the baseline, and Lorist noted a red feather-wearing patrolman pushed to the ground and given 10 canes for spitting on the ground. The only thing that didn't fit with the atmosphere was the colorful flags all over. Their sizes were not uniform, and they were almost everywhere, making Lorist feel like he was in a children's theme park. When he arrived, he realized the colored flags outside were simple decorations in comparison. Other things aside, the wooden fences themselves were wrapped in multicolored silk and covered in a myriad of tones, just like a bouquet. As for the insides of the central areas, the tents were all taken down, replaced by a majestic and grand palace at the center of it all. Is that a palace? Thought Lorist, his shock. He squinted for a closer look. A breeze blew, and he caught the roof of the palace wave about slightly. Oh, so it's still a tent, it's just larger and drawn to look like it has a real roof. A royal guard came over. He dismounted, and a servant took his horse away. He walked to the huge palace tent with Genolio and Reedy, while the guards behind him went to their respective resting areas while they were being briefed on what they could and couldn't do to not disrupt the envoy's visit. Upon entering the tent, Lorist saw that the internals were also decorated to make them look like those of a real palace. However, Lorist could tell that it was all looks. He was quite curious as to how Auguslo managed to convert the tent to look like a palace, though. Auguslo was at the center of the main hall with many other nobles. The main hall really did look like a palace's assembly hall, complete with steps covered in black and gold carpets. On the carpet was one gleaming seat which looked to be the throne. Auguslo wasn't seated in his throne and was instead chatting idly with the other nobles beneath the elevated platform. As he was wearing a golden crown on his head, he stood out exceptionally from the other nobles who wore no hats. All the nobles within the hall were clad in formal attire with their ceremonial swords. That was a tradition left behind from the time of the Christian Empire. Formal wear accompanied with a ceremonial sword symbolized one's courage and remembrance for those that came before to build up the Christian Empire. There was also an unofficial saying that claimed that the ceremonial swords were carried around back in the day when dueling was very commonplace. That way, the nobles could respond to duels at a moment's notice to settle their disagreements. Seeing Lorist, Reedy and Genolio entering the tent, Auguslo waved for them to come over to him. After the greetings, Lorist noted Auguslo's bloodshot eyes. He looked rather fatigued, so Lorist asked, "Your Majesty, did you not rest well the night before? You don't look too well, Dot." "Is that so?" Auguslo rubbed his face and said with a smile, "The mere thought at the envoys of the Union coming to sign a peace treaty with us and the realization of my ambition of the Empire would stir me from sleep. I haven't got any shut-eye for the past 2 days. However, that wouldn't pose to be a problem. I have more than enough time to rest after today." All things aside, Auguslo was still a rank 1 blade master, so losing sleep over a couple of days wasn't something that could affect him much, apart from making him seem gloomier than usual. Lorist advised, "Your Majesty, it's still rather early and the envoys of the Union might take another hour or 2 to come. Perhaps you might want to shut your eyes for a light nap during this time. That way, you'll look much better in an hour or 2. At least, your eyes won't look that bloodshot." Auguslo was convinced. "All right, I'll heed your advice and take a short rest lest the envoys come see all the veins in my eyes and get a bad impression. Go about as you like here and ask the servants if you need anything else." By the time Auguslo left, the nobles within the tent felt much more relaxed than before. Some found places to sit down at, some drank away as they chatted while others flirted with the maidservants beside them. However, they all knew that it was a momentous day and neither of them were willing to let Lorist see their debased states. Kenmaze and Shazine popped out of nowhere and made their way to Lorist's side. They shoved Lorist into a smaller partition of the tent where many small tables were laid out filled with food, juice, and other beverages. "What are you guys doing here?" "Where's Phelim?" asked Lorist. "Phelim hasn't arrived yet. I brought you here for something to eat." "You don't want to be hungry when it starts," said Kenmaze. "How did you know they'd be food here?" asked Reedy. He hasn't eaten anything yet before following Lorist, so he began wolfing down a roasted goat thigh without hesitation the moment he saw that there was so much to eat. "How did I know?" Kenmaze said gleefully, "I laid this out, that's how. It's no problem for me to get the kitchen to cook something up for us." "You're saying that you were in charge of this whole palace tent thing?" asked Lorist with surprise. "Naturally. His Majesty had wanted to tear the main tent down to make a simple pavilion to receive the envoys, but he didn't have much time to do so. Seeing his trouble, I offered help as the representative of Salt Merchant Committee and rebuilt it into something more appropriate with the help of some designers and artists to make it look like a palace. This is good business. I actually earned nearly 20,000 gold fords doing this," replied Kenmaze excitedly. It could be seen from his expression that Auguslo was once more put onto a chopping board like a juicy sheep to be slaughtered. However, it was his own fault for liking grand spectacles. It's no wonder Kenmaze didn't hold back at all when it came to pricing. As they munched and drank within the small partition, Phelim soon came to join them, followed by the thick-skinned Duke Faisablin as well. Duke Faisablin did complain to Kenmaze for not having prepared any good wine, however. An hour or so later, as it was approaching noon, a loud horn could be heard from outside, startling all of them alert. The envoys from the Union finally came. Lorist and gang hurriedly straightened their robes and exited the partition. Auguslo was also there. After a short nap, he seemed far more energetic and his eyes were no longer bloodshot. There was also a healthy glow to his face. He was listening to a scout's reporting on the arrival of the envoys. The scout reported that the envoys brought 100 guards with them and had already entered the path of peace in their luxurious carriage. It should take about 20 more minutes for them to reach the main tent. Auguslo then excitedly called for the rest to wait for the envoys outside the tent. Duke Faisablin stepped forward and said that it was inappropriate for Auguslo to make the reception, as he was the king of Andanak himself, so he couldn't lower himself to do such a thing. The king should be sitting in his throne, waiting for the envoy to arrive, as is fitting for a king, and so on. Auguslo humbly accepted Duke Faisablin's criticism. He gave it some thought and made a compromise to receive them at the entrance of the central area. After all, he wanted to show his sincerity and desire for peace too. So, the lot of them waited at the entrance for around half an hour before they finally saw the carriage before them. A thin and lanky middle-aged man got off from the carriage, followed by a white-bearded old man who carried a small wooden case in his hand. The tall man was called Krelos, a count of the Union as well as the vice-president of one of the big 6 guilds, Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild. The old man beside him appeared to be his attendant who followed him everywhere. Krelos's abilities were of the gold rank, but he mentioned that he was only training to keep fit and that he abhorred and feared jumping into a slaughterfest. He jokingly said that the ornate ceremonial sword he carried was only for show and that he hasn't even drawn it before. The old attendant on the other hand seemed to be a normal person who didn't train in battle force and was in charge of tending to the count for his daily needs. Krelos joked that since he was born in a rich family, he was used to being spoiled and required the help of his servants for the easiest of tasks. The 100 guards on the other hand caught everyone's attention. There were actually 4 blade masters and 10 gold-ranked swordsmen among them, with the rest being all silver-ranked, Auguslo looked rather happy about that, as the elite nature of the guard meant that Krelos was of high status. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the guards causing any trouble. Other things aside, there were 10 blade masters of the kingdom there. Even the 4 blade masters among the guards wouldn't dare to mess around. Auguslo greeted Krelos really warmly and chatted to no end. The two of them even held hands like they got along exceptionally well with each other. In the end, Lorist could no longer stand watching that and he cleared his throat and reminded, "Your Majesty, shouldn't you talk after going into the tent first?" "Ah, that's right," said Auguslo as he snapped out of it and invited Krelos into the tent. He then asked whether the envoy would like the blade masters and guards to follow him in as well. Krelos laughed and said, "There's no need. Let the guards stay outside with the other guards. All I need with me is my old attendant over here. I'm here to sign a peace treaty, not to pick a fight. So, I'm quite confident in my safety here." Auguslo was all the more gladdened by that and hurried the two into the tent with incredible hospitality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476 Invitation. Invitation. Do not invite a man to your home if you are not prepared to receive him. Master Magrot. Delicious varieties of food and wine were not possible in such a scenario. The so-called banquet Auguslo threw for Viscount Krelos only had large pieces of roasted meat, honeyed bread, a large pot of potato and cow-innard stew, smoked fish, baked apples, vegetable salad, and a bowl of grapes and blueberries. In terms of food culture, Grindia's nobles were far behind Lorist's previous world. To be honest, nobody really cared about the banquet. Even Auguslo only toasted once or twice out of custom. With his first toast he expressed his wish that Andanak and the Union could coexist in eternal peace. His second wished the envoy, Krelos, and his family good health. That was all. Auguslo just stared at the Viscount, hoping he had brought good news. The envoy didn't seem in a rush though. He enjoyed the food with elegance and grace. He praised the roast meat and even asked Auguslo to call the chef over. The white-haired old man behind him just stood quietly, holding his small red wooden case. Time passed in this odd tension. When the envoy finally had his fill, the nobles were speaking in hushed chatters with one another and adjusting in their seats. They stared at the group anxiously. Though Auguslo appeared calm, anticipation flitted back and forth across his eyes when he looked at Krelos. The Viscount received the white handkerchief a maidservant brought with an elegant motion and wiped his mouth before getting rid of the oils on his hands. He rose slowly, thanked Augusto for the meal, and expressed his hopes that he would pay a visit to Moranti. Auguslo denied, remorsing his lacking treatment. They were still on the front lines, after all, so he could not provide the luxury to such an occasion. He thanked the envoy for his invitation and hoped he could head to the imperial capital as well so the king could play host too. Lorist stifled a yawn at the laborious banter. Auguslo didn't want to keep this jing either, so he voiced the main question of the entire event. Lord Krelos, you were sent as an envoy. Has the Union made a decision regarding our offer? Will you sign the peace treaty? Well. Krelos stood silent for a few moments before he glanced at his white-haired servant. The old man nodded slightly, so the Viscount put his elegant smile back on, naturally. I have come here to represent the Union. We wish for you to join us in Moranti for some more talks. Auguslo waved his hands cheerfully. Lord Krelos, you've made the invitation already, which I already explained I cannot fulfill right now. The Empire is finally unified again and there is still much that needs to be done before I can be absent for even a single day. The years of war have ravaged our lands and my people. That is why I wish to conclude our talks swiftly so I may return to the capital and begin the restoration work. I am sincerely grateful for the invitation, but I cannot leave now. Krelos nodded without comment. Let us discuss terms, then. The white-haired servant stepped forward and opened the red case. He removed from it a grey-white beastskin which he handed to Krelos. Your Majesty, the Union has some disagreements with the terms. Here are our suggestions. I hope you will lend us an ear. Naturally, Auguslo nodded. Disagreements were normal. In fact, he would be fraught with suspicion should the Union accept all his terms without some demand for negotiation. He reclined in his chair comfortably and sipped some wine. Pray tell, what are your disagreements? I'll gladly lend an ear. Firstly, the Union objects to your senseless invasion and infringement of our sovereign territory, Krelos announced loudly. Auguslo's smile didn't fade, this was par for the course. It was only to be expected that the Union would have objections. Even some of the nobles present let out a few stifled snickers. As the largest superpower on Grindia, the Union will not tolerate invaders. Though the Kingdom of Andanak has sued for peace, the High Council believes being forced to sign by way of threat is a slight and insult to the Union's nobles and subjects. We will not accept a forced treaty. Even the Christian Empire couldn't force us to bend the knee, even when we were much weaker than it. Your kingdom has even less ability to do so now that we are more powerful than even the Empire was at its zenith. We warn your Majesty, Andanak Auguslo, that you are not the Empire. Your self-centered military actions have led to the destruction of several kingdoms and duchies we recognize and guarantee. Your arrogance and ambition has thrown the continent into war, destroyed millions of lives, and set the continent back decades, if not centuries. The Union is neither the Redlease Kingdom nor the Madras Duchy, and not a target on which you can impose your will. While we love peace, we aren't afraid of war. Your million-strong army will not make us hesitate to defend ourselves and our values. If we must bleed you dry for a century or two as we did the Empire before you, we will gladly do so. An unjust war will never win victory for its perpetrator. Sinwell will protect the nobles and people of the Union. No matter what your response, the Union will give you a chance for peace. We hereby give you our demands and with it that chance for peace. Each and every demand will be satisfied or blood will flow like rivers and dam up to form oceans. First, Andanak will retreat from and return the occupied territories of Badalger, Kanbona, Anderwaf, and the northwestern area. Second, Andanak must immediately withdraw the army standing on the Union's borders. You will dismantle your army and report, in detail, what forces you had. Third, Andanak will release all captives and their families and compensate and apologize to those harmed. Fourth, Andanak will punish its nobles for the atrocities they committed in Union territory and against its nobility and peasantry, especially the Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist, and his men, who have terminated one of the Union's dear and treasured guilds. Andanak will hand his entire house over to the Union to be tried and executed according to our laws. Auguslo's face burned, his golden cup crushed. The wine within sprayed over his robes and the floor. He noticed none of it. He stared at Krelos. The nobles were in a massive commotion. Viscount Krelos wasn't there to sign a peace treaty, he was there to declare war. Many stared at the Viscount suspiciously. Their army was on the Union's borders, not the other way round. The kingdom wasn't defeated and forced to sign a treaty. Krelos didn't bother with the change in atmosphere. He simply continued reading. Fifth, Andenac will cede the two southwestern provinces and magic to the Union as compensation for this unprovoked attack. Sixth, Andenac's king, Auguslo I, will head to Moronti, apologize to the Union for this affront, and personally sign the peace treaty we deem appropriate. Seventh, Andenac will open all trade routes and cooperate to carry out all trade activities in their territory. As for tax. Enough, roared Auguslo, kicking the table. So, you're here to declare war? Don't forget we have a force double your size. I need only speak and your lands will be ravaged. The veins on the king's face pulsed. He had done everything possible to provide a path to peace, but his opponents were blind. This was not a peace treaty, these were terms for his surrender. The tent was in chaos. Most of the nobles clamored for Auguslo to give the order to march on Moronti. Some even called for Krelos's hanging. Lorist didn't comment. He was more concerned with the source of the Union's arrogance. Krelos still wore his elegant smile as if the curses and cries didn't faze him at all. Your Majesty will not start an all-out war. You will not only accept this treaty, you will also come to Moronti to apologize. Ha ha ha, laughed Auguslo. He glared at the Viscount. On what basis? Why would I accept such insulting and insane demands? If you want war, I will give you war. You are right about one thing, though. I will go to Moronti, but not to apologize, to burn it to the ground. You are delusional, king. You will do as we command, said Krelos with his ever-annoying smile. He gazed at Auguslo as an elder would a stupid child. He. Ha ha ha. Auguslo's voice became rough and sharp. He had tried so hard to plan this out and promised his vassals that, as long as the army could be brought to their borders, the Union would agree to peace and that the empire could be brought back to its former glory. All his dreams were shattered in an instant. Not only was this an insult, it was no different from an actual slap to his face. His effort to prepare the 5-kilometer-long path of peace only to have it swatted aside would be recorded in history and spread all over. Their kingdom would become a laughingstock. Lord Krelos, said Auguslo with sudden tranquility, you are an envoy. Though you are from an enemy nation, worry not, I won't harm you. However, the blade masters and guards you brought along will feed my dogs tonight. You will be stripped and covered in honey and feathers and sent back to the Union on horse. We will meet again soon. I hope there will still be some feathers left on you when I come to Moronti. Your Majesty, unfortunately, you will do no such thing, nor will you hurt my guards. They have to escort you to Moronti, after all, retorted Krelos as he drew his ceremonial sword. Ha, Lord Krelos, are threatening me with that? Auguslo cracked a chortle. A gold rank dares draw his sword in front of a blade master? Are you trying to get yourself killed? While Auguslo was only a rank 1 blade master, dealing with a gold rank swordsman was something he could do without breaking a sweat. Ah, no, Your Majesty. Don't misunderstand. A puny little gold rank swordsman like me can't threaten Your Majesty, neither do I wish to. Krelos handed the sword to the white-haired servant beside him. I ought to introduce this master beside me. He is not my attendant. He is Master Magrot. You may find this name foreign, because most know him by his sobriquet, the Windstorm Sword Saint. Krelos turned to smile at Auguslo. It can't be more honorable to be personally escorted to Moronti by a sword saint. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477 Lashing Out. Lashing Out. Blood for the Blood God. A cult war cry in the late 18th century. The tent was filled with clashing. Not only did the nobles drop their cups, some also stood up with fright. Those already standing dropped their jaws. The tent was suddenly so quiet you could hear a pin drop. One noble after another glanced to the old servant beside Viscount Krelos. The moment the old man received the sheathed sword, his aura changed dramatically. He stopped looking like an old man entirely. Krelos stood in the center of the tent with a gentle smile, but he was no longer the center of attention. The old man no one paid any attention to now commanded everyone's gaze. Master Magrot, the Windstorm Sword Saint, held his sword by the hilt and traced a few lines in the air, a smile cracking his face. However, that little move caused the nobles who were holding their breath into despair, because all of them felt that they had fallen into the hands of the Windstorm Sword Saint completely. It was an indescribable feeling. Was this how the fish felt as it stared at the butcher's knife? Duke Faisablin stood beside Lorist. Perhaps because of his identity or because Auguslo wished to use him to suppress House Norton, he arranged the Duke's position in front of Lorist. However, as they were standing together, Lorist could detect the slight shivering of the old man's frame. It was as if the stronger a blade master was, the more they would fear the formless sense of pressure and threat a sword saint exuded. Even Reedy's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Genolio seemed panicked. Why do I feel nothing? It's really the windstorm, sword saint. Dead. We're definitely dead. Stammered Duke Faisablin as he shivered. Is he really that scary? Lorist squinted and tried to suppress his raving desire to fight. He used all the calm he could muster to inspect the enemy. The moment Krelos announced his identity and handed his sword to Master Magrut, Lorist realized he wanted to fight. It was as if he was a hungry black bear, and his enemy was honey. He couldn't suppress this desire, it burned in every muscle in his body. The sword saint stood right there and the sword in his hand gently moved through the air. It was a mystical rhythm. No one spoke. The sword saint stood calmly and played around with the sword, confident that he could end everyone if he wished. Regardless of how high their status, regardless of whether they were blade masters. He was an unsurmountable mountain. They were ants before a titan. However, in Lorist's eyes, he was just an old man. Granted, he wasn't just an old man. He felt slightly ethereal. It felt like he existed almost outside of space, like his body was about to burst out of reality, tearing the world as he did. The man stood beside Krelos, natural, carefree, and nonchalant. He looked as if he had openings all over. When Lorist played a fight in his head where he struck any of the openings, it always ended in a loss. A strong enemy. As he struggled to suppress the desire to fight, excitement joined the fray. He wanted to make this challenge even if he couldn't overcome it. He suddenly woke to the fact that this could be the opportunity to break through he had so long sought. Now that a rank 3 blade master like Duke Faisablin could not last 100 strikes against him, only a sword saint could pressure him enough to burst through the barrier that held him back. Surely your majesty won't refuse a sword saint's invitation. The Union has sincerely invited you and the other lords to Moranti for a relaxing vacation. You may return to your dominions after signing the treaty. Krelos still wore the same damn smile. Auguslo's face was pale. He shivered. But his reply couldn't be more resolute. I'd rather die than follow you. Chrisen's descendants will die rather than kneel before the likes of you, thought. The elegant smile on Krelos's face vanished. Ho-oh? You want to die? Not so easily. Do you honestly think your life is still yours to take? Even if you resist, Master Magrut won't take your life. However, he will shatter your limbs and break your chin before bringing you back in a cage. If you think it'd be more fitting to travel like a prisoner, I will oblige you. Just now, Auguslo was going to cover Krelos in honey and stick feathers on him. This was a punishment reserved for liars. Krelos's suggestion, on the other hand, was the punishment for bandits. They had each come up with the perfect treatment for the other. I admit I'm no match for a sword saint, but can he really stop me from killing myself? With a loud whir, Auguslo drew his sword and placed it against his throat. No, your majesty, don't. The nobles snapped awake. They racked their brains for a way to stop their king from dying. Some even drew their swords and stood in front of him. There was no choice. Should their king be killed by the sword saint before everyone else, it would be a mark for everyone's houses for the rest of eternity. They might as well commit suicide. Even if that meant facing a sword saint, they could not stand by passively. At the very least, they could still leave their courageous deed behind for their house and make their reputation soar. Krelos clapped slowly. I admire your bravery and your vassals' resolve. But I have to remind you that you can do nothing in front of a sword saint, much less in their domain. Do you think you can take even a casual blow? Krelos shook his head. King, stop playing around. You had best come to Moranti obediently. I want to leave you some face if at all possible. If you don't obey obediently, I will really break your limbs, take you back in a cage. You, nobles. You had best advise your king likewise. We do not want to be called kingslayers, so he won't die, but you aren't kings. Time's running out, dot. Ha? What does he mean time is running out? Just as the rest were considering what Krelos's words meant, a loud alarm could be heard from the distance. The patter of hooves soon approached. They stopped outside the tent and the royal guards barged in, instantly kneeling to make a report. Reporting to your majesty, the Union suddenly deployed their army and launched an attack. Near 100,000 men are coming for White Lion. The 2 divisions stationed near the border have crumbled, please make your decisions swift. Ugh. That royal guard finally realized something was wrong and lost his head. His legs twitched a few times. Auguslo's face paled and he stumbled back 2 steps, tumbling back into his throne. He even dropped his sword. As a blade master who had seen the royal family records on the Sword Saint, he knew Krilo's words were true. He was less than 6 meters from the Sword Saint, which meant he was within range of his domain. The moment the Sword Saint activated it, he would lose his ability to kill himself. The guard's report only reinforces his despair. His army would be crushed. No wonder the enemy had kept gathering their forces. He had thought it was because they feared his army. The thought never occurred to him that they were just preparing to wipe his army out. If this happened, he would never be able to threaten the Union again even if he tried. 2 tears ran down his cheeks. He only wished he could die on the battlefield now. If he died like that, he would at least be remembered as a brave king. But his wish was destined to be unfulfilled. He couldn't even decide whether he lived or died. He could do nothing about his current situation. He hated his pride and recklessness. He was now the one responsible for the death of his bloodline, and the death of the last embers of the Christian Empire. It could never rise again. It's all over. He stared at the patterns on the ceiling. How laughable. The plan I spent years crafting actually ends like this. So what if I have a massive army? The Union only needed one man to undo everything. They dealt with the whole kingdom's elites in one move. Everything is over. Don't drag it on any longer. The weather is still good, so let us leave for Morandi soon. Auguslo didn't respond. He just sat catatonic on his chair. Sigh. Some people need to learn things the hard way. Krilos turned to bow to the Windstorm Sword Saint. Master Magrut, I have to trouble you. The Sword Saint nodded silently. With but a sweep of his eyes, the nobles blocking Auguslo's way were knocked aside, making a 2-meter-wide path. The Sword Saint snorted before he paced towards Auguslo. But he froze after taking 2 steps as another kingdom noble appeared in his way. The noble showed no fear, he even seemed confident. He had his hand on the hilt of his sword, slowly unsheathing it. Who are you? How dare you draw your sword before Master Magrut, yelled Krilos angrily. Hee, I am Duke Norton Lorist, the one your union wants to punish publicly. His Majesty introduced us at the start of the banquet, have you forgotten already? Lorist glued his eyes to the Sword Saint. The two were only 3 meters apart. The old man's face finally twitched. His sword was drawn, but he didn't attack. He waited patiently for his opponent to finish getting ready. Whir! The tip of Lorist's sword pinged out of the sheath. He cracked a smile before everything inside the tent turned crimson. The Sword Saint's expression shattered as he retreated in a hurry. He finally made a sound. A domain. You're a Sword Saint too? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478 Severely Injured. Severely injured. Everyone, lord or servant, sinner or saint, bleeds if poked hard enough. Gospel of Saint Harkin the Bloodletter. 2:1. Hey guys. We're launching an awesome quiz competition with bonus chapters at stake. Answer our question of the week correctly and you can win bonus early access chapters for a whole week. Check out our Patreon post if you'd like to know how to take part. Magrut backed down far too quickly. Before the rest could react, his figure vanished. He disappeared from the tent, leaving behind a tear in one of its walls. Lorist stared at the hole, his jaw on the floor. He didn't think a Sword Saint would run away without even putting up a fight. He wanted to fight Magrut and enjoy himself. He had no opponents that could challenge him. His skills had stagnated as a result. He'd finally found an opponent against whom to train his domain. How could he just leave? It was like downloading an erotic film between a youth and a widow, only to realize it's a lolicon after getting into the position. Nonsense. You think you can run? Lorist gave chase with a grunt. He was determined to keep the all-bark-no-bite Sword Saint behind if it was the last thing he did. The tent was large, and the place Magrut escaped from was about 10 meters away from Lorist, and it was right at the border of Lorist's slaughter domain. But when Lorist rushed over and was no more than 3 meters from the hole in the tent, he felt a sudden humongous pressure attacking him from the outside. No good. Lorist's legs sank into the ground. His body had become heavy as a mountain as his legs fixed him to the ground as he got into a defensive stance. The walls of the tent were slowly torn apart before Lorist's very own eyes, with its pieces flying all over the place before settling on the ground. That was the same with both the cloth of the tent and the stainless steel frame it was clad over. They were all turned into fine airborne debris. The tent's walls had already completely disappeared and Lorist found that the Windstorm Sword Saint was no more than 6 meters away from him. A loud boom rang out from the depths of Lorist's mind. He coldly humphed as he took 2 steps back. The sword saint before him shuddered, but he didn't retreat. That was the result of two domains clashing. Lorist's domain was blood red, a color that couldn't be seen but only felt from experiencing the endlessly cruel bloodlust the bloodbath brought. Within the bloodbath, all that was living was a sacrificial offering. The windstorm sword saint's domain, on the other hand, was grayish-black, and it manifested in the form of the roar of a wild gust. The sharp sounds of the winds and the cold and desolate land made one feel like one was hanging by a cliff with one hand holding onto it while experiencing the assault of strong winds, going to fall at any moment. The windstorm sword saint had not tried to run, but instead escaped Lorist's domain and activated his own to deal with it. Darn it! Lorist cursed himself for not having taken the perfect chance and letting go of the windstorm sword saint just like that. Within Slaughter domain, Lorist was a god. However, he allowed the sword saint to escape without being able to react. Otherwise, the windstorm sword saint would have been eliminated without recourse. The tent was already shaking flimsily, having been torn apart. In terms of range, the windstorm sword saint's domain seemed to be double of Lorist's own. The ones embroiled within that domain looked as if they were being assailed by a tornado, rising and falling within the tent. Things flew around and spun before they were torn to small pieces. The people within tried to back off from the range of those two domains. As they backed up against the throne, some drew their swords and leaped out of the tent like the windstorm sword saint did. However, Auguslo and the nobles still wore expressions of disbelief that they had made it out of the tent alive. Viscount Krelos had also completely lost his calm and elegant smile, having it replaced by a look of terror. While the windstorm sword saint's domain felt far wider than Lorist's, it didn't carry the dense feeling Slaughter domain did. It was like a large plate that had a bowl on top of it. The bowl and plate was clashing against each other. The spectating nobles found it really funny how Lorist and the windstorm sword saint were fighting each other at the intersection point of their domains. The two of them were attacking and defending with the slowest of speeds. Lorist had already sweat all over. What he never imagined was that the clash of the two domains exerted a mountainous pressure on his body. Not only did his whole body feel that stress, even the long sword in his hand felt heavy like a mountain to the point that he almost couldn't lift it up. The blood-red tornado formed a gigantic physical blade that pierced slowly from his side as Lorist slowly took a step forward and thrust his sword towards the sword saint at a snail's pace. The windstorm sword saint was faring worse than Lorist. Even though he had the experience of fighting other sword saints, which Lorist lacked, he didn't think Lorist's domain would give him the feeling of being submerged in a quagmire. It was far too odd, as if he had fallen into a pot of rice. His windstorm domain focused on swiftness and agility. But now that it had clashed against Slaughter domain, he was no longer able to use it to its full potential. His limbs felt like they were moving through thick mud. The pressure was huge and his movements couldn't be linked together, so he had no choice but to block Lorist's strike incredibly slowly, being able to do nothing about it. Without their domains, Lorist and Magrut's fight would be swift as lightning to the point that the naked eye wouldn't be able to make out what was going on. But the clash of the domains brought with it the effect akin to gravity being multiplied a number of times. The two of them engaged in combat in laughably slow movements. One slow stab was parried aside really slowly before it would be followed by a crawling counterstrike. Lorist was already starting to get anxious. He could only use Slaughter domain for 15 minutes, but he had already been slow dancing with the windstorm sword saint for more than 10 without either of them being able to gain an edge over the other. Should that continue, once his domain ran out while Magrut's was still active, it would no doubt end horribly for him. Lorist had to find a way to heavily wound the windstorm sword saint. He strived to approach the sword saint, but the cunning old man retreated every time Lorist made such an attempt. The two of them were separated by a distance the length of a sword. Perhaps the experienced windstorm sword saint already saw through the properties of Lorist's domain and knew that it wouldn't be able to last long, so he started to draw it out until the domain crumbles. There's no other choice. A look of absolute determination flashed through his eyes as his sword was parried away. The windstorm sword saint followed it up with a thrust, and Lorist made no attempt to avoid it. The cold tip of the sword pierced into his body and came out of his back ever so slowly, only serving to exacerbate the pain Lorist was feeling. But he grit his teeth and pressed on, arcing the parried longsword in his right hand back down diagonally. Magrut was greatly shocked. He wouldn't dare dream that Lorist would fight so suicidally. His longsword was already pierced in Lorist's chest and there wasn't enough time for him to draw it out or slash horizontally to bring it out from Lorist's body. The arcing longsword in Lorist's right hand could take the windstorm sword saint's head in the next moment. The windstorm sword saint didn't share Lorist's death wish. He currently had two choices. He could retreat backwards, but he had to give up on the sword pierced in Lorist's chest. He might even be slashed on the chest by Lorist. The second was to get even closer to Lorist to avoid the edge of the sword. Even though he would get even closer, that would render Lorist's slash not as damaging. At the same time, he would have control over Lorist's life because he didn't have to abandon his sword. After avoiding that strike, he could tear Lorist into two halves by slashing horizontally with the sword he had stuck within Lorist's body. Naturally, the Windstorm Sword Saint chose the second option. The way he saw it, Lorist was courting death. He sidestepped slightly and stuck close to Lorist from his flank. As long as the slash caught air, he could ram Lorist with his left shoulder and swing his longsword with his right and it would be done. Little did he expect, Lorist took one step to the side at that very moment. The two of them had switched places. Lorist's left hand struck the Windstorm Sword Saint's chest at that moment, using the full extent of his internal energy. To the spectators, Lorist was already done with. Not only did the Windstorm Sword Saint's longsword find its way through Lorist's torso, the old man himself switched places at close range to evade Lorist's fatal diagonal slash. The slow palm strike by Lorist looked like a futile move by him to push Magrod away. It was over. Auguslo and the other nobles donned a renewed look of despair. The Windstorm Sword Saint had still defeated Lorist in the end, the situation didn't change one bit. A soft rustling sound rang out, and the face of the old Sword Saint who stuck close to Lorist turned red all of a sudden, before he opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of blood all over Lorist's face. Soon after, the other side of the spot Lorist struck bulged huge before the Sword Saint was sent flying through the air. He tumbled down on the platform before the throne like a struggling old dog near its death, sputtering blood out incessantly. The domain vanished all of a sudden, both the Windstorm domain of the blood-vomiting Sword Saint laying on the gold-laced carpet and the slaughter domain of Lorist, who was struggling to stand with a sword pierced through him, were without a trace. The chaotic area around the ruined tent finally calmed down. None expected Lorist to turn the tables around so suddenly just as he was about to lose, neither did they know how Lorist managed to score a Pyrrhic victory against the Viscount. However, the fact that the Windstorm Sword Saint was no different than an old dying stray was undeniable. Auguslo and the kingdom nobles shifted their gazes to Master Magrod as their faces shifted from despair to crazed fervor. They had already gripped their swords unconsciously. At that moment, the gaze they shot the Windstorm Sword Saint was one they would shoot a helpless beauty, especially one that was stark naked. Viscount Krelos gulped audibly as he turned back to look at Auguslo with a forced smile. Auguslo still seemed excited and agonized at the same time, a paradoxical combination which fused into something ever so sinister. Krelos felt himself soften as if he wanted to sit down from holding his urine in for far too long. Why, your majesty, we are envoys. Even if our negotiations fall apart, you should let us go. Only then can you uphold the reputation of the royal FFF family. Stammered Krelos. Lord Krelos, don't worry. We will definitely send you back. As for the Windstorm Sword Saint and your guards, Auguslo said as he waved his hand with a smile, kill them. Krelos fell seated to the ground and made a huge wet mess beneath him. He had been relying on the Windstorm Sword Saint, yet he didn't expect that the old man had turned into a helpless fish on shore. He had vomited out large volumes of blood and people knew that it was the end of him. One could only imagine how terrifyingly the grudge-holding Auguslo would treat the envoys of the Union. The sounds of swords drawing filled the air. If the Windstorm Sword Saint hadn't been injured, those nobles and blade masters would act like fearful turtles, helpless sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But now that the Windstorm Sword Saint and Lorist severely injured each other, as was obvious to the eyes of all present, they were all eager to finish the deed. Taking the kill on a Sword Saint would no doubt let them pass their proud names down for centuries to come. Every one of them began to rush in for the kill. The first one to get on the platform was Auguslo's Blade Master bodyguard, Manst. As a rank 2 Blade Master, he was really careful. Even though he was the first one who made it up there, he pierced his sword into the left arm of the Windstorm Sword Saint in an attempt to test whether the latter still had any arm strength left. The Sword Saint made a pained cry as Manst's sword bore a hole through his hand, causing fresh blood to flow out. Surprised, Blade Master Manst stepped back twice, only to find that the Sword Saint didn't retaliate. Instead, he sat up and no longer laid on the ground, having stopped puking out blood. The second one to get up there was Reedy. However, he didn't care about the Windstorm Sword Saint one bit and instead rushed to Lorist, his master and teacher, with concern. The third was the Blade Master employed by Duke Faisablin, Blade Master Forend. He was an honorary viscount of the former Forend duchy and he had participated in the banquet as the Duke's personal bodyguard along with the other nobles. Seeing the Windstorm Sword Saint heavily wounded by Lorist, he also couldn't resist his ambition's temptations. He believed that after he killed the Windstorm Sword Saint, not only would his name be spread far and wide, Auguslo might also surprise him by making him a proper landed noble of the kingdom. As he followed closely behind Reedy to get to the platform, he was worried that Reedy would get the kill before he could. The moment he saw Reedy rush for Lorist, he couldn't be happier and he made his way across Blade Master Manst and sent his sword cutting towards the throat of the Windstorm Sword Saint, desperately wanting to score that kill. Blademaster Manst cried out in terror, "Look out!" However, Rimad was blocking in front of him, so all he could do was sidestep and prepare himself to receive the blow. Rimad himself had heard Manst's warning, but he didn't take it seriously. He had wanted to block Manst intentionally so that his kill wouldn't be stolen. Look out? For what? It's not like the Windstorm Sword Saint is holding a sword. His chest bone is obviously shattered by Lorist and he's nothing but livestock waiting to be slaughtered. What's there to look out for? Aren't you jealous that I'm going to steal your achievement? Ha ha. Who asked you to probe so carefully? Couldn't you just have killed him in one strike? Rimad's sword continued coursing for the throat of the Windstorm Sword Saint. The moment before it collided, he felt his vision darken as the winds blew ferociously once more, causing the sands and stones in the area to tussle around. Blademaster Rimad cried out in a panic, "Domain!" The Windstorm Sword Saint's body had already disappeared from his sight, and that was followed by a searing pain at his hand that caused his longsword to be knocked flying. Rimad really wanted to beg for his life, but he could no longer speak at that moment. The Sword Saint had already used the longsword he took from Rimad and pierced it through his spine from the back of his neck. Rimad seemed as if he was struck by lightning and he only struggled for a bit before he fell to the ground lifeless. Blademaster Manst clutched his right wrist as he hurriedly retreated. The moment the Windstorm Sword Saint activated his domain and started the killing, he had cut off the Blademaster's right hand. Had it not been for his alertness, he might have lost his life just then. All the other nobles who haven't rushed up the platform hurriedly turned back to escape. The figure on the platform flashed a couple of times before Windstorm Domain vanished once more, causing the Windstorm Sword Saint's standing form to be revealed with the corpse of Blademaster Rimad at his feet. Even though Magrut was still coughing out blood from time to time, and the injury on his left hand bled on without stopping, the nobles of the kingdom were like scattered birds who flew all over the place, not a single one daring to get close. "Counter him with the longbowman," shouted Duke Faisablin from afar when he was certain that the Windstorm Sword Saint wouldn't harm him from that distance. "Humph," cried the old man with rage. Duke Faisablin's suggestion had hit his weak point. Now that he was heavily injured, he could only barely hold on. If the nobles of the kingdom all charged at him, he'd only be able to kill 3 to 4 of them before being torn apart himself. He turned back and saw the silent Lorist who had a sword poking through him before tapping his longsword on the ground and leaping up in the air and landing outside the tent, spitting out another mouthful of blood. After that, he tapped the ground with his longsword once more and disappeared into the distant sky. Blue org. The blood Lorist had been holding back so long had still been spat out. He crumbled to the ground like a soft noodle as he blacked out while amidst Reedy's panicked cries. Right before he fainted, he heard Auguslo call out angrily, "Give chase! We must definitely hunt down and kill that Sword Saint. Hey guys! We're launching an awesome quiz competition with bonus chapters at stake. Answer our question of the week correctly and you can win bonus early access chapters for a whole week. Check out our Patreon post if you'd like to know how to take part. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479 Awakening. Awakening. Please read an announcement here to find out how you can enjoy an early access chapter of TRL by participating in a competition. On the 11th day of the 7th month, year 1787, King of Andanak Auguslo I gathered his million-man army to reclaim the provinces of Anderwath, Badulger, Canbona, and Northwest, the northwestern area. As their troops approached the border of the Union, they demanded the Union to return the territory formerly belonging to the Lormo Duchy, Armenia and Malivaya, to Andanak so that the empire could once more be reunited and refounded. After the 100,000 reinforcements sent by the Union to Canbona was destroyed by the Norton forces of Andanak, the Union successfully hurried the signing of the peace treaty with the Mid-Southern nations and recalled the 6 armies of the Big 6 guilds from the Mid-Southern nations. They also ran a recruitment drive for a garrison force and also requested their ally, Jigda, to send reinforcements. They managed to gather an army of approximately 500,000 to stand off against the Andanak army at the border. On the 13th day of the 8th month, the Union sent an envoy to Waitelian's camp in the name of discussing a peace treaty between the Union and Auguslo I. Auguslo I was elated by the news and set up a 5-kilometer-long path of peace to express his sincerity during the welcome of the envoy. However, the king who had his mind completely on the peace talks didn't think that the Union only pretended to send a team of envoys over. Instead, they also secretly included the Windstorm Sword Saint among the ranks in an attempt to hustle the king and the kingdom's nobles to travel to Moranti and sign a humiliating agreement of surrender. During the negotiation process, the Union suddenly had their forces travel in 5 different routes to attack Andanak's army camp. Counting on the fact that Auguslo I and the kingdom's elite were being held up by the Windstorm Sword Saint, they planned to take advantage of the fact that the army was without any leader to cripple it and remove the threat it posed to the Union. If things went according to plan, then Andenac would never pose any threat at all to the Union in the coming century. The kingdom's economy might even fall into the Union's hands. But what nobody expected to happen was that during the most crucial moment, Duke of the Northlands Norton Lorist stood up against the Windstorm Sword Saint, and those two fought till the both of them were heavily wounded. The Windstorm Sword Saint made a haggard escape with heavy injuries and was said to have needed more than 3 years to completely recovered. That led to the failure of the Union's plan to kidnap Auguslo I and the nobles. Having suffered the five-pronged attack from the Union's army, the Andenac army experienced great casualties in their unprepared state and retreated immediately. However, House Norton's Fernrock remained to secure their camp and managed to use the territory to their advantage and dealt a heavy blow to the Union's forces. The Union split their forces into three to besiege Fernrock's stronghold for a whole month, only to return with failure, causing Fernrock's reputation to soar right after. As Fernrock had managed to hold back a large portion of the Union's forces, Auguslo I had the necessary time to regroup his troops. After a month, Auguslo I returned with more than 600,000 troops. Being angered by the Union, Auguslo I made a solemn oath that he would use the Union's blood to wash away the humiliation he and the kingdom received from them. The Union's forces stood up to the challenge and sent 400,000 of their own forces to wage battle in Armenia and Malivaya. Both sides had their fair share of victories and losses and were in fierce competition. On the 23rd day of the 10th month, House Norton's Tigersaur and Jaeger launched their assault and appeared on the battlefield all of a sudden. Their path was unabated and they crushed every obstacle in their way. The Union suffered consecutive losses and lost over 100,000 troops, being helpless before the Norton assault, having no choice but to retreat from Armenia and Malivaya back to the Falic Plains. As the Union's forces were occupied by the Norton forces during their retreat, they neglected Auguslo I, who was watching and waiting for an opportunity. In the end, Auguslo I used mobility of cavalry troops from the Frontier Legion of House Faisablin and their Reserve Legion as well as the Pegasus Legion to mount a night attack on the Union's forces during their retreat. The attack was launched on their vanguard and rear guard as well as their flanks, causing the whole army to be drowned up in slaughter. The Union's forces suffered yet another gross loss of 240,000 troops. After that battle, Auguslo I ordered for the 1,000 captive nobles to all be killed before leading his troops all the way to the Falic Plains, ushering in 2 years of bloody sieges and battles there. The Union on the other hand had been severely wounded by that exchange and had started to destabilize internally. Though they were considered the largest superpower on Grindia, their army had been beaten back to their original form by the forces of Grindia. The Big Six guilds, having been greatly wounded, could only barely hold their defense line at the Falic Plains. In the history of Grindia, as the Union had broken the sacred, unspoken noble tradition of not deploying troops during the negotiation of a peace treaty, the war starting all the way from Auguslo I's gathering of a 1,000,000-man army at the Union's border to the night cavalry attack on the retreating Union soldiers was known as the War on the Traitorous Union. Some war scholars refer to it as the betrayal of peace. During that war that fundamentally altered the political landscape of the continent, the richest and most popular legends were about Andenac's Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist. Before the age of 40, he had challenged Windstorm Sword Saint Magrut, someone who had already taken the continent by storm before. Before 15 minutes elapsed during the fierce battle, he managed to greatly wound the Sword Saint. Even though he had been greatly injured himself, his name still spread all over the continent overnight. That was the birth of a new Sword Saint in the past 5 decades, one that was younger than 40 no less, and that incident was one of the most contented and doubted topics of all. In the millennial-old records on Grindia concerning Sword Saints, the youngest to ever reach that realm was 68. That person was one of the most legendary figures in the past millennium, Master Cloud Saint Cameron, who lived 3 centuries back. However, Duke of the Northlands Norton Lorist actually broke that record, and that was where the point of contention was at. The Duke was younger than 40 and it was said that he didn't train in the hereditary battle force technique of his household, but instead, a mysterious technique of the Eastern martial monks that lived during the era of the magical civilization. Regardless of the fact that the Duke didn't train in traditional battle force but rather a lost, ancient martial monk technique, he had still managed to heavily wound the Windstorm Sword Saint. Even though the Duke himself suffered similar levels of injury, being able to face off against the Windstorm Sword Saint gave Andenac more confidence in their continued fight against the Union. The kingdom of Andenac now had a Sword Saint they could call their own. It was a shame that the Windstorm Sword Saint had entered seclusion to recover from his severe injuries after returning to Moranti, and nobody was able to extract a testimony from him concerning the Duke. According to a reveal by the Windstorm Sword Saint's first disciple, Count Bolide, the Windstorm Sword Saint did confirm that the Duke of the Northlands was a Sword Saint. His domain was an incredibly weird one too, that was filled with bloody gore and killing intent, like a domain of blood. It could be seen that the Duke must be a crook with his hands stained with the blood of others. But Count Bolide later added that the Duke of the Northlands also suffered a strike from the Windstorm Sword Saint and was injured far worse and would require an even longer time to recover. The Windstorm Sword Saint said that he would challenge the Duke of the Northlands once more when he recovers to wipe that humiliation off his name once and for all. After getting heavily injured in the fight against the Windstorm Sword Saint, Duke of the Northlands Norton Lorist also vanished without a trace and had probably gone to recover from his wounds. During the war on the traitorous Union, House Norton's performance was stellar beyond comparison. Ephraimrock Legion defended their army camp steadfastly while Tigersore cruised forward, busting through one obstacle after another. Jaeger could scatter and gather freely as the wind and managed to find its way through any defense. It could be said that it was because of the 3 Norton legions that secured the kingdom's edge over the Union. After that war, it was said that the Union formed a unit with 15 Blademasters to infiltrate the Northlands to assassinate the wounded Duke of the Northlands. It was recorded in the Norton Chronicles that the Norton forces frequently encountered hostile Blademasters during that period. However, it was a point of suspicion that the high officials and household knights as well as the family members of the Duke of the Northlands weren't targeted by the assassins as well. However, that soon proved to be nothing but a rumor. After the Duke of the Northlands lost contact with his household, the internal situation of the household started to destabilize and that culminated into an internal rebellion. The internal rebellion within the Norton domain caused the 3 Norton legions to return to the Northlands from the front lines. Having lost the support of the 3 Norton legions, the Andenac forces didn't have any momentum to carve their way forward, making them unable to take over the last 3 remaining stronghold cities in Moranti the Union had on Folic Plains. That caused the war situation there to enter its bloodiest state. The Andenac Kingdom and the Union didn't think that in the following year and a half, both sides would lost more than 30,000 elite soldiers on the bloodstained plains. That was a war without victor. Extract from Rise of the Ragebear Dynasty Book 1, Fall of the Empire, authored by Continental War historian and expert, imperial scholar, and professor of Dawn Academy, Sir Anderlin Mismord, published throughout year 2127 to year 2131 of the Grindian calendar. Where am I? Lorist finally awakened and said a full, clear sentence. The house he was in was completely dark and the sound of falling rain could be heard from the outside. Ever since he fainted from his heavy injuries following his battle with the Windstorm Sword Saint, Lorist felt as if he dreamed for a really long time. He could only barely remember what the dream was about as well as the bitter and viscous medicines he had to drink, the pain he suffered all over his body, and the vague feeling on having been on a stretcher or a carriage. His body hurt the whole time like he was being baked by an intense heat. From time to time, he would wake up and see the blue sky. He also vaguely recalled hearing the sound of fighting and agonized cries. "Your Grace, you're finally awake," said a familiar voice beside him. "It sounds like Reedy." "Is it Reedy? Where is this? Why don't you have a candle lit?" asked he doubtfully. "Your Grace, we're at Kobo." "We can't light any candles for your safety," said Reedy with difficulty after a period of hesitation. "Kobo? Can't light any candles for my safety?" Lorist took a few breaths and felt that his chest was still pulsing with pain. But the sword he remembered sticking out of it was no longer there. He soon happened upon the memory of his fight with his sword saint. "Tell me what time is it and what kind of situation we're in." As his eyes gradually got accustomed to the darkness, he could more or less make out the linen sacks all around him. He was probably within some food storehouse. "Your Grace, you've been unconscious for nearly 6 months and was only sustained by medicinal concoctions. His Majesty had wanted to let you recover at the imperial capital, but the Union sent 10 Blademasters to the royal palace in an attempt to assassinate you. But you weren't within the palace like they thought. Blademaster Manst, who was recovering there, and another Blademaster called Joseph, died from battle there. The imperial capital was thrown into chaos, and Blademaster Shuss and I killed 3 of the Union Blademasters who were tracking you and used that chaos to bring you away from the imperial capital. We then left for Venades with the guards. We had thought that since Knight Turman was stationed at Venades with his brigade, he could help us protect you. But we soon discovered that the Knight Brigade had been reassigned to wild husbandry by the house. That was when the Union Blademasters got on our tail again. To lead them away, Shuss and Genolio brought the guard regiment with them to the Northlands, while I secretly brought you to Kobo in a food cart. It is the rainy season of the new year right now and we've been staying here for a month and a half." Reedy's explanation contained quite a lot of huge developments that Lorist had to make a bit of effort to process and make sense of them. "Did His Majesty send anyone to pursue the Windstorm Sword Saint after I fainted?" asked Lorist. "He did, but the Union forces arrived just when they were about to catch him. A few divisions from White Lion had already crumbled and everyone was busy running for their lives back then. Genolio and I brought you and the guards to retreat. After that, His Majesty said that you had to be saved no matter what and had the injured Blademaster Manst bring us back to the imperial capital so that a herbalist could be found to treat you. We wanted to let you stay in the palace, but the poisonous wench of House Faisablin didn't let you live in for the sake of avoiding gossip and rumors. So, we had to settle you down within a count's mansion near the palace. "We didn't think that we'd manage to avoid the assassination attempt that way," said Reedy with relief. "His Majesty didn't return to the capital?" "No. The million-man army crumbled this time around and only Firm Rock held firm within camp. That managed to buy His Majesty some time to regroup his soldiers. A month later, he led his troops on an assault. He had stayed at the front lines the whole time without returning to the imperial capital. After that, Sir Potterfang sent Blademaster Shuss to the capital to protect you. He brought news that His Majesty had shaved himself in front of the army and made an oath to fight the Union to the bloody end to wash away his humiliation." "All right. Looks like Auguslo will be busy for a time. Who knows how long this battle will last? You just said that Knight Terman was moved from Venades to Wild Husbandry. Why? What about Jaeger? Weren't they within Wild Husbandry? Did something happen?" This is because His Majesty is going to lead his troops to attack the Union, so the Knight Brigade had nothing better to do at Venades. General Josk was also said to explode with anger when he heard that your grace was injured and wouldn't follow his orders. All he cared about was bringing Eager and Sir Loz along with Tigersore to fight the Union at the front lines to avenge you. Wild Husbandry was left empty, so the house had no choice to call for Sir Terman and his knights to defend it, replied Reedy with a stammer. "They're all messing around," snorted Lorist. However, he could do nothing about it now that he was hiding within a food storehouse. Josk had always been rather close with him, so it was no surprise that he had to act after hearing about what happened. It wasn't something Charade could stop. Fierce Tiger Loz on the other hand was arrogant and proud and heeded only Lorist's orders. He wouldn't even bother with Charade at all. If he weren't hiding away in this corner, he'd order those two to return obediently to pay for their mistakes. "Does anyone else know that I'm here?" asked Lorist. "Your Grace, only 3 people know. There are around 3,000 local defense brigade soldiers here in Kobo. Apart from me, only the major of the brigade and his attendant know. The major called Selikov and used to be part of our guard brigade. His attendant is his own cousin who is also in charge of bringing us food. However, when the rainy season passes and the harvesting of winter wheat in Delamotte begins, there will be many food carriages traveling here. There will no doubt be more people by then, and if anyone realizes that your grace is here, we might attract the attention of assassins. Let's find another place. There's no way we can return to the Northlands right now as some people will be looking out for us there. Let's disguise ourselves as the food transporting farmers come the 4th month and head to the Dina Barony," said Lorist after some consideration. Please read an announcement here to find out how you can enjoy an early access chapter of TRL by participating in a competition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480 On the Run. On the run. The best place to hide is in plain sight. Unknown. Note, we found this on Chinese social media and thought you guys might want to know. Title, I'm Smoke as a Path's wife and I only saw this subforum today, dated April 11, 2018. Thank you all for your support. I'm sure you know why the book was taken down last year. My husband already had a few chapters prepared and saved up, but those were gone too and he was really frustrated. He's someone who only concentrates on writing and doesn't read threads like these or has his own chat groups. He also doesn't read WeChat. He's just that kind of boring person. In some sense, I suppose it's a good thing since he isn't nearly as stressed anymore and can find the time to take a good rest. He still has to take more than 10 prescriptions daily, after all. After some rest, I heard he started working on his new book. But, since I'm not really a fan of Schwanawan fantasy, as I can't really remember these foreign names well, I've never read what he writes. Concerning the ending of Tales of the Reincarnated Lord, he had signed a contract, so we don't know whether posting the continuation somewhere else will involve copyright issues. I encourage those of you that know something about that topic to tell me more about it. Delamoc's skies were bright and cloudless on the 23rd day of the 4th month, year 1788. A strong horse pulled a 4-wheeled cart across a narrow stretch of clay-on-lime road. Such flatboard carts were rather commonplace in the province, mostly used to transport food and miscellaneous stuff. Each could move 1,500 kilograms and was filled with linen sacks, making it look like small migrating mountains. This particular cart, however, was mostly empty. It had only 2 people and a few linen sacks. A young man sat in the coachman's seat holding a long horsewhip, bobbing his head like one dozing off. The horse thus walked at its own pace. From time to time, it even stopped to graze. The other man, clad in typical grey-white farming wear, lay in the cart with a linen sack as a pillow. A straw hat covered his face to block out the sun. He slept soundly. This wasn't common on the roads. The youth would whip the horse to the roadside when oncomers cursed at him and let them pass. Soon he would be dozing off again as the horse trotted along on its own. Contrary to appearance, however, Lorist wasn't asleep. He just enjoyed the warm sunlight. Having stayed in the dark, dank storehouse for 2 months, he missed the sun and fresh air. How many years has it been since I've had the time to enjoy the sun? In Dawn Academy I would read in the sun on my balcony. Ah, how free those times were. Lorist wasn't in the best of shape. It took him 6 months to recover from his wounds. While their movements had been severely slowed by the pressure of their clashing domains, a stab was a stab, it just took longer. He still had to face the full force of his opponent's battle force, which damaged his dantian. He was just a normal mortal right now, maybe even just a weak mortal. He couldn't do any labor or muster much energy. He was very grateful to have Reedy at times like this. Reedy's Dan Ocean Carafining technique was similar to his aquametal technique, so Reedy could continuously inject internal energy into his body, which, along with being fed medicine every day, had mostly healed him. The stab had gone straight through his chest. Lorist's palm strike had shattered the old man's sternum. But, as Lorist had to take the stab first, he had reserved a portion of his internal energy to protect his innards. So, while he managed to break Magrut's sternum, he didn't liquefy his innards, which was why the old man could escape. Had his internal organs been liquefied, even the gods would have struggled to save him. Though similarly injured, Lorist fared far worse. Magrut could recover in peace and quiet in Moranti and had the best medicine and perfect environment, while Lorist had to move around in secret to avoid the blade masters after his life. He couldn't even go home or contact his family. If a kingdom had a patron sword saint, it would offer them some protection in the form of high-tier fighters. If they lacked that, they would at least protect him with an army. But Auguslo was only concerned with getting revenge, so he dedicated everything he had to fighting the Union, and Andinak was at a huge disadvantage when it came to their top-tier fighters. Since the Union Blade Masters couldn't fight against the swarm of soldiers, their best use would be going after the next greatest threat, Lorist. Lorist was worried for his wife, concubines and children, but knew he had to recover first. He could do nothing until he was at the level of a sword saint again. Nobody would go after his family while his fate was unknown, so he didn't have to be by their side. If his ongoing recovery was discovered, everyone would go after his family immediately. It was not without precedent after all. 2 sword saints had been wounded in battle 2 centuries earlier. One was nearly assassinated, but escaped. Having failed, his assassins went after his family. When he had recovered a year later, he killed all 70,000 people related to the blade masters and nobles that were involved in his family's death. Even the enemy sword saint didn't dare intervene. His reasoning was that he would do exactly the same if it were his family. He had warned his king not to do it, but they wouldn't listen. As far as he was concerned, they deserved exactly what they got. The Big Six were aware of this story, and were not willing to make the same mistake, especially not now that it was clear Lorist was a sword saint. Killing him, someone who could threaten their strongest asset, was natural, but his family was off limits until he was dead. No one, not even Lorist, could really say anything against the Union for going after him, but touching his family was a whole other matter. Even household officials and knights were a risk. They had no interest in watching him rampage through their guilds. If they really went after his family, Magrut would no doubt do exactly the same as the second sword saint in the old story. They had nothing to worry about once Lorist was dead. They could wipe out the entire kingdom if they wanted, but as long as there was even a chance that he still breathed, they had to be very careful. Thus, the best way Lorist could keep everyone safe right now was to stay hidden. The winter harvests came after the rainy season. This was also the first year his household's harvest tax would be implemented. All his vassals sent their taxes to Kobo, where it was stored for his forces. He had also set up a trade center for Delamak where all the province's produce could be traded slightly under market price. He had legislated a monopoly for the market so only he could buy produce from the lords and sell to merchants. Every fruit, vegetable, and grain had to pass through his hands. It let him earn a 3/10 profit on the province's entire agricultural economy, and nobody could do anything about it. He could easily drive any merchant that offended him out of business, and could make anyone he disliked starve. There was no way he was going to give that up. It was in this carting heyday that the two were heading into his domain. They left Kobo incognito amongst thousands of similar carts. No one knew where they were going. Reedy had informed Lorist of the current situation immediately after his awakening. Everything about Auguslo's recovery and ongoing campaign, Tigersor and Jaeger's exploits, Auguslo's miraculous and decisive assault on the Union's camp and subsequent recovery of Armenia and Malivaya, and his ingress into Falik. He was also informed of Marquis Krelos's fate. Auguslo was so furious he broke all of the man's limbs, destroyed his cultivation and paraded him all across the kingdom covered in feathers before sending him back to the Union, tied to a cow. He didn't paint him in honey since water could wash it off. He had him covered in raw lacquer before the feathers were applied. Even Lorist thought this was going a bit far. The particular mix Auguslo used was known to irritate the skin severely, causing intense itching, rashes, and swelling. A chill ran down Lorist's spine for the duration of Reedy's narration. Krelos was completely wasted. If Auguslo did not hate the Union to hell and back before, he clearly did now. It was understandable, however. If not for Lorist, Auguslo would not only have become a prisoner, he would have been made the continent's fool. His legacy would have been his history's greatest non-fiction comedy. Reedy knew nothing else, however. He'd hidden with Lorist in Kobo for more than 2 months after escaping the imperial capital and splitting up with Shus. He knew nothing about what was happening to Lorist's forces or in his lands. And he couldn't ask around and risk rousing suspicions either. But Reedy wasn't too concerned since everything would be sorted out once Lorist recovered his strength. Even if the house had been uprooted, they could just rebuild it. The two saw someone reprimanding a group of cavalrymen because the messenger eagle sent to the Northlands had not returned for a month, nor had any of the messengers. Selikov increased the area security so it wouldn't happen again. Luckily the messengers were found unharmed, it appeared only their letters were searched. That this was made public, however, was clearly to let the two know that someone was looking for them in the area. Clearly their information network had been uncovered and was being used against them. Lorist currently had a full beard, no different from a common farmer. Even those who knew him wouldn't recognize him at a glance. Reedy, who usually had a mustache, was now hairless. He'd grown it after Lorist declared him a rank 1 Blademaster equivalent to appear more mature. He looked much younger without it, like a farmer's son unresigned to his life in the fields. The journey from Kobo to the Dina barony took 3 days. It would have been much slower if not for the new roads, at least a week. The barony lay in the west of Delamak at the foot of the mountains between it and the sea. Lorist had spent a lot on the barony. He'd been very worried about scuffle between his stubborn lover and her neighbors, so he'd arranged for it to be in a relatively unpopulated area where she wouldn't feel too cramped. The cart pulled into the barony as the day's last rays of sunshine faded away. Don't go to the village. Head straight for the castle. Lorist knew his way around after having been here twice. The wooden castle was actually a popular joke at noble parties in the province. Ariadne had prepared it for her younger brother, the future baron. It wouldn't have been a problem to build a one out of stone, but she wanted her brother to build his own as he wanted. He was studying at Nico Academy at the time and couldn't give his input. She didn't mind the jokes, even working on it every year. Not a year went by that something didn't change. The cart rolled into the castle. Security was rather lax. Lorist hadn't seen a single guard on the walls during their approach. He would have suspected the castle abandoned if not for the servants faffing about in the bailey. 3 people emerged from a hall bordering the bailey as Lorist got off the cart. The two in front were an elegant middle-aged couple. Ariadne walked behind. Reedy tensed up immediately. The couple carried themselves like blade masters. He secretly grabbed hold of the hilt of his sword, hidden in the closest linen sack. Ariadne recognized the two by the cart immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481 Hunter's Cabin. Hunter's Cabin. A smart woman is a blessing and a curse. What should we do, seemed to be what Reedy was trying to tell Lorist with his gaze. Lorist made a pained smile and shook his head. He was completely powerless in his current state. Counting on Reedy alone to take on 2 Blademasters was completely unrealistic. No matter which one of the couple Reedy manages to hold back, the other would definitely give Lorist a strike and that would be the end of him. All he could do now was pray that Ariadne didn't call Lorist out there and then. No matter how big her boobs were, surely she did have some brains. After all, she was already a mother. Lorist hurriedly pulled on Reedy's sleeve. He got down from the carriage with Reedy and lowered his head pensively, acting like a servant found out by his master for committing a mistake. He hoped that Ariadne would be made aware of the situation after seeing them like that instead of leaping straight into Lorist's embrace with tears of joy flowing out of her eyes. He was already regretting it deeply. I must be half-conscious when I decided I would come to the Dina barony. It's quite a known fact that 2 of my concubines, Fenazali and Ariadne, are members of House Dina, so it's obvious that the Blademasters would search this area. I really jumped into this trap on my own accord this time. That middle-aged couple gave Lorist a sweeping glance and thought him to be but a mere lowly farmer. Reedy on the other hand caught their attention. It was truly rather weird for 1-star silver rank to be a farmer. Usually, those who awakened their battle force in a dominion would be recruited by the dominion lord to be their subordinate or their soldier. Most wouldn't be allowed to continue working as farmers. The middle-aged couple then turned to Ariadne. Fortunately, she had already placed her hands down after covering her mouth from shock. She then marched over angrily and rebuked Reedy fiercely. "Cremando, why have you come back so late? All I had you do was to accompany Canon here to fetch some things outside. Don't give me the excuse that the axle of your carriage is broken. This carriage has already been spoiled by you 3 times this month already and we just got it fixed yesterday. If you keep this up, I won't let you serve as a house Dinanite. I also won't let our Senirialu marry you, got it?" "Huh?" Reedy made a blank look. What the hell is going on? Did Ariadne mistake me for someone else? I'm not Cremando, and since when was I going to be a knight of House Dina? What's the deal with letting Senirialu marry me anyway? I know she's your maidservant and that she's pretty and all, but when I came with his grace back then, you were the one who asked me to marry her. I already rejected that. Lorist breathed out a sigh in relief and added 10,000 points to Ariadne in his heart. He didn't think that the lass would turn so much smarter after becoming a full-fledged knight and mother. Her performance was truly stellar. He tugged on Reedy and gestured for him to not argue with Ariadne before he withdrew his body and pretended to be afraid of Ariadne's scolding. Reedy on the other hand had opened his mouth, only to say nothing before lowering his head again, looking unwilling and stubborn. What? You aren't pleased? Ariadne poked Reedy on the forehead with her finger. You're not able to finish such a simple task, and yet you dare to follow Uncle Masa to the front lines? Do you think I'll knight you after you achieve something there? Dream on. If you laze on like that without doing anything useful, I'll exile you from the Dina barony. And you, Canon. Ariadne snapped as she turned her attention to Lorist. Even though I ordered you to watch this kid and make sure he works properly, you accompanied him on his fun journey instead. You two are not getting dinner tonight. Now you better get back in there and clean the tables. You'll be going to the mountains to pick herbs tomorrow too. These 2 revered herbalists are here to purchase some of our herbs, and if you really do find some valuable ones, you'll get a tip for some drinks. Herbalists? Lorist understood the situation after some thought. Those 2 blade masters were merely posing as herbalists on their way to purchase ingredients. Since Ariadne was only a 2-star silver-ranked knight, she didn't discover the couple's true identities. But now seeing Lorist return in that disguise, she got a feeling that both of them didn't want their identities revealed. Even though the Dina barony was relatively near the mountains, they only produced some herbs of low value. The real place to purchase herbs was the eastern part of the Northlands. The magical Dragon Mountains were famous for their herbs across the continent, and the herbs produced by Delamoc were often sent to the eastern part of the Northlands to make up for the demand of the market there. Who would go all their way to the Dina barony just for those normal herbs? It was obvious that something was off. Apologies, you two, for having to let you see this joke of a scene. It's all the fault of those 2 lazy ones. Ariadne's face bloomed once more after she finished reprimanding Lorist and Reedy, smiling at the middle-aged couple brightly. Women were truly fickle after all. No worries. It's expected for a Dominion lord to deal with things such as these. We have to apologize for disturbing your busy schedule, the man said with a smile, before he looked at Reedy and Lorist as the 2 of them entered the hall and added, that young man's not bad. He's already a 1-star silver rank. I think he can become a gold-ranked knight of your house after good training. Him? Ariadne snorted, Master Herbalist, don't joke around with me. I'll be thankful if they don't anger me to death. You might not know this, but that fella's father used to be my father's subordinate. He fell on the battlefield together with my father. At first, I was considering giving him proper training, but that kid actually followed a traveling mercenary and said that he would learn the skills necessary to avenge his father. And then he left for almost 8 years. After our house got the protection of the Duke of the Northlands and had our dominion moved over here, that fella somehow managed to make his way back as a 1-star silver rank and said that he wanted to become our household knight and marry the girl that used to be his neighbor, my own maidservant Senirialu. I tested his swordsmanship and found that he had learned a bunch of muddled crap from the mercenaries instead of the proper technique. So, I decided to have him forget the bad habits he learned from the mercenaries first before he would be properly trained in the techniques of a knight. Little did I think that he wouldn't focus on his training and instead spend his time traveling all over the place to slack off. He even secretly tried to make his way to the front lines with our house's knight Masa to rake in some achievements for himself to achieve his goal. Ariadne had turned into a gossipy old maid and yammered on with the couple without end. The couple's faces contorted as time went on. How could they be bothered with the backstory of some 1-star silver-ranked mercenary? They were just casually asking around, yet Ariadne actually started chattering non-stop. After she finally finished, the couple politely declined her offers for further hospitality and prepared to make their way off. But before they left, the middle-aged man made a last-ditch effort. Oh, honorable knight, Lady Dina, do you truly not want to buy a cheap, high-rank medicine from us? It's a rare chance and we happened to synthesize a few extra bottles back then. Since you treated us so warmly, we want to sell them to you for a low price. Just buy one for emergency's sake. We can assure you that this medicine really works well. As long as they can still breathe, we're sure it will help bring them back to full health. It'll even accelerate the speed of their recovery. Ariadne's long eyelashes fluttered as she blinked, seemingly with understanding. But those medicines truly are too expensive. It's 10 gold coins for one, and the expiry date is far too soon with less than half a year remaining. I really don't see a use for it even if I buy it. After half a year, 10 gold coins would just go poof. It's not like our house needs medicine of that high rank anyway. We can just buy the most common medicinal concoction for a few large silvers for commoners who get injured. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "All right, Jack, stop promoting those high-rank medicines. Lady Dina already said that she doesn't need any, so it'll just be a waste for her to buy some. It's about time we left. Thank you so much for your hospitality. We'll return a few days later to check on the herbs you gathered." Ariadne bowed and said, "Master herbalists, won't you reconsider lodging by us for the night? Even though it's rather rundown here, we'll try our best to accommodate you to your satisfaction." "There's no need. The thought is enough. We've already booked our own room at the tavern downtown. Should you require our service, please don't hesitate to seek us out at the town of Daphne in Viscount Sibic's dominion. You can also leave a message for us at the inn's counter. We'll definitely try our best to come as quickly as we can," said the middle-aged man politely. "All right, thank you for your kind intentions. I won't hold back if I really need your service. You are always welcome to visit the barony," said Ariadne as she made a knight's salute. The middle-aged herbalist couple came and left on horses. It was until their silhouettes vanished on the distant highways that Ariadne returned to the hall of her wooden castle. Lorist and Reedy were wolfing down food in the hall at a table served with delicacies. Ariadne's maidservant, the beautiful Senirialu, was pouting right beside them as Reedy scared her as he wolfed his food down and mocked her for not being able to marry someone because she was ugly. "If nobody marries her, then you'll be his husband," Ariadne said with dissatisfaction as she entered. "Locke, what's going on? What's with the get-up?" Lorist put the black wheat bread back into his plate and gave Ariadne a thumbs up. "You really reacted quickly today and put on a great performance. I almost died in the hands of that couple." "Huh? That middle-aged couple?" Ariadne said with surprise. "They were merely herbalists here to purchase some herbs. Why would they kill you? Also, I was there, wasn't I?" Lorist rolled his eyes. "Dumb lass, those two were blade masters. They came here to check whether I was hiding out and recuperating here. I suspect they were sent by the Union to hunt me down and kill me. Otherwise, they wouldn't come all the way here to buy some common herbs. It's no wonder they kept on asking me whether I needed to buy some high-rank medicinal concoction at such a cheap price. I knew I should have got some," said Ariadne in stark wonder. "If you did, they would have known that I was there right away. I am thankful that you didn't do anything as stupid as buying those high-rank medicinal concoctions. You should know that each of those cost at least 30 gold fords, and unless a Dominion lord is injured, nobody would spend that kind of money to heal someone else. They offered you that at that low price to see if I was here with you," replied Lorist. Ariadne began to tear up immediately. "Locke, haven't you recovered from your injuries yet?" Lorist gave a pained smile. "It won't be that easy. While I'm more or less fine on the outside, my internals are still a mess. I'm no different from a cripple now. I can't even lift a sword. I thought that I could stay here for a year and a half to recover at first, but it seems that it isn't really safe here either. It's best if I left lest I drag you and your child down with me. By the way, where's Terike?" Terike was the son of Lorist and Ariadne. He was 3 that year and pudgy and likable. However, Ariadne had him bear the Dina name and he didn't count as a Norton family member. So, he was just an illegitimate child. Terike played around like crazy outside the whole day and went to sleep right after dinner. "I had Senirialu bathe him and let him sleep early," replied Ariadne. "And there I thought I could see that little pudgeball. To think that he's already slept," Lorist complained. "Ari, have your garrison forces been deployed at the front lines as well? Didn't I ask you not to send them?" "Well, our house wasn't going to participate at first, since His Majesty was being pushed back quite badly after all. But when your house's 3 legions swept Armenia and Malivaya, His Majesty managed to defeat the Union and reclaim those 2 provinces from them. Right now, they're already attacking the Phallic Plains, so I had Uncle Masa bring the garrison to haul some benefits back from the battlefield. Since they're with your house's forces, I doubt they'd be in any trouble." The Folic Plains are rich with wealth and it'd be a shame if we didn't snag a part for ourselves, reasoned Ariadne. Lorist, resigned by that greedy woman, thought that the Dina House forces would at most be tasked with simple things like guarding the captives and campsites as well as delivering supplies. They probably wouldn't be made to charge in the vanguard or head a siege, so they'd be more or less safe. It's no wonder Ariadne was so eager to send them to the battlefield, seeing that they would return with some spoils as well. Your Grace, are we leaving tonight? Reedy had already finished biting the roast goat meat off the thigh bone and tossed it aside, before grabbing a linen cloth to wipe his mouth and hands from Sinirulu, earning himself an angry glare. Just as Lorist was going to say something, Ariadne butted in first. You can't leave. It's dangerous to do so. Lorist shook his head. No, those blade masters already have their eye on this place. Fortunately, those two that came today didn't recognize us. But if some others do, then it's over for us. Ariadne laughed and said, Locke, only I can recognize you with your full bearded look. I'm sure the others will only think you a mere farmer. As for Reedy, he already shaved his little mustache off. If it weren't for Sinirulu, who's pining over him all day and night, nobody would have been able to recognize him. How about this? There's a hunter's cabin at the western side of the valley. The two who lived there followed Uncle Masa to the front lines already. I'm sure nobody would suspect you if you stayed there. Also, those two were named Cremando and Cannon, the names I called you in front of the two herbalists. They will come over again in a couple of days and I'm sure they won't find anything out, so you can just rest well here. Also, Locke, are you sure you don't need that high-rank concoction? Lorist refused, no need. You know that I'm a herbalist myself, a rank 2 one at that. As long as I'm able to get some ingredients, there's no need to buy any myself. I'll head to the cabin you mentioned with Reedy tomorrow and stay there if it's suitable. However, I hope that only the two of you know of our presence here. Don't tell your sister about it when you write to her, and don't contact the Northlands, understood? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482 Recuperation. Recuperation. The mountain. You. Ask me why I stare. At the mound on the horizon? Why I wander so silently, eyes upcast. Why my gaze so longingly turns to that towering visage. For I walk there not among men of flesh, but among gods of heaven. For there stands only the silent whisper of the stars. And the gentle sweep of the water. Frozen, as the world, in time. There, I drift, free of care. Free of worldly woes. And there, like the cherry blossom down the stream, drifts. To a world only heaven knows, I disappear. Writes with dew. This place is pretty great, the air's fresh, and the view's beautiful and invigorating too. Lorist thought. They were in a valley near the Gorillos Mountains in Ariadne's barony. She had built a hunter's cabin there and usually left 2 people to guard it. The nearby mangrove forest was a valuable source of timber. Their patterns were especially sought after by the rich. Ariadne had been surprised to discover such a huge mangrove forest nearby and instantly laid claim to it. The forest came with 2 other key products, one being raspberries. Each was slightly smaller than a blueberry, but thin-skinned and juicy. They sold for a premium more often than not. Raspberries grew on shrubs in mangrove forests and matured in the 8th or 9th month. Since raspberries couldn't be kept for long, they were dried or made into fruit wine. Raspberry wine was expensive because people believed they had medicinal and aphrodisiac qualities, both of which made it very popular with the nobility. The second product was red mushrooms. They sported a bright cap and were delicious. They bloomed shortly after the rainy season for a few nights, which was the only time in the year they could be harvested. They were one of the continent's favorite cheap delicacies. They were especially popular in soups, but worked in almost any dish. The forest was a small treasure chest, a godsend for House Dina. Just the 2 harvestables alone made the household 30 gold a year. The 3-floored hunter's cabin stood on the forest's edge in the valley. The bottom-most floor was stone, while the other 2 were wood. There was even a beacon above the 3rd floor. It looked like a small fort. Wolves come down from the mountain in search of food in the winter, Ariadne explained, so the cabin has to be fortified enough to keep them out and the guards inside safe. The beacon is to call for help in case a large group of bandits or poachers show up, or the watchmen are in trouble for some other reason. The ground floor had 4 small rooms and 1 large communal area with the stairs. The first of the rooms was the stable, the second the pantry, the third a small vault, and a workshop. The workshop had a small kiln and could make and maintain basic tools. The second floor had 3 rooms that fanned out from the stairwell, which also functioned as the dining room. 2 were bedrooms and the third a kitchen. The dining room had a small table and 4 chairs. A stag head hung on the wall above the table. The ground floor might as well have been underground, for it was pitch black inside without windows and had to be lit with torches. The first floor, however, had windows, small as they were. Glasswork being as primitive and expensive as it was in this time, the windows were essentially just rectangular holes in the wall. The 2 bedroom walls had 2 hinges boards that could be closed or opened, whilst the kitchen's window had a thin skin cover. The cold dominated most of the year here, even summer was cool, so the windows were closed most of the time, and the inside was still lit with braziers. Everything stunk of soot and smoke. The bedroom to the left of the stairs was slightly smaller, the walls wrapping around the stairs that ascended to the 3rd floor. It was the tallest of the 3 floors, and had the best lighting. It had 2 slit windows, and a murder hole in each of the outer walls, which let light reflected off the ground or snow into the room as well without letting the wind and cold air in too much. A trapdoor-like contraption in the ceiling led to the beacon on the roof. A bamboo pipe brought water over from the nearby stream. It ran by the house about 16 meters away. The steep ledges behind the house, down which the stream flowed, let the water run into the house on the 1st floor. It ran through a series of pipes, each with a tap in to use the water, down the house and into a pond in the yard, which overflowed back into the stream. Some of the pond's water ran into a trough in the stable. Not bad. I should be able to survive here, commented Lorist. He could see the fields and the castle at the foot of the mountain from the platform on the 3rd floor. The village of Howick stood in the distance at the entrance of the valley. It's too run down, Your Grace. It's severely lacking. Should we go get some cutlery, candles, and clothes? Asked Reedy. No. Have you seen watchers use silver and gold cutlery and candles? We're pretending to be watchers, best play the part. We can make our own utensils. Go fell a tree for some bowls and forks later. We'll use torches. As for clothes, just head further up the mountains and get deer or wolf pelts or something. Also, didn't Ariadne mention the 2 phony herbalists will be here again in a couple of days? We should scavenge a few herbs. As you wish, me lord. Lorist was surprised that the couple came all the way to the cabin when they returned. Fortunately, he and Reedy had scavenged a lot of herbs. They weren't cleaned or dried yet though. There were also a lot of holy wolf pelts in the yard. Not bad. I'll take everything, said the male, called Jack, without bothering to give them a detailed check. He even took the chance to inspect the cabin. The woman kept Lorist in the yard and asked a lot about the pelts. We caught them with a few traps. They were impaled on stakes buried in hidden pits. Unfortunately, it means they aren't worth anything on the market, but that's fine since we only wanted them for personal use. Lorist acted like a sneaky, money-grubbing farmer. In reality, Reedy had ruined them. If he hadn't, they would obviously have been bought by Ariadne and sold for money. Mountain watchers would obviously not want that. What a shame. Where's your partner? There. He just went to patrol the forest. I have to stay back to feed the horses and make lunch, Lorist offered as he pointed. The woman turned around and saw Reedy coming over from the forest, a bow on his back and 3 turkeys and 2 hares in his hands. Ariadne exploded immediately. Cremondo! You weren't patrolling at all. Ha! Caught you red-handed. You won't get any money this month. You know how Stina owns everything in the forest. I'll be taking those kills as well. Reedy walked over crestfallenly, but I didn't hunt them in the forest. I was hunting up the mountain. That's free game. I pay you to guard the forest, not to hunt in the mountains. No excuses. No money for you. And how can you prove you didn't hunt them in the forest? Maybe they live there and happened to go out to the mountains. How would I prove that? Having no choice, Reedy could only hand his game to Ariadne, who picked them out meticulously and tossed a wild hare on the ground and complained, too thin. You can use it for soup. The herbalist watched on from the side. So this is how a real noble acts. Jack left the cabin and shook his head slightly. Since they discovered nothing, the 2 prepared to head back. First, however, they had to pay for the herbs. Ariadne was quite adept at bargaining, so it didn't take long to close the deal. She made 1 gold, 15 silvers in the trade. She pocketed the coins and tossed Lorist and Reedy 2 small silvers. Not bad. Here's your reward. Should be enough to buy 5 wheat bears in town. Lorist smiled painfully and rubbed the small silver. He had finally experienced how it felt to be a citizen taken advantage of by a noble. In fact, Ariadne was being rather generous with 2 small silvers. The nobles saw everything in the Dominion as their property. All of it belonged to them, so why would they pay anyone anything for getting it for them, whether that be by hunting, farming, or foraging? The three visitors left by horse. Lorist and Reedy were left with the herbs, which they had to take to town on their own. It would be shipped to Daphne by someone else from there. Why not just have those two bring it all the way themselves, asked the woman. Not happening. If I let them leave, they'll vanish for who know how long. I won't give them the time to waste their money, or an excuse to loiter. The couple was speechless. You call 2 small silvers money? They had, at first, wanted to bribe the two so they'd spy for them, but, since Ariadne wasn't giving them the chance, they let the thought go. Seeing that the two spent most of their time in the mountain, they probably didn't really know or see much anyway. Reedy sighed when the three vanished. I'm really glad she's Lady Dina and not Lady Norton. Didn't you see how good her acting was? She duped the couple completely. They don't suspect a thing. I'll start healing tomorrow. You remember the herb I asked you to get, right? Go find it for me. Also, make a bathtub. It was time for Lorist to start his internal healing. He would use Reedy's Dan Ocean Care-refining technique instead of his aquametal technique. The former was calmer and more suited to such endeavors. Magrut's battle force had completely ruined his Dantian. It could only be healed by slowly rebuilding it over time. The two stayed in the mountains for 2 seasons. Summer came and left, as did autumn. Ariadne would come by with Suniryalu and Terik from time to time. Suniryalu and Reedy would go scavenging in the mountain and the forest while the three nobles played around. Terik, the chubby little rascal, kept tugging on Lorist's beard. Lorist had a new toy ready every time the kid came for a visit and the two would play together. They got along quite well. Lorist was back up to the 3rd stage of the Dan Ocean Care-refining technique when the 3rd 10th month rolled by. He was now once again equal to a gold ranker and could just barely hold his ground against a single rank 1 blade master. He would be back to Sword Saint in 6 more months. He was sorting some herbs currently, preparing them for processing, when Ariadne came rushing up the mountain on horseback. Locke, news from the Northlands. Something's happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483 Internal Strife, 1. Internal Strife, 1. Emperor Norton was far from a perfect man, despite what the Volksons and Chroniclers would have you think. His path to glory very nearly wasn't. He had wisely oiled the wood that was his house to protect it from the weather, but he failed to treat its inside, and it rotted beneath its shiny veneer. The same year he revealed his ascension to Sword Saint, he very nearly felled a pauper, the wood cracking and collapsing from within, eaten away by the termites he had failed to excise due to his own lack of determination. Excerpt from Building an Empire by Nico Talia. Ariadne brought was confusing news. The news didn't come from the Northlands, it was brought by Massa. He said a rebellion had broken out within Lorist's domain which drew the 3 legions back home. Massa and the men had also returned. However, because of their loot and the distance they had to travel, they would only be home in the middle of the following year. Preparations were already made for the unit to stay over in the imperial capital for the winter and the following rainy season. But they would bring with them a considerable haul. They'd also only suffered a few casualties for it. In total, they were bringing home 3,000 gold fords. Lorist had no comment, nor was he interested in their wealth. He was only concerned with the rebellion. Unfortunately, he only had what little Massa had mentioned in his letter. Ari, remind me again, the servant you sent to check on the situation was turned back, right? So the 1st Local Defense Legion cut off all contact with the continent, asked he. Yes, Ariadne nodded. Metropolis floating bridge has been disassembled. Only 2 ferries connect the 2 banks but they've been prevented from crossing. Their explanation is that they've cut off the Northlands for you to recover. Until you do, no one will be allowed to cross. Did something really happen? Lorist stroked his beard, half an inch long by now. His reflection reminded him of the ancient General Zhang Fei. Ariadne missed her brother. She'd not received word from either her sister or her aunt this month. She tried to send several, but none were allowed to cross the river. She made sure to quell any suspicions of Lorist being with her. She kept asking if anyone knew where he was. She'd only come to Lorist once her letter were returned. He'd not thought it strange at the time. He'd given Belnik command of the forces when he left, and trusted he was acting in the best interests of the house. The lockdown made sense as well, since the Union's hunting parties would naturally gravitate to the Northlands. It was the natural place for Lorist to flee to recover, after all. The news Ariadne brought, however, put everything in a new light. Something massive was happening. What did Massa mean when he said His Majesty didn't like it that the 3 legions were heading home? Don't tell me he started this? Impossible, he's stupid, but no fool. I'm a sword saint, going against me is suicide and he knows it. No matter how much he thought about it, Lorist couldn't understand what was going on. Belnik would never betray him, and he trusted no one more than Charade. Ovidus used to be a bandit, but he was one of Lorist's most loyal subordinates. And Furybear's headquarters was there. Surely they would have uncovered any untoward goings-on long before anything could have gotten this bad. Well, fretting over it from a distance would solve nothing. Reedy had to return and find out what was happening. Lorist had recovered enough that he didn't need Reedy for the rest of his recovery, so the kid could go and find out what was going on. He was also quite clearly bothered by this, refused to marry Siniryalu despite the two getting along so well. Reedy departed the morning after he received his mission. His little wannabe lover cried her eyes out as she watched him leave, but he didn't stop even once. He would head to Silowas and take a ship home from there. It would take him at least 3 months to reach harbor. Just 2 months later, though, he burst through the door to the cabin amidst a blizzard with Tarkle. Tarkle carefully explained what had transpired. When news of Lorist's injury reached home, everyone grieved for him, but excited at the same time. Their lord was a sword saint, so of course they were happy. If only he hadn't gone and gotten himself injured. Charade deployed to Wild Husbandry to fill in the gap Josk and Lowe's left when they marched off. Their departure left quite the mess. They disappeared completely, leaving 500,000 migrants untended, all of whom now had to be watched over by just 2 legions. Poor Freyar and Els could barely sleep, they just didn't have the manpower to keep everything under control. Charade sent them one of the 2nd Garrison Legion's divisions. Only one was now left defending Ragebear. Charade had Belnik locked down the river to make it easier to defend with their understaffed forces. After the assassination attempt in the capital and Lorist's escape, all contact was lost with him and Reedy. Shus and Genolio successfully led their pursuers away, but they caused trouble in Ragebear when they realized Lorist wasn't there. Xanthi was present, luckily, and, together with Shus and Angelic, they drove the Blademasters off. They couldn't, however, keep word of Lorist's disappearance from spreading, however. Hansk invited Belnik to a banquet under the guise of finding out where Lorist was. During the banquet, held at the Bastide, Hansk suggested they make Lyscott the acting lord until they knew where Lorist was. Belnik refused, but was quickly captured. It turned out Hansk had been prepared for his refusal. He'd employed 2 Blademasters to help with his rebellion. He rallied his subordinates and co-conspirators to the Bastide and declared Lyscott the house's head before marching on Ragebear. Wait, I thought I removed everyone with such inclinations from our forces. How did Hansk rally forces to his side? You didn't clean out the constabulary, your grace, said Tarkle. Of course. The constabulary was made up of retired soldiers. The old coots naturally had loyalties to the old guard. Many of the constabulary's high command came directly from the Bastide's old guard. They were undyingly loyal to the house, but Lorist was only one member of the house, their loyalty wasn't necessarily to him directly. They felt marginalized in the greater house Lorist had established, so they would of course gravitate to having an heir from the Bastide itself. Lyscott was the perfect candidate. Lorist's face turned violet. Did Charade not take care of this? They were the first ones outside the Bastide to be captured. This whole thing was very carefully planned. Hansk marched on Ragebear once he had control of the local defense legion. Ovidus held his ground however, and fortified the city with the division he had at hand. Charade and Spiel tried to convince Hansk to step down. They warned that when Lorist returned to find the Dominion in this state, Hansk and everyone involved in this rebellion would be put to the sword. But he would not listen. If Kedden hadn't placated Hansk and agreed to make Lyscott the next duke, he might have hanged the two on the spot. Hansk considered Charade a crook. He saw him as the source of all the current house's malaise. What the fuck is Hansk thinking? Lorist yelled, Hansk can win as many fights as he wants, he can take as much of the Dominion as he wants, it will all turn to dust when I return. All he's doing is making his fate worse and worse when I return. He's asked the king to officially declare Lyscott regent. He promised the 3 legions would return to the front lines if the king did this. He plans to let Lyscott stand by the king's side. If the king backs him as your heir, there will be little you can do to change it, he will be all but guaranteed to inherit your title and lands one day. If possible, he even wants the king to split your domain in 2. You'll have the lands you conquered, but Lyscott will have rule over the ancestral homeland of the house. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484 Internal Strife, 2. Internal Strife, 2. All men are ambitious. Most lords know this all too well, which is why a rebellion by one's subordinates is rarely what kills or brings down a lord. Most forget that women are just as, if not more, ambitious as their brothers, fathers, and husbands, and mothers love their sons more than their husbands. Poisonous women kill 10 times as many lords as ambitious men. Unknown. In his fucking dreams, raged Lorist. Hansk's plan was insane. He wanted to use a royal decree to suppress him and raise Lyscott as successor, maybe even force a split? He could go screw a magic goat. Did he really think he could create a Norton Dominion within a Norton Dominion? Did he know Lorist so badly that he thought it would help him avoid punishment? Then again, he was an old man, he'd never actually left the Northlands in his entire life, so he was way too ignorant of how things worked. Charade, Camorra, or Hector, who were familiar with how the house worked, would never dare rebel. Certainly not for something so futile as getting Lyscott to be heir de jure. Did he really think Lorist, now a swordsade, would care about some lousy royal decree? Glaze would have known better as well. Had he still been alive, and obviously thus the head of this faction, he would not have let this happen. But he was dead and had left his position within the faction to Hansk, the idiot. He'd also left behind Hansk, Spiel, and Kedden as the house's administrative talents. His dying wish had been that they help Lorist make the house prosper. The house now was already far beyond what the old man had dreamt. It stood at the zenith of vassal houses, in terms of reputation, size, might, and rank. It could only climb higher by switching to the mountain of independent forces. Each of the 3 talents had their own specialty. Spiel was great at saving money, even stingy, Kedden was slick and quick to adapt, and Hansk was great at managing the normal day-to-day goings-on. Had he stayed in the house's old lands, he might have been known as a great servant, he might even have been mentioned alongside Glaze, by future generations. But, the house broke out of its 3-century mold when Lorist took over. It underwent historical, if not legendary, growth. No house of similar size had ever risen from bottom of the barrel to cream of the crop in such a short time before. It usually took several generations, 2 at least, working their entire lives to see this come to pass, but Lorist and House Norton did it in just 10 years. Hansk, having lived in the middle of nowhere his entire life, was very conservative, short-sightedly so. Lorist, on the other hand, had spent half his life at the time of his return in the continent's capital. When given the choice between such a short-sighted man and his longtime friend and fellow progressive, he naturally trusted Charade more, and thus gave the position of head administrator to him. He didn't neglect Hansk on purpose, the man just wasn't capable of performing satisfactorily in the positions Lorist had given him. Rather than learn from his mistakes, and ask for advice so he could become better, he resented the newcomers and formed his own faction to try to force things back to how they used to be, where he could do well. He'd also grown bold over the year and crossed Lorist numerous times, the worst of which saw him all but expelled from Lorist's inner circle and exiled to the Bastide. To think that would not be enough punishment for him, that he would come back with even greater schemes for trouble, going as far as to plunge the house proper into chaos just so he could get some power for his corner of it, was unbelievable. Lorist was reminded of the old saying, "The enemies at the door will never kill you, it is the one sitting at your table that will deal the killing blow." Did the king agree? Lorist asked. He did. I arrived too late. Hansk had already announced Lyscott's appointment to regent. Charade smuggled a letter to the king explaining everything. It reached the front lines long after everything was done. The king only realized his mistake after reading the letter. The 3 legions returned after they read it as well. So that's what Tarkle meant when he said the king was regretful. He'd not acted as the mastermind in this rebellion, but was instead a victim as well. He had thought he was doing Lorist a favor, instead he was throwing him under the bus. He thought the house was asking for his support in making Lyscott regent, and, by extent, heir de jure, because Lorist didn't want to play the bad guy and make his bastard son heir when he had a legitimate son that had a stronger claim to the position. The king must have thought that he might as well do this favor for Lorist since he could and win some points with him. There would be no problem for Lyscott to become the heir de jure with the king's endorsement, so he didn't hesitate to write the decree. Hansk declared Ovidus the rebel the moment he received the decree and prepared to assault the city. He ordered Glacia to take command of the assaulting forces, but she refused. Instead, she went to Lady Sylvia, and the 2 negotiated a short ceasefire. With Kedden and Glacia, Lady Sylvia, your concubines and children escaped the city and are now in Cherry Blossom Ridge. Howard and Ovidus left the city as well and, along with the forces they have with them and the 3 Blade Masters, are all now at the palace as well. The only good news out of this whole debacle was that no one important had died yet and no major battles had been fought. This did not have to turn into a full-blown civil war. Where are the 3 legions now? They're still in Frederica. They've run into a little trouble. Oh? What kind of trouble? Firmrock and Tigersore occupied Bluewick and Rit in the plains. The king had White Lion take Credo and Jaeger raided the countryside in Gudlink and Movlin. Wait, where is that? I haven't heard of those places before. They're in the former Taribo kingdom. They split the kingdom into 5 provinces, those 2 border the plains. I see. Continue. Lorist stroked his beard, somewhat embarrassed. He remembered now Tarkal had told him this in a report long ago, but he was too focused on his own lands to listen properly. The Union is extremely rich, even its minor nobles are quite wealthy. We've inned quite the haul. We need at least 1,000 carriages to transport everything, and then there's the 500,000 migrants we caught as well. Tarkal's face reddened somewhat as he spoke. If this was told to any outsider, they would think the house were nothing but land pirates. All they did was raid and plunder. Even Lorist had to admit that was pretty much what his armies were at this point, a bunch of well-trained nobility-sanctioned privateers. He would never admit it to anyone else, of course. That's all fine and good, but what's this trouble they ran into? They're short on food, me lord. There are too many people for their current supplies. They can't start the journey back without a large resupply, and, given how things are looking in the Northlands, that won't be happening anytime soon. I know what you're thinking, my lord, Tarkal quickly added. We did prepare enough for our forces in Winston, but then you sent back the immigrants from Anderwath, Bodulger, and Canbona. 300,000 have been settled in the Northlands and can feed themselves, but 500,000 are still waiting in Winston and are being fed by that stockpile. The only place that can spare the resources needed to resupply the Legion and the refugees still in the south is the Northlands, but that's now under rebel control, so… Fuck you, Hansk. Lorist slammed the table, disintegrating it. What are Potterfawn, Loz, and Josk doing about it? Potterfawn will stay at Frederica to watch over the immigrants while Josk and Loz return to the plains. They hope to plunder enough supplies to be able to return by winter. They'll skip back on the snow. And what will they do when they're back in Winston? It's not like the city will have supplies waiting for them. Without proper preparations, they'll only make things worse. We can't just suck in 1 million people like it's nothing, Lorist critiqued. I think they're planning to attack the rebels. Attack the Northlands? Do they think it's easy? There's a reason we chose to haul up there for so long before breaking out. All Hansk needs to do is destroy the bridges and all the forces in the world will do us no good. He'll just declare them rebels the moment they arrive. How is the situation on the information front? When Supervisor Hansk gained control of the 1st Local Guard Legion, he sent his men to take over the Eagle Hub at Fernrock Castle and forbade any contact with the outside world. We can't send letters in or get anything out. The Northlands is completely cut off from the rest of the world. Our only chance is by sea through North Sea. But Hansk sealed off that route as well. The ships are stopped at Bullhorn Bay and forced to anchor. He ordered the North Sea Fleet to stand by Lyscott's side, but Admiral Senbod moved it to Silawas instead. Lorist would have moved the Eagle Hub to Ragebear when he moved, but he couldn't do that without retraining them all, so it had been left there. It turned out to have been a fatal mistake. He had established a second hub in the capital, but it was still in the process of growing and was nowhere near ready to take over from the old hub. Hansk made brilliant use of this weakness and cut off all hope of calling for help and letting the world know what was really happening before anything could be done. Apart from the messenger eagles, though, the rest of our network is intact, outside of the Northlands, of course. Without the eagles, however, we can't get the information within anything approaching a reasonable time, Tarkal continued. Silawas and North Sea? Not good. I escaped the Northlands through a secret cave Furybear uses for covert travel. I headed for House Kenmays and switched to a larger ship from there and headed for Silawas. When I arrived, I saw the island and North Sea were facing off. Hansk had sent word ahead of the fleet in case they didn't obey him. He told Pajik that the fleet was the one rebelling and ordered him to capture or eliminate the fleet. Pajik has no clue what's happening, so he believed you were the one that sent the order. When I told him what was going on, and to ignore all orders except those coming directly from you, he stood down and the fleet was allowed to dock. I went to the plains from there to deliver news to the generals. The 3 nearly collapsed when they heard what was happening and began mobilizing immediately. The king tried to stop them, but Loz nearly jumped on him and beat him, so he shut up and let them leave. I was heading back to the Northlands when I ran into Reedy on Silawas and he brought me here. Lorist paced around the room, stroking his beard furiously. Hansk's rebellion was shaking the house to its core. Even if everything ended immediately and went back to how it was before, his plans were still set back by years. First things were first, though. The most immediate issue was the immigrants still waiting to go to Winston. In his dominion's current state, they would be nothing but a burden and a source of unneeded trouble. Luckily, Komora wasn't in the Northlands when the rebellion broke out, but in Windberry, so he would deal with things in the short term. The rebellion isn't our biggest problem right now, I'll deal with it myself when I've completely recovered. Right now we need to settle the unrest in the rest of my lands. The immigrants should already be on their way to Winston, we need to deal with that first. I'll have orders ready for you shortly. Take them to Camorra. Hand it to him directly, the letter will only leave your hands to enter his, no one else's. First have him clean out our forces, anyone that rouses even the smallest amount of suspicion is to be executed. As for our legions, have Tigersor and Jaeger borrow food from nearby friendly nobles. They have my permission to promise on my personal honor that the nobles will be paid back double what they give us. Also, Reedy, find the strongest whip you can and give Josk and Los each 100 lashes. Punishment for disobeying my orders and marching off on their own. Give their subordinates 50 lashes each for not stopping them. Potterfawn will move 2 firm rock divisions to Silowas where he'll wait for further orders. Senbot and Pajik will get as many transport ships as they can together in the meantime. By your will, your grace. Hi guys, sorry for hijacking the end of the story page, but we have an important announcement to make. Do read on. As some of you may know, we are holding an event where you answer questions about our other novel, The Sword and the Shadow, to win access to 1 extra early access TRL chapter, which our patrons can also benefit from. In other words, folks reading the novel in LibraSpark can gain access to 1 early access chapter following the publicly released one, and patrons can read 1 chapter ahead, the furthest one afforded by their pledge tier. The answer to last week's question, name Laguna's childhood friend, is Aaron. Congratulations to those who won. The links to the early access chapters throughout the week has already been sent out and the chapters should be accessible shortly. And now, we have this week's challenge, name 2 of Laguna's gifts, aspect abilities. It's not too late for anyone to participate. Those interested can start reading TS2 at valeranovels.com. We're going to hold this contest weekly, so don't worry if you don't make it this week. Read on and look forward to participating in the contests in future weeks. This week's contest concludes after the last release of the week, usually on Saturday GMT +8 2300 hours. Send the answer to our email at emailprotected with TS2 answer in the subject. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, The Feral Wolves and the Magical Bear. The Feral Wolves and the Magical Bear. A man who can cook for himself will never go hungry, but a man who can get a woman to cook for him has made it in life. Unknown mercenary. Snow drizzled outside the window, everything was a wet white. The frozen wind descended in frigid gusts. The cabin jutted out of this white blanket, breaking the seamless purity of the mountainside, like a nail only half hammered, 3 days abandoned. Reedy and Tarkle had left for Windberry on Skiza 7 days ago. The letters they carried didn't have the customary household seal, but Lorist's handwriting was unmistakable, and his personal seal was worth far more than a household stamp in these trying times. The order of most immediate concern was for Camorra. Lorist suggested a solution to the coming predicament, a simple, 1-word solution written in large bold strokes over half the page: borrow. No peasant, merchant, or noble household, no business, factory, storehouse, or other enterprise in his own lands or those of his allies was out of reach. As long as they had food, they had to lend it to him. War had indeed ravaged the kingdom for years now, but none of the fighting had been done in either his or his allies' lands, so most of their stores were still wholly intact. On top of that, the years had been fair and gave good harvest. It would take a miracle, or an absolute idiot, for a house to not have full stores. Even Ariadne's barony had overflowing vaults. The house usually bought most of their harvest, but they always held back some as a failsafe in case of famine or, indeed, war. Food was the most stable resource in the world, after all, because it was always needed, it always had value, and that only skyrocketed in wartime. Lorist trusted the 3 legions wouldn't have any problems borrowing from the nobles. No one would dare cross his forces when their master was the kingdom's only sword saint, especially for a little food that was promised to be repaid with interest. In a few more days the convoy would set out on their great pilgrimage. Even Ariadne would not be spared. It displeased her quite a bit, but she knew how crucial this was to salvaging the situation, so she could only stand by her lover's side. The new year had rolled around 3 days ago, hence the abandoned cabin. Lorist spent the celebration in the castle with his lover and child. His injury recovered, his lover had been demanding his undivided attention for these 3 days, determined to give Tarik a sibling. Crazy woman, complained Lorist as he slapped his waist. It was expected of lovers to be in each other's arms a lot of the time, but 3 days of uninterrupted loving was just punishment. If one put him out of commission for 3 days, what would 5 more, all 2 years deprived of his care, do to him? The thought sent shivers down his aching spine. Sword saint or not, he could not handle so many women. I'm overthinking. Lorist slapped his forehead. He knocked the icicles off the sill above the door with his batons and entered. He took off his ludicrously thick clothing and put on something more reasonable, quickly lighting the brazier and fireplace to begin heating up the place. Next came the snow in the yard. Lone man or not, housework had to be done. It took him until early afternoon to finish the work needed outside and decided to patrol the forest before moving to dealing with the inside of the cabin. The decision came neither of a sense of duty to fulfill his temporary guard duties, and most certainly not out of a desire to avoid the work still needed inside the cabin. He just wanted to check the traps for any catches. Many of his traps had indeed caught prey, but his 3-day absence was long enough for most of them to be devoured by passing predators, leaving only a bone or two connected to the actual snare. Some had no carcass at all, and only the blood and disturbance of the snare revealed they'd caught something. It was a shame. His traps had been set to catch turkeys and hare. They were plentiful and easy to find, and were the most delicious of all possible catches in early winter, having fattened themselves up for the season. 7 of the 18 traps he'd set were undisturbed but empty. 3 located in harder-to-reach places gave him 2 turkeys and a wild hare, but the remaining 8 had been poached and the traps themselves ruined. The devastation he found at these traps and in the areas around them convinced him several large predators had descended the mountain. At least 2, maybe 3 wolves, and 1 magical bear. It seemed he would not be getting his much-desired rest for a while. Lorist had no thought of lighting the beacon though. He had returned to the peak of the Dan Ocean Refining Technique's 3rd stage, about rank 1 Blade Master level, so the 4 pests, while irritating, were nothing he could not handle. He would be insulting himself if he lit the beacon. After all, the strongest person that could come to his aid would be Ariadne herself, who was just a 2-star silver rank. He returned to the cabin, cleaned it, and made dinner turkey, hare, and mushroom soup, and a few sausages and several slices of black bread. He downed a few cups of raspberry wine, took another herbal bath, and went to bed. The time was nearly right to begin training the aquametal technique again. The sooner he became a sword saint again, the better. It would let him solve the house's troubles once and for all. He found himself questioning the worth of being duke more often here in the mountain. It was true that nobles led far more luxurious lives than the peasantry, but with it came far greater stresses and troubles, most draining of which was the backstabbing and internal politics of their families. He had been the foreman of a workshop in his last life. These tribulations were far beyond his desire to deal with, and he didn't feel he really needed the luxuries he got in return. For all his stress and work, he didn't get a television, a computer, the internet, or a mobile phone. Had it been his old life, the only troubles he had to go through for all of the above was a day job and a little saving. No matter how high he rose in this world's ranks, he could never even come close to the peasantry of his old life, and he certainly would never be as worry-free as them. If anything, his worries would only grow and multiply. Oh, how he wished he could give all this up for a simple life like he'd had. It did him no good to dwell on such things. However much he wished for it, he would never have his old life again, and pining for it would certainly not solve the very real troubles he faced now. Besides, he was kept safe in this world not by his power or his position, but his cultivation. And what made it worthwhile for him were his loved ones, his responsibilities, and the joy of cultivating. His previous life could not give him the thrill of breaking through in his cultivation. He could not experience the pleasure of playing God with his enemies within his domain. He didn't think the joys of his previous life, missing them as much as he did, was worth giving up what he had now. Besides, his family, friends, subordinates, allies, and vassals pinned their hopes and dreams on him. He could not let them down. And then there were his 3 disciples, the 3 stooges. He certainly could not give up the joy of teaching the young ones. Young ones? Am I growing old? I never used to bother with this much idle pondering. Lorist stroked his finely smooth chin. Ariadne refused to let him keep it. It's all for your disguise and you don't have to be afraid of the Blade Master anymore. They both knew it was only a convenient excuse. She just didn't appreciate his grand facial hair. He eventually caved and let her shave it, but she even went as far as to apply oil to his jaw. It now felt like an egg, or a baby's arse. The hair sizzled as its fat dripped on the coals. They had a really good fall, huh? Just a bit more. A pinch of salt. There we go. Now it just needs to crisp up. Last night's put was heating up again, the leftovers of the soup slowly turning liquid again. Its fragrance slowly wafted out the half-open window and chimney and drifted into the forest. Not bad. Lorist wasn't a chef by any stretch of the imagination, but he believed he had quite decent skills. It was definitely above average for males of his age and background. He moved the pot to the table, shifting the brazier into a corner with his foot, and brought over the bread and a flask of wine. He was just marveling at his handiwork when he heard claws scratching at the front door. He shut the door to the kitchen, moved the brazier to one of the rooms, plunging the rest of the place into darkness, and made his gingerly way to the window. Below him 3 cattle-sized wolves circled the house, scratching at the door in turns. They stopped and sniffed the air every time the wind shifted, as if to make sure the scent was still coming from the odd landscape feature in front of them. "Great. I was going to look for you today anyway, but you were kind enough to spare me the trouble." He closed the window carefully, got the sword on the table, and headed for his bedroom. He climbed out of the window onto the roof there and moved to the edge. The wolves continued to claw at the door and circle around in blissful ignorance of the devil looming over them, their minds wholly focused on getting to the source of the scent. Lorist stepped off the roof and sunk into the soil beneath, crushing one of the wolves beneath him. His sword flung out and impaled itself in the second wolf through its eye. The poor puppy collapsed to the ground silently. The final wolf reacted in time, however, and flashed to the edge of the yard, preferring to stare at the intruder from a safe distance. Lorist walked towards it calmly, sword in hand. The wolf glared at him but didn't make any moves. Instead, it backed off slowly, keeping a good distance. Lorist dashed at him the moment he reached the edge of the yard himself. The wolf responded in kind, leaping at him. Lorist flashed his blade and stepped out of the way, letting the lump of flesh crash into the other 2 lumps by the cabin. Dumb as always. Why do they insist on chasing everything they come across and think I'd stand nice and still for them to hit? Well, thanks to that the pelts are mostly intact, so they should be worth a bit, and I don't even have to waste too much effort on cleaning them. He returned to the crushed but still whimpering wolf and finished it off with a stab through what remained of its eye socket. Just as he was about to open the door, however, he suddenly vanished. A minuscule moment later, a claw streaked by where he'd been standing, leaving several deep etches on the door. Lorist landed 3 meters away. Today seems to be my lucky day. All 4 of my prey came to me. I didn't even have to leave the yard. The beast that faced him now stood at least 2.5 meters on its hinds, about as big as a magical beast could get. Oh, how happy Ariadne would be to get its pelt. She had a few magic pelts, but they were nowhere near as big as this one would be, and they were certainly not as intact. She'll probably brag about how brave her house was and how valiantly they fought against the bear. I doubt she'll consider me an outsider for this. Well, even if she did, I doubt she'd admit it and give up the glory. The bear stared at its paw incredulously. How had its prey just vanished? It was certain it should be a paste by now. Its attention suddenly drifted to the wolf carcasses by the door and forgot about Lorist completely. It just wanted to enjoy the feast. Fuck off. They're mine. Lorist appeared in front of the beast and sheathed his sword in its eye. The bear roared in pain and flailed wildly for a few moments before it collapsed. Ariadne arrived a few hours later to check on her hubby, having heard the beast's cry all the way down in the valley. When she saw the creatures in the yard, she buried her tongue in Lorist's mouth for a few seconds before taking the carcasses away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486 Caritoke. Caritoke. The white snow was already wiped away. Only the damaged walls and the burning farms of the small towns remained. Corpses, frozen green, and large black blood holes littered the ground. The wind carried stifled moans and agonized cries. The once prosperous plains were now the gateway to hell. Of the 7 cities, Moranti was the sole shining pearl. The rest were built solely to protect it. RHW Union, having angered King Aindainak, had lost 300,000 men on the plains around these cities. It was the biggest blow the Union had ever suffered. Not even the centuries of war with the old empire had anything comparable. The slap still sat red on the Union's faces. It was a painful lesson to learn. Without a strong military, no superpower would be won for long. 3 of the cities had been lost to their enemy Bluewek, Rit, and Credo. 2 of the provinces on the plains, Gudlink and Movlin, and 5 neighboring provinces were also now completely empty wastelands, raided clean by 2 Norton legions. Their only saving grace was that the offensive stirred up memories of the old war and whipped their citizens into a furor. Twin-Head Dragon's president swore an oath to wipe Aindainak of the face of the world if it was the last thing he did. For 2 centuries we have stood against those wolves in the north, his words had rung. They have lusted after our plains for centuries. For generations our people have shed their blood to keep them safe. In return they've wanted nothing by freedom. For decades of peace our ancestors won with blood, sweat, and tears. Now, having barely licked their wounds clean, the wolves come for the plains again. Once again we must fight, bleed, and die for our freedom. Let us put them down once and for all. His words were fuel on the fire. Tens of thousands answered the call, and the Union now had another legion to throw at their enemy. The new forces were moved to Mass, Gypsy, and Robert Way, the 4 yet to fall to the enemy. Does the Union think the last 200 years haven't happened? Do they really think we have not learned from our predecessors' mistakes? 2e. Auguslo spat as he watched dozens of catapults smash another stronghold's walls and the grey mass of White Lion soldiers storm through the gap. The plains were rich and prosperous because of the natural causeways and man-made canals that ran through it like veins through flesh. They fed fields and carried goods year-round. During war, they were barriers to hold back the enemy. A simple fort became an impenetrable citadel when there was water between it and its assailants. Your Majesty, even if the Union knows we can attack in the winter, they can't counter it. They can only watch their streak across the canals and smash their walls. Ripley had commented. Auguslo finally had a successful winter campaign last year. The spoils meant he could finally afford form-fitting winter wear for all of White Lion, which he promptly ordered from House Norton. It didn't look any different from their usual winter wear, so they could easily launch surprise attacks. He wanted to clear out the rest of the plains in one swoop and march on Moranti. Though the Union made some preparations, it didn't occur to them that their man-made canals would freeze over. The usual barriers were rendered useless and one stronghold after another fell to catapult barrages. The garrisons defending the strongholds had nowhere to run and could only fight to their deaths or surrender. In just tens of days, White Lion broke through the first line made of hundreds of ad hoc strongholds and made their way to Robert Way. Caritoke stood on Robert Way's walls and watched the distant crumbling strongholds and enemy gathering in the ruins. All of the soldiers understood the enemy would begin their attack at noon, and none could say for sure whether they would survive. He used to be one of the enemy. He used to be one of the enemy king's direct subordinates, actually. Now, however, he stood opposite his former liege. Where the king used to trust him, he now hated him. 18 years earlier he was a student in Dawn Academy. He was enamored with Iron Lock, and joined the Swordsmanship Society to be close to his idol. He was excited for his bright future, certain he would be the next legendary swordsman in the academy. His life changed radically when Lorist left for his ancestral home. Charade convinced him to give everything up and join his idol. He was excited to use his talents to make a name for himself and maybe even become a noble. Would it not be great to be a vassal under his idol? The journey was arduous, but it polished his swordsmanship. He was one of just 10 counselors chosen from the 36 students and instructors that followed Lorist. He could weigh in on the convoy's future in Lorist's absence. He even stood at the head of a small faction loyal to him. When they set foot in Andanak, he ran into the king, then known only as the Second Highness, who spared no effort to woo him into switching sides. Maybe it was the thought of being an imperial knight. Regardless, he accepted and switched sides with 7 of his fellow former students. He could still see Charade, Terma, Dulles, and Lunmord's looks of disdain as he left the convoy. They cut to the bone and his self-esteem had yet to recover. He, however, being the arrogant, naive idiot he was, covered up his pain with anger. He thought they were the fools. Lorist would just be a count and they could never be anything more than simple knights. He now served the future king as an imperial knight. Oh, how great it all sounded in his head. His fantasies were quickly shattered. He and his companions were just pawns, used and disposed at their king's leisure. A single fight with Madras saw 2 of them dead. Flowwater Creek followed, and, while Auguslo became famous as the new generation's first god of war, only 2 of the original 7 remained, Caritoke and Sander. Lorist came to find him for the Paradise Gathering, and, on hearing of his misadventures, offered him a chance to return to his side, promising to take care of any objections or obstacles in his way, but he hesitated when he thought of the disdain his former companions would have for him and the humiliation he would have to suffer and didn't rejoin his idol. Sander fell in Auguslo's crossing of Cloudsnap. With his last friend, and his only reason for staying dead, Caritoke left Auguslo and snuck back to Moranti. But he found both himself and the Union unrecognizable. They had recently implemented their nobility system and occupied their neighboring territories. His plan was initially to become a mercenary, but there were all but no mercenaries left. He tried to become an instructor at his old academy, but they could barely keep their doors open. He could not fathom what had ripped the world apart so thoroughly. He stayed at home for a full year before he had the strength to walk outside again. If not for the fact that his parents were industrious citizens and that his elder brother was afraid he had come back to fight him for their parents' inheritance, he might have stayed there until he died of old age. His parents were thrilled that he had become a gold-ranked knight. They pretty much threatened him with suicide if he didn't join his father's guild so the man could get a promotion. Now, he stood opposite both his idol and his former king. His mouth smiled bitterly as he watched Whitelian's flag flap over the Union fort. The 7 pale-faced men around him were fellow garrison commanders. None were from big guilds and none had fought any real battles. Caritoke currently had the rank of colonel and command of the 2nd Century Legion's 11th Division. A command of 8,000 men. Apart from the 1,000 men from the 1st Regiment directly under his command, all the men were passionate and idealistic Morantians and guards from various merchant guilds. No reason to be nervous. Our walls are tougher than the small strongholds. The catapults will do nothing to them. They can only shoot 300 meters, which our ballistae can match. As long as we destroy the catapults, they have no hope of taking the walls, Karatok consoled his subordinates. I'm not kidding. The catapults are nothing to fear. You know why I had you stack the walls with sandbags? It'll make them much stronger against the catapults. As long as we hide behind them, the catapults can't do anything. You don't think our luck is that bad, right? But the catapults could make a hole in our walls for the enemy to rush in, said one of the pale-faced leaders. I already envisioned that long ago. If they make a hole in our walls, we can use these sandbags to fill it up, replied Karatok calmly. We're definitely going to die. It's better if we run immediately. Everyone was on the brink of breaking down. Bastard! Where do you plan to run, huh? It's snowing and freezing all over. And do you think you can outrun the 2 wooden sticks the enemies were beneath their feet? If you say anything else that'll affect our morale, I'll kill you myself, raged Karatok. Just as he was about to give that man a slap to snap him out of it, what happened next was beyond anyone's imagination. A thin layer of ice that formed on the ground caused him to slip and almost fall. Who the F***ck poured tea on the ground, yelled he, before an idea popped up in his head. He recalled what Lorist said about watering the walls to reinforce them to fend off the magic beast attacks. Elated, Karatok proclaimed, I have a way. A way to prevent the catapults from pulverizing our walls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487 War on the Plains. War on the Plains. He who fights in the rain, dies sogging wet. Famous Grindian proverb. On the 10th day of the 12th month, year 1788, Andanak launched another assault in the Falic Plains. Auguslo led White Lion and crushed the first line of defense, strongholds across the man-made canals, within 4 days and arrived at Robert Way. Andanak was among the first to use the catapult and almost all the Union higher-ups believed Robert Way would fall in less than 3 days. However, the defenders filled the walls and turned them into ice fortifications. No matter how many times Andanak fired, they couldn't breach Robert Way's walls. Angered and frustrated, Auguslo led White Lion on a couple of direct attacks without any successes and moderate casualties. Auguslo had planned to use no more than a month to deal with all the strongholds in the plains and conquer the 3 cities before moving on to Moranti. He'd either conquer the city, if there were exploitable weaknesses in its defenses, or besiege it and force the Union's leaders to surrender. In the following negotiations, the Union would either have to cede vast swaths of territory, or give up most of their wealth. It wasn't that Auguslo wasn't willing to fight a protracted campaign, his vassals were getting tired and wanted to go home. They'd only joined the campaign because they thought it would be a quick campaign, not this now 3-year-long war. They'd also been fighting for most of the 3 years and had suffered many casualties. Fatigue had weathered their resolve and enthusiasm. Some had even started finding excuses to sit out on battles. Things had gotten worse much faster after the Nortons left. He had to move Pegasus and Faisablon's reserve and frontier legions in to fill in. They did well, but they didn't have the Nortons' staying power. They were being whittled down much faster and the 2 dukes had already asked to be allowed to return home and recuperate. Auguslo had made the audacious declaration that he wouldn't stop until he set foot on Moranti's central square as the city's new master, but he was actually fine with ending the war as it was now. The old empire had fought with the Union for centuries and had never even made it near the city, but he'd taken 3 of the Union's most powerful citadels on the plains and taken back everything the empire had lost and then some. This was already enough to cement his name in the history books for centuries to come. He was already on par with the empire's founder. The 40 years of peace since the empire's fall had made the towns on the plains rich, especially the 3 citadels. The nobles didn't believe their eyes when they saw the inside of the vaults, filled to the brim with plunder. And this didn't even include House Norton's plunder, which they hadn't even let him see. This would normally be considered a supreme lèse-majesté, but since Lorist was now the kingdom's most powerful warrior, its sole sword saint, Auguslo let it go. Auguslo now turned his mind to the coronation ceremony he was going to have when he returned to the capital to crown himself first emperor of the new empire. First, though, he had to wrap up this little war. He wanted to make sure it would be centuries before the Union ever thought of making trouble for the empire again, and millennia before they actually could. He didn't think he would be stopped at Robert Way, the fucking ice fortress. Karatok, the leader of the city's garrison, had been holding him at bay for over a month now. He'd also heard that the man was made a baron for his efforts. He used to be one of Auguslo's subordinates, which stung even more. He'd defected to the Union several years earlier, and the Union made every effort to mock him for his inability to keep good subordinates on his side. His advantage on the field in his most recent campaign was not because of his own tactical brilliance, or the power of his forces, it was thanks to the catapults he got from Lorist. In that sense his glory was only partially his. Caratoc's use of the canals to counter his tactic, however, was entirely to his own credit. All of that glory went to him. It bit at Auguslo's pride. It was in the midst of this struggle that Tarkal and Reedy visited Lorist in his cabin again. Camorra had taken note of his lord's orders and had dealt with the situation. Loos and Potterfong had arrived with their legions and the immigrants and were resting up. Josk and Jaeger were still lagging behind though. The Great Borrowing didn't run into any trouble, apart from a few unwilling nobles who had to be convinced with a firmer hand. Camorra had, however, sent word back with the messengers asking how to settle the immigrants since the food would only last them till the end of the rainy season and Winston couldn't accommodate any more people. Lorist prepared a letter to be taken back with Tarkal and Reedy ordering the Baron to send 500,000 to wild husbandry and start resettling the land. Josk would accompany them with Jaeger and see to their safety. 100,000 of the most skilled among the immigrants were to be settled in Windberry and Pedro to boost their industries. The new settlers in wild husbandry would also jumpstart the abandoned trade routes to and in the province. The rest would be used to finish any unfinished infrastructure projects. They would be settled in the Northlands once Lorist had taken care of the rebels. Lorist continued his training after his two messenger boys left. The rest of winter and the rainy season passed, soon it was harvest season. Lorist was now back to rank 3 Blademaster level and only needed another 2 months to be back to full strength. Ariadne was declared pregnant in the 6th month, finally putting an end to Lorist's torture. Tarkal and Reedy came round again on the 17th of the 6th. Only Tarkal came to the cabin however. Reedy was rolling in the bedsheets with his little lover back at the castle. Tarkal brought news of Auguslo's defeat on the plains. He'd retreated to Credo and was standing his ground there. The confrontation had cost the two sides 170,000 men, 2/3 of which were Union dead. Lorist was speechless when Tarkal informed him that it wasn't a set-piece battle at all. Neither side had thought a big battle would happen. It had started as a skirmish, but both sides, each unwilling to lose it, kept piling in reinforcements. They only realized what was happening when it was already too late, and they were completely committed. Auguslo only withdrew because he realized he couldn't match the Union. Tarkal also talked about the winter campaign between Auguslo and his former subordinate. Auguslo kept going at it until the snow melted, but was completed swamped when the rain fell. He couldn't cross the morass the excess water made before the Union's reinforcements arrived and was forced to fight the now numerically superior enemy. He called up his vassals, but the morass between the two forces kept both from making any decisive attacks. The forces were separated into many smaller units scattered across the morass on the small firmland islands. Auguslo's forces were upstream of the Union and one of his vassals suggested they send fireboats down the river into the Union's wooden fortifications. It didn't do much, only burning a couple bridges and setting fire to a few camps. The Union retaliated a few days later. They set Auguslo's main camp on fire one night, killing almost 100 men and burning almost a third of the camp to the ground. Auguslo retaliated in kind, which prompted the same from the Union in a to-and-fro which lasted several weeks. In one of these exchanged, the attacking side got bogged down in the fight, and both sides kept sending in reinforcements, which eventually turned into a full-on battle. By the time the two sides realized what was happening, neither could back out. If they did, the enemy would push their forces forward and rush their camps, driving the other side out of the morass altogether and possibly crushing much of their army in the process. Auguslo was slightly faster than the Union in committing all of his reserves and got the early upper hand, but the Union wasn't far behind and the stalemate was soon re-established. The forces were eventually forced to return to their camps, but the fighting didn't really stop. The islands became like a chessboard. When one side lost an island, they would soon take another. Saying where this was going, and with less forces he could afford to lose, Auguslo was forced to withdraw. Auguslo lost 60,000 in the month-long campaign, the Union 110,000. Despite their heavier losses, however, the Union now had the initiative and drove Auguslo back to Credo. Auguslo had lost fewer forces, but he also had fewer to begin with. "It's time I returned home," said Lorist. "Is your grace fully recovered?" asked Tarkal. "Yes. Come, let's go home. I have some house cleaning to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 488 Bad News. Bad news. Lorist's return to the Northlands was a breeze. No one was willing to fire at him. Wherever he went, the rebels surrendered obediently. They let Firmrock march across the river as well and didn't resist when they were arrested. On the 21st day of the 7th month, year 1789, Lorist led the North Sea fleet to the city of North Sea. The Sentry Legion's 3rd Brigade, 1st Division received him and surrendered. Lorist headed straight for Maplewoods and rescued Belnick, who was still sitting prisoner there, and arrested everyone related to the Bastide, Irina and her sons included. From there he retook the town of Poplar and marched onwards to Nico Academy, where he visited Telesti and his daughters. He rested there for 2 days and then left for Firmrock Castle, making an appearance at every town along the way. The castle was taken without incident and Lorist ordered news of his return be spread to the rest of the world. The first to bring bad news was Howard, who came from Cherry Blossom Ridge. The cannon foundry and training grounds were discovered by the blade masters after him. They thought he was hiding behind the guards, and attacked. Lorist read the damage report and exploded. Of the 200 cannons, 141 was destroyed, and 1377 of the 2,000 artillerymen were dead or injured. The Sentry Regiment suffered 824 casualties. Their captain, Jim, was still recovering from his wounds and Regiment Sergeant Major Paulobins was dead. Lorist managed to keep himself under control, but completely lost it when he heard about what happened to his refineries in the Bladech mountain range. Grandmaster Sid's research facilities and foundries as well as Grandmaster Phelan's workshops were searched, by enemy blade masters, led there by the constabulary. Most of the blueprints for his weaponry was stolen. Who gave the order? Who revealed our top-secret industrial centers to the enemy? Lorists demanded, eyes bleeding. Supervisor Hansk. He sent the constabularies and the blade masters. He said he was forced to do so because they held Madame Irina and the second young master hostage, so he had no choice but to yield to their demands. He even said that since your grace wasn't there was no harm in letting them go. He even said the house spent too much money there without seeing any returns and wanted to uncover what was going on there. He said the mountains were part of the old house's domain and was thus under Lyscott's jurisdiction. As such, he had to root out the corruption there. He planned to investigate the accounts personally when he had the time. When the blade masters found the cannon ranges and the explosives research center, Sir Jim refused the search order and got into a fight. Several dozens were killed before they could chase the blade masters away, which roused their suspicions. They attacked the facilities 14 days later. Jim was prepared and had several cannons aimed at the valley entrance. The first volley killed 3 blade masters and heavily wounded 4. The remaining 7 retreated with the dead and wounded. They snuck into the valley that night and slaughtered everyone and destroyed the cannons. Where are they now? The cannons and the men that operated them were his trump cards. They were his house's greatest security. It had taken them years to build the cannons and train the men. This was an unbelievable setback. It would take years to recover, maybe even a decade. They left the Northlands in the 5th month. Supervisor Hansk issued arrest warrants for them, but he has no strength to actually carry it out. They left by sea and we only know they're heading south. Lorist stroked his chin. So he had seen so few during his stay in the barony because they were mostly busy here. How many blueprints? The ones for the super steel ballistae, 3 types of catapults, and 16 types of armor. They also took the designs for Jaeger's new crossbows. The rest are designs for failed projects. Fortunately, Master Julian's material recipes were kept safe. I don't think they knew what those recipes were, so they just left them. Without them, it should be almost impossible to make the designs work. Lorist breathed a sigh of relief. That they'd left behind the recipes was his only consolation. It was manageable to lose the designs, but the recipes could not be leaked. The former were pretty much useless without the latter. Is Sylvia and the others all right? Lady Sylvia, your mistresses, and your children are fine. They told me to tell you not to worry about them and deal with the situation first. Lady Sylvia said they would spend the summer in the palace and return to Ragebear come autumn. I heard Genolio and Shuss went there with the city's garrison. Reedy and I are worried. Why didn't they come with you? Genolio's helping me investigate what let all this come about. Supervisor Hansk played a huge part, but he certainly can't be the sole reason behind this. No worries. You did well. Genolio did great too. I heard the Blademaster actually barged into the mansion in Ragebear and you even held one back for a time. Is it true? Howard scratched his head. I was at a disadvantage and even hurt my hand. I had no choice but to have Genolio write the reports. He has pretty handwriting at least. I'm only at the level of a 2-star gold rank. Your training is what let me fight a blade master. 6 came over to search the mansion. They were really careful since they knew you were a blade master. They didn't cause anyone any trouble or hurt anyone. Apart from Blademaster Shus, Lady Xanthe and Grandpa Angelic was there too. They were the ones who chased the Blade Masters away. Howard didn't blow other people's horns, nor was he greedy with credit. His humility was refreshing. Since the cannon range is damaged, Paulobins is dead and Jim is injured, I need someone to take care of the mess. You will be the artillery brigade's major. Rebuild the brigade. I will have Sid restore the cannons. You can fill your command as you see fit. What do you think? You wish as my command, Your Grace, Howard saluted. It's just. Is it okay to hand internal security to Genolio? Lorist shook his head. Genolio is still young and nigh 1/2 VE. He should focus on his training instead. He'll stand by my side again. Anyone else in mind? Baron Calliston is a suitable candidate. How so? Internal security is basically spying on the people in the house for the house's safety. I didn't get a grasp on things quick enough, Hansk rebelled before I could get everything in place. Baron Kristen is in charge of investigating crimes in a whole region and I've met with him a number of times. He was the one who pointed out the odd prejudice the constabulary and sentries have against the immigrants. I didn't take his warning seriously and investigate. I would have caught this before the rebellion if I had. While the constabulary is important, we shouldn't waste Baron Kristen's talent there. He is bright, capable, and most of all loyal. He is a perfect replacement. All right. I'll summon him when I go back to Ragebear. Lorist arrived in Ragebear on the 25th of the 7th. The moment the city gates opened, Glacia, the new general of the 1st Century Legion, paid her respects to him with her subordinates. Firmrock relieved the local garrison, which left the city, leaving only Glacia and Lorist to walk to the castle and mansion. This isn't fair, Locke. The men were just following orders. They didn't know they were betraying the house. They were actually the most loyal. You can't treat them like this. So I should, what? Reward them? Knowingly or not, they betrayed me and rebelled against my authority. You're my elder cousin's sister. I really appreciate that you're willing to step out of the shadows to serve the house. I'm thankful for what you did for Sylvia and for keeping a battle from breaking out. But there's something you're failing to understand. You may think this is what's good for the house, but it's not. I'm already doing as little as possible. I am going to execute everyone involved in this rebellion knowingly. The Legion should just be thankful their heads aren't going to roll as well. No. You can't, Locke. The men were following orders. They're loyal, cried Glacia. She didn't understand why Lorist would be this angry. Lorist smiled bitterly. Firmrock, Tigersaur, and Jaeger's men are the loyal ones. While the Sentry Legion are obedient, we don't know for sure where their loyalties lie. You know, almost all the men in the Legion used to be our prisoners. They're all former enemies. They were only recruited because they served us well for years. This is nothing but a way to feed their families to them. The policies I have for my men make them increasingly loyal over time, yes. Whether it be Firmrock, Tigersaur, or Jaeger, even if their general went missing and many of their superior officers were replaced, I am willing to bet they would never march on my capital even if they were ordered to. I would have to order them to do so myself, in person, or they would kill anyone who showed any sign of listening to the order. They would never believe I gave such an order in my absence and would arrest the messengers immediately. Even a letter written in my handwriting and carrying my personal seal might not be enough for them to carry out such an order. Were they really following orders, or are they just fools? Did they never question their orders? Is someone who follows a wrongful order loyal to the house? Glacia was speechless. Then how will you deal with the men? I will not let them stay in my domain. They can settle in wild husbandry. If they don't want that, they can move to one of my other jurisdictions, but I will not let them set foot on my land again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489. The loyalty of a scoundrel, the loyalty of a traitor. The loyalty of a scoundrel, the loyalty of a traitor. The law is the law. Princes and paupers are punished the same. Norton Lorist. Hey guys. Winter and summer are past their prime in their respective hemispheres and will soon begin winding down. At the same time, we are about to hitting our final 100 chapters in TRL, and they are more exciting than any that have come before. We've decided to implement 2 new Patreon tiers so you guys can binge the big build-up and look forward to hearing what you guys have to say. Things are heating up and the stakes are becoming greater and greater. What new twist or turn will Lorist's journey take? The new tiers, Extinct Sword God and Ancient Magus, have the answers. We'd also like to let our patrons know that we're implementing charge up front on our Patreon page. Which means you'll be charged for any new pledges or increases in your pledges as you make them, not just at the end of the month. We look forward to this new chapter and can't wait to find out where the novel will go in its final 100. And, since we can't wait, and have recently come onto some extra free time, we've decided to put up a new goal. If you guys can help us reach that goal, we'll put out 6 chapters a week until we finish TRL. Excited greetings. Ryagawa and Prince. Spiel stared at Hans, who stood in front of the reception team, and felt like laughing. Hansk had held power for a few days, far above the command of anybody else and with the power to jail anyone. Even Kedden was forced to go with the flow to make sure the administration's operations weren't impeded. However, when Hansk received word of Lorist's return, he aged 10 years overnight. His aloofness and arrogance vanished, he now acted with earnest sincerity and a twang of fear. He had, after all, named himself chief administrator. Though Lorist might tolerate his son's appointment to heir, he wouldn't let Hansk off scot-free. Hansk appeared a martyr as he awaited Lorist's arrival. He instructed Lyscott in hushed tones how to greet his father and how to deal with his questions. He might even believe making Lyscott the heir in exchange for his life was the right and best thing he could do. If one viewed it in that light, he was indeed loyal to the house. Unfortunately, Lorist didn't care for loyalty to the house, but about loyalty to him, personally. Besides, the house to which Hansk was loyal wasn't the same house Lorist was in. Horses rumbled up the street. Lorist soon appeared round a curve in the road. Glacia rode behind him. Reedy, Tarkle, Potterfawn, the guard brigade, and Firmrock followed behind her. The reception group started chattering, Hansk and Lyscott included. When Lorist stopped in front of them on horseback, they bowed. Everyone understood Lorist was House Norton's Sky. He was now a sword saint and the proudest protector of the house. We welcome your grace back to the house. According to noble etiquette, Lorist should get off his horse and ask them to drop the formalities before tending to the officials there to receive him one by one. He didn't need to say much, only a word or two of greeting and a pat on their shoulders to thank them for their hard work and express his gratitude. But their lord sat firmly in his saddle. Everyone felt his eyes stab the tops of their heads. Everything was quiet as a soft gust of wind blew across the yard. The pressure made some who knew what they did lower their heads further and bow deeper as if it would help them hide in the other's shadow. Your Grace. Hansk finally stood straightened up proudly to dispel the atmosphere. Lorist waved his hand without saying anything. Reedy, astride his horse, trotted in front of the group. He took a silver tube out of a pocket on his saddle. He removed from it a scroll which he unrolled and read. Gruss. Ivan's son. Eichfall. Mose Lin. Viscus. 2 guards vanished into the reception party and dragged someone out with every name announced. A few realized they were all either Hansk's confidants or people from the Bastide. Most were retired soldiers who'd moved to the constabulary and had been deeply involved in the rebellion. Reedy didn't name either Hansk or Lyscott though. What are you doing? Hansk panicked and ran up to Reedy. Reedy tightened his legs round the horse's middle, and it sidestepped Hansk, who now stood at its flank. Reedy slipped his foot out of the stirrup and slammed it into the man's face. The old man stumbled back several feet and fell to the ground. He raised his head heavily. A dirty boot print and bruise straddled his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth. The names continued to be announced. One after another the culprits were dragged out of the group. Reedy rolled the scroll up and returned it to the tube when 45 stood on the side. Lorist dismounted behind him and walked up to the remaining officials, a sincere smile on his face. He raised each from the ground and thanked them warmly. Kedden apologized to Lorist, tears running down his face incessantly on behalf of the 30 or so left. No apology can make up for this, Your Grace. It is our fault this could not be stopped or avoided. Lorist waved dismissively. Don't say anything. You did what you could. You did well to not spill blood. You continued to perform your duties and waited for my return loyally. You did the right thing. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. But let these 2 words stand. Thank you. The officials in the center of the yard shuddered, tears running down their faces. The ones held by the guards on the side paled. Lorist had declared the incident a rebellion with these words. They were all now officially traitors, at least as far as everyone else was concerned, and they would be recorded as such in the house's records, if every mention of them was not erased entirely. We're not traitors. We're the ones most loyal to the house. We will not stand for this insult. Hansk shouted, his face crimson. There was no greater insult to his loyalty. He stepped in front of Lorist in spite of his swollen face. Ho, look who we have here, Lorist chirped as he finally noticed Hansk's existence. I'm curious, Baron. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to buzz off to your lands and reflect on your shitty attitude and behavior? I resolved myself to not mention things further out of consideration for what you did for me in the past, but here you are. Tell me, who gave you permission to come here, and who told you could open your mouth? Hansk suddenly realized his dilemma. His prepared arguments were useless. Lorist didn't recognize him as an official of the house, but spoke to him as just another vassal. Clearly he had no authority to meddle in the house's affairs as an outsider. Without recognition as a member of the house, he had no foot to stand on, no excuse for his presence or actions. If he were indeed a loyal house official, he should have stayed in his dominion as ordered. He had no right to leave his lands if he still regarded himself as a house official. Being here was itself basically a declaration that he was no longer a house official, just a vassal. I was here to support young Master Lyscott as regent and heir de jure. I was only doing my duty as a loyal servant, he replied after some thought. Regent? Heir de jure? Lorist turned to the shivering ostrich. Hate flashed across his eyes as they gazed at the fat figure. I don't remember ever naming an heir, the man murmured, as if in thought to himself. Lyscott, my son, time really flies. You're 17 already. I was too busy, so I neglected your upbringing. I didn't think you were in such a rush to become heir de jure. Is this really what you want? Though Lyscott didn't frequently get to see his father, he feared him down to his bones. Lorist had tossed him to Malek's family to be disciplined. The man even had redecaned him 30 times in Nico Academy publicly because of a simple mistake and sent him back to the Bastide, bloody and battered. He remembered the lessons and froze though Lorist asked him nicely. He couldn't stop teeth chattering. When his father's gaze fell on him, he remembered his mother's instructions and Hansk's encouraging words. No matter what, you're His Grace's eldest son. He won't do much to you. He mustered his courage and answered. Emo mother Anha Uncle Hansk said I am your rightful heir. Everything that belongs to the house also belongs to me and no one ca can take it from me, My rightful heir? Lorist laughed, stretching out his hand. Tarkle handed him a scroll. I was injured and lost contact. You declared yourself heir on your own, I never endorsed you. I can't fault you, having ambition isn't a bad thing, but you listen to others. You're just going along with the ambitions of others. Others used you and you were happy to be manipulated. You're nothing but a brainless fool. Lorist opened the scroll. You've been in Ragebear for 7 months, right? Let's see what you did. Wow, how amazing. You raped 21 maidservants, killed 4 servants and a cook because you didn't like their cooking and tossed their heads into the fire. Your uncle even went out of his way to gag everyone for your sake and buried the corpse in the garden. You ordered Dawn Academy to tie up Helios and send him to you so could get back at him for calling you out when you were harassing your half-sisters. The Academy refused, so you ordered the Legion to burn it to the ground. Luckily Glacia refused. In turn you cursed her in front of a lot of people. You sent your guards after Madame Malek so you could pay her back for the years of hard work she put into raising you properly. Luckily she wasn't at the mansion, but in retaliation you burned it to the ground. You went out 4 times in the last 7 months and raped 3 women and killed their families. You ran 13 people over in the streets with your carriage, killing 3 and badly injuring the rest. You demanded tributes of interesting trinket from the merchants in the city. I admire that you did everything I wanted to, but didn't. I've always wanted to act like you did and ignore everything. I've always entertained the idea of being a tyrant. You know why I didn't become one? If I did, my father, your grandfather, would hang me to apologize to the ancestors and strike my name from the registry. Your mother spoiled you and raised you into a monster. You don't have empathy or humanity. As House Norton's lord, as your father, I have to correct my mistake. You are hereby struck from the family registry. Neither you, nor anyone else, may ever use your name and House Norton's name in the same sentence. You are unfit of my name, unfit to be even a bastard. I shall uphold my father's honor, the honor of my ancestors, and the honor of my name. The world will be told of your crimes. The names of every victim and the crime you committed against them will be tattooed on your body and you will be hanged in the city square. Once you're dead, your body will be left on the gallows to rot. Lorist turned to everyone else present and raised his voice. From this day forth this shall be the fate of every man, woman, and child who tarnishes the Norton name. Be they peasant, soldier, official, noble, or family member. Lyscott paled and stumbled backwards as he listened to the Lord. He never dreamt the man had been keeping such a close eye on him. His gaze flitted to the house's officials. He was certain they had ratted on. FFF father. FF forgive me. He tripped and fell on his ass. His pants darkened, and a puddle formed under him. You can't do this, Your Grace. The king had recognized Lyscott as your heir. I have a sealed decree from His Majesty. You do not have the right or authority to harm him, bellowed Hansk frantically as he scrambled in front of Lyscott and fumbled for Augustlow's decree. The king's decree? Lorist chuckled. Are you joking? Or did I hear wrong? Baron, when did I give the king the right to meddle in my personal affairs, or in the internal affairs of the house? Do you really think he can just appoint my heir on a whim? Is he trying to incite a rebellion and start another civil war? He made his decree because you were absent and no one knew if you were still alive. We asked the king to endorse Lyscott because you weren't here to do so yourself. And who told you I would ever have made him my heir? So you didn't hear from me for a while. Do you assume I'm dead the moment I walk out of the door and you can't see me? Do I have to stand in front of you every minute of every day so you can be sure I'm alive? How quickly do you want me to die? Lorist was a sword saint. He could easily live for 2 or 3 centuries even if he never improved his cultivation another step. His endorsement aside, even if Lyscott was the best heir in the world, if he didn't become a sword saint himself, he would never live long enough to inherit his father's position. Is that why you let the enemy blade master go around looking for me? You were fine with revealing our secrets to the enemy as long as they could take me out of the picture for good, huh? You killed 2,000 of my loyal men. I was just trying my best to ensure the house remained stable, and helping young Master Lyscott manage the Dominion. I am loyal. Loyal? Ha! You soiled the word with your lips. Lorist sneered. Even if I were dead, you of all people had the least right to step in. Imprisoning a gold-ranked knight and forging his order to take over his forces and attack the capital, sealing the Dominion's entrances, cutting off supply to our forces on the front lines, and burying Lyscott's crimes. Is this what a loyal man would do? If it is, then I want nothing of this loyalty. This is the loyalty of a scoundrel, the loyalty of a traitor. Take them away. I don't want to soil my eyes with their visages. I will personally announce your crimes before I execute you, ordered Lorist coldly. He watched on as the guards took the traitors away. Glacia walked over. I'm sorry, Locke. I didn't understand what the brat was doing. I would have stopped him if I did. Are you really going to kill him? He's your eldest. The law is the law. Princes and paupers are punished the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490 Various Matters. Various Matters. Charade and Spiel rushed back to Ragebear a day later. Lorist felt a heavy burden lift from his shoulders when he saw them. He instantly let Charade, Spiel, and Kedden deal with the aftermath. Punishing Hansk and the traitors wasn't the highest priority at the moment. The highest priority was dealing with settling the hundreds of thousands of refugees in Winston. Lorist rushed to the artillery range in the mountains with Reedy. It was the greatest insurance of their future and had to be set back on track. Howard had already taken up his post. He told Lorist that, so far, 342 artillerymen had recovered and rejoined the unit, which brought their functional size up to about 1,300. 100 were crippled and could never return even after they healed though. A full 1,563 men died during the Blademaster's attack and most of the unit's top artillerymen were among that number. Lorist went to check on the brigade's former commander, Major Jim. His injuries had more or less recovered. He could sit and tell Lorist about his experiences, at least. He was now convinced, more than ever, that the cannons were the single greatest threat to Blademasters. However, they complicated to operate and they hard to move. When the Blademasters attacked during the day, he lined up 46 cannons and fired a volley which broke the attackers. He didn't think the rest would attack again that night. He could do nothing once they were up close. 3,000 men faced the Blademasters, but it was a complete slaughter. Palobins leapt into the fray with a barrel of gunpowder and a torch. He blew himself up to take a few of the enemy with him. They couldn't find even a scrap of his flesh or armor to bury. The rest of the men also grabbed barrels of gunpowder and dozens blew themselves up as the Blademasters got close. Another Blademaster fell, and the rest retreated cursing the insane bastards as they let. Tears covered Jim's face as he described the scene. Lorist listened to him solemnly. All he could do was console the man. After telling him to get some rest, Lorist left. In stark contrast to the two commanders, Professor Balbaugh and his wife who were hard at work in the research facility. Jim moved them to a safe location before the Blademasters came to attack. Though the facility was flipped over, Balbaugh was unharmed. Balba introduced his latest breakthroughs as soon as Lorist arrived. He had successfully made the gunpowder into pellets. Though Lorist had only casually brought it up, Balba managed to make it after years of work. It wasn't a small breakthrough either. It let the cannons fire with far greater power, or achieve the same power for much less gunpowder. He was currently working on how to dissipate the heat buildup from constant firing. He was just about to meet the two other masters for another consult in that regard, in fact. His other great breakthrough was a new saltpeter harvesting technique. Lorist was convinced this, more than almost any other discovery, was the man's greatest achievement. Grindia wasn't Earth, and the chemical principles of this universe were slightly different. On Earth, gunpowder was mainly made of 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate or saltpeter, and 3 parts coal. The mixture added to some other ingredients produced standard black powder. But on Grindia, the recipe had 1 more part powdered fire crystal to react the way it did on Earth. It was too bad Lorist had been just a workshop owner. Chemistry and physics weren't his strong suits. Though he had some basic knowledge, Grindia's laws were rather different from those of his former world, so the knowledge he had wasn't of much help. On the continent there were 2 key factors that got in the way of his dream to make firearms. The first was the material. Grandmaster Sid's refinery still relied on ancient metallurgical methods to refine steel. Though he provided the man with the idea of water-powered machines that greatly increased House Norton's production efficiency, it was still far from what was necessary to produce the right materials required for firearms production. Before they could mold metal like liquid, the firearms from Lorist's world were still a pipe dream. The second factor was the lack of saltpeter required to synthesize gunpowder. It was said that the Dwarven Kingdom had an underground saltpeter mine already running out. The dwarves considered the material very valuable. Lorist used nitrate in the soil to make what gunpowder he had. The biggest obstacle was the limited supply of gunpowder. Lorist also had rather different experiences on Earth and Grindia. For instance, making gunpowder into pellets was easy on Earth. The powder only had to be wetted, shaped into pellets, and dried. However, the same process produced smoke-emitting powders on Grindia rather than gunpowder. Balba thought the process destroyed the gunpowder's explosive effect. It took him 3 years to find a workaround. Using gunpowder pellets not only raised its quality and increased its power, it also decreased the amount of saltpeter needed. At the same time, over his long years of research, Balba found the ideal method of producing nitrate, doubling the yield. House Norton's gunpowder stores could now finally be stocked properly. Lorist was sad and angry at the brigade's losses, but Balba's good news lifted his mood considerably. He made Balba a viscount on the spot. Balba was pumped as he no longer had to act humbly around Sid since they were now all viscount. Lorist loitered around the facility for 10 days before going to Sid's refinery and staying there for half a month to optimize the production process and arranging for the construction of another batch of cannons before he returned to Ragebear. He arrived back in the city on the 7th of the 10th, Sylvia, his concubines, and his children had returned to Ragebear at the end of the 9th. They welcomed him warmly. Everything would have been perfect if the slow-witted Ariadne had not bragged about her latest pregnancy in her latest communique. Sylvia, being the jealous vixen she was when it came to Lorist, subjected Lorist to a thorough inquisition. It didn't help that his other concubines demanded fair treatment. Diliana was completely unwilling to see someone not even recognized as a concubine have more children than her. It took Lorist several days to escape. His 3 subordinates were ready with their reports when he got out. Each stared at him with a different expression. Charade appeared troubled, Spiel looked like he'd just walked through a field of flowers, and Ketten was completely stoic. Charade was up first. He had completed the planning for the migrant settlement and was ready to begin implementing everything. Shadecamp and Camorra had already moved the migrants to their final destinations and they would be set by the 11th month. Once they were settled, the region's population would officially be over 3 million and all their goals would have been achieved. Charade was adamant that, at least for the time being, they not bring in any more people. The natural population growth from those already present could take care of any future needs. Mass immigration was not a sustainable model of population growth, least of all when it was done forcibly. It made for an unstable and volatile population and fundamentally changed the values and loyalties of the peasantry. It was also a pain in the neck to manage. Just looking at Charade was enough to convince Lorist. The poor man looked 2 decades older than he was. Lorist thanked him for his hard work and told him to take a long vacation. Shadecamp could handle things from here. The final topic was reorganizing the military. Charade was put in charge of the New Year's celebration for the foreseeable future. This upcoming one would be the first since Lorist's disappearance and was bound to be the grandest yet. Spiel was next. It turned out his jubilance was because of the wealth the legions brought with their return. They had swept several provinces during their campaign and had brought back 6 million gold fords worth of wealth. And this was before they were untethered from Lorist. The legions went haywire after Lorist vanished. They cleaned out 5 more provinces. Los Anjos knew Lorist would be furious at their disobedience, so they were careful to bring back even every shiny stone they found. In total, they brought back 15 million gold, previous artwork, decorations, wares, jewels, and other valuables included. This was the second most profitable campaign in the house's history, only surpassed by the Hanayabarta campaign. Lorist immediately got to work getting rid of his money like he was allergic to it. The house had done nothing but fight for several years now. They needed rest. He decided to give everyone a fat bonus and a long vacation. 2 million was gone immediately. Another million vanished into the research projects in the mountains and the pensions for the losses suffered there. Spiels wailed internally. His eternal crusade against the devil had not ended. He finally thought he'd won a small reprieve, a small victory, only to have the beast rear its head again. Ah, if only he could shoo it back off to the battlefield. It just kept bleeding money. At least when it was off on campaign it bled everyone else dry and wasn't his problem, but now that it had returned he had to fight again. Please, someone piss the devil off again. Kedden was the last to report. He was in charge of the trials. He brought out the folder. The first row's names had yet to be judged. Their judgments were up to Lorist. First on the list was Lyscott. He was Lorist's eldest son, so Kedden didn't feel he had the right to judge. Lorist just asked what kind of punishment a peasant would get for such a crime. The answer was simple: death by beheading or hanging. All right then. I said this before, but everyone will suffer the same fate for the same crime. He'll be hung then. I would kill him 10 times in 10 different ways if I had the choice. Letting himself be made a puppet is the worst shame he could have brought on himself and, by extension, to the house. His cruelty and lack of self-control are also unacceptable. If he didn't have such a rotten personality, and if he hadn't done those horrible deeds, I would have forgiven him. He would never have become my heir, but he would at least be able to live a normal life as a commoner or low-level family official. But I will not suffer him to live and continue to stain our name, even if he's already been stripped of it. Lorist filled his son's fate in personally. The kid was literally condemned by his father's hand. He didn't love the kid, he barely even knew him, but they were blood relatives and this came about because of his own shortcomings as a man and his failure as a father, so it was only right that he be the one to correct it. The memory of the first time he held his son came back to him and he couldn't stop the tears from rolling down his cheeks. The fate of his erstwhile son and his role in bringing it about, both in terms of making the judgment that sent him to his death and letting it get to the point where this judgment was necessary, weighed heavy on his heart. Since this was his son's fate, he would not let those who also played a part in it get off any lighter. Hansk was stripped of his title and all his entire family's, all 17's, heads would roll along with his. Lyscott's personal guards would be hanged as well, their families would be spared but exiled to Hanayabarta. Every official and officer who openly supported Lyscott in his rebellion, about 300, and their families would suffer the same fate as his guards. The rest would be tried for whatever offenses they committed during the rebellion, like robbery or murder. Those innocent of such crimes would be moved out of Lorist's domain to wild husbandry, and those who served time for their offenses would join them once their time was done. The judgments were to be announced publicly, 10,000 in all. It was a huge political shift in the house. As for the Sentry Legion's fate, put them back to work for now. We'll deal with them when we do the restructuring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491 Human Resources. Human Resources. Lorist didn't attend the execution. He shut himself in his study, turning away all audience requests. Charade and the other officials understood how he felt and made sure not to bother him. Sylvia couldn't hold back any longer and went to visit him that evening. She found him sitting in his chair, facing the window, watching the moon quietly as tears rolled down his face. This was the largest single-event execution the house had ever carried out. They hanged and beheaded 349 people in one go. Lyscott, the king-endorsed heir, was also hung from the gallows. Thousands more were exiled from Lorist's domain. Unsurprisingly, it sent waves across the entire kingdom. Outsiders considered it excessive for a bloodless revolt put down without incident. The rebels neither killed nor tortured anyone. Lorist looked like the tyrant by contrast. Especially on the matter of his son. Lyscott may be a legitimized bastard, but he was still the duke's son. His crimes were made public, but they were nothing untoward for nobles. No one in the nobility considered it something worth an execution. Even the strictest of nobles usually only demanded an apology and some form of compensation. Lorist had reacted way too excessively. The other thing that brought up big discussions was the fact that, under false impressions or not, the boy had the king's endorsement sealed decree and all. How it was obtained was irrelevant. Custom and norms dictated that Lorist accept it, or at the very least find a way of dealing with his son that wasn't a clear disregard of the royal decree. Instead, the Duke just hanged his son. He acted like the decree didn't exist. His status as the country's only sword saint protected him from public criticism, however. Only the Duke's inner circle knew the reason for his fury. Hansk's rebellion destroyed years of his hard work, especially where his cannons were concerned. Only the few that had seen them in action knew how much of a setback this was. The rebel had indeed sought his own death. When Kedden brought him his last meal, the old man cursed his lord for being blind to his loyalty and ignoring his advice. He cursed the house a fall from grace and a descent into ruin, proclaiming that he would laugh at the fools from beyond the grave. Kedden watched on silently. He didn't speak until the old man was done with his food. Hansk, you've been blinded by power. Your talents weren't enough. I understand what you want. You want to be the next Blaze and control almost everything in the house. You would have been, too, if the house was still just a backwater barony, but it's not. His Grace has a full provinces and the equivalent of a second is his domain, and 2 more under his jurisdiction. Lord Norton is the one that led us to the glory we have today. You just had to follow him obediently and serve him loyally. You're delusional if you think you can compare to Glaze. It's too bad your delusion is now your end. Why do you still pretend like this is out of loyalty? Kedden laughed as Hansk slumped. The man knew Kedden was right. Glaze had been in charge of everything, Baron in all but name, until Lorist returned. Lorist's father couldn't be bothered with the small things, so he left everything to Glaze. All he did was hunt magical beasts and barbarians. Hansk wanted to be the same for Lorist. He wanted the kid to go off hunting beasts and barbarians and leave him in command of everything. Had the new lord been anyone but Lorist, this would have been the case, but Lorist was different. Hansk could not compare to any of the new officials. The only reason he and the rest of the old guard hadn't been forsaken already was because Lorist didn't want to step on Glaze's wishes. In his resentment, he didn't work hard and even split the house between factions. He had undone the trust Lorist had in him himself. Lorist didn't give him special treatment. Despite technically being the most senior servant, he was passed over for promotion and it took him years more to be in theft than the newcomers. Rather than get his act together, he blamed everything on Lorist and the Greenhorns and even started openly disobeying and lecturing his lord. Some things could be tolerated, but this disrespect was not one. He had brought about his own downfall. If only he'd obediently reflected for a few years in his fief, but, instead, he returned to the Bastide and fanned the flames of insurrection in his lord's son. He'd dreamt of splitting the house's ancestral homelands off from the greater dominion and governing it under Lyscott, but dreams were far-fetched and reality cruel. His forces surrendered without even complaining when Lorist returned. They'd let the core of their plan, Lyscott, be captured. If they had kept him out of Lorist's reach, then even if the rebellion failed, they could still return with the heir and the decree when the house was weak and push their claim. But with him captured, there was no way out. They were tried for treason, heir included, and were now going to be executed. His greatest mistake was underestimating how much control Lorist had over his lands. He now understood that the rebellion was only allowed to happen so Lorist had an excuse to get rid of him and everyone in his faction. 3 days after the execution, Baron Kristen rushed to Lorist's study. Lorist was back to normal, save the gloom in his forehead. He held a scroll containing Kristen's personal information. Please have a seat, Kristen. You have done well for several years now as security chief. You formed multiple constabularies and organized the drafting of laws and regulations, with appropriate punishment for crimes. You've even been given a fief. Kristen rose the moment his tush touched the cushion and bowed. I'm only doing my duty. I do not deserve your praise. I'll get straight to the point. I summoned you because I have a new job for you. Furybear, my intelligence service, is being broken up into 2 smaller departments. Each will focus on a particular domain of security, one internal, the other external. The former I'll call the Department of Internal Affairs. It will be in charge of counter-espionage, counter-insurgency, and maintain a stable, peaceful internal environment. Howard recommended you for the position of head of department. Any thoughts? Kristen's mouth dropped. He paid great attention to detail, and was aware of the two's relationship. So this was why the Lord had sent a messenger directly to his castle to summon him. I am willing to serve you unreservedly, you Grace. I give you my word. Very well. I am happy you're up to the task. You have 3 days. Have Tarkle give you a crash course. I expect a report on my desk by sundown on the 3rd day with your thoughts on how to structure the department and a complete preliminary budget. As you will, Your Grace. Belnick entered the room shortly after Kristen left. The old white-haired man shuffled in and knelt as soon as he was through the doorway. This whole debacle is my fault, Your Grace. I beg for your punishment. Lorist hurriedly pulled back on his feet and consoled him. The man had only been captured because he had been too trusting. Belnick was one of the house's oldest and longest-serving gold-ranked knights. His greatest claim to fame was facing a bear to save Lorist's younger brother when he was just a 3-star silver rank. His efforts, unfortunately, were for naught. The young lord died soon after of the wounds from his fall from his horse. The fight injured him severely, and a plot by the denizens of Wildnorth to poison him saw him bedridden for 3 years. He only learned what was going on when Lorist informed him. Not only had his lord saved his life, he'd even given him the manual that let him finally break through into the gold rank. His loyalty was above reproach, which was why he was given command of a legion and stationed in the house's home territory. His origin was his downfall during the rebellion. Being from the Bastide as well, he didn't want to offend Hansk, so he went to the Bastide at the latter's invitation and was captured. He would have been executed if Hansk did not believe he would eventually come round and join his side. Belnick could not contain his shame at being poisoned twice in his life. Though Lorist spent lots of effort on consoling him, he wouldn't accept it. He had to be held accountable for his failures. Frustrated, Lorist relieved him of his command and fined him 2 years' bonus and salary. He transferred him to the 3 main legions. Belnick was only willing to leave after he heard he had a chance to go to the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492 Heavy Military Reorganization. Heavy Military Reorganization. The analogy of the chain of command is completely wrong. A proper command structure is set up not as a chain, but as a net. When a strand in a net breaks, the strands running perpendicular to it keep it from unraveling while the strands running parallel to it take up the slack. The chain breaks the moment any single link fails. The net is as strong as the sum of its strands, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Norton Basil, military theorist and historian. Lorist decided to reorganize his military yet again. He'd learned his lesson from the rebellion. This time he'd completely separate the military and administrative branches of the house. The only forces that had been separate from the administration thus far were the 3 legions and the North Sea Fleet, which could and would only move by Lorist's command. The rest of the house's forces, the sentry legions, the constabularies, and the other guard forces not associated with a legion, could be commanded by any household official of appropriate rank. Technically, even Spiel, who was as far removed from a military commander as could be, could order any of the forces to do anything. This was, as far as institutional structure was concerned, why the rebels could so quickly and so easily take over the forces within the Northlands. Take the local sentry legion, for example. It recruited almost exclusively from the house's captives. Since the legion worked almost more as a general labor force than a military unit per se, it was only natural for it to be closely entangled with the local administrations. It was neither uncommon nor untoward for the legion to dispatch units to help administrative officials. Hansk had asked for help with suppressing the mountain barbarian revolt during his final months as a legitimate household official, and Spiel had also asked for help on occasion with transporting spoils of war. Even Charade had, at times, mobilized the Ragebear Knights. Lorist's plan now was to have dedicated and independent bureaucracies to deal with his military and administration. The department that was to handle the military would deal with everything related to it, from logistics to recruitment to compensation and deployment. Officials could only be part of one of the 2 bureaus, and only officials from the military bureau could command forces. Lorist's biggest issue was what to call these 2 new institutions. Maybe he could call it the Military Department, or perhaps the Bureau of Military Administration? The People's Liberation Army? Or maybe the Self-Defense Force? No, they all sounded too cringy. A severe headache pending, he decided to put the naming aside for now. Lorist didn't have an issue finding people to head this new institution. Potterfang and Malek were the 2 most obvious choices. Putting either in charge of the institution was really no different from making them his knight commander. They would be answerable only to him and had authority over everyone else in the institution. Charade had been chief knight for over a decade now, but everyone knew he was not the most suited for the title. Charade's strength lay in his administrative capabilities to begin with. He was the only one to have not made a breakthrough in the last 7 years and was the weakest of his peers in his rank. His father-in-law, being a blade master, was not very happy this abysmal state of affairs. If the position only needed combat ability, then Los would be the obvious choice. His nickname, Fierce Tiger, was indeed very apparent. He stood above all the other knights, whether it be as a general or a warrior. His approach to combat was simple, almost thuggish. He kept attacking like a crazed madman until his enemy collapsed. He was currently on the edge of becoming a blade master, and no one would be surprised if he announced a breakthrough in the next 3 years. Unfortunately for Los, the position required more than personal combat ability or general military leadership. He would no longer be the commander of a legion, but would stand at the head of a bureaucracy. He had to win people over with charm, not just brute force. In this regard, few could not best him. Los was a proud, stubborn, and arrogant man. He didn't listen to anyone besides Lorist and a few close friends. Even Charade, as his superior, could not get him to do anything. He was the penultimate medieval warrior, fantastic at combat, to a fault, but horrible at everything else. Not only did he have a completely unlikable character, he was a drunkard and a lecher. If he was measured by any metric besides his combat ability, his uprightness as a man would be in doubt. Well, even if none of this was an issue, even if he were the perfect candidate, his recent insubordination meant he could not be trusted with overall command of the military. Besides, Lorist did not think Los would want the position, anyway. He was made for the battlefield. He would never be able to stomach the idea of sitting in an office thousands of kilometers away from the front line. Even if there were no battles to be fought, Lorist couldn't picture him sitting behind a desk and signing paperwork. Potter found one of the other options. He was the only knight able to compete with Los in the arena. He was Los's antithesis when it came to their combat style. If Los was a thug, then Potterfong was a turtle. Make no mistake, he stood no chance of winning a fight against Los, but Los also stood no chance of winning a fight against him. While Potterfong had no strikes that could take Los down, Los had no strikes that could break his defense. All the fights they'd fought over the years also went the same way. Los would attack furious and Potterfong would just defend until Los either got exhausted or became completely furious with frustration and gave up. The general defined the army. Tiger Soar, which Los commanded, was a ferocious beast on the battlefield. They specialized in offensive operations. Firmrock, on the other hand, under Potterfang's command, could hold any enemy force no matter how big, at bay. Tiger Soar was Lorist's spear or, more aptly, his bludgeon, and Firmrock was his shield. Making Potterfong would be the obvious conclusion, and certainly the one with which the rest of the military would be most happy, if not for Malek. Lorist was of the opinion that Malek was the best candidate for the job. Lorist's biggest concern with Potterfong was that he was too timid. He would likely try to play the good guy and would consequently be unable to make cold decisions. Malek had no such inclinations. He was the most feared knight under Lorist's command. Some even questioned if he could even feel anything. He could not only make tough, impartial judgments, but he could enforce them no matter who the victim was. Even Los could not escape him. He was also a very decisive man, and unwavering loyal to Lorist, almost to a fault. As far as Lorist was concerned, there just was no competition. The only issue was that Malek didn't have the greatest reputation, which wasn't surprising. Not many could like the stoic. He had few friends, and they were mostly officials of similar rank with whom he'd served for years. Lorist would face stiff resistance if he tried to appoint him to the office. In the end, he decided to compromise. He'd appoint both Potterfong and Malek to the position. Potterfong would be the head of whatever the military ended up being called, and Malek would be his second in command. Potterfong would be the military's face, whilst Malek would be the one doing all the actual work. Besides preserving the military's integrity, Lorist also wanted to separate his government to bring down its overhead. The near-constant war since his ascension had forced him to build a massive military, but now that the house was in a stable position and unlikely to expand in the near future, it could not afford to maintain such an extravagant force, much less justify the expense. Lorist could not afford to spend 2/3 of his annual income on the military. Hansk's rebellion was a painful wake-up call. The 5th-century legion stood at 200,000 men and manned his land's defenses. They were reserve forces for all intents and purposes. They never saw combat, nor would they ever unless the house was put in a dire position. Certainly they didn't need to enjoy the same benefits as his frontline troops. In the past he had used these reserves as a way to quickly absorb the immigrants, but now that he would not see large force migrations for some time, he had no need of this bloated setup. And Hansk's rebellion showed him how unreliable the setup was, anyway. The men in the reserves served there out of a pragmatic understanding of their need for money, not out of any sense of loyalty to him. Then again, this should be obvious. Would Lorist serve a lord that had just ripped him and his family away from his ancestral homeland, marched them across the continent and told him that he now had to live here and serve him and that he didn't have a choice in the matter, loyally? Of course not. If the Auguslo had done this to him, he would have sworn on his ancestors and honor as a man that he would one day kill him. At the very least, he would have no qualms joining a rebellion or in some other way betraying the man. Since the reserve were only doing the job for the money, and had no sense of loyalty to him, they followed orders without questioning whether they were appropriate or not or whether they came from the right people. As long as their pay would be handed over as always, they didn't care. In that case, there was no need to pay them any more than was necessary. Lorist wrote down the names of the forces he considered part of the active military. Firmrock, Tigersaur, Jaeger, Northsea, Ragebear, and Artillery Brigade were on the list. The rest were at best reserves. He decided to form a single legion out of the 5 current sentry legions which would join the others as active forces. The men not put in this new legion would be transferred to the local towns guard. Each of the legions would be 48,000 strong, Northsea was 12,000 strong, and Ragebear 15,000 strong. Lorist's personal guard had 3,000 members, and the artillery had another 3,000. With this, the military would stand at only 220,000. Until now, no legion had less than 60,000 men, but there was no need for such a bloated military. Years of experience had taught him why no legion was bigger than 50,000. Most militaries actually only had 10 to 12,000 men in a division. A few divisions would be grouped together into a legion, which was what a general commanded. While his legions had 60,000 men, his generals would only ever deploy about 40,000 at a time, no more than a standard foreign legion. The rest stood in reserve. He had a force which looked impressive, but was no bigger than a small legion in effective size on the battlefield. What, then, was the point to the extra 15 to 20,000 troops? They were an extra expense that clearly had no effect on the actual combat strength of the legion in any given engagement. They were only a further financial, logistical, and command burden which slowed the legions down and meant that they couldn't respond as rapidly and effectively as their enemies. It wasn't, then, just about having the bigger force, but having a force of the right size that is used effectively. Lorist cut 1 division out of each legion. The new legions were no different in size from other kingdoms' legions. He could do this so easily now because none of the legions were at full strength after their last campaign. Had they been fully staffed, he would be trouble with what to do with the troops he removed, but, as things stood now, even with the cuts the legions would likely still need to recruit men to fill in their shortages. With this matter dealt with, Lorist moved on to appointing new officers. Potterfawn would stay in command of Firmrock. While he was the entire institution's head in name, it wouldn't add anything to his workload, so he could stay on as a field commander. Malek had an actual job to do, so his old position needed filling. Lorist put Belnik's name in the spot. It would be a demotion from general to Legion Sergeant Major and put him in a position that would see combat if they got involved in another war. The commanders of Firmrock's 3rd and 4th divisions were old schoolmates of Lorist, Wilson and Sibra. Wilson had asked for a leave of absence to focus on his training so he could break through to the gold rank. Lorist transferred the 3rd Century Legion's general over to fill his command. It was technically both a demotion and not. While his rank dropped from general to colonel, he was also being moved from a reserve legion to an active force, so it balanced out. And, since his legion was going to be scrapped anyway, he couldn't really complain since this was the only way he could keep his job. Lorist decided to give him a fief, just to be on the safe side. Tigersaur was the legion that would see the smallest shuffle. Lowe's, Messon, Dulles and Ead Modric all remained in their positions as commanders of the 1st through 4th divisions in order. Jaeger would see the biggest changes in leadership. Colonel Freyar, currently commander of the Legion's 4th division, would be promoted to general and put in command of the entire legion. Josk would take his place as commander of the 4th division with a corresponding demotion to colonel for his disobedience. Lowe's and his legion were justified in returning to the front line since they were responsible for moving the migrants and had to go back for the rest, but Josk had no reason, and no permission, to move. Lorist was already being very soft by demoting him just 1 rank. He could have stripped him of all command authority entirely if he wanted. Besides being general of the army, Freyar also took over command of the 1st Division. Yuri, Josk, and Waxima had command of the 2nd through 4th divisions. However, Waxima had also submitted a request for a leave of absence for training. Rather than fill his spot himself, Lorist decided to leave it to them to decide. The men and commanders from the now defunct sentry legions that weren't moved into the active units were moved out of the military entirely and put into what was effectively civil law enforcement. They either fill in for the positions cleared in the constabulary by the rebellion, or join town guards and other garrison forces. Lorist promoted Els to general and put him in command of the Soul Sentry Legion, which he planned to make an all-rounder. Els would also command the Legion's 1st Division. Ovidus had command of the 2nd Division, Pajik would be put in command of the 3rd, and the 4th would be filled at some point in the future. With the current leadership set up, each legion had 3 gold-ranked knights in its senior-most positions, so they wouldn't lose out to any enemy force. Senbad would stay on as admiral and have command of North Sea, and Turman stayed with Ragebear. Ragebear's function and position in the command structure was changed, however. They were no longer just a night brigade, instead they were made effectively the military police and put under the direct command of whatever the institution would be named in the future. They would answer to Malak and Potterfong only, and to Potterfong only in his capacity as the institution's head, not as general of his legion. Reedy stayed on as the captain of Lorist's personal guard, with the rank of major. As Sergeant Major Park had taken a leave of absence to focus on training for a year now, he was fortunate enough to not be embroiled in the rebellion. He had now successfully broke through and would return to his post at the end of the year. Howard was given command of the artillery brigade and was promoted to major. Sergeant Major Jim wanted to take a leave of absence once he recovered to focus on training as well. As the sun grew lazy in the sky, Lorist finally finished the plans. Genolio knocked on the door as Lorist stretched. Baron Kristen requests an audience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Tying Up Loose Ends. Tying up loose ends. A government is at best a necessary evil, and at worst an intolerable one. Andinak Auguslo. Kristen had come to submit his report on the Bureau of Internal Affairs, as the department was now called. Lorist initially thought he was there to ask for a bigger budget and more manpower. But such was not the case. How did you come up with using the constabulary? I thought you'd want to form a new department. In the old empire, Kristen III felt the garrisons were useless and made mistakes too frequently, so he formed an independent constabulary to patrol the settlements and keep the peace. When Kristen VI came into power, he gave the constabulary charge of solving crimes and combating the spread of underworld syndicates. They were also later put in charge of taxes and spying on political enemies of the crown. They were pretty much what you want me to set up now. So I thought we might as well make use of a similar model. Plus, it won't take as long as setting the bureau up from scratch. Did you forget about the constabulary cage incident at the end of Kristen VI's reign? They were given too many responsibilities, so it could do none of them effectively. The citizens had also become afraid and untrusting of them. When the cage incident happened, the entire city took to the streets. Even the nobles, who usually never got involved in protests, much less joined the commoners in doing anything, joined in and demanded the emperor disband the constabulary. The emperor was so furious when he learned what had happened that he executed 3,000 of their leaders in a single day and banished every constable and their family from the empire. He only formed a similar organization 10 years later and explicitly limited their powers to managing the cities. It's not a bad idea, mind you, but I cannot let the constabulary get involved in anything other than just doing some basic peacekeeping. Do you know why I decided to form the bureau? Kristen shook his head. I need an organization that'll keep enemy spies off my lands and out of my organizations. I need an organization that'll stop anything like this rebellion from even coming up as a thought for any of my subjects, subordinates, or vassals. And I need an organization independent of all the others that'll keep my officials in line and punish them if need be. Think of it this way, if the house is a great tree, then I want to make the bureau a gardening that'll prune the tree and keep it growing properly. That'll cut off all the dead and rotting branches and nip any ill growth in the bud. At the same time, however, it must not have the size and power to take large-scale action on its own. It's fine to reprimand a few solitary officials, but if you need to tackle something that requires a reasonably sized force, then you can just contact the constabulary or the guard and have them deal with it. More than anything else, Lorist wanted to avoid something like the constabulary cage incident. It was a well-known scandal on the continent. The constabulary had gained too much power and had become the de facto rulers of the capital for as long as they could keep the emperor ignorant of their doings. They accused people they disliked or that crossed them of treason left, right, and center, often hanging entire families from the gallows at a time. Countless rich merchants disappeared overnight, families included, their property and estates were seized, and the story would be spun as the constabulary successfully unearthing yet another conspiracy against the crown. People were so terrified they didn't even greet each other in fear of it being used as an excuse to kill them. Some nobles came home from their studies in the capital telling stories of hearing wails all over the city at night, like ghosts haunting the streets in search of revenge, especially near the canals. A small group of them went in search of the cause of the wails one night. They stumbled through the underground network of sewage tunnels, following the noise, until they found a stuffy room. Inside it, large iron-barred cages hung from the roof, each had a single occupant, most barely any more than a skeleton with skin. They ran away as fast as they could, their faces looking much like ghosts as well, and told their instructors. The news quickly spread to the citizens, whom were in an uproar. The constabulary could detain people for questioning, but they had no authority to imprison anyone, and yet here they were, locking poor souls up in cages and letting them slowly starve to death and rot away. The entire city was whipped into a furor and marched in the streets in protest, joined even by the nobles. This had all been done behind the emperor's back, and he was just as furious when he heard what had been going on. It only took 2 days for the entire constabulary to be uprooted, their leadership executed, and the rest banished from the empire. Unfortunately, whilst their expulsion rested the hearts of the capital's citizens, it didn't make the city any safer. Gangs and syndicates quickly rose to fill the power vacuum their absence created. Christian VII was forced to reform the constabulary when he took the throne a decade later. It was all fine and well to limit the new constabulary's power as he did, but he didn't create other bodies to do the jobs the constabulary was no longer allowed to. With their vigilant gaze keeping rebellions and conspiracies at bay, the emperor's death years later plunged the empire into a civil war which led to its eventual breakup. The rejection took the wind out of Christian's sails, but he didn't give up. Your Grace is right. We must learn from the past, but that's just it. We did. We know how to avoid such a future now. Using the constabulary as the base for the bureau is the fastest way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against the idea completely. While I won't allow you to merge the two organizations, you're welcome to poach some staff from the constabulary. Rather than merging the two to make a massive, bloated new constabulary, just work closely together, making use of each organization's strengths. I have other plans for the constabulary. The Northlands now has 3.2 million inhabitants. We have a lot on our plate to keep them safe. I want to have the constabulary specialize in peacekeeping and law enforcement. They operate in the open light of day to keep the Dominion safe from those who conspire against it in the open. The Bureau, however, works in the shadows to fight those that conspire against me and my people in the darkness. Do you understand? I do, Your Grace. The constabulary will work to keep us safe from small criminals and those that conspire in the open, while the Bureau works against those that move in the shadows or whom the constabulary can't touch. I'll go revise my proposal immediately. Hold on. I have another job for you. Lorist turned to his desk and took out a black folder. This has been troubling me for a while, but I don't know how to deal with it. Take a look. I want nobody to get wind of this. If you have any bright ideas, have Reedy help you out. Return the folder if you can't think of anything. Kristen took the black folder and shuddered. I will think with something. Lorist waved without a word. When he was alone in the study again, he sighed deeply, a conflicted expression on his face. An eagle arrived from the Bastide 3 days later carrying news of Irina's death. He had died from a sudden illness while under house arrest. Lorist was too busy, so he sent Glacia to handle the funeral in his stead. He also had her bring his second son, Kobashik, back with her. The council meeting lasted 5 days and the military department's name was settled by the end. It would henceforth be called the Ministry of Defense. It was also decided that any mobilization of more than 10 men without Lorist's personal order or the ministry's stamp of approval would automatically be considered treason. Even people like Charade had to go through the ministry to get permission. Besides the 220,000 men who stayed in active service, the rest were declared either reserves or civil defense and lost their benefits and half their salaries. 240,000 were moved to local garrisons, now classified as reserve forces. About 2 legions worth of garrisons spanned the Northlands, and all the other territories under Lorist's jurisdiction each had a legion of their own which had to protect every settlement. Not 1 man more was allowed to be hired. With these reforms, Lorist had cut his armed personnel in half. Spiel had finally won a small victory. The military spending was finally less than a third of the entire annual budget. His euphoria was quickly shattered by all the other officials' protestations. Charade, Camorra, and several other officials were dead set against demilitarization. Their biggest issue was with the constabulary's downsizing in both manpower and responsibilities. Yes, it had been involved in the rebellion, but they all considered it an indispensable part of the house's forces. It was the only force over which the administration institution had any control. The constabulary was also only ever used by the administration. They were never involved in any military actions. Lorist had nearly entirely forgotten they even existed. This cannot be avoided. I've thought about this a lot. We must separate the branches of the government. And we cannot let any branch be a threat to the role of the other. The constabulary has no need for its current size, it can do its new job just fine with the numbers I am willing to give it. Any more just makes it a threat to the military, a threat I will not tolerate. If you really want them to stay as big as they are now, then they have to become part of the military, which would only create more needless bureaucracy. We'll move the responsibilities I took from them to the military police. With the separation, no administration's official can mobilize the garrison on his own authority. Each garrison, barring a special order from the Ministry of Defense or myself, will have no right to mobilize outside the towns and its surrounding farmland. Everything else will be handled by the military police. We'll set up constable stations and booths in the towns and city neighborhoods manned by the constabulary. They are the only ones the administration will get to control. Lorist also made it clear that the administration would be responsible for covering the cost of running the constabulary, not the military, as had been the case thus far. Kedden was given interim command of the constabulary until a permanent appointment could be made. When the meeting ended, everyone jumped into action. They wanted as much as possible done before the New Year's celebration. Lorist had no free time until the 11th month came around. Glacia was back by then. Irina had apparently died from a heart attack after hearing what had happened to her son. She'd cried in her room for days on end, literally crying herself into the grave. In that time she only opened her mouth to curse Lorist to hell and back. She'd died in the evening. She cried herself to sleep every night, but not before midnight came around. The guards, confused as to why tonight she fell asleep so early, peeked into the room and found her lying on the floor. They didn't check any further since she had fell asleep like that a few times before. When her maidservant went to wake her the next morning, however, she found her cold as ice and blue as water, still lying on the floor exactly as the guards had seen her the night before. Glacia had checked the corpse herself, and there were no wounds anywhere on her body, not even a needle prick or insect bite. Glacia wanted to adopt Kobashik. The kid was completely terrified, having lost both his mother and brother in less than a month. He wasn't even 13 yet. Lorist agreed after some consideration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494 Reinforcement. Reinforcement. When a side is willing to fight to the death, then, no matter their disadvantage, they will win. There were some things Lorist had to do, but couldn't let his 3 disciples handle. Though Reedy was loyal, he was far too straight-laced and dealt with things too straightforwardly. While Howard seemed like he could handle everything perfectly, Lorist didn't want to stain his hands, at least not this early in his life. Most of all, though, he didn't want Howard's impression of him to change. And Genolio was simply still too young. The other reason was that everyone knew they were his disciples. He had no plausible deniability if any of them were caught doing something. Their involvement in something immediately implicated him. He needed a pair of hands that were not associated with him that could be stained on his behalf, a pair of gloves, as it were. Tarkle was a suitable candidate, but he was too well known. It was not at all uncommon for random people to recognize and call out to him whenever he was out and about. Kristen was another candidate. He was neither well known nor closely linked to Lorist personally. Also, his position as the head of the Bureau of Internal Affairs made such things part of his job description. Kristen had visited the Bastide on the day of Irina's death to investigate a drowning. They didn't finish in time to make it to the first town on the road back to the capital, so they stayed over for the night. He did not join his 2 subordinates in the tavern below to drink and make merry, but had his food brought up to his room instead. The waitress that took it up to him praised him as a gentleman on her return. She was a little baffled, though, at how the madam's nightly wailing didn't seem to bother him at all. When she asked him about it, he just said she had lost her mind after losing her child, so he didn't want to make a fuss. Moved by his compassion and understanding, the waitress almost jumped into his arms to hump through the night. Now back in the tavern, she was even considering waking him in the middle of the night to a beautiful moonlit surprise. For some unknown reason, however, she chose not to, and she was happy she did the next morning. Just imagine, she'd have been bobbing away whilst the madam was dying just a couple dozen meters away. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. It had to be admitted, though, that the madam, for all her insanity, had picked the perfect time to kick the bucket. She died on the very night the biggest shot in crime investigation was staying in the Bastide and could quickly solve the case. Lorist took the folder from the Baron and tossed it in the fire. He didn't take his eyes off it until its ashes scattered up the chimney. The peasantry were very disappointed by this turn of events. They thought the only reason Lorist had yet to execute his old flair was because he couldn't be bothered while he reorganized his forces. But they'd hoped he would get around to it eventually and give them a good spectacle. Why did the hag have to be so inconsiderate and die before the Duke could deal with her properly? Everything was pointing in the direction of the Lord executing her in a grand fashion. Her curses and wails had spread through the lands very quickly and everyone was waiting to hear about her dramatic execution, only to hear that she'd went and died of a heart attack. God, how selfish. Lorist buried everything in the darkest corners of his mind and abandoned the Bastide altogether. It might be the place his family had come from, but did orphans revere their shitty orphanage when they were adults? When Glacia asked what he was going to do with the Bastide, he told her to let it sit for now. He would just give it to Helios when he graduated from the academy. Helios, Lorist's nephew via his elder brother, would thus get the family's ancestral homeland. Unlike his bastard cousin, the kid was revered and praised by everyone he met, even Lorist fancied him quite a bit. Leaving the bastard for him would be considered a great honor by both the kid and outsiders, and let Lorist rid himself of the place easily. Glacia asked to be made commander of the garrison forces in wild husbandry. Most of the old garrison forces now banished from the Northlands were now in it, and she wanted to once again be their leader. Lorist agreed but refused to let Kobashik go with her. She insisted, however, saying that it could only do him good, and that, since he was now her foster son, Lorist could not stop her. Lorist called for another house meeting near the end of the 11th month. This time the meeting dealt with the main projects and targets the house would be undertaking in the following year. The administration would mainly be occupied with settling the immigrants in the Northlands. They would also resume construction on the palace, delayed by the rebellion. Their new task was to build the various constable stations across the lands. Kimura was now the head of the armory under the Ministry of Defense. The reconstruction of the artillery brigade and the establishment of the Bureau of Internal Affairs were not on the docket since they were secret matters. Lorist returned to his room to relax a little once the meeting finished. Winter was coming. Apart from the household forces, most of the officials had already gone on break. Only the last vestiges of paperwork were left. Charade and Spiel would be in charge of the celebration, so Lorist didn't have to worry about it. Diliana and Maria were pregnant again, so they were off his back, but Sylvia and his two other concubines wrote him enough to compensate, determined to be pregnant by New Year's. Two unexpected guests showed up with the arrival of the 12th month. Kenmaze and Faizablin had traveled all the way from the plains across the kingdom for the celebration, well, officially, anyway. They'd actually come to get reinforcements. Lorist suddenly remembered the kingdom was at war. News from the front lines was grim. They were at a stalemate. The Union had launched 5 offensives in the last 7 months alone, 3 of which were repelled, but 2 of which had forced them to give up land for better defenses. They'd lost control of Credo and Rit. Bluewike was their last stronghold in the region. If they lost the final city, they would be driven back to the Empire's historical borders. Kenmaze was particularly sour. He only had a single legion, and it was the one Auguslo put in front of the enemy the most. He only had 18,000 of his original 45,000 left when he left the front lines. His losses meant that, despite having made a lot of money from plunder, he only just broke even. As things stood, however, he was not going to get any more wealth out of this since he couldn't plunder friendly territory, and even if he did, it was already cleaned out and he was still losing men. If this continued, it would turn into a loss and he couldn't get out of it. Whilst Kenmaze had suffered pretty badly, he was not the only one with severe losses. Less than a dozen nobles still had more than half their starting forces. Shazin's 2 light infantry divisions were completely lost, and Phelim's Pegasus only had a third of its original forces. Whilst Faisablin's 2 legions looked to be in a much better state, most of their men were new recruits. Of the original soldiers, only a tenth were left, if even that. Is Auguslo intentionally trying to cripple his vassals? Asked Lorist. Faisablin shook his head. Apparently even the king's legions had lost at least 50 of his original 300,000 men, a full sixth of his army. That was before the last 5 attacks. He only had 3 legions left over when the 2 left. He's losing too many men too fast, sighed Faizablin. All in all we've lost 200,000 men. No one has not suffered and no one will not have it hard after the war is over, if it ever ends. We can still just barely afford the loss if we win, but that's not going to happen. The Union has the upper hand. If the king takes steps to withdraw they'll charge in and we'll lose. As far as they're concerned we're the old empire reborn. They won't let us stay united. They'll throw peasants at us until we crumble, even if their cities are left empty. They won't even take a rest between attacks and plan their moves properly, they just keep throwing people at us hoping to bury us under their corpses. Aren't they suffering a lot as well? Yes. They've lost at least 300,000, maybe even as much as 400 if you count people who died of their injuries. The problem is they can afford to take the losses, and they're fine with taking them. They're willing to rebuild everything from scratch, but they're not willing to let us live in peace. Their new territory has also seen centuries of peace, so they have a good population they can afford to thin out. We're different. We've seen non-stop war for nearly a century. Our people are few and our land barren. We can't neither stomach so many losses nor replace them easily. Auguslo wouldn't have accepted your conditions otherwise. If he'd known this would turn into such a slugging match, he would not have started this war. Now he can't back out and he can't keep going. He's been forced to send his personal guard onto the field more than once recently. If this keeps up, the Union will really bury us under the corpses and just walk over them into the kingdom. And if they do, they'll turn every inch of land into a desert so we won't ever be able to recover. Auguslo's even willing to give back some of the land he currently controls to end the war, but the Union will have none of it. He's willing to give you jurisdiction over Jungchandler if you'll help us end this. What will I do with that place? You've already invested in it under your agreement with Duke Forand, Lorist, Kenmays reminded. While you never finished the work, you would still start off far better than if you worked on any other province. The Union's using inferior versions of your catapults. They're not as strong or effective as yours, but they can field them in enough numbers that it doesn't matter. They've been the main killers on the battlefield, Faisablin chimed in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495. To deploy or to not deploy. To deploy or to not deploy. Let not your lust for war blind you to its dangers. Lorist initially refused, but eventually agreed to give it serious consideration. He called another meeting of his confidants the moment the two dukes left. Should we consider it? He asked after explaining everything. Do we even need to discuss it? The Union doesn't know what's good for them. We should teach them a good lesson. They should just sit in Moranti like good little boys and not bother us. Plus, we can make a good profit while we're at it. Los chimed in almost before Lorist was finished. Then again, he was a freak for battle, so it would be stranger if this wasn't his answer. No. We shouldn't. The king can't make a good offer and we've never had a close relationship with him. The Union knows how thorny we are and they'll be stretched to the breaking point by the time they reach our borders. I seriously doubt they've marched into our territory. Our men and stability are worth much more than the king's throne and delusions of grandeur. Besides, as your lordship just said, the plains are meat grinders. If we march onto them, we'll just be throwing our men away and we might become just as embroiled as the king and be unable to withdraw, said Charade. He'd never had a good impression of the king. He'd also not grown up in the empire and had no loyalty to it. His only loyalty was to Lorist personally. He had no issue with abandoning the kingdom altogether. Lorist, however, could not be so carefree. House Norton was famous for its loyalty, and until recently only for its loyalty. If he had any hopes of preserving his house's standing and legitimacy with the rest of the continent's nobility, he could not just stand by and watch the kingdom crumble. Charade, however much he disliked the king, didn't support abandoning him purely based on his distaste for the man. Next year will be crucial, he explained. If we don't settle the immigrants, complete the palace, and complete our restructuring, we will be unstable for years to come. We can't afford to divert attention and resources from these endeavors. We've also not yet fully healed the wounds from the rebellion. We can't afford to move our forces out of our territory, especially not whilst those that stay behind will be in disarray while we restructure. You also can't go on your own. We need you here to keep what remnants of the rebels have yet to be uprooted at bay and the peasantry calm. You've just returned from a year's absence and injury in this very war. The people will be restless if you go back now. If you must help the king, at the very least wait for a year or two. Lorist saw through charade. He wanted Auguslo to suffer a lot more and be in a far worse state. That way they could extort him for much more benefits and he would not be in a position to meddle with them for several years. He would have been inclined to go along with it as well if this did not concern the whole kingdom and not just the king. If nothing else, houses Kenmays, Shazin, and Phelan were still in an alliance with him, he had to step in and help them. What do you think, Pog? We'll have to take the field eventually, even if it's only when the Union is on our doorstep. If the king can't hold on, the Union will not stop until they've wiped out every man, woman, and child that call themselves subjects of the king or any of his vassals. If we wait until they're on the river banks, we'll have to face them alone. Best settle this far away from our lands while we still have allies that can stand on our flanks. At the same time, fighting on the plains is definitely not acceptable. That whole area has been trodden into mud and both sides are completely entrenched. We won't be able to break through there no matter what plan we come up with. Especially not now that the Union also has siege weapons as inferior to ours as they are. We have to teach those merchants a lesson, even if just for the fact that they dare march blade masters into your lands and steal your plans. Freyar's fervor was understandable. Until recently he'd served as the Sentry Legion's general and was only involved in logistics and security. Now that he'd been moved to a combat legion and finally had the chance to go to war, he would naturally jump at the chance. Ovidus, similarly, also wanted to take revenge for the blade masters sent into Lorist's dominion. The merchants would only get the message that House Norton was not to be trifled with through a beating or two. Well said. Los chimed in happily. Lorist shot him a glare, and he shut up. He motioned for another bottle of wine, which Genolio quickly supplied. Spiel, what are your thoughts? Potterfang is right. We cannot allow the Union to defeat the king and march on our lands. The best option is to keep the war on the plains. If things are going to get wrecked anyway, we might as well make sure it's in the Union's territory. If we can get Jungchandler in the process, all the better. Lorist saw Spiel in another light. He did not think the stingy man could think so far ahead. The king didn't mention anything about covering our costs, though, so this will be a big investment. At the very least we'll have to clean out any land we occupy to lessen the burden. Lorist rolled his eyes immediately. I knew he had another angle. He really only sees coins. Does he really think we can do it again so easily? Even if we do break through and get onto virgin territory, the king won't let us just take whatever we want again. With the king and the Union bogged down on the plains, we could just go around them and march straight into their underdefended territory. We can both take some pressure off the king, and we'll have untouched land to clean out. It sounds great, doesn't it? But does he really think Auguslo hasn't thought of trying it himself? I knew you weren't a genius when it comes to military matter, but you're a complete idiot. Why'd I even ask you? Charade was currently the house's chief administrator, but he had extensive experience with war. He knew how obscene Spiel's suggestion was and didn't know how to respond. In the end he decided to explain everything to the old man. That won't work. At best we'll just move the front line a little, at worst we'll be surrounded and lose all the men we marched across the border. We caught the Union off guard last time, but they'll be ready for us this time. Even when we caught them off guard, we still lost 20,000 men. This time we could easily lose everyone. The Union was present in the area in force and woefully outnumbered the king's forces. Their recruitment and training machinery was also in full swing. It wouldn't take them long to respond to the new enemy with overwhelming force. They'd either be crushed, or, if they pulled out in time, they wouldn't even have raided enough to cover their deployment costs. Spiel turned red in the face. The Union was a far bigger foe than he'd thought. The Union outclassed them in every metric that counted in a grand and long war like this. If they joined the fight, they were doomed to suffer heavy if not total casualties, but if they didn't, they would smear their names with shit and ruin their reputation. Besides, even if they could keep the enemy off their land, their economy relied heavily on trade with the lands outside their own. If they were cut off from their trade, they would crumble within a few years. Even if the Union didn't besiege them, they certainly wouldn't allow them to trade, which was no different. Even if someone managed to not crumble, they would not be able to grow at a rate comparable to the Union, if at all, and in a decade or maybe even less the Union would be big enough to steamroll them. I've thought things through, Your Grace, Malek interjected. We have to strike the Union a fatal blow in one move. I have one idea that might let us do this. I don't think it'll defeat them, but it should damage them enough that they have to stop their attacks and recover, and it might even do enough damage to force them back to the negotiating table, even if only to sue for status quo. He pointed at the map. Impossible. Lowe's shouted, we can't even march around the enemy to strike right behind their front line. How are we supposed to strike at Moranti? Who said anything about going in over land? Malek asked. Tarkal said Moranti is their logistics hub. We can get in, burn their stores, and be out again before they can react. And since it's a port city, we can go by sea. Senbot always boasts about North Sea's invincibility, even the king agrees. I suggest we move North Sea on Moranti. We can burn the Union's invincible fleet on the way there as well, then pull back to Hanayabarta to resupply before returning to Silowas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496 Invincible Fleet. Invincible Fleet. Treat your ship as you would your women, and the sea as you would your mother, and you shall have fair sailing all your days. Old sailor's saying. North Sea Fleet, High Gold Bay, Invincible Fleet, Moranti. Everyone was shocked by the suggestion. The room was so quiet you could hear a needle drop. Lorist raised his brow, considering the proposition. Malek's suggestion was far too shocking. Even Lorist didn't think North Sea could defeat Invincible and still have the momentum to go on to Moranti. It wasn't that his foresight was lacking. Invincible was known for its perfect record. When the Union first formed it, it was known simply as Union. Its purpose was to defend Moranti from pirates and keep High Gold Bay safe. Eventually, but the scope of their operations soon expanded to the trade routes through the Sunshine Seas and the Golden Coast. They curbed piracy in the territorial waters of other nations. It had not suffered a single loss in the century of its commission thus far, and its name was changed to Invincible somewhere along the way. The merchants clamored for a downsizing of the fleet and their military in general when the empire fell into civil war. They first cut the garrisons, but when they went after the fleet, the Big Seven vetoed their motion and nothing happened. While they could reform their mothballed land forces in a matter of months in the event of war, it would take years to bring the fleet back up to strength. Can we really do it? Senbad declared Northsea undefeated and Lorist was keen on agreeing, but there was a difference between claiming invincibility and actually having it. They had indeed never lost a fight, but they'd never faced an established navy, and they were just two-thirds the size of Invincible. That said, they did have the bronze cannons. But Invincible had a completely different operation protocol and structure. They had decades of experience. At least 8/10 of their sailors and marines at any given time were veterans. He heard of their exploits almost every 6 months back in Moranti. The thought of facing them had never even crossed his mind. Northsea wasn't meant to be a wartime fleet. They were formed only to patrol local waters and take on small bands of pirates. Their ships, training, doctrines and command structure was not meant for fighting large-scale naval engagements against even a similarly sized fleet, never mind 1.5 times larger. It wasn't that he didn't have any ambition. Grindia was a single, massive landmass. Whilst travel by sea was faster, it wasn't necessary. Besides a couple of islands, you could get everywhere without ever having to use a boat. He'd never made his fleet big enough to fight Invincible because it didn't mean much against the Union's incredible influence in the world of trade. If they announced a boycott against Norton goods and trade, then even if he could dominate the seas, the ports would still refuse to dock his ships and it meant nothing. A strong fleet was neither necessary nor sufficient to keep a nation safe. Nor was it needed for trade. It made trade faster, easier, and less expensive, but one could still do just as much trade over land. This all made it a pointless endeavor to invest in North Sea. Lorist might as well toss the money directly into the sea for all the good it did him. He had an unspoken agreement with Chichter to not meddle in each other's waters. Each had their territory and neither would make trouble for the other. The two fleets were the most powerful to have ever existed, each with its own speciality. Northsea excelled at mobility and immense ranged attack capabilities while Invincible used numbers and superior crew for close combat. Invincible did not sail into the northern seas because the ships they had weren't suited to the stormy conditions there. Northsea also did not enter the southern seas because it was uncharted territory and they didn't want to face Chichter on its home turf. The only time the two interacted was during the yearly House Norton's annual meeting, and Chichter and Peterson's fleet docked at Silowas, during which many spices and daily necessities would be traded. In some sense, the two guilds treated House Norton as a supplier. The two completely withdrew when the war started, however. Northsea had 16 Blitz-class warships were fitted with bronze cannons, 28 LLDM, 56 MSM class and 26 Swift class. They were split into 2 flotillas and a patrol detachment. The flotillas each had a unit with 20 LLDM class because Northsea was also in charge transporting daily necessities to Hanayabarta and spices from Shiarsia. They had to escort the merchant fleets to the 2 archipelagos every year. The great majority of Northsea's power was vested in the 16 Blitz-class ships. The rest were almost entirely transport vessels. The fleet's combat detachment was far smaller than Invincible's. They had a good chance of winning if Invincible fought them in the north, but those chances dropped drastically the moment they went south. Tarkle, briefing them on Invincible's status. Genolio, check the logs. See when your father will arrive for the celebration. Understood, Your Grace. Tarkle took out a few files on Invincible. Invincible was formed 136 years ago with just 20 vessels. Now it has enough ships to fill 4 Northsea-style flotillas. It has at least 1,000 ships. There is no fleet that can compare. It has a force of about 43,000 men. Its operating cost stands at 2 million gold fords a year. And it's mostly responsible for patrol and escort duties in the Sunshine Seas and the Golden Coast. They charge a fifth of profit as tariff for their protection. We have on record 2 instances of noble fleets in their area of operations being attacked and wiped out by pirates, but we suspect Invincible to be the true culprits. Chichter is in direct command of the fleet and take 4/10 of the fleet's profits. The rest is split between the other big guilds. As for the fleet structure, it is split into several flotillas. Each has 2 floating fortresses, known as Sabnum-class vessels. They are only deployed when the fleet plans to annex a location. Each flotilla also has 50 LLDAM and MSAM-class vessels and at least 100 rammers. The small ships form the largest part of their combat operations. Their typical approach is to swarm the enemy and ram into them. If they want to wipe out a fleet, they'll just keep ramming the hips until they sink. If they want to take the ships intact, they'll ram into the ship and deposit their contingents of marines. In dire situations they have used the small ships as fire ships. Each flotilla has 10,000 crew and armed personnel. Civilian detachments, mainly traders and transport vessels and their crew add another 10 to 20,000. Whilst their assignments change from year to year, they always have at least on flotilla at High Gold Bay. You mean the ships in the bay is only a quarter of the whole fleet? Lorist shouted. This would be the case under normal circumstances. We're at war now though. While I don't know how much of their fleet is now in High Gold, it's definitely not just one flotilla. Lorist nodded. He was just about to speak when Ginolio returned. I checked the logs and Admiral Senbod left Silos 5 days ago. He's expected to arrive in North Sea tomorrow and be in Ragebear in 3 days. You little rascal. He's your father, why call him Admiral Senbod? Lorist asked, stroking the child's head. This is a formal meeting. You were the one that said private and official matters must not be confused. Ha, Lorist laughed, let's end it here for the day. It goes without saying that this is confidential and top secret. I'll speak with Senbod about Malek's idea when he arrives. We can make our final decision with Senbod's input. Dismissed. Senbod entered Lorist's study, the snow still perched on his shoulders. I can sink Invincible any day you want me to, he proclaimed when he heard the plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497 North Sea. North Sea. The cold breeze carried flecks of snow. The ships oscillated non-stop with the waves. The northern seas were the most terrifying in winter. Black dominated the world, a black abyss beyond the edge of the deck. The cold froze to the bone. Even the inside of the ship was never more than cool. Senbod stood undaunted at the helm of the ship, gazing into the black beyond like a king over his lands. A decade. A full decade had come and gone since he swore fealty to his lordship. For 10 years he'd sailed in the cold, chasing pirates not much different from his former self. Barely not rotting away on Siloas and the surrounding waters. Now, 10 years after his fate changed, it was finally time to prove his loyalty, to show the extent of his skills, to demonstrate his worth to his liege. He'd finally been given land and title by his lordship. A reward for his years of service. His hands clenched when he thought about that night, to the promise his lordship had made, almost casually, as he saw him off. If you pull this off, you'll come back a Viscount. God, wouldn't that be great? He would become the only knight under his lordship to have risen to Viscount. Invincible, we're finally going to have a good showdown. Let's see who's the real unbeatable one. Come on, Siloas, come on. Faster, faster. He would have loved to sail straight for Morant from North Sea, but he had to stop and stock up, and pick up 8 Blitz class in Siloas. He was determined that he would not stay for more than 3 days though. Los, Friar, Josk, and the rest all look down on me. They think the only thing this old pirate can do is kiss his lordship's ass. They think I sent Ginolio to buddy up to his lordship. Ha! Do they really think his lordship would have accepted him if he wasn't talented enough? They're just jealous. His lordship didn't accept Friar's twins, now did he? I'll show them. I'll wipe Invincible out and lord over them as their senior noble. Just try and mock me in North Sea then. A wave crested and crashed into the ship's flank, shaking the deck. Senbod stood firm, his legs were long used to this. His gaze lifted to the sails, bulging in the wind. If the wind got any stronger, they'd have to lower the sails to keep them from tearing. Blow the horn. Remind the others to be alert. We'll reach Siloas tomorrow. I don't want any accidents. The wind wailed and howled across the deck and around the ships as 8 black silhouettes cut through the black night. Flagfish Ridge was North Sea's headquarters. The curled deep into the ocean, creating a small bay of calm water where the fleet sat at anchor. Senbod jumped onto the jetty from his small rowboat and headed for the castle. The few on guard shivered in the cold. They saluted him stiffly as he passed. Inside, soothed by the relative warmth, he cuddled up to the fireplace, an open barrel of rum beside him and a dozen sausages on a plate, ready to be grilled over the fire, on the table on his other side. Why'd you come back so quickly? I thought you'd want to keep warm with the wife a little longer. I thought you said you were going to be made a noble. I thought you'd go look at your territory after the celebration and only come back after winter ended, a towering man grumbled as he stepped into the room. It was Talk, the second flotilla's commander, a fellow former pirate. I was, and I would have, old friend, but we have a job to do. A change to not just gain glory that'll outstrip all the others, but to make history. To do something so huge our names will be sung in shanties for hundreds of years to come. I didn't hand in your request for leave. They wouldn't have allowed it, anyway. You'll only get it after we're done with this job. And trust me, you don't want to miss this. Really? Talk shrugged casually. Let's hear it, then. I don't mind delaying a little if it's worth it. You sure you want to sail in this weather though? Yes. We won't be in this weather for long though. We're heading for High Gold Bay. What? Talk dropped his chicken. Does his lordship know about this? Chichter and Peterson stopped all trade the moment they heard about Lorist wiping out Wessia. They didn't even bother to pay the 450,000 gold Ford's debt they still had. Senbod had submitted requests to go take the money from High Gold Bay several times, but was always refused. His lordship thought the peace treaty would be signed quickly and trade would resume. When the negotiations failed, Senbod again asked to go and take the money several times, but with his lordship's whereabouts unknown he couldn't leave, and later when the rebellion started leaving was even further out of the question. Now, however, rather than Senbod again submitting a request, his lordship had ordered him to move out. Yes. In fact, it was his idea this time. Great. I'll ring the bell and gather the men. Let's show those monkeys who's boss. The two sides were not without their friction. While they had unofficially divided the ocean between them, Northsea's men weren't happy that Invincible had claimed the Sea of Grief, which was part of the North. But they couldn't do anything since Invincible insisted on holding onto it to keep High Gold Bay safe. They tried numerous times to dislodge Invincible with small skirmishes, but they wouldn't budge, and they couldn't engage them with full force without permission from his lordship. Invincible operated as if they thought they were the ones letting Northsea keep hold of the North only because they couldn't be bothered to clean them out. Last summer, for example, 2 Invincible dams were out on patrol and tried to run into one of their ships. They could easily have avoided the collision, but they just kept their course. The men aboard the Northsea ship would have sunk them if only they weren't forbidden from firing their cannons unless openly attacked. The bell rang loudly. Mountains of muscle soon burst through the doorway. When Senbod announced their mission, they roared uncontrollably. Some even turned around and punched the men behind them. Talk and I will lead 12 blitzes. 8 dams will follow with supplies. We'll man each blitz with 100 corsairs. The other 4 will stay here and keep the peace. Don't worry. You won't be the first wave, but you'll get your chance. It's still midwinter, we have all the time in the world. Those of you not taking part in this first attack will return to Northsea. Your ships will be overhauled and fitted with cannons. We'll keep harassing the enemy and keep them on the back foot until you're done. I want the big fight to be in the 4th or 5th month when you're all ready. We have 200 cannons to work with, so, while you won't match our blitzes, you'll still have more than enough firepower. The men have to be able to fire blind once the training's done, you understand? Understood. You'll all get to join the fight, so don't worry. Concentrate on getting used to using the cannons. I won't have any mistakes, misfires, or friendly fire during the battle, you hear? Yes, sir. Alright, go get the men ready and make your preparations, you leave tomorrow. When the captains heading back to Northsea had left, Senbod began his briefing. Our first target is the patrol ships in the Sea of Grief. There are still quite a few of them out despite it being winter. We'll sink them all. Our second target is Isle Neba. It's the closest to High Gold Bay and an important hub for ships going north. Everything sailing up from Moranti has to stop there to resupply before sailing further north along the Golden Coast to High Gold Bay. After we sink the patrols, we'll go around the bay and blow up the city's port. It'll cut the enemy fleet off from supplies. We'll also seal off the entire region. I don't want a single ship to pass us by. Admiral, why don't we just rush into the bay and sink the fleet? Asked Talk. Are you out of your mind? You want to sail right into their trap? Do you know how many ships are docked there? We don't even have enough cannonballs and gunpowder on board to sink them all even if they don't move. No. We'll fight them on the open seas outside the bay when the time comes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498. The First Encounter. The First Encounter. The Navy is an idea by geniuses designed to be executed by idiots. If you're not an idiot, yet somehow still find yourself in the Navy, your only hope is pretending to be one. Lord High Admiral Senbod. Siloed was a newly minted captain. 30 years had passed since he started sailing when he was 15, working his way up the chain of command step by step. He was now finally a captain in Invincible. Who knew how much hardship he had gone through on the seas? He recalled that others called him an idiot for volunteering. But when he was officially included in the fleet's long-term roster, people envied him. He was only 30 when that happened. However, the owner of the grocery shop in the street where he lived wedded his then 17-year-old daughter to him without hesitation. Siloed had 2 cute children. His first command was an LLDAM vessel. Success was a simple affair. All it took was decades of hard work, following orders obediently, and handing out valuable gifts to curry favor with the right people. He never complained or cursed for having to go out on a mission in the middle of winter when everyone else was resting. He just nodded and made his preparations. Sailing in such cold stormy weather was risky, and he had to pay attention to the smallest details. If his luck were good, he would arrive at his destination without problems despite the weather. His patrol path took him around the Sea of Grief in a wide circle before he returned to port. The Sea of Grief wasn't barren in winter. Patrols came across a few ships from time to time. Everyone knew most of them were smugglers. Though Andanak and the Union were at war, smuggling still persisted. The harder the two sides fought, the more egregious the smuggling got. The captains didn't bother them, however. As long as they had the right colors, they were of no concern. It was known as having the colors. Merchant captains paid several gold coins to loan a flag from the fleet that showed they had permission to sail in their waters. The flag had to be returned when they returned to port, or within a certain amount of time, whichever came first. It was a red flag with a single blue line from bottom mast to top fly. The end of the flag nearest the mast to which it was fixed was called the mast, and the end of the flag that flapped freely in the wind was called the fly. So a line that ran from bottom mast to top fly, ran from the bottom corner near the mast to the top corner flapping in the wind. As long as a ship flew that flag, they could sail unmolested in waters under invincible control, and was entitled to their protection. The best kind of find to make, thus, was not a smuggler that had the colors, but a smuggler without it, any ship without it, for that matter. If such a find was made, everyone would get a nice bonus. Ships captured at sea without the colors could be dealt with however the flotilla wished. Most would sell it and distribute the reward as a bonus among the crews. It didn't matter if it was a smuggler's ship or the ship of some noble. Fire crackled in a brazier in the middle of the captain's cabin. Siloed granted himself this luxury. He had earned it with his years of hard work, after all. A captain was entitled to his luxuries. Siloed wasn't content with his current station, however. He wanted to earn a title and a fief before his retirement. It was much easier to get a fief and a title in the Union than in any of the traditional aristocracies. Here, with enough wealth and the right connections, anyone could buy a title and a bit of land. Elsewhere, one could only serve one's lord loyally and hope they rewarded one with a bit of land and a title. Ship. Black ship. They fly the raging bear, shivering voice descended from the black abyss above the ship. Everyone was excited. Oh, they would make a great haul today. The Union had given permission, nay, ordered them to attack any Norton vessel they came across. Ha ha. So the rat came out of its hole at last. It seemed this had been good rather than bad luck. This was yet another silver medal for him. He just hoped it wasn't a mouse. They were impossible to capture. When he stepped into the deck, the voice descended from the abyss again. It's not just one ship. I count 12 500s marks away. They're coming straight for us. Alert! Battle stations. Siloed roared. 500 marks was a kilometer. So they were coming for a fight, huh? At this distance it would be 10 minutes before the fighting began, more than enough time to get ready. His gaze lifted to the abyss above him. The weather was perfect for a fight. When he didn't hear any more reports, his frowned. Bastard, finish your report. I did. 12 black ships. Only 12, Captain. Just 12. 400 marks yonder now. What are they thinking? They have 16 black ships. If they're finally moving to confront the fleet, then why bring only 12? Has the Black Fleet lost their rudder? The men called House Norton's fleet the Black Fleet because they refused to acknowledge them. The seas belonged to Invincible, everyone else was just an imposter. As far as they were concerned, they were no different from noble-backed pirates. Their 16 warships were said to be armed with dwarven cannons. A few patrols had seen one of them spewing flames and sinking a pirate ship. Siloed wasn't worried about it, however, because according to the people that saw it, the black ship could only hit its target from 50 or so meters. Even then their first volleys missed. That was even worse than their own catapults. House Norton's black ships themselves, however, did interest the fleet somewhat. They had a weird ship in the middle of their formations with certain unique characteristics. For one, they could sail quite easily in the stormy north. But, when their shipwrights told them one cost at least 6 times as much as an LLDAW, large long-distance armed warship, they lost interest. The fleet made a lot of money every year, but most of it had set recipients. It could not afford such a lavish expense. Maybe I can capture one. If I can take it back to be checked out, and maybe even ask to be given one as my next command, I will be a lot closer to getting a title. We will win. We have 12 DAWs and 24 saws, moderate swift armed warship. Silo didn't drop his guard though. He thought the enemy commander had probably lost his rudder, he couldn't be careless. It wasn't that the black ships didn't have any chance of victory at all. If all 12 carried 100 corsairs, they could still overwhelm his men. Each patrol had at least 12 LDAWs and 24 saws. Half of the LDAWs were fitted for close combat, the other half for ranged combat. They may be trying to board us, Siloed smirked coldly, we've seen all sorts of situations. Do you think that'll work on us? Blow the horn. Have the saws split off and hold the flanks. Have 6 DAWs move forward and screen the center. Avoid close combat for now. We'll move in to board when the enemy's crippled. The horn echoed across the black water soon after in a long series of blasts. When it was done, it repeated. When it finished, Siloed ship, the Seahorse, arranged LLDAW, led the charge. He stood on the deck like a mast and watched the crew prepare the stone slingers and ballistae. When the 12 black ships were only 150 marks away, they suddenly turned broadside, exposing the port sides of their vessels. What's going on? Are they trying to flee? We're too close for that to work, aren't we? Even if they turned around and fled as fast as they could, the turn would cost them time and burn speed. They could not get away. Even the greenest captain knew this. If they wanted to flee, the best would be to charge through the enemy formation, so they were the ones that had to turn around and bleed their speed. He was still trying to figure out what they were thinking when dozens of windows suddenly appeared on the ship's sides. Moments later, white smoke burst out of the windows. They're cannons! But they can't hit us from that far, can they? The mast in front of his suddenly exploded into splinters. A moment later, a cascade of bangs blasted into his ears as the sounds of the enemy's cannons finally caught up. The rest of the mast fell slowly, like a tree being felled in the forest, and crashed into the water. The rest of his ship's sails were shredded and their tatters danced in the wind. The shockwave nearly toppled Siloed as he shielded his eyes and was showered with splinters. The ship immediately started slowing down and turning due to the mast dragging in the water on one side like a giant oar. His helmsman was not as lucky as he and rolled on the ground grabbing his eyes, hundreds of small cuts all over his face and several splinters stuck in his skin. Just as the ship got back on course, the enemy's ship spewed white smoke again. The ship shook and splinters exploded everywhere again. An instant later, the bangs echoed across the deck again. When his hearing recovered, he heard men wailing like dying dogs. He opened his eyes and saw his ship shattered. The deck was in tatters, the railings had dozens of holes in them, chunks of wood lay splattered across the deck and thousands of splinters covered it like snow. Here and there he could see splashes of red and the odd limb. A few men were rolling in the mess, some clutching stumps where once there were arms, others hold their intestines in their hands, and yet other clasping pieces of wood embedded in various places in their body. 2 fist-sized metal balls rolled across the deck, covered in blood, linked by a chain. Seahorse wasn't the only one struck, either. Wails echoed from all 6 of the ships in the lead. The 2 further to port were on fire, their lamps toppled by the shocks and explosions, spilling their oil onto wood and rope, which quickly caught fire. The Octopus, the ship directly to starboard of the Seahorse, had also lost its middle mast. Its, however, had collapsed backward onto the helm, crushing the captain, his helmsman, and the wheel. The ship was completely immobilized and out of control now. The ships on the very flanks and to the rear were untouched and continued the charge. The 24 saws sped through the floundering LDAWs and moved in to screen them. The 6 remaining LDAWs moved forward after them, charging straight for the enemy. For several hours following that, he watched his flotilla get ripped apart. The enemy would sail away until they'd opened up enough distance, turn, fire a broadside, and sail away again. The scene was burned into his mind and haunted his nightmares. The enemy's cannons roared across the sea further and further away. His men had no choice but to watch their comrades get torn to shreds and their ships explode in splinters with every volley. When they could no longer see the enemy, they just winced with every volley. The enemy didn't just hit the sails and decks of the other ships, they tore into the body of the ship. Most sunk, the worst kind of death sentence out here in the cold waters. And none of them could do anything. The black silhouettes soon reappeared on the horizon, like giant black demons. They sailed past the 6 crippled ships and chased down the running Sams. For several hours more roars sounded. Everything went quiet eventually. No one on the ship cried in pain or moaned either, they'd all died, and everyone else just stared at the horizon where the ships had vanished. The black silhouettes eventually appeared again and came for them. This was it. Their end. Siloed knew he'd never see his wife or daughter again. Quick, hoist the white, he suddenly yelled. What? His quartermaster yelled. Quick! Hoist the white! I'm saving your lives. If you don't want to be fish food, hoist the damned white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499 The Second Naval Battle. The Second Naval Battle. Invincible's arrogance costed its existence, but North Sea was no better. Their arrogance cost them a perfect record only a few days after they'd used the enemy's arrogance to inflict on them a great loss. In all honesty, neither fleet was any better where its commanders and tactics were concerned. North Sea was saved only by its technology. Professor Nico Academy. On the 17th day of the first month, year 1790, Invincible's patrol flotilla heading to the Sea of Grief was attacked by North Sea and sunk. Captain Siloed surrendered 6 LDAs and 9 saws. This was the start of Invincible's fade into obscurity. In the evening the 20th, Admiral Senbad attacked Aineba. They sunk the 500 merchant vessels in the harbor and defeated Invincible's third flotilla. The fleet was completely unprepared. They did not think North Sea would be daring enough to strike their home port so deep in their territory. Most of the flotilla's men were ashore and could only watch as their ships were sunk. Not even Senbad thought everything would go so smoothly. His men couldn't stop laughing and kept joking around for hours afterwards. The port was engulfed in flames. They had to stop firing after a while so the cannons could cool down, so Senbad had the ships close in so they could use their backup catapults. The ships moved without hesitation. When the ships left, the entire city was burning. The flames didn't die down for 2 weeks. They left nothing but ash and cracked stone in their wake. The ships that arrived after the attack could only drift outside the port and watch the blaze from a distance. 1 or 2 ships tried to beach themselves nearby so their crew could help put out the fire, but were forced to turn around when gusts of wind blew sparks dangerously close to the sails. The attack, the first port burning by sea soon called the burning of Aineba, instantly made the fleet and its admiral famous. Few people actually died, only a couple thousand, but the Union's material losses were enormous. And put the Union in a terrible position. The surviving sailors were forced to walk back to Moronti and so were out of commission for several weeks. The ships burned in the harbor carried the weapons and armor intended for the next wave of reinforcement destined for Southern, which meant they had to be deployed unarmed and armored. It also didn't just destroy Invincible's reputation, but also the trust merchants had in them. Those who lost ships in the port and in the encounters with North Sea out at sea blamed Invincible and called them incapable and inept. Some even demanded outright compensation. The city's inhabitants refused to leave their carcass of a city, which forced the Union to divert resources to tide them over for the winter. This one, single burning, the actual attack of which lasted only half a day, cost the Union at least 20 million gold fords. But the damage went far beyond monetary and resource loss. Without the port the Union couldn't adequately resupply the front line. Even worse, it shook their confidence and morale. And things only got worse. They soon heard that a patrol flotilla had gone missing in the Sea of Grief, and rumors started trickling in of merchant ships going missing up and down the Golden Coast. A few incidents were even reported further south than Moronti. The higher-ups didn't believe the last could possibly be North Sea, but after what happened in Aineba, they couldn't be sure. They were suddenly fighting an enemy that appeared to be popping in and out of existence everywhere. The Union had gone from controlling most of the known world's oceans, to controlling only the port in Moronti in a couple of days. At the very least the entire High Gold Bay region was silent, as if it had vanished off the face of the world. Any ship that sailed north of the ghost city vanished. And most of them carried much-needed supplies. The plains could not hold without their supplies. The 2 years of war had stripped the plains clean, no crops were left in the field their forces could requisition, no rivers had any drinkable water left, no fruit tree or berry bush had not been picked clean. Their forces there were completely reliant on supplies shipped or carted in from elsewhere, and most of it was moved by ship. The forces could be kept alive by land supplies, but it was only barely enough to keep them from starving, not enough to keep them in fighting condition. The Union had to retake the seas, only, they didn't have the manpower. The first flotilla was wintering in Jigda, and the second was wintering in Chictor's new dominion. The first could not be pulled because they were there at Jigda's request, and moving them would break their agreement. The second could also not be moved because Chictor's dominion was the source of most of the supplies heading to the front, and their coasts were rife with piracy. If they moved the fleet they would only be worsening their supply situation, not solving any problems. The third flotilla didn't exist anymore, burned with Aineba and, though the crews were mostly alive, they had no ships. The fourth was on station in High Gold Bay, but they were already engaged with North Sea, and had lost a flotilla of their own already. The biggest problem for the fourth was that they didn't know how to face their enemy. They didn't know how big their fleet was, but they clearly had enough strength to wipe out a patrol. How many should they mobilize, then? If they send everything out, and the enemy could fight them, they'd only be destroying the flotilla. If they sent out less, but they weren't enough, they'd be whittling themselves down. Most of the crews knew this, and many refused to sail unless the entire flotilla moved. Some even refused to sail at all, regardless of whether the entire flotilla sailed together. By the second month, however, they'd finally come to a decision and convinced everyone to follow it. They sailed out of the bay to have a decisive battle with North Sea and let the gods of the sea decide the victor. They sent out a different force than normal. They deployed all their ships save their 2 subnims and their ramming ships, which stayed behind to protect the bay. They wouldn't be worth much in a confrontation with North Sea anyway, since they couldn't sail well in the stormy winter sea in the north. The second clash between the 2 fleets took place not long after. They came across the captured merchant vessels heading for Scylla was a day after leaving the bay, escorted by just 4 blitzes. They sent out 39 LDAs, 28 of which had 100 corsairs on board, 83 MSAs, and a blademaster. The commander split the force into 3 waves, 3 kilometers apart. They knew from the 1 or 2 ships that had seen the burning of Aineba and survived, that North Sea only had 20 ships in the region, which operated in 4 contingents. The day was dark, the black sky peppered with the occasional snowflake. The darkness blinded by the vicious rocking of the ship in the waves and the darkness. The 2 sides only noticed one another when they were 400 marks apart. When the merchant vessels noticed the flotilla, they immediately swung out and ran straight for them. The North Sea contingent's commander made a grave mistake in that moment. Rather than immediately fire at the approaching enemy, he shot at the fleeing merchants instead. The chaos destroyed the Fourth's formation and they suffered heavy casualties as they tried to avoid the merchants. Things soon cleared up, however. The first wave was ordered to keep the enemy busy while the rest of the flotilla surrounded them. They knew North Sea couldn't match their numbers, so they were willing to pay any price to sink the enemy. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated their enemy, for which they paid dearly. The first volley aimed at the flotilla destroyed 3 LDAs. Another lost its masts and was dead in the water, though in no danger of sinking. A dozen MSAs managed to close in, however, and started fighting the enemy's LDAs at close range. Those enemy ships weren't armed with cannons, only the usual ballistae, which the flotilla could match. 2 of the 4 enemy LDAs were soon smoking. More enemy ships. They're 600 marks away on our flanks, cried a lookout. Though his telescope increased his range, it was almost completely negated by the rough seas and the darkness. Though he noticed the second wave further than the first, it was still too late to pull out. Right at that moment, however, several of the ships shuddered in explosions of splinters. Moments later a blur of booms echoed across the ocean. The lookout didn't even need to check to know who it was. Senbad had arrived with the rest of the contingent. Another volley from the 4 black ships wiped out the rest of the first wave. 6 MSAs were limping away. In exchange, however, North Sea's contingent had lost 3 LDAs. Give chase. Sink every last ship. Senbad shouted. His voice had barely faded when the lookout shouted. Enemy ships to port. More than 30. Currently 700 marks in closing. Moments later he shouted again. Another 30 to starboard. 600 marks in closing. It's a trap. To port. Broadside to the ship forward. Break through the encirclement, the admiral ordered. The 4th Flotilla's commanders had predicted the enemy wouldn't give up easily, but they didn't think their cannons would pack such a punch and have such a range. The first wave was reduced to splinters in just a couple of volleys. The 2 enemy detachments were separated from one another, however, and Flotilla's blademaster was slaughtering his way across one of the encircled black ship's deck. A few minutes later the other back ship was boarded as well. Turn broadside on our captured ships. We must not let the enemy take them. Senbad ordered. Invincible did not expect the enemy to fire on their own ships even before they had completely fallen. The 2 ships were quickly reduced to rubble, and the flotilla's only blademaster was dragged down with them. Mini announcement. Here's this week's quiz question. Get it right and you will be given a chance to read ahead 1 extra chapter from public release, or your current tier if you're a patron. What is the East and West continent called in the world of TS2? Please specify which is East and West. Send your answer to email protected and include your name and patron tier. Submissions without patron tier and patron account name will be considered as a submission from a public release reader. We will give access to the early chapter during the end of the week's release. For those wondering what this quiz is about, it's an event where TRL readers will get access to 1 chapter ahead of their patron tier, 1 chapter ahead of public release for public release readers, by answering the quiz question correctly. The questions will all be about our other novel, The Sword and the Shadow, TS2, that is being hosted on BolariNovels.com, so go there to check it out if you haven't already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.